Chapter 1. Establishing a resort in the apocalypse. The resort system has been activated. Host is returning. A cascade of information erupted in her mind, leaving Ling, who had just endured a life-and-death ordeal, momentarily dazed. After a considerable pause, she shook her head and opened her eyes. Furrowing her brow, she quickly grasped her current circumstances. She had perished due to a conspiracy, yet here she was, resurrected not only to a new life, but also endowed with a resort system. If she could elevate this resort to its pinnacle, could she even attain immortality? Even in this shattered apocalypse, the notion of eternal life remained an alluring prospect. At least for Ling, who had survived 3 arduous years in the apocalypse, this allure was undeniable. However, is this a resort? Ling surveyed her surroundings, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. At that moment, she found herself in a relatively clean lobby, approximately 30 square meters in size. Directly ahead stood a rudimentary reception desk, behind which was a door. To the right of the lobby, an area was cordoned off, currently not accessible, while the left side led to a corridor. At this juncture, the system's voice resonated in her mind. The resort is currently at level 1. With rudimentary facilities, most functions remain unavailable. Only the main hotel building is operational, which will transform into a true resort once the host upgrades it. Given that it was designated as a resort, it surely held more complexity than this. A flicker of anticipation arose within Ling, even though only the first floor of the hotel was open for use. Her gaze shifted to 2 vending machines positioned on one side of the lobby. Approaching them, she discovered one dispensed water while the other offered boxed meals, both redeemable with points. Having just returned from 3 grueling years in the apocalypse, Ling's mouth watered at the sight of the images on the boxed meal vending machine. Can I also consume these foods? Don't need to exchange points for them? The host can utilize them free of charge, with no need to expend points. Ling nodded, forcing herself to redirect her gaze, resolving to comprehend her situation fully before proceeding. Approaching the reception desk, she observed a white device resembling a thick tablet. Before Ling could voice her inquiry, the system proactively provided an explanation. This is the points exchange machine. Simply place an item on the device, and it will display the point value of the item and recharge points for the customer. Ling nodded and looked behind the desk. What lies beyond that door? That is the master suite, the host's personal room. No creature may enter without the host's permission. Upon hearing it was her room, Ling promptly circumnavigated the desk and opened the door to enter. Inside was a simple yet tidy suite, featuring a private bathroom. Warm sunlight streaming through the window onto the pristine sheets. Though modest in size, furnished only with a bed, wardrobe, and desk, such conditions were exceedingly rare in the apocalypse. The bathroom was fully equipped, with water flowing freely from the faucet, and even a complete set of toiletries, which filled Ling with delight. Water resources in the apocalypse were indeed precious and exceedingly hard to come by. Exiting the master suite, she proceeded to the corridor adjacent to the reception desk, where she discovered only 2 rooms. After inspecting them, she stepped back out. Both were single rooms, each equipped with a private bathroom, albeit the furnishings and decor were somewhat dated compared to the master suite. Nevertheless, even such rooms were highly coveted in the apocalypse. Yet, with only 2 rooms available, it felt rather insufficient. How does one upgrade the resort? How can the number of rooms increase? The host can elevate the resort's level by earning and expending points. As the resort's level rises, various functions will unlock, enhancing both the quality of the master suite and all amenities within the resort. Regarding the increase in room numbers, the host can consult the task list for further information. Ling was taken aback. There was a task list? She immediately summoned the system interface and located the task list section, diligently perusing its contents. Room increase task 1. Initial 2 single rooms. Objective: achieve full occupancy. Task reward: unlock double room type, 2 double rooms, 2 single rooms. It appeared that as long as she maintained occupancy, completing the room increase task would allow for a continuous expansion of the resort's accommodations. As more guests arrived, requiring points for lodging, meals, and beverages, she would naturally accrue points. Ling's gaze descended to discover numerous tasks awaiting completion. There were plenty of tasks and ample rewards, while they required the use of points for redemption. As the system indicated, the quality of life would gradually improve. As she continued to browse the tasks, she inquired of the system, do these tasks have deadlines? Are there any penalties? There are no deadlines or penalties for the tasks. The timing of completion is at the host's discretion. Ling nodded in satisfaction. The high degree of freedom and lack of compulsion was appealing to anyone. However, upon spotting the final task in the list, her brow furrowed and astonishment flickered in her eyes. It was labeled Ultimate Task, with the content stating prevent the collapse of the world. What did that mean? Was this world on the brink of annihilation? Did she have to undertake the task of saving the world? System, do I really need to save the world? No, merely to prevent its collapse. The progression of this world has become irreversible. The apocalypse's new world trajectory cannot be altered. However, due to the invasion from the underworld, there is a potential for collapse in the future, which requires the host to avert. To her surprise, she was tasked with preventing the world's destruction. This responsibility felt rather weighty. Yet, Ling pondered that if she did not act to prevent the collapse, even if she elevated the resort to its fullest potential and attained immortality, it would be futile. If the world collapsed, her fate would be sealed too. How is this task to be completed? How do I prevent the world from collapsing? Ling glanced at the task description, which offered little clarification. Upon reaching the resort's maximum level, related items for exchange will be unlocked. Redeeming these items will enable the prevention of the collapse of the world. This sounded relatively straightforward. Nonetheless, Ling was acutely aware that the number of points required for such items would undoubtedly exceed what she was presently willing to hear. That objective felt rather distant, so she refrained from pursuing further inquiries. Returning to the lobby, Ling gazed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass wall at the outside world. A familiar apocalyptic scene where all structures lay in ruins, devoid of their former splendor. Decaying, terrifying zombies wandered the streets, and black, murky filth was evident everywhere. It seemed that only this small sanctuary she occupied had remained a bastion of purity amidst the chaos. Chapter 2. Welcome to the Peach Blossom Resort. Ling stepped out of the entrance, standing before the grand gates and gazing around. She observed that the hotel was prominently situated at the intersection of 3 roads, its location remarkably conspicuous. From the surrounding scenery, it was evident that, prior to the apocalypse, this had been a bustling area. System, where am I currently located? Haicheng, Zhonghua Street. Ling was momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, Haicheng was a thriving coastal metropolis. Reflecting on the initial piece of information she had received, she pondered whether the world she now inhabited was indeed the same as the one she had previously known. She had anticipated that her reincarnation would place her in an entirely different world, also ravaged by the apocalypse, yet it seemed she had returned to her original realm. Indeed, today is May 1st. May 1st? The same day? She had perished on this very date in her past life, suggesting that her death had precipitated her rebirth. Ling felt a surge of surprise, for not only had she been completely reborn, but her appearance and physical condition had reverted to what they were before the onset of the apocalypse. Even the scars that marred her skin had vanished. Reflecting on those who had caused her demise in her previous life, Ling's heart filled with a cold laughter. Perhaps there would be another chance for confrontation. She took a few steps forward, glancing back at the hotel building. The 30-story structure loomed at the crossroads, occupying a substantial area. Yet, the exterior bore signs of neglect. Aside from the relatively clean and intact first floor, the upper levels were in a state of disrepair, with visible cracks marring the walls. A massive sign perched atop the building, barely legible with the words Peach Blossom Resort, but it too was cloaked in dust and decay, giving any onlooker the impression of abandonment. Without an eye-catching sign, attracting the attention of survivors would be a daunting task. Did she really have to sit at the entrance daily to lure customers? Remembering the exchange items she had glimpsed in the Points Mall, which included a sign for the resort, Ling resolved to procure a new sign as soon as possible. As she contemplated the sign, she noticed several staggering zombies approaching along the street. Instinctively, she considered retreating into the lobby for cover, but before she could act, the system's voice echoed once more. The area within 2 meters of the resort is an absolute safe zone, equipped with a protective barrier that prevents zombies and mutated beasts from entering. Any attacks cannot penetrate this protective shield. Ling was taken aback, suppressing the urge to retreat. Instead, she stood still, observing the zombies, which exhibited no reaction. Merely meandering aimlessly, she calculated the distance. Under normal circumstances, these zombies should have detected her presence, yet they remained oblivious. A flicker of excitement stirred within her. If the resort truly constituted an absolute safe zone, coupled with access to water and food, it would undoubtedly attract a multitude of survivors. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, what could be more vital than safety and sustenance? With such assurances, she need only manage it well to entice survivors. Determined to test this theory, she approached the edge of the 2-meter safe zone and stepped forward. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the previously languid steps of the zombies came to an abrupt halt, their shattered visages abruptly turning toward Ling, letting out fearsome howls as they charged in her direction. She resisted the urge to retreat, steadfastly remaining in place until the zombies were upon her. In a sudden movement, she stepped back, retreating into a 2-meter safe zone. Indeed, the zombies collided immediately with an invisible barrier, creating faint ripples in the air, yet they could advance no further. Once Ling crossed into the safety zone, the zombies appeared to lose their purpose, ceasing their attacks after hitting the barrier, and they became oblivious to Ling standing right before them. They soon resumed their aimless wandering, slowly drifting away to other locations. Ling, having completed her test, wore a look of astonishment, finally comprehending the meaning of the system's so-called absolute safe zone. This aspect alone constituted one of the greatest advantages in the apocalypse. Ample supplies represented another significant advantage. Having acquired the answer she sought, Ling was about to return to the lobby to sample the boxed meal from the vending machine when she was suddenly drawn by a commotion in the distance. Peering ahead, she soon spotted a figure burst forth from an alley, seamlessly pivoting to dash toward the 3-way junction in her direction. In the next moment, a horde of zombies erupted from the same alley behind the figure. No wonder the person was running for dear life. However, a spark of inspiration ignited within Ling as she recalled the unique characteristics of her resort. This presented an opportunity to establish her business. She waved enthusiastically at the figure, calling out, "Run this way." The individual evidently heard her voice, slightly adjusting their course, sprinting toward her with impressive speed. Before long, they reached her, brushing past Gu Lingyu and heading straight for the lobby. Yet, as the person dashed into the lobby and attempted to shut the glass door, they turned around only to discover Gu Lingyu still standing in place, prompting a wave of panic. "Don't just stand there. Hurry inside." Seeing Gu Lingyu unmoved, the individual gritted their teeth and took a few steps toward her, intending to pull her along to safety. However, before they could reach her, they were left agape in astonishment. Before them, the girl remained calm and composed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Behind her, the ferocious zombies, one by one, seemed to collide with an invisible wall, all held at bay not far from her. The striking contrast between the smiling girl and the snarling zombies left the individual utterly bewildered, frozen in place for a moment, unable to process the scene before them. What was even more shocking was that after crashing into the invisible barrier, the zombies came to a standstill, only to resume their aimless wandering moments later. Astonishingly, they exhibited no reaction whatsoever to the girl who was so close. What on earth was happening? After a considerable pause, the individual finally managed to stammer out a question, their gaze toward Gu Lingyu, filled with incredulity. This girl had maintained an unsettling calm throughout, and it was she who had beckoned them over in the first place. Could it be because of this girl? Does she possess some extraordinary ability? Especially upon witnessing the smile on the girl's face, the thought in his heart grew ever more resolute. The reason the zombies collided with the invisible barrier, the reason they refrained from attacking them, surely stemmed from the presence of this girl. Welcome to the Peach Blossom Resort. The area within a 2-meter radius surrounding this resort is an absolute safe zone, impervious to the approach or assault of zombies. As Gu Lingyu completed her eloquent introduction, she gracefully stepped through the glass door, turning back with a smile and inquiring, "Would the guest care to step inside and take a look?" Without awaiting a response, she withdrew her gaze and entered the lobby. After witnessing the astonishing scene moments before, she had little doubt that he would decline such a haven, especially in his injured state. Chapter 3. The first guest. The man opened his mouth, hesitating as he glanced at Gu Lingyu's retreating figure and then at the zombies meandering down the street behind him. Recalling the earlier spectacle, he clenched his teeth and, pressing his hand against the wound that was still seeping blood, stepped through the door. Although he had previously rushed in amidst a state of panic, this time he was acutely aware of his surroundings. The lobby was spacious and bright, illuminated by lights. Even the corridor not far off was equally aglow. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, electricity was a scarce resource. Even the major strongholds often lacked illumination at night, let alone during the day. Yet here, the place was suffused with light even in broad daylight. Was there an abundance of resources to squander so lavishly? His gaze towards Gu Lingyu brimmed with newfound respect. Could this be a stronghold of a formidable power? Yet, he seemed to recall the girl mentioning that this place was called the Peach Blossom Resort. As he hesitated, unsure of how to voice his thoughts, Gu Lingyu took the initiative to introduce herself. This resort provides dining and accommodation services. Guests may exchange items or crystal nuclei for points, which can then be utilized for the corresponding services. As for the safety of this resort, I believe you have already witnessed it firsthand, so there should be no doubt, correct? And no, he stammered instinctively, recalling the earlier scene. Upon seeing the enigmatic smile on Gu Lingyu's face, he felt an added layer of intrigue. At that moment, having a secure place to temporarily evade danger and tend to his injuries was precisely what he needed, prompting him to make a decision after only a brief hesitation. Uncertain of how to redeem points or the cost of accommodation, he felt a pang of apprehension at the thought of this miraculous sanctuary, especially one so extravagantly lit during the day. Surely, the lodging here must be exorbitantly priced? He wondered if he could afford it. A single room costs 30 points per day. As for redeeming points, guests may place the items they wish to exchange on this machine, which will automatically estimate their value. Gu Lingyu indicated towards the point redemption machine at the counter. Upon hearing this, the man, still leaning on his wounded side, approached with cautious steps. After a moment of deliberation, he tentatively produced a first-tier crystal nucleus and placed it on the machine, thoughts swirling in his mind. He wondered if this basic crystal core would suffice for a day's stay. The point exchange device swiftly displayed the item's value, 100 points for a first-tier crystal core. Gu Lingyu was not surprised. She had perused the price list for crystal core point exchanges. However, the man exhibited a look of astonishment, realizing that this rudimentary crystal core could indeed be exchanged for 100 points. Could it mean a 3-day stay with some points left over? For someone of his third-tier ability, acquiring a first-tier crystal core was remarkably easy. "Dear guest, shall I arrange your accommodation?" Gu Lingyu inquired with a smile. "Yes, please, arrange a room for me." The man, regaining his composure, eagerly responded. The safety of the establishment alone made the 30 points seem a trivial expense. This way, he could also recuperate in peace. "Very well. I shall create a personal account for you," Gu Lingyu announced. No sooner had she spoken than the crystal core vanished from the point exchange device without any visible action on her part. Before the man could voice his curiosity, she continued, gesturing to the back of his left hand. "Your personal account has been successfully established. You may summon the panel with your consciousness to view your information within this resort at any time." The man was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the back of his left hand, where he discovered a white, peach blossom-shaped mark had appeared, unbeknownst to him. A wave of unease washed over him as he involuntarily rubbed the mark with his right hand. How peculiar. When had it manifested? Surely, it wouldn't have any adverse effects on him. Noticing his apprehension, Gu Lingyu reassured him, "Rest assured, this mark will not impact your body. It merely serves as a membership card. I can guarantee that, and you may check the information associated with it." Upon hearing this, the man hesitated, half believing her words, especially since he found he could not rub it away. It felt as permanent as a birthmark on his skin. With a mere thought, a luminous screen appeared before him, displaying his name and relevant information. Tang Wenhua, point 70. Room number 101. Below, a transaction record indicated a single entry. Check in for single room 101, deducting 30 points. It seemed, at least for now, Gu Lingyu's assurances held true. There were no apparent discrepancies. But had he even told her his name? Tang Wenhua's intrigue in the enigmatic girl deepened, alongside a growing sense of trepidation. Gu Lingyu perceived his unease but refrained from further explanation, knowing that in time, he would come to understand. The screen displaying the mark and personal information was visible solely to him. Those around could not perceive its existence. With that final clarification, Gu Lingyu stepped away from the counter and guided him down the corridor. Please follow me. Your room is this way. With no further cause for hesitation, Tang Wenhua accompanied Gu Lingyu to the corridor, standing before room 101 as she unlocked the door. The simple furniture, though slightly antiquated, was in impeccable condition and maintained a tidy appearance. At the opposite end of the room, there was a private bathroom. Upon entering such a room, Tang Wenhua felt a sense of astonishment. It was indeed no less than the quarters he had been assigned at the base. Moreover, he was a level 3 esper, while other lower-ranked espers, or even ordinary individuals, could scarcely dream of residing in such a splendid room. The bathroom was equipped with complementary toiletries, and both the faucet and showerhead provided water for personal use, with a note advising against waste. Water indeed. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenhua could hardly contain his excitement and swiftly made his way to the bathroom, turning on the tap without hesitation. As expected, clear water gushed forth, its crystalline clarity reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. At that moment, Tang Wenhua's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. This peach blossom resort was truly remarkable. Not only was there an abundance of electricity, lights were even illuminated during the day, but there was also running water from the taps. It is essential to note that we are currently in an apocalyptic era where resources have been severely tainted. Water has become one of the most precious commodities. Clean drinking water at various bases requires purification by espers. Consuming contaminated water could lead to severe illness, leaving one's fate entirely to chance. Even for those of them with some abilities, the amount of purified water obtained in a day was minimal. Yet here, in this resort, one could simply turn on a tap and access clean water. Furthermore, judging by the earlier statement, it could even be used for washing. What an extravagant luxury. Chapter 4, A True Paradise? While Tang Wenhua was still in a state of astonishment, Gu Lingyu had already returned to the lobby. Noticing that it was precisely lunchtime, she proceeded directly to the meal vending machine. Currently, there were only 3 types of meals available: tomato and egg rice for 10 points, fish-flavored shredded pork rice for 13 points, and braised pork rice for 15 points. Gu Lingyu opted for the fish-flavored shredded pork rice. After making her selection, within seconds, the meal box was dispensed. She had previously perused the menu of the vending machine and discovered a plethora of dishes listed. Yet these could only be unlocked upon reaching a certain sales threshold. Thus, for the time being, she could only choose from these 3 options. Gazing at the unilluminated dishes on the menu, Gu Lingyu was filled with anticipation. In order to indulge herself, she needed to manage this resort effectively. Returning to the counter with her meal box, she opened the lid, and the aroma of the food wafted through the air. With the first bite, she found herself delightfully squinting her eyes in pleasure, a hint of surprise gracing her face. She had not expected such a simple dish of fish-flavored shredded pork to be prepared so exquisitely. It seemed even more delicious than what she had tasted before the apocalypse. Could it be that the system produced only the finest quality? Even a humble home-cooked meal could evoke the sensation of having been crafted by a master chef. Having finished her meal, Gu Lingyu contentedly wiped her mouth. Just as she was about to tidy up the now empty meal box, she noticed Tang Wenhua from room 101 emerging after tending to his injuries. Without allowing Gu Lingyu a chance to speak, Tang Wenhua immediately noticed the empty meal box on the counter, with lingering aromas of the food still present in the air. In an instant, his hunger intensified. "May I inquire your name, miss?" Suppressing the hunger gnawing at his stomach, he politely inquired. "My surname is Gu. You may refer to me as Boss Gu." Gu Lingyu smiled, finding his impression of Tang Wenhua rather favorable. In that critical moment earlier, he had remembered to turn back and pull him away to safety, not forgetting that it was he who had beckoned him to hide from the zombies. "Boss Gu, does your establishment provide food?" Tang Wenhua could not help but glance at the empty lunchbox. He recalled that Gu Lingyu had mentioned the resort offered food and lodging services. Indeed, there are meal vending machines over there, and the one beside it dispenses drinking water. Both require points for purchase. Gu Lingyu indicated towards the 2 vending machines standing against the wall. After expressing his gratitude, Tang Wenhua hastily approached the vending machine, his gaze first settling on the meal dispenser. Upon seeing the 3 dishes displayed, his eyes widened in astonishment. Having witnessed the wonders of this resort, his skepticism had largely dissipated, replaced by eager anticipation for the meal. 15 points? That doesn't seem too expensive, he thought. A mix of anxiety and excitement coursing through him as he selected the braised pork rice for 15 points. Following Gu Lingyu's guidance, he raised his hand with the peach blossom mark to scan at the machine's payment portal, completing the transaction in an instant. In mere seconds, the meal was pushed out into the collection slot, and the transparent lid allowed him to glimpse the contents of the lunchbox. "This is real," Tang Wenhua gasped. He immediately opened the box, and an irresistible aroma of meat wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. Unable to contain himself, he picked up the chopsticks and began to feast right there in front of the vending machine. The tender braised pork, rich and flavorful sauce, paired with the fragrant rice, made him squint his eyes in bliss. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to a time before the apocalypse. "This is delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite braised pork even before the world fell apart." For just 15 points for a serving of braised pork rice, it was not merely inexpensive, it was an absolute bargain. In the base, one could scarcely exchange a level 3 crystal core for such a meal. Yet here, He could trade a level 1 crystal core for 6 portions, with plenty left over. Tang Wenhua devoured one lunchbox ravenously, and without a moment's hesitation, immediately ordered another. After consuming 2 boxes, he finally felt a semblance of fullness. Turning to the water vending machine, he discovered that a cup of pure water cost only 1 point. He promptly downed 3 cups of water, feeling completely satisfied as he returned to his room. It was then that he comprehended why this place was called Peach Blossom Resort. It truly resembled an idyllic haven amidst the apocalypse, with delicious food, comfortable accommodations, and no looming threats from zombies, as long as one possessed points. Residing here felt like paradise. Furthermore, the purchasing power of points was remarkably strong. For someone like him, a Tier 3 ability user, living here was devoid of stress. With ample food and restful sleep, by evening, Tang Wenhua could distinctly sense his condition improving, even his injuries showing signs of healing. For the recovery ability of an ability user inherently surpassed that of an ordinary person. That evening, after consuming 2 servings of braised pork rice, Tang Wenhua began contemplating bringing his team members to experience this place as well. Their squad had ventured out from the Rongyang base in search of supplies, and with their capabilities, they should have faced minimal danger if they remained cautious. However, much to their dismay, they encountered a horde of zombies early that morning, which included numerous 2nd and 3rd tier undead. In a bid to protect his comrades, he took the perilous decision to divert the horde alone. Despite his injuries and being pursued by the zombies, a sense of despair began to creep into his heart. Yet fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon this remarkable Peach Blossom Resort. He could only wonder whether his teammates had managed to escape. He had drawn away the majority of the horde, leaving only a few behind, so he hoped they were safe. Nevertheless, with his wounds, venturing out again posed significant risks, compelling him to focus on recuperation before seeking out his teammates. Outside, the night was deepening. Gu Lingyu glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. She surmised that no more guests would arrive that day, so she closed the shop and returned to her quarters to wash up and lie down. Reviewing the day's business, she noted that only Tang Wenhua had visited, yet he had spent 95 points, which, considering it was the inaugural day of operations, was a far better outcome than ending with 0. Upon examining the specifics of his expenditures, she realized that the bulk of his spending was on meals. Although the appetites of supernatural beings tended to be greater, the considerable expense, twice the lodging rate, alerted Gu Lingyu to a crucial insight. The room rate was fixed, but the meals represented the substantial expense. Moreover, for individuals with abilities, such spending was evidently acceptable, at least for Gu Lingyu, a former supernatural being herself. Such costs were entirely bearable, even deemed a remarkable value, something to be coveted. A single Tier 1 crystal core could never procure such resources in any base, let alone suffice to satiate the appetites of supernatural beings. Regardless, Gu Lingyu recognized the necessity of attracting more customers. Without clientele, earning points would remain a mere fantasy. Chapter 5. Unlocking a new vending machine the following morning. After completing her morning routine, Gu Lingyu entered the lobby to find Tang Wenhua already at the vending machine purchasing breakfast, picking up a tomato and egg rice bowl. He greeted her with a smile before returning to his room to eat. As she watched him retreat, it dawned on her that he seemed to have only 5 points left. How could he afford a meal costing 10 points? Upon accessing the sales records, she discovered that Tang Wenhua had just recharged his points at the exchange machine. Gu Lingyu nodded in satisfaction. Her first customer was proving to be quite considerate. A stroke of good fortune. Her gaze shifted slightly, and she noticed another notification from the backend. Vending machine task. Sell 5 boxes of meals. Completed. Task reward. Unlock bread vending machine. Requires point redemption. A bread vending machine. Had she the choice that early in the day, Gu Lingyu would certainly select bread over boxed meals. Reflecting on Tang Wenhua's contribution to her successful task completion, she couldn't help but bestow him with yet another commendation as a valued customer. To exchange for the bread vending machine, 100 points were required. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Lingyu effortlessly redeemed the machine, causing her original balance of 105 points to plummet to a mere single digit. However, she felt no qualms about this. After all, she had no need to spend in the store, and earning points again was merely a matter of time. Moreover, the bread vending machine would also generate points for the store. Seizing the opportunity while the lobby was empty, Gu Lingyu summoned the bread vending machine and positioned it beside the lunchbox vending machine. Glancing at the price list, she noted that the bread was significantly cheaper than the lunchboxes, with prices starting from 26 points, and there were 3 varieties available. She chose a coconut bread priced at 6 points, poured herself a cup of warm water, and settled down behind the counter to enjoy her breakfast. After finishing her meal, Gu Lingyu rose to open the store door, only to be met with the sight of a horde of zombies in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that someone was being chased by the undead. Was this truly her destined method of attracting customers? It was rather unfortunate to be pursued so early in the morning. One wouldn't expect to engage in morning exercises in such a manner. Contemplating this, Gu Lingyu began to wave her hands and shout, attempting to direct the fleeing survivors towards her. As she called out, she pondered whether she ought to exchange for a loudspeaker from the system. Shouting at the top of her lungs was quite exhausting. On the street not far away, 2 individuals, clearly hearing Gu Lingyu's cries, immediately sprinted towards her. Before long, they burst into the lobby, eagerly rushing to pull the glass door shut behind them. Hurry, close the door. They're coming. The man shouted anxiously, attempting to assist Gu Lingyu in securing the entrance. However, she merely held the doorknob with ease, rendering his efforts futile as he struggled in vain to budge the glass door, his face a mixture of shock and desperation. Within the confines of the resort, no one could possibly contend with Gu Lingyu, even in her current state devoid of any special abilities. Let go. Do you want to die? There are so many zombies. The man was frantic, unable to comprehend why this girl had summoned them, seemingly to save them, yet would not allow them to close the door. They cannot enter. Gu Lingyu replied with a calm smile, pointing outside. Cannot enter? The man was taken aback, perhaps influenced by her serene demeanor, instinctively glancing in the direction she indicated. Sure enough, he saw a large group of zombies colliding with an invisible barrier, all halted 2 meters away from the entrance, unable to breach the threshold. His eyes widened in disbelief, and what transpired next left his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The zombies seemed to lose all sense of direction, reverting to a wandering state, completely oblivious to their presence just 2 meters away from the door. What is happening? They truly cannot enter, and it seems they cannot see us. The female companion beside him exclaimed, her own eyes round with astonishment as she stammered in disbelief. Recalling Gu Lingyu's calm demeanor from earlier, the two simultaneously turned their heads in shock, gazing at her in disbelief. Could it be her? Gu Lingyu, unfazed by their reaction, maintained her serene smile as she welcomed them to the Peach Blossom Resort. This resort boasts an absolute safety zone within a 2-meter radius. Zombies cannot enter or attack. We offer dining and accommodation services. Would you like to come in and take a look? Peach Blossom Resort? The man was utterly astonished. Was there truly a resort in this apocalyptic world? Dining and accommodation services? The woman fixated on another crucial point. Indeed, by using consumption points, they could obtain food and even choose to stay at the resort, gaining genuine security. Gu Lingyu smiled as she promoted the idea, recognizing that these individuals were valuable sources of points. True security? The man inquired, his voice laced with caution and skepticism. Indeed, did you not just witness the scene outside? Gu Lingyu gestured towards the lingering horde of zombies. Are you suggesting that zombies cannot enter this resort? Having witnessed the extraordinary sight, the man could no longer suppress his belief. Seeing Gu Lingyu nod, the woman could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, how does one acquire these points? You can exchange items or crystal cores for points at our resort, and all expenditures within the resort are made using these points. Upon hearing Gu Lingyu's explanation, the two exchanged glances, still hesitant. Gu Lingyu recognized their silence and cautious glances, understanding they were accustomed to being wary. Despite having seen the zombies being repelled, they remained extremely careful, as evidenced by their stance at the entrance, ready to flee at a moment's notice, merely observing with curiosity. Noticing their indecision, Gu Lingyu chose to refrain from further persuasion. She walked over to a water dispenser, poured herself a cup, and slowly sipped it while seated behind the counter. The two, witnessing her sudden silence, became uncertain again. While Gu Lingyu had been promoting the resort, they had wondered if there might be a trap. However, her lack of engagement now seemed to enhance her credibility. The woman stole a glance at Gu Lingyu, who appeared indifferent to them, and leaned closer to her husband to whisper, Darling, shall we go in and take a look? It doesn't seem like there's any trap. The man replied, If there were a trap, would she let you see it? I think it's best we remain here for the time being and wait for the horde to disperse before reuniting with the captain. Chapter 6. The cautious couple. The man, equally curious, could not shake off his wariness. This place was simply too enigmatic. Not only could zombies not enter, but there were also electric lights inside. Not to mention Gu Lingyu, whose clean attire bore no signs of the struggles of the apocalypse. He whispered, Look at that girl's pristine outfit and delicate skin. She appears nothing like someone who has endured the hardships of survival in this world. Perhaps it is due to the powerful forces backing them, or else how could there still be electricity here? In the Mingguang base, our rooms are devoid of power, a luxury far beyond our means. After a period of initial caution, the woman felt a stir of interest. Firstly, the absence of incessant promotions from the ancient language eased her mind considerably. Secondly, she had spotted a food vending machine, regardless of what it contained. She was both hungry and thirsty, having consumed nothing all day. Moreover, did you notice? The woman could not help but continue her persuasion. When that girl fetched water earlier, the liquid flowing from the dispenser appeared remarkably clear. She even drank directly from it. How could that be fake? Prompted by the woman's words, the man reflected carefully and realized the truth of her statement. Unable to resist, he moistened his parched lips, his resolve wavering further. Shall we first exchange for a cup of water? Ultimately, he could not help but relent. Excellent. Upon hearing the man acquiesce, the woman quickly responded and stepped towards the counter. Hello, I would like to exchange points. The ancient language smiled, her expression devoid of surprise, clearly anticipating their reactions. She pointed to the machine on the counter. Place the item you wish to exchange on the machine, and it will display the corresponding points. The woman pondered for a moment, removing a rather exquisite bracelet from her wrist. They had discovered it during their scavenging for supplies yesterday. It caught her eye, and she had donned it without much thought. Regarding the notion that crystal nuclei could also be exchanged for points, as mentioned by the ancient language, she had heard it, but was not inclined to utilize that option just yet. Crystal nuclei were a valuable commodity at the base, and as second-tier ability users, they had very few left after their daily exchanges, not even daring to use them for cultivation. The point exchange machine swiftly displayed that the bracelet could be exchanged for 10 points. The amount was not substantial, and the ancient language was unfazed. In this post-apocalyptic world, crystal nuclei held true value, rendering these ornaments practically useless. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? The ancient language confirmed. Yes. This item is of no use to me. It's perfect for a trial, the woman replied without a moment's hesitation. As her words fell, the bracelet vanished from the exchange machine, and a peach blossom mark appeared on the back of her hand. The woman caught sight of it, and immediately began to rub her hands together in surprise and panic, her reaction mirroring that of Tang when away from before. The man beside her noticed her distress and became anxious as well. They both inquired fervently. The ancient language, however, remained composed and reiterated her explanation as she walked towards the self-service vending machine. With some trepidation, the woman followed the ancient language's instructions, and indeed, a luminescent screen materialized before her, displaying her name, Li Wenwen, along with basic information. As she glanced at it, her husband, Zhang Bin, inquired urgently from beside her. How is it? Do you feel unwell anywhere? I warned you to be cautious. Can't you see? Li Wenwen replied, astonished. See what? Zhang Bin was momentarily taken aback. There's a screen here. Li Wenwen pointed at the glowing display before her, and upon witnessing Zhang Bin's bewilderment, she too was astonished. You truly cannot see it? The desolate emptiness was palpable. What was wrong with you? Have you slipped into a delusion? Zhang Bin's concern deepened, prompting him to reach out and touch Li Wenwen's forehead. There was no need for turmoil. Personal information was visible only to oneself, completely concealed from others. What Gu Lingyu did not disclose was that she could indeed see it. Yet there was no necessity to voice such a matter. Come here, let me instruct you on how to utilize your points. Gu Lingyu stood beside the vending machines. And though the two felt a sense of unease, they nonetheless approached her. Decide what you wish to purchase, as long as you have enough points. Simply select your item and align your mark with the scanning window. She indicated the 3 self-service vending machines nearby. After a moment of hesitation, Li Wenwen glanced at the mouth-watering food images displayed on the other 2 machines and ultimately decided to try the water dispenser that Gu Lingyu had previously used. She selected a cup of water and followed the instructions to scan her peach blossom mark. Soon, the sound of points being deducted echoed in her ears. In the next instant, a cup was dispensed from the machine, followed by a stream of crystal-clear drinking water. Unable to resist, Li Wenwen swallowed hard, the dryness in her throat becoming increasingly uncomfortable. As soon as the flow ceased, she eagerly raised the cup to her lips and gulped down the entire contents in one go. Zhang Bin, caught off guard by her swift actions, could only stare at her with growing concern, repeatedly asking, How is it? Are you all right? Does it taste strange? Do you feel unwell? With the water now in her stomach, the sweet and refreshing sensation coursed down her throat, evoking the exhilarating feeling of discovering an oasis in the desert. Breathing life back into her being, Li Wenwen couldn't help but sigh, as if she had tasted some celestial elixir, instinctively exclaiming, I never imagined that a cup of water could taste this exquisite. Exquisite? Zhang Bin was taken aback, particularly due to Li Wenwen's exaggerated reaction. Delicious. It's like drinking spring water. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Wenwen couldn't resist and poured herself another cup. In the brief moment Zhang Bin was stunned. Li Wenwen had already consumed 3 cups of water, appearing as if she had been revitalized. Her invigorated demeanor left Zhang Bin even more bewildered, and soon after, a cup of water was offered to him. It truly tastes wonderful. It's indeed pure water. No doubt about it. You must try it. Li Wenwen urged excitedly as she handed another cup to Zhang Bin. He hesitated for a moment, but gazing into the crystal-clear depths of the cup, reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic water, and recalling that Gu Lingyu had also partaken, he finally succumbed and accepted the cup. As he drank, his reaction mirrored Li Wenwen's exactly, prompting him to urge her to fetch him several more cups. After consuming 3 cups, he finally paused, savoring the taste, yet feeling a lingering hunger. They exchanged knowing glances, and without a word, their eyes instinctively fell upon the other 2 vending machines. If the water dispenser's offerings were genuine and so delightful, then the food vending machines must surely be authentic as well. Chapter 7. The Enchanted Place. Just moments ago, the 2 individuals had consumed 6 cups of water, leaving them with a mere 4 points. After such a prolonged period of hunger, the offerings from the bread machine were evidently far less enticing than the meals available from the lunchbox vending machine. Can this machine truly dispense lunchboxes? Zhang Bin pondered, his uncertainty stemming from the pricing displayed on the vending machine, which seemed surprisingly affordable. Could it be yet another case of images for reference only, with actual items subject to change? Indeed, and the contents will match the pictures exactly, Gu Lingyu remarked, perceptively reading Zhang Bin's thoughts. She confidently assured him that the system's products were guaranteed to be accurate. If the image depicted several pieces of braised pork, then the lunchbox would contain just that. Absolutely no deception involved. I must recharge my points, Li Wenwen exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she hurried towards the counter. This time, she reached into her pocket and produced a crystal core, placing it directly onto the exchange machine. To her astonishment, the basic crystal core could be exchanged for 100 points. Li Wenwen's eyes widened in delight. Was it possible to trade that for 100 cups of water? What an incredible bargain. In their base, such a crystal core would scarcely yield even 10 cups of water, and the quality was incomparable to what was offered here. Even if the lunchboxes and bread were subpar, redeeming points for water was undeniably a tremendous value. Without needing any further encouragement from Gu Lingyu, Li Wenwen eagerly completed the recharge, and upon receiving confirmation that her points had been credited, she swiftly returned to the vending machine. Zhang Bin, too, was now devoid of any hesitation, his face alight with anticipation as he watched Li Wenwen perform her transaction. After scanning her points, the lunchbox appeared at the dispensing slot in mere seconds. Li Wenwen picked up the box of fish-flavored shredded pork rice. As she gazed through the transparent lid at the enticing food, she could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly opened the box. The delightful aroma of the food wafted through the air, and Li Wenwen immediately took a bite, her face lighting up with sheer bliss. Zhang Bin, unable to restrain himself, quickly urged, Hurry, order me a portion too. It smells divine. With nimble fingers, Li Wenwen executed her order, scanning her mark before disregarding collecting the meal herself, allowing her husband to retrieve it while she indulged in her own box of food with great enthusiasm. Gu Lingyu sat leisurely behind the counter, observing as the couple devoured 2 lunchboxes each, even licking the containers clean. Noticing their satisfied expressions, she seized the moment to speak. This resort also offers accommodation services, complete with private bathrooms and guaranteed water and electricity in the rooms. Would you like to take a look? The couple paused in surprise. While accommodation was understandable, rooms with water and electricity? Their initial reaction was skepticism, but glancing at their empty lunchboxes and then at the brightly lit lobby and hallway, their doubts quickly dissipated. Exchanging glances, it was Li Wenwen who spoke first, her face brimming with anticipation. Yes, we want to see. Beside them, Zhang Bin tugged at Li Wenwen's sleeve and whispered, We still need to find a captain. Li Wenwen replied softly. The captain should be nearby. We can come back once we find him. Besides, we hardly rested last night. If the room is decent, it would be perfect for us to recuperate. Zhang Bin pondered this and reluctantly agreed, acknowledging that they had barely rested after fleeing for most of the night. Yet, a lingering doubt surfaced. If the room were indeed that good, it surely would be expensive. Could they afford it? Although the meal was astonishingly cheap, accommodation might not be equally so. Li Wenwen, momentarily taken aback, decided not to dwell on her uncertainty. She raised her gaze to the counter and inquired, Boss, how many points for a room? A single room costs 30 points, available for 24 hours. But it accommodates only one person. An additional occupant requires another 30 points. The proprietor, Ling replied with a smile. After all, those who redeem points are valued customers, provided they refrain from causing trouble. 30 points for one person? That doesn't seem overly expensive, Li Wenwen mused. But what about a double room? We are two, after all. Unfortunately, we have no double rooms at the moment, and only one single room remains, Ling informed her. Only one left? Could you show us the room first? Li Wenwen asked, her impatience evident. Though they had yet to decide, the last room scenario naturally prompted a sense of urgency. Furthermore, with the quality of the food, how could the room possibly be lacking? Indeed, as the couple entered the room and found it to be even better than their accommodations at the base, their resolve began to waver. When they stepped into the bathroom, they were astonished to discover running water, clean water. The shower had water as well, and they could actually take a bath. There were toiletries available too. Not to mention, both the room and the bathroom were equipped with electric lights. We'll take it. Boss, we want this room. Please process our points. Zhang Bin interjected, decisively making the call before Li Wenwen could speak. He promptly handed over a first-tier crystal core, realizing that their remaining points, after having consumed 4 servings of the 13-point sweet and sour pork, were insufficient. Thank you for your patronage. Please make yourselves comfortable. Ling said with a smile as she accepted the crystal core, which vanished instantly from her hand. Meanwhile, Li Wenwen received a notification confirming the successful recharge and deduction of points. Upon checking her screen again, Li Wenwen noticed a new room number had been added to her information, designated as 102. Ling did not linger and exited the room, leaving the couple to watch the door close. Li Wenwen's face still radiated amazement. This place is truly extraordinary. Zhang Bin nodded repeatedly, understanding the unspoken sentiments they both shared. From the moment they entered, no, from the instant they encountered the proprietress, everything had been nothing short of wondrous. After her exclamation of awe, Li Wenwen could not help but recall the shower facilities in the bathroom, her face lighting up with anticipation. Honey, I haven't bathed in ages. I want to go shower first. Even within the confines of the base, she could only wipe herself down with the contaminated water, as opportunities for a proper shower were scarce, not to mention the lack of hot water supply. After a night of frantic escape, she was already covered in dirt. Previously, it hadn't bothered her, but now, with the prospect of a warm shower so tantalizingly close, how could she possibly remain still? Wait, since the room was already booked, perhaps it would be wiser to find the captain and the others first, and then return for a wash, to avoid getting dirty again after stepping outside. Zhang Bin offered a gentle reminder. Li Wenwen pondered for a moment and agreed, suppressing her urge to bathe. She glanced at her soiled attire and, unwilling to dirty the bed, resolutely took her husband's hand and stepped out, determined to locate the captain before returning. Chapter 8. The mysterious boss Ling noticed the couple preparing to leave so swiftly and refrained from asking further questions, merely watching as they exited the establishment. Once they had walked a distance away, Ling glanced at the closed door of room 101 before turning her attention to the task list before her. Task Edition, Room Expansion Task 1, Initial 2 Single Rooms, Goal, Fully Occupied. Task Status, Completed. Task Reward, Unlock Double Room Type, 2 double rooms, 2 single rooms. Would you like to upgrade the rooms? At that moment, with no guests in sight, Ling decisively selected yes. Immediately, for new doors appeared along the walls at the end of the corridor. She promptly rose to investigate, discovering that beside room 102, 2 new single rooms, 103 and 104, had materialized. Across from the single rooms, 2 double rooms, 201 and 202, emerged. The conditions of the single rooms were consistent with the previous ones, while the double rooms differed slightly, offering more space than the single rooms, with double the toiletries in the bathroom and varied bed configurations. One of the double rooms featured 2 single beds, while the other boasted a large double bed. Upon reviewing the room information, Ling noted that the bed configuration in the double rooms could be adjusted at her discretion. Guests could select their preferred bed type prior to check-in, and Ling could make adjustments in advance through the system. She experimented with converting the twin beds in one room into a large bed, and indeed, the twin beds seamlessly merged into a spacious double bed. After confirming the room arrangements, Ling returned to the front desk. With no guests present, she began to peruse the panel. As noon approached, the couple returned, their demeanor mirroring the morning's entrance, yet from a distance, Ling could already hear their shouts. Quick, get inside. Once you're in, you'll be safe. No sooner had the words escaped their lips than a group of 6 individuals burst through the door, with a few attempting to close it behind them, their movements reminiscent of the couple earlier that morning. Upon seeing Ling standing behind the counter, her ever-present smile gracing her face, the couple felt an unsettling jolt at the sight of her smile, their hearts racing in alarm. They hurriedly grasped either side of the door, urgently imploring, "Don't close it. The zombies can't get in. Please, don't shut the door." Anyone running a business would surely be displeased by the abrupt closing of their shop's door, especially by such an enigmatic proprietress. The couple, having already experienced the morning's challenges, now dared not provoke the seemingly amiable female boss. "What are you two babbling about? Hurry up and close it." One of them was about to scold the couple when, to his astonishment, his eyes widened in disbelief, rendering him speechless. The horde of zombies that had pursued them just moments ago was now halted 2 meters away. crashing into an invisible barrier before gradually resuming their aimless wandering. What on earth is happening? The leading man, taken aback, suddenly recalled what the couple had said upon reuniting with them. Is this the place you mentioned where zombies can't enter? Indeed, this is it, Li Wenwen exclaimed excitedly, pointing outside. See, we weren't lying. Everything we said was true. The team members stared blankly at the outside, still processing the revelation. When they had joined Zhang Bin and Li Wenwen, they initially thought the couple had been driven mad by the zombies' pursuit. To their astonishment, it turned out to be true. Who could have imagined such a place existed? Moreover, it was not only safe, but also offered delicious boxed meals, comfortable rooms, and even hot water for bathing. Everything reminiscent of hotels from the pre-apocalypse era. If they had been skeptical of the couple's claims before, they were now gradually beginning to believe, as the reality of the place proved its ability to keep the zombies at bay, with lights illuminating every corner. As the team turned to survey the lobby, their doubts began to dissipate. Welcome to Taoyuan Resort. Our establishment provides accommodation and meals, all payable with points, the manager, Gu Lingyu, said with a charming smile. Points? Wenwen, is that what you mentioned earlier about exchanging crystal cores for points? Wenwen, you said there was food and drink here, is that true? The team could no longer contain their curiosity, having listened to the couple's enthusiastic descriptions earlier, but dismissing them as mere fabrications. Now, they wore expressions of eager anticipation. Of course it's true. You can purchase boxed meals from the vending machine over there. Li Wenwen, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly began to explain the offerings to her teammates. When she described the taste of the boxed meals, her exaggerated expressions almost led Gu Lingyu to believe she was raving about a celestial feast. To further validate her claims, Li Wenwen swiped her points card and promptly drank a cup of water. Soon, the group approached the counter to recharge their accounts, each acquiring their own unique mark. Even Zhang Bin set up his account for convenience, as otherwise, he would have to rely on Li Wenwen to swipe his points every time. After marveling at the peach blossom mark on their wrists, they hurried over to the boxed meal vending machine, each swiping for their own meal, including Zhang Bin and Li Wenwen, who both purchased one as well. However, in the end, they only consumed a single portion, having already dined earlier that morning, while the rest of the team indulged in 2 boxes of meals each. Gu Lingyu was not particularly surprised by this, as the energy expenditure of those with abilities surpasses that of ordinary individuals, leading to a greater appetite. In fact, in her previous life, Gu Lingyu's appetite exceeded that of these individuals. Yet, beyond the profits from the boxed meals, Gu Lingyu was taken aback to find that this 6-member team had collectively decided to check in and secure accommodations. After viewing the room of the couple Li Wenwen and her husband, they promptly resolved to stay and rest. Having fled throughout the night without sleep, each member appeared weary, planning to return to the base the following day to complete their mission, thus opting to lodge for the night and explore the vicinity in the afternoon. However, upon inspecting the rooms, Li Wenwen and Zhang Bin were astonished once more, for just before their departure that morning, the corridor on this floor had only featured 2 single rooms. Yet upon their return, 4 additional rooms had seemingly materialized. It felt as though they had appeared out of thin air. This only deepened their sense of the mystery surrounding the Peach Blossom Resort, prompting them to treat the enigmatic proprietress with increased courtesy. Chapter 9. The door is over there. Please proceed. Initially, they had considered squeezing into a single room, as sleeping on the floor was a common practice for them. However, now that comfortable single rooms and beds were available, no one wished to expend the same amount of points for the privilege of sleeping on the floor. Boss, could we exchange our single room for a double room? Zhang Bin inquired of Gu Lingyu, adopting a courteous and conciliatory tone, wary of causing any offense. I can arrange for you to switch to a double room, but the points already deducted cannot be refunded, Gu Lingyu explained. Very well, then please assist us in securing a double room. Although regretting the loss of 10 points, Zhang Bin did not feel particularly distressed when considering the local prices and the exchange rate for crystal cores. Once confirmed, Gu Lingyu promptly facilitated the check-in for the 6-member team, updating their personal account information with their respective room numbers. Within the team, comprised of 2 couples and a pair of brothers, they ultimately selected 2 double rooms and 2 single rooms. Observing the team members retire to their rooms, Gu Lingyu wore a satisfied smile. She had not anticipated that the newly added 4 rooms would soon be filled, leaving only 1 single room available. Yet, to Gu Lingyu's astonishment, just as this 6-member team settled in, new guests arrived. 2 tall and robust male ability users entered, their demeanor initially suggesting they were not to be trifled with, but upon stepping inside, they were equally taken aback by the unfolding scenes. Witnessing the barrier repelling zombies outside, the bright and clean lobby, coupled with the machine purportedly selling food nearby, stirred a flicker of intrigue in the 2 men. However, upon learning that only 1 single room remained, one of them exclaimed, "In such a large building, there is only 1 single room left? It appears that not many are staying here. You can't possibly be looking down on us and denying us a room." Qian Yuan's brow furrowed, revealing a readiness to erupt in anger. As they entered moments ago, they observed that this building boasts over 30 stories. Given the desolate appearance of the lobby, how could it possibly be fully occupied? They are undoubtedly withholding rooms, reluctant to make them all available. Esteemed guests, I am here to conduct business. If there were indeed more rooms, how could I possibly deny you accommodation? However, upon noticing the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the 2 individuals, Gu Lingyu's smile waned considerably. Presently, the resort has only opened the 1st floor, leaving but a single room available. There are no more to spare. While she is indeed in the business of hospitality, she will not allow anyone to trample upon her authority. If they were to behave like the previous guests, she would gladly greet them with a smile. Yet, should they overstep their bounds, they cannot expect her to be gracious. As for the notion that the customer is king, that sentiment holds no weight with her. To expect her to bow and scrape is utterly impossible. It was never feasible in her past life, and it is even less so in this one. You must be hoping to retain the room to attract additional guests and thereby profit more. Qian Yuan's expression darkened with indignation. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail female proprietor would exhibit such fortitude, making him feel insulted. Furthermore, as soon as they entered, they had scanned the area and found no signs of supernatural abilities emanating from her, suggesting she was likely an ordinary person, which bolstered their confidence to speak loudly. No one is forcing you to stay. The door is right there. Feel free to leave. Gu Lingyu, no longer inclined to entertain their provocations, let her smile vanish entirely, her demeanor becoming indifferent as she pointed towards the grand entrance behind them. Qian Yuan's eyes widened in fury, ready to erupt. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a voice abruptly interjected, cutting off his impending outburst. Boss, extend my stay for another day. Tang Wenhua appeared beside the counter, not even glancing at the two men, and directly addressed Gu Lingyu behind the counter. Gu Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Tang Wenhua would speak up at this moment. She had noticed him as he exited his room earlier. Initially, she thought he would wait until her matters were resolved before intervening. Yet he chose this precise moment to chime in. This action implied a shared understanding among them. Either he was unafraid of the two men or he intended to come to Gu Lingyu's aid, regardless of his motivation. It was clear that such a move would not sit well with the two individuals. In a post-apocalyptic world where self-preservation reigns supreme, it is common to witness bystanders forsaking those in peril, especially in situations that could lead to trouble. Most would opt for the path of least resistance in such circumstances. Hence Gu Lingyu's surprise. Recalling that Tang Wenhua had escaped the pursuit of the zombie horde due to her timely intervention the previous day, Gu Lingyu began to grasp the intent behind his current involvement. It must be said, in these dire times, individuals who remember and express gratitude are indeed rare. When Gu Lingyu looked at Tang Wenhua, her smile returned. Very well. However, just as she began to speak, and before she could even accept the crystal core he offered, Qian Yuan interrupted her. Good? What is so good about it? No extensions are permitted. Qian Yuan glared, then turned directly towards Tang Wenhua, his tone laced with menace. Hey, young man, if you know what's good for you, return the room. That space belongs to me, Qian Yuan declared, cracking his knuckles with a series of sharp sounds. His companion beside him narrowing his eyes, a dangerous glint crossing his face. They had sensed that this unexpectedly appeared man, although possessing similar strength to them, was alone. In a confrontation, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Thus, seizing the room outright seemed a prudent course of action, especially since the occupant's lease had expired, hadn't it? In this apocalyptic world, strength is the ultimate truth. Faced with the threat, Tang Wenhua remained unfazed. Turning to Qian Yuan and his companion, his smile vanished, replaced by the icy demeanor he wore when confronting zombies. Yet, before he could retort, Gu Lingyu interjected. On my territory, you have no authority to command me. How matters are handled is for me to decide. Her voice, laced with a hint of frost, carried an air of finality. She then ignored Qian Yuan and his partner entirely, redirecting her attention to Tang Wenhua with a renewed smile. Please recharge, and I will assist you in renewing your stay. Gu Lingyu's abrupt change in demeanor left the trio momentarily stunned, but as they regained their composure, Qian Yuan and his companion seethed with anger. What infuriated them further was not just Gu Lingyu's dismissal, but also Tang Wenhua's evident disregard for them as he engaged in discussions about extending his stay. Chapter 10. Looking for trouble? Electric Shock Service let us extend the stay for a month, Tang Wenhua stated, retracting the low-grade crystal core in his hand and replacing it with 2 mid-grade crystals to present to Gu Lingyu. Initially, he had intended to extend his stay for just 1 day, as his injuries had begun to mend, and he needed to leave the next day to search for his teammates. Otherwise, they would surely be anxious, and he had family at the Rongyang base to consider. However, Gu Lingyu's response had significantly enhanced his impression of her. His decision to speak had indeed stemmed from gratitude for her assistance the previous day. Moreover, her reaction made him feel that his efforts had been worthwhile. After all, no one desires to step forward only to see their opponent retreat in fear. Another reason for his change of plans to extend his stay for an entire month was his appreciation for the idyllic resort and the realization of the increasing demand for accommodations. Such a wonderful place would inevitably be discovered by others, potentially leading to a situation where he would return only to find no rooms available. The thought of regretting not securing a room was unbearable. In Tang Wenhua's eyes, exchanging 2 mid-grade crystal cores for a month at the Peach Blossom Resort was exceedingly worthwhile. Furthermore, after spending a day there, he even began to entertain thoughts of making it his permanent residence. Who wouldn't he wish to linger in such a splendid location? Yet, he refrained from making any hasty decisions, opting instead to discuss it thoroughly with his teammates and family upon returning to the Rongyang base. Even if he ultimately chose not to stay permanently, the resort could serve as a temporary stronghold for their team. The monthly requirement for a single room amounts to 900 points, while 2 primary crystal nuclei of the second tier can be exchanged for a total of 1,000 points. The relevant recharge and consumption records have been updated, and guests may review them in their personal accounts. Gu Lingyu, wearing a smile, accepted the 2 crystal nuclei without any visible effort, and they vanished from her hands. Shortly thereafter, Tang Wenhua heard a prompt in his ear and discovered the record on the screen. Although he had experienced this several times before, he still found it remarkable and felt an air of mystery surrounding the Peach Blossom Resort and its enigmatic proprietress. In a matter of moments, the two had completed the room renewal procedure, much to the chagrin of Qian Yuan, who stood nearby, his nostrils flaring with indignation. Just moments ago, they had renewed for a day, and now they were extending for an entire month? It was as if they were deliberately flaunting their disregard for him. These two seemed to hold him in utter contempt. The man, also a third-tier ability user, was one matter, but what of the seemingly frail female owner? Merely an ordinary woman without abilities. How outrageously arrogant. Qian Yuan was incensed, slamming his palm heavily on the table and bellowing, "Are you deliberately targeting me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? You should inquire at the Mingwang base. You can't provoke me." This time, Gu Lingyu could hardly be bothered to respond. She merely turned cold and pointed toward the door behind them. The door is right there. If you're unhappy, leave. No one is forcing you to stay. Qian Yuan was taken aback by the unexpected fortitude of this petite woman under his pressure. Reflecting on the unusual nature of this place, he wondered if there was a powerful backing behind it. Yet, he could not swallow his pride. And so he decided to test the waters by sweeping the point exchange device off the table with a dismissive gesture. I'm not leaving today. The device clattered to the ground with a loud thud, while Qian Yuan crossed his arms defiantly, casting a sideways glance at Gu Lingyu, who was notably shorter than him. Both he and his companion, Feng Chong, awaited Gu Lingyu's reaction, anticipating either a furious outburst or a fearful retreat. They expected nothing less than these two responses. To their astonishment, Gu Lingyu remained still, her gaze briefly sweeping over the fallen point exchange device. When she raised her eyes again, a chilling smile, reminiscent of a demon, graced her lips. Seeing that eerie expression, an unsettling premonition surged within Qian Yuan and his companion. In the next moment, Gu Lingyu slowly raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The sound echoed through the air, and in an instant, Qian Yuan's terrified screams filled the room. Feng Chong, startled, turned to see Qian Yuan enveloped in crackling blue arcs of electricity. At that moment, Qian Yuan convulsed violently, unable to utter a coherent word amidst his intermittent cries. His expression contorted in agony. What have you done? Feng Chong's face blanched with panic as he stood frozen, too fearful to approach the crackling arcs. At this moment, as he gazed at Gu Lingyu, his expression could hardly conceal his astonishment. From the beginning to the end, he had felt no fluctuations of supernatural energy. How had this female proprietor accomplished such a feat? What had she done? Did you not witness it? Gu Lingyu smiled faintly, admiring her own fingers, her demeanor exuding a casual indifference. Is it not quite normal to pay a price for provoking me on my territory? I had already granted you 2 opportunities. While she aimed to manage the resort with care and would not resort to violence against customers, should someone foolishly attempt to step over her, they would have only themselves to blame. Within the entire realm of the resort, she was the unequivocal sovereign, and administering electric shocks as a form of punishment to those who dared to cause trouble was hardly a challenge for her. If, after such a reprimand, one remained obstinate and continued to act recklessly in her presence, she had plenty of exhilarating alternatives to entertain such troublemakers. Upon hearing Gu Lingyu's words and observing her unwavering composure, Feng Chong finally recognized that this seemingly petite female proprietor was not someone he could afford to provoke. Meanwhile, Qian Yuan was still convulsing, and despite Feng Chong's reluctance, he dared not challenge Gu Lingyu any further, instead opting for a placating smile as he pleaded for mercy. Boss, please show us some leniency. It is we who have failed to recognize your greatness. You are magnanimous. Spare us this once. We will occupy this room and not trouble you any further. Would it not have been better to say so from the start? I also wish to foster harmonious relations. Gu Lingyu smiled, yet this time, her expression held no trace of the earlier condescension in Feng Chong's eyes. Gu Lingyu accepted the Tier 1 crystal core that Feng Chong had handed to her, effortlessly processing the recharge and activating the personal account, her movements devoid of hesitation. However, she did not even cast a glance at the still twitching Qian Yuan, as if he were non-existent. Noting this, Feng Chong could not help but awkwardly interject. He has already faced his punishment. Boss, might you consider lifting this? Yet Gu Lingyu merely regarded him with a smile. One must endure pain to learn a lesson. It was merely a small electric shock, and I did this for his own good. Would you not agree? Indeed. The boss speaks wisely. Feng Chong swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he watched Qian Yuan endure another electric shock. After a moment, Gu Lingyu finally waved her hand, ceasing the shocks. The moment the blue arcs vanished, Qian Yuan nearly collapsed to his knees, only to be caught by Feng Chong. However, following such a unique experience, Qian Yuan was now thoroughly deterred from causing any further disturbances, avoiding any gaze towards Gu Lingyu, standing with his head bowed, silently trying to alleviate the lingering discomfort. The sensation of that electric shock was one he never wished to encounter again, despite appearing unscathed, with not a hair singed. The torment of both body and spirit was what truly terrified him, and therein lay the most frightening aspect. What immense power and control must one possess to inflict such torment without causing physical harm? Gu Lingyu remained oblivious to Qian Yuan's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have informed him that every product of the system is a masterpiece. As Qian Yuan finally settled down, Gu Lingyu revealed a satisfied smile. The electric shock device proved to be remarkably effective. Not only were Qian Yuan and Feng Chong taken aback, but even Tang Wenhua, who was merely observing, felt a chill run down his spine, cultivating a newfound respect for Gu Lingyu. He silently congratulated himself for refraining from provoking her from the outset. Otherwise, he might also have had the misfortune of experiencing the shock firsthand. Noticing Gu Lingyu briefly explaining the vending machine's usage to the two men, Tang Wenhua discreetly gave her a thumbs up, receiving a smile in return before he approached the machine. He assumed the excitement had come to an end, only to discover an unexpected sequel that involved him directly. At the counter, Gu Lingyu was collecting the crystal core from Qian Yuan, while Feng Chong, standing nearby, caught sight of Tang Wenhua making his way toward the vending machine. Remembering how this fellow had openly opposed them moments ago, a surge of anger welled up in Feng Chong. The female proprietor was not to be trifled with, but surely this guy was fair game? After all, they were all third-tier ability users. Who was afraid of whom? Moreover, there were two of them. With this thought, Feng Chong felt as though he had found an outlet for his frustration. He swiftly approached Tang Wenhua from behind and, without a word, shoved him aside, asserting his dominance at the vending machine. Step aside. I'm here. You don't get to go first. Tang Wenhua was caught off guard by Feng Chong's push, nearly stumbling to the side. Had it not been for his strength, he would have surely fallen. Turning to face Feng Chong, he saw a smug grin on his face. An irritation flared within him. However, before he could retaliate, Gu Lingyu's voice floated over from behind the counter, her tone calm yet firm. Fighting and causing disturbances within this resort is strictly prohibited. Violators will experience an electric shock. The moment her words fell, Feng Chang's expression froze, fear flashing in his eyes. Before he could utter a single word, a snap echoed through the air. In an instant, any capacity for rational thought vanished, leaving no room for regret. The sensation of electric shock coursed through him, vibrant blue arcs dancing around his body, mirroring Qian Yuan's previous experience. Oh, it seems some pain is necessary to learn a lesson. Gu Lingyu sighed, shaking her head with an expression of regret, as if genuinely disappointed. Turning her attention to Qian Yuan, she suddenly smiled and tilted her head, asking, "Dear guest, would you like to accompany your companion for another experience?" No, thank you. Boss, absolutely not. I have a good memory. I'll remember after just one. Qian Yuan trembled in fear, waving his hands frantically. What a pity. I thought you enjoyed that sensation. Otherwise, why would you continue to provoke the rules of this resort? Gu Lingyu shook her head, her face a portrait of disappointment. I didn't know the rules before and caused trouble for the boss. I'll remember this time. I promise. Qian Yuan quickly assured, glancing nervously at his twitching companion. His face filled with dread. He had only just endured the experience. Now witnessing Feng Chang's experience, he felt an unsettling sense of disquiet within himself. Almost compelled to convulse alongside him. It mattered not if he did not remember. After all, I had an abundance of delightful activities yet to explore. Observing the devilish smile upon Gu Lingyu's face, Qian Yuan could not help but shiver, repeatedly bowing in assurance. Fearful that any delay in his response might lead him to partake in those intriguing diversions, Gu Lingyu cast a penetrating glance at Qian Yuan, noting the absence of any further defiance in his eyes, which prompted her to nod in satisfaction. When she turned her gaze towards Tang Wenhua, her countenance had reverted to its customary warmth and kindness. Dear guests, please rest assured that while within this resort, we shall endeavor to safeguard your safety to the utmost. In truth, her words were not solely directed at the 3 individuals in the lobby, but also at the few guests lurking at the corridor's entrance, secretly observing. Seizing this opportunity, it served as a means to inform all patrons of the resort's regulations and to assure them of their safety, thus functioning as a form of promotion. Clearly, this tactic proved effective. Merely by observing Tang Wenhua's expression, Gu Lingyu discerned its impact. His features reflected reassurance, delight, and a hint of reverence. This was precisely the effect Gu Lingyu sought to achieve. The establishment's regulations applied to all. Once one entered her resort's domain, compliance with her rules was obligatory. Following this episode, the 3 individuals in the lobby exhibited noticeable changes in demeanor. Tang Wenhua, having procured a boxed meal, retreated to his room. As for Qian Yuan and Feng Chang, both endured an equal duration of electric shock, a testament to Gu Lingyu's fairness. Subsequently, the 2 purchased boxed meals and intended to return to their room to dine. As they passed the counter, they deliberately veered away, cautious not to approach too closely, and dared not make eye contact with Gu Lingyu. However, any lingering resentment they harbored dissipated upon tasting the delectable boxed meal. What a culinary delight! Generous portions of braised pork. How long had it been since they had indulged in such hearty fare? This was the essence of life. Furthermore, the accommodations were splendid. Comfortable beds, running water at the turn of a tap, a secure living environment, and most importantly, free from the exploitation of base administrators. Even after being chastised by the female proprietor, they had not been deprived of anything that other guests enjoyed. In such a just and equitable establishment, the conditions were worlds apart from those at the base. Where else could one find such a place? At this moment, Qian Yuan and Feng Chang exchanged glances, an uncontainable thought burgeoning in their minds. Chapter 12. As long as one does not cause trouble, life can be enjoyed. Chang, what are your thoughts? Qian Yuan inquired of his companion beside him. Before them lay 3 empty meal boxes. How long had it been since they had savored such exquisite food? Unable to resist, they had both ventured out to procure additional portions. The lingering, savory taste still tantalized their palates, leaving them yearning for more. Are we on the same wavelength? Feng Chang glanced back at his companion, their 3-year partnership having fostered an intimate understanding of each other's thoughts, allowing them to communicate without words. What do you think of this place compared to our Mingguang base? Qian Yuan surveyed the modest single room, his gaze drifting back to the meal before him, then to the conveniently accessible restroom. Could Mingguang base possibly measure up to this? Without hesitation, Feng Chang provided his answer. At the base, we merely scrape by, indulging slightly more than the average person with a bit of extra food and water. When was the last time we truly felt full, let alone savor such delicious fare? Reflecting on the living conditions at Mingguang base, Qian Yuan couldn't help but nod vigorously, affirming, it's incomparable. Moreover, the resources we can exchange for the same energy cores here far surpass what we could at the base. Each time we undertake a mission, how much do we really gain? In the end, it all gets siphoned off by those in management. Feng Chang clenched his fists in frustration. Those management folks never even step outside the base. They do nothing yet enjoy fine food, comfortable living, and frequent changes of companionship. Why should they have it so easy? Their expressions darkened with indignation. The disparity in food, accommodation, and even safety between this idyllic resort and their base was stark, despite their equal efforts. Their rewards were not even close, stirring their discontent. Though chastised by the female proprietor earlier, the truth in her words lingered, as long as they didn't cause trouble. They could indeed thrive here. Furthermore, aside from feeling pain, they had suffered no injuries. The recent encounter, had it been reversed, would only serve to demonstrate their security. While they were 3rd-tier ability users, not particularly formidable, many others in higher ranks existed above them, leaving them vulnerable to oppression, at least at Mingguang base. There were fewer who could lord over them, and they had endured their share of indignities. I've heard that the situations at Rongyang and Xiongfeng bases are quite similar. Rongyang base, being of a higher tier, has slightly better management, Yet life there isn't significantly better than ours. As for Xiongfeng Base, it's even more absurd. I've heard their management is even worse than ours at Mingguang, Feng Chang remarked, about to spit in disdain before recalling the state of their current room and refraining. Perhaps we should discuss with the captain about relocating here? With our combined strength, living here should pose no problem. The more Qian Yuan contemplated, the more enticed he became, even beginning to calculate expenses. Based on our previous hauls while scavenging, I estimate we could save a considerable sum living here, which would be perfect for enhancing our abilities. He had long since cast aside the earlier unpleasantness, convinced that adaptability was essential for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Feng Chang, equally captivated, finally resolved with a determined clap of his thigh. All right. Coincidentally, we are to spend the night here today, to ascertain whether it is indeed as secure as claimed. After all, the undead are known to rise at night. We shall see if this place can truly withstand such chaos. If it is as safe as the proprietress asserts, we shall consult our captain upon our return tomorrow. Should they refuse to come, we shall relocate ourselves. Unbeknownst to the enigmatic proprietress behind the counter, the two individuals she had just reprimanded were already contemplating a long-term stay. At this moment, she was seated behind the counter, meticulously calculating the day's earnings. Though it was still early afternoon, all 4 single rooms and 2 double rooms on the first floor were fully occupied. Should another guest arrive seeking accommodation, there would be no rooms available. Thus she was eager to increase the number of rooms. Upon glancing at the room expansion task, she discovered that the second phase was nearing completion. Room expansion task 2, for single rooms, 2 double rooms. Objective, fully booked, 3 rooms renewed for 1 month. Reward, 6 single rooms, for double rooms, unlock 2 family room types. Surveying the progress bar, she noted that the first objective of full occupancy had been achieved, while the second required 3 rooms to be renewed for a month. Currently, only Tang Wenhua had renewed for a month, yielding a completion rate of 13. Although merely 2 room renewals stood between her and task completion, the requirement for a month's renewal was quite significant, leaving her uncertain as to when it would be fulfilled. It appeared she would need to attract more guests willing to renew their stays. Otherwise, the task would remain incomplete, and the room count would not increase. Her gaze then shifted to the task of upgrading the resort. The process of upgrading was not overly complicated, provided there were sufficient points. However, the required amount was still quite far off. Spending 2,000 points would elevate the resort by 2 levels. Yet her current point tally was just over 1,400, leaving her short by more than 500. 500 points may not seem excessive, but given the current circumstances of the resort, even with full occupancy, it would likely take a day or 2 to accumulate. Unless, of course, another guest akin to Tang Wenhua were to renew for a month, which would facilitate an immediate upgrade. As she contemplated the enticing facilities that would become available with a level 2 resort, a door along the corridor swung open, revealing a tall, robust man who approached the counter directly. The proprietress withdrew her gaze from the panel and focused on the man before her. She recognized him as Li Xiangfei, the captain of Li Wenwen's team, a fellow member of the Mingguang base, currently at the pinnacle of the second tier, on the verge of a breakthrough. The system at her disposal contained a roster of essential information about all members, allowing her to grasp the basics. Greetings, I am Li Xiangfei from the Mingguang base. May I inquire as to how I should address the proprietor? Li Xiangfei inquired, a warm smile gracing his square-jawed face. Raising an eyebrow, the proprietress understood that he was likely seeking information. My surname is Gu. You may call me Boss Gu. Chapter 13, creating a sense of urgency. Very well, Boss Gu. Li Xiangfei hesitated for a moment before daring to inquire. How is it that Boss Gu has established a resort here? Observing Li's cautious demeanor, Gu Lingyu smiled faintly and candidly replied, the environment here is splendid, the feng shui is excellent, the location is suitable, and the transportation is convenient. Which is why this resort was built. Is a place with zombies roaming about truly considered an excellent environment? He pondered. The location, indeed, was quite fitting, right at the convergence of zombie hordes, where one could easily stumble into danger. As for the convenience of transport, if the number 11 bus qualifies, then so be it. And who can truly ascertain the feng shui? Li Xiangfei was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the implication of Gu's words, and chose not to press further, primarily out of fear, especially after witnessing the earlier shocking display of electric convulsions. The smile on Gu Lingyu's face now seemed far less inviting, as it had been that same smile that had prompted the previous 2 guests to perform their own convulsive dance. After a moment's reflection, he mustered his courage to ask directly, may I inquire if the number of rooms in your establishment will increase? How long do you plan to operate here? Will there be any intentions of relocating in the future? Gu Lingyu's mind sparked with realization, immediately sensing Li's desire for a prolonged stay. A long-term stay would indeed be beneficial, as it would yield a substantial influx of points. Her smile deepened, almost causing Li to question whether he had misspoken. Fortunately, Gu's subsequent words quelled his urge to flee. Rest assured, this resort will not relocate. We shall continue our operations here for the long term. As for the number of rooms, we will indeed be expanding, though this will take time. Early reservations guarantee availability. Those who delay must queue for vacancies. For instance, at present, all rooms have been occupied, and any new guests will have to wait in line. With a slight narrowing of her eyes, Gu Lingyu added deliberately, guests who are not staying at this resort are not permitted to linger after closing hours and must vacate the premises. Her words immediately instilled a sense of urgency in Li Xiangfei. If lingering was prohibited, he would have to seek shelter outside, where the zombies were particularly restless at night. They were accustomed to scavenging for supplies and were well aware of the dangers lurking outside after dark. Night shifts were exhausting. Nothing could compare to the safety of staying within the resort. Recalling how the previous 2 guests had caused a commotion over the lack of available rooms and were subsequently dealt with by Gu Lingyu, Li's sense of urgency intensified. After a moment of internal struggle, he could not resist asking, did the guest in room 101 extend their stay for another month? Yes, Gu Lingyu nodded with a smile. Then I shall consult with my teammates, he replied, and upon receiving her nod of agreement, he turned and walked down the corridor to knock on the doors, gathering his teammates in room 201 to discuss the matter. In room 201, after explaining the situation, opinions among the 6-member team were divided. Some were in favor, while others remained hesitant. After all, relocating was no trivial matter. Once they left the Mingguang base, the likelihood of returning was slim. Given the character of those administrators, petty and vengeful, once we depart, returning may prove to be quite challenging. Then let us not return. There are several bases in Haishur, and it is not imperative that we remain at the Mingguang base. However, the Mingguang base is arguably one of the better facilities we have in Haishur. Just take a look at the Xiongfeng base. Who could possibly endure such a place? Is there not also the Rongyang base? Surely that is superior to Mingguang. If we find ourselves unable to stay here, we can always relocate to the Rongyang base. Given the strength of our team, though not formidable, we certainly would not be turned away. Indeed, I have already calculated that residing at this Taiyuan resort, after deducting daily expenses, would yield us a greater surplus of crystal nuclei compared to the Mingguang base, which we could wholly dedicate to our training. Li Xiangfei has evidently contemplated this matter, hence why he convened the team to discuss it. Previously, most of our crystal nuclei had to be surrendered, leaving us with little to spare for our own cultivation. However, if we stay here and subsequently accumulate a surplus of crystal nuclei, we can utilize them to elevate our abilities, and with enhanced levels, no base would dare reject us. Precisely. Moreover, as our strength increases, we would be able to procure even more crystal nuclei. Li Xiangyun chimed in, adding, furthermore, the exceptional conditions here would incentivize us to gather more crystal nuclei, would it not? The two brothers had previously conferred and unanimously agreed that this Taiyuan resort is indeed a place worth settling in for an extended period. Li Xiangyun continued, articulating the merits of the resort. You all have experienced the conditions here. Not only is there hot water for bathing, but the food is exquisite, and with points. Anything can be exchanged at transparent prices. How does that compare to the Mingguang base? At this mention, the remaining members were visibly swayed. Li Wenwen could not help but interject. Indeed, how does the Mingguang base measure up to this? High taxes, insufficient sustenance, and the added burden of discontent. Our outings help somewhat, but what of our families who remain? Contemplating their families left behind at the base, struggling to find enough to eat, the team fell into silence. Though their faces betrayed a flicker of desire, yet, would our families even wish to join us? After all, when faced with the unknown, they would likely prefer the safety of the Mingguang base. A team member spoke up resignedly. Indeed, having endured the chaos and perils of the apocalypse, ordinary individuals without abilities would naturally cling to the relative safety of the established base, making it far more difficult for them to take a step into the unknown. Li Xiangfei understood his team's concerns and proposed a compromise. How about this? I will rent a single room for a month to secure our accommodation, preventing any future issues should we wish to return. You all heard that rooms can accommodate multiple individuals, provided each contributes 30 points, if need be. We can squeeze in together. I shall cover this cost along with Shan Yun. Upon hearing this, the team members paused, their understanding of the captain's intentions dawning upon them. It seemed likely that the two brothers were indeed planning to make this Taiyuan resort their long-term residence. But if both the captain and vice-captain were to stay here, what would become of them? For a moment, the remaining 4 team members found themselves in a quandary. While the prospect was undeniably enticing, they were equally burdened by concerns and the wishes of their families. Nevertheless, they unanimously agreed to secure the room, for they could not thwart the intentions of the Li brothers. Chapter 14. The restaurant opens. Having made their decision, the Li brothers approached the counter and promptly exchanged 2 second-tier crystal cores to secure room 102 for long-term rental. Although 2 second-tier crystal cores were not insignificant for them, as fellow second-tier abilities wielders, they remained confident that once they settled down, free from the exploitation of the base management, their crystal cores would undoubtedly multiply. However, the happiest among them was Gu Lingyu, as a substantial influx of points had just been added to her account, making her current points sufficient to upgrade the resort. Not wishing to draw attention, Gu Lingyu restrained herself until evening, waiting until the doors were closed and the guests had retired for the night before she accessed the panel to initiate the resort's upgrade. As soon as the upgrade option was confirmed, the entire first floor underwent an immediate transformation. The once slightly outdated lobby was revitalized, with pristine white walls resembling fresh paint and deep gray floor tiles gleaming. Even the spatial dimensions appeared significantly enhanced. The counter was completely refurbished, shedding its previous simplicity for a more minimalist and refreshing aesthetic. Gu Lingyu was particularly pleased with the upgraded seating behind the counter, which offered greatly improved comfort. Not only was the lobby area transformed, but the corridors were also upgraded, becoming much more spacious and illuminated, matching the lobby style. Most exhilarating for Gu Lingyu was the official opening of the previously enclosed area on the right side of the lobby, the restaurant she had long anticipated. Upon the upgrade to level 2, the newly opened section was the restaurant, which provided a far greater variety of food options compared to the vending machines. Although the dishes on the restaurant menu required points to unlock, Gu Lingyu viewed this as merely a matter of time before she could savor them all. The restaurant's wall facing the lobby was entirely composed of floor-to-ceiling glass, allowing passers-by to easily glimpse the interior. The entrance to the restaurant was situated on the lobby side, directly opposite the guest room corridor, ensuring that guests would see it upon exiting. At that moment, the restaurant doors were closed, displaying operating hours from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. While the current time was past operating hours, this restriction held no sway over Gu Lingyu. Eagerly, she pushed the door open and surveyed her surroundings with satisfaction. The street-facing wall was also transformed into floor-to-ceiling glass, providing a clear view of the restaurant's interior from outside. The clean tables and chairs, alongside a pristine food display cabinet, adorned the remaining walls, though the display was currently empty. Embedded within the glass cabinet were tablets for customers to place their orders, even allowing for customization of spice levels and flavors. Behind the cabinet were mechanical arms designed to assist customers in retrieving their meals. Gu Lingyu activated the control panel and began to spend her points to unlock menu items. The restaurant was now capable of offering 8 types of breakfast, as well as 8 meat dishes and 4 vegetarian options for lunch and dinner. Breakfast undoubtedly consisted of soy milk and plain porridge, accompanied by boiled eggs and deep-fried dough sticks, with the addition of some steamed buns, meat buns, and xiaomai, bringing the total to 8 varieties. Although Gu Lingyu spotted numerous delectable dishes she wished to sample, she was constrained by the limited menu and could only select these for the time being. As for lunch and dinner, she initially illuminated the options for white rice and noodles, subsequently adding a selection of common stir-fried dishes, quickly filling her quota of choices. Glancing at the lengthy list of unselected dishes, her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Points to be earned. The method of increasing the variety of dishes in the restaurant was akin to that of a self-service vending machine. A certain sales threshold must be met to expand the menu, thereby allowing for the consumption of points to unlock even more dishes. The greater the number of guests at the resort, the quicker the depletion of dishes would occur, and Gu Lingyu instantly understood the necessity of attracting patrons. After illuminating a range of dishes, her remaining points dwindled from over 600 to just over 400 following the upgrade of the resort. Upon exiting the restaurant, Gu Lingyu pondered for a moment and requested a notice board from the system to be placed at the entrance, outlining the restaurant's rules. Inside the restaurant, breakfast was served buffet style, costing 15 points per person, with operating hours from 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. Gu Lingyu was well aware of the active hours of the ability users, in order to venture out early to gather supplies and complete tasks before nightfall. They tended to rise early, especially given the lack of entertainment options in the apocalypse, where everyone rested early in the evening. Lunch and dinner, on the other hand, operated on an a la carte basis, price per portion. One could order as much as desired, with dining hours from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Only personal accounts could be used for transactions within the restaurant. Those without an account were not permitted entry. Additionally, food was strictly prohibited from being taken outside. Violators would receive a warning broadcast after the first offense, with subsequent offenses resulting in electric shocks. Should a patron persist in their defiance after 3 shocks, they would be forcibly expelled from the restaurant and barred from reentry. In cases of particularly egregious behavior, individuals could be expelled from the resort entirely, or even face annihilation. Once the restaurant announcement was established, Gu Lingyu turned her attention to the system panel, where other rewards from her upgrade awaited her. Upon reaching level 2 of the resort, she received a personal boon. Even when outside the safety perimeter of the resort, she would remain unharmed. Neither zombies, mutant beasts, nor even humans could inflict injury upon her. A protective shield would envelop her. Moreover, she acquired a trait akin to that of the resort itself. Zombies and mutant beasts would not assault her and would even make way as she passed. This reward delighted Gu Lingyu immensely, for she had no desire to remain confined within the resort forever. There would surely come a time when she wished to explore the world outside. Although she lacked offensive capabilities, the assurance of her safety was already beyond reproach. Having confirmed the restaurant's conditions, Gu Lingyu returned to her room, and upon entering, she was pleasantly surprised, nearly forgetting that her room would also be optimized with the resort's level advancement. The master bedroom has been expanded, creating distinct areas for relaxation and the sleeping quarters. The addition of furniture such as sofas and coffee tables has significantly enhanced the decor, transforming the once monotonous space into a more vibrant environment. The bathroom has also undergone a substantial upgrade, alleviating the previously cramped atmosphere. Satisfied with the changes to her room, Gu Lingyu felt a sense of anticipation as she tidied up before retiring to bed. After a long night of dealing with restaurant matters, she awoke later than usual, realizing it was nearly 8 o'clock. Upon stepping outside, she discovered that all 9 guests currently residing at the establishment had gathered outside the restaurant. They formed 3 groups at the entrance, engaged in conversation, yet hesitant to enter. Puzzled, Gu Lingyu recalled having set the restaurant's opening hours. It was programmed to automatically open at 5 o'clock, and with the mechanical arms in operation, her presence was unnecessary. Why, then, did they not venture inside? Why aren't you going in? She asked, stepping closer to the crowd, glancing inside to find no apparent issues. The owner hasn't arrived. So we are unsure of the restaurant status and don't dare to enter, replied Tang Wenhua, voicing the unspoken thoughts of the group. The others nodded in agreement. Even the previously troublesome Qian Yuan and Feng Chong stood meekly among them, waiting outside the restaurant. After all, having just engaged in a raucous display the previous day, they were understandably cautious about causing trouble today, especially with long-term accommodations in mind. Being expelled was not an option they wished to contemplate. Tang Wenhua and the 6-member team shared similar sentiments. Having witnessed the fallout of the 2 troublemakers the day before, no one dared to stir up conflict now, and all behaved with utmost decorum. Gu Lingyu raised an eyebrow, discerning their unease from their expressions. A smile blossomed on her face, indicating that her public reprimand had indeed yielded the desired effect. Upon seeing the trademark smile of the owner, Tang Wenhua and the others felt a jolt of apprehension, instinctively realizing that this seemingly delicate female proprietor was not as harmless as they had previously assumed. This was precisely the effect she sought. Gu Lingyu, understanding without revealing her insights, pointed to the notice nearby and declared, as stated in the announcement, the restaurant is now open. All guests are required to adhere to the rules outlined therein. Food from the restaurant is not permitted to be taken outside, and we kindly ask that you refrain from waste. Take only what you can consume. For those wishing to take food away, please purchase from the vending machines available. Now, those wishing to dine may enter. It is currently breakfast time, and only breakfast items are available, though the selection will expand over time. With that, Gu Lingyu stepped inside the restaurant, heading straight for the food counter. Seeing her enter, Tang Wenhua and the others followed suit. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. Filled with astonishment, they all knew that just yesterday, no such restaurant existed. In fact, there had been nothing but a concrete wall in this very spot, starkly contrasting with the expansive glass facade now before them. Setting aside the question of whether a single night is sufficient to complete such a monumental construction, the mere fact that they heard no sounds emanating from the resort last night was enough to astonish them. It is worth noting that their rooms are in close proximity to this restaurant. Yet, despite the short distance, they heard not a single sound. This restaurant seemed to have materialized out of thin air. A group of individuals gazed at the enigmatic Gu Lingyu ahead of them, exchanging glances filled with undisguised astonishment. This owner, Gu, has become increasingly mysterious. Could this be some form of supernatural ability? Is there truly such an extraordinary power in this world? When confronted with the unknown, fear and caution tend to overwhelm human instincts, and no one dared to underestimate the girl in front of them any longer. Not even a single inquiry escaped their lips. Apprehensive of incurring the displeasure of the owner, lest they face an uncertain fate. Trailing behind Gu Lingyu, Tang Wenhua and the others observed her actions. Once she departed, they cautiously approached, their eyes widening at the sight of the steaming breakfast displayed in the food showcase. These once ordinary meals, which they had not encountered since the apocalypse, now reappeared before their eyes. What's more, for just 15 points, they could indulge freely. Who would hesitate at such a stroke of fortune? No one. In a frenzy, the group rushed forward to swipe their peach blossom tokens, eagerly navigating the interface to place their orders, with nearly everyone selecting each breakfast item available. Reflecting on Gu Lingyu's earlier comment about the limited variety, they nearly shed tears. Was this truly considered scarce? They had grown accustomed to going without breakfast altogether. The items laid out in the showcase were, to them, nothing short of luxurious. After swiping their tokens, a deduction of 15 points occurred. But subsequent retrieval of their meals would incur no further charges. Having collected their meals, they quickly found seats and eagerly devoured their food. Rich, fragrant soy milk, crispy fried dough sticks, and steaming buns filled with delightful flavors elicited expressions of sheer happiness from them. Moreover, they discovered that the food in this resort was extraordinarily delicious. It was undoubtedly crafted by the hands of a top-tier chef, surpassing anything they had tasted before the apocalypse. They ate heartily, and soon, some returned to the showcase for more, seizing this rare opportunity to eat as much as they desired for just 15 points. The more they consumed, the longer they could stave off hunger, allowing them to save a meal for later when they ventured outside. As they relished their breakfast, the desire to remain here grew stronger, their minds racing with thoughts while their hands continued to work swiftly. In contrast, Gu Lingyu savored her meal at a leisurely pace, observing the expressions on their faces and pondering how many would ultimately choose to relocate to her resort for an extended stay. These individuals belonged to various bases. Although the Sea City is located far from the base of her previous life, with one city to the south and another to the north, she is aware that the conditions at the different bases are largely similar. While there are indeed disparities in configuration and environment among bases of varying levels, even a first-tier base could not possibly compare to the Peach Blossom Resort. Of course, this excludes the elite, whose living conditions are assuredly superior. Yet how many individuals belong to that privileged group? The vast majority still live in considerable hardship. For these countless individuals, the Peach Blossom Resort represents an irresistible sanctuary. Once these people return to make their decisions, Gu Lingyu believes that most will choose to come to her, as life is exceedingly difficult for the lower and middle tiers at the major bases. Ultimately, in the restaurant, everyone except Gu Lingyu continued to eat until they were completely satisfied before returning to their rooms to prepare for departure. Before leaving, they all stopped by the vending machines to purchase a variety of items, including boxed meals, bread, and bottled water. Given the short shelf life of the boxed meals, each person only took one, but since the bread could last a few days, they each took several. The bottled water sold particularly well, with nearly everyone carrying 3 or 4 bottles, ceasing only when their bags could hold no more. Boss Gu, I'm off to find my teammates. I'm not sure when I will return, Tang Wenhua said as he filled his backpack and approached the counter. Safe travels. The long-term rental room will be held for you until the expiration date, Gu Lingyu replied, understanding what he was hinting at. If guests are unable to return before their room's expiry and wish to extend their stay, they may do so via their personal accounts, provided they have sufficient crystal core exchange points. Chapter 16. Unlocking the joyous beverage. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenhua's face brightened with a smile. Thank you for the reminder. If guests find our resort to their liking, they can recommend it to those around them, which will help us sustain our operations. Gu Lingyu added, hoping to attract more patrons. Absolutely, I will bring my teammates here in the future. I wonder if Boss Gu will be increasing the number of rooms. Tang Wenhua genuinely intended to bring his team to experience this splendid place, feeling reluctant to leave. However, the number of rooms was indeed limited. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any conflicts the day before. Reflecting on his first day of stay, when there were only 2 single rooms, he turned around to find the number of rooms had doubled, including the addition of double rooms, and the entire establishment had undergone an overnight upgrade, even gaining a restaurant. These transformations only deepened Tang Wenhua's intrigue regarding Boss Gu, further igniting his anticipation for the Peach Blossom Resort. The number of rooms will continue to increase. Gu Lingyu replied with a smile. As long as the task of increasing the number of rooms is consistently completed, the total will continue to rise. However, she could not definitively say when this task would be accomplished, hence she did not provide Tang Wenhua with a specific answer. Tang Wenhui dared not inquire further. Having witnessed the unfortunate fate of the 2 individuals yesterday, he could only hope that this resort would endure and genuinely provide them with safety and nourishment. At that moment, he would have to trouble Boss Gu. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Tang Wenhui departed, followed by the small team of Qian Yuan, Feng Chang, and Li Xiangfei. In the blink of an eye, the 9 guests present in the establishment had all left, plunging the place back into silence. Although 2 single rooms had been rented out for an extended period, it was still far from sufficient. Gu Lingyu had some confidence that the other guests might return, yet there were no guarantees. She needed to devise a strategy to attract more patrons. As she pondered this, Gu Lingyu opened the panel to check her progress, only to discover that she had unexpectedly completed several tasks. Vending machine task, sold 10 bottles of bottled water. Task objective completed. Task reward, unlock the beverage vending machine. Redeemable with points. Vending machine task, sold 10 servings of bread. Task objective completed. Task reward, unlock the breakfast vending machine. Redeemable with points. Having unlocked 2 types of vending machines at once, Gu Lingyu promptly redeemed them, spending 200 points. Although breakfast was available in the restaurant, the food could not be taken away, rendering the vending machines quite necessary. As for the beverage vending machine, even though the prices were significantly higher than those of the water dispenser, Gu Lingyu believed there would always be some supernatural beings willing to purchase them. As for herself, she immediately ordered a bottle of happy fatty water, gazing at the panel which illuminated only 3 types of beverages. She fervently hoped that more affluent guests who consumed drinks like water would visit the resort, thus increasing sales and unlocking a wider variety of beverages. After taking a hearty swig of her happy water, Gu Lingyu continued to peruse the vending machine list, noticing that there was still an activated instant noodle vending machine yet to be redeemed. After glancing at the information, she casually spent another 100 points to redeem that instant noodle machine. The price of the noodles was relatively low, at just 36 points per serving. By spending 1 point at the adjacent water dispenser for hot water, one could have a meal. For guests with limited points, this was an excellent option, at least providing sustenance, while also attracting more visitors to the resort. With the addition of 3 new vending machines, the wall opposite the restaurant was now brimming with them. After managing these affairs, Gu Lingyu shifted her gaze back to the task panel, her eyes landing on the room increased task. At this moment, the second phase of the task was nearly complete, with only 1 long-term guest remaining to stay for a month before the task could be fulfilled. Just this slight margin left her feeling quite distressed. However, when her gaze shifted downward to the next task, her discomfort intensified. Resort quality enhancement task. Host 10 new customers. Current task progress 910. Once again, it was just a hair's breadth away. Only 1 more person was needed for the task to be completed. This task required that the new guests had never previously stayed at the resort for their stay to count towards the progress, meaning that if the previous 9 guests returned, the task would remain unfulfilled. She still needed to attract customers, but at the moment, she was the sole caretaker of the resort, unable to leave. Gu Lingyu pondered for a moment and inquired, "System, can I hire employees?" Yes, employees are categorized into junior and senior staff. Junior employees require 1,000 points for recruitment, possess no independent thought, and will execute tasks assigned by the host, exhibiting rigid behavior with only basic communication skills. With a resigned glance at her meager score of just over 100 points, Gu Lingyu felt unworthy of such a hire. And what about senior employees? Though she could not afford them, she thought it prudent to inquire about their capabilities in advance. Senior employees require 5,000 points for recruitment, possess independent thought, can engage in normal conversations, and have comprehensive abilities. The price difference was staggering, yet it was evident that senior employees were far more intelligent and better suited to manage the shop in her absence. Junior employees, on the other hand, seemed only fit for menial tasks and could not attend to customers. However, such pricing was currently beyond her means, prompting her to devise alternative solutions. Seated in the expansive lobby, Gu Lingyu surveyed her surroundings and suddenly recalled an incident from the previous day. After a brief contemplation, she requested a notice board from the system to hang on the wall, inscribing the shop's regulations, which currently consisted of a single rule. Fighting and disturbances are strictly prohibited throughout the resort. Violators will receive an electric shock warning, with a third offense resulting in immediate expulsion or random teleportation to a horde of zombies. Severe offenders will face immediate eradication. Having consulted the system, she knew she possessed the ability to teleport individuals to a zombie horde within the resort's confines. Just as the notice was hung, a commotion erupted outside, and 3 individuals burst in, barely catching their breath as they rushed to close the door. Yet, no matter how forcefully they pulled the handle, the glass doors remained obstinately shut as if anchored in place, leaving the trio in a state of frantic desperation. Gu Lingyu couldn't help but chuckle. She had noticed that these extraordinary beings consistently entered with the same instinctive gesture, closing the door to fend off zombies. While she understood their actions, she could not permit such behavior, for she needed to conduct business. If every new arrival had to shut the door, it would surely become a nuisance. Thus, she conferred with the system, establishing that only she could operate the glass door, preventing others from opening or closing it at will. Chapter 17. The 3 siblings rest assured. The zombies outside cannot enter. Within a 2-meter radius of this resort, no zombie can breach the premises. It is an absolute safe zone, Gu Lingyu reiterated patiently, while also taking the opportunity to observe the 3 newcomers. They appeared to be a family. The eldest man was barely in his 20s, emanating a 3rd-tier energy wave as an extraordinary being. The second, a girl of approximately 16 or 17 years, was also an extraordinary being, albeit with a faint energy wave, likely a newly awakened 1st tier. Finally, there was a young boy, merely 7 or 8 years old, who, despite displaying signs of fear, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Closely following the man, the adult man always kept the 2 individuals behind him, and upon realizing that the door could not be closed, he instinctively pulled the girl beside him for protection. Although he had been prepared to take action, he was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the horde of zombies that had chased them for several streets, now halted by an invisible barrier, accompanied by the explanation in an ancient language. It wasn't until he observed the zombies returning to their aimless wandering that he slightly relaxed his tense body and curiously glanced back at the situation inside the house. In his haste to escape, he had not paid much attention, only noticing that the door was ajar, and the interior was notably clean and tidy, unlike other places, leading him to believe that perhaps there were people here, prompting him to enter. However, after taking a careful look around and hearing the brief introduction in the ancient tongue, he was even more astonished. Such a place existed in this apocalyptic world. Yet, he had never heard of it before. If it were indeed this remarkable, why had no one in the base ever mentioned it? In the midst of his doubts and hesitations, the man happened to notice a notice on the wall. His gaze shifted, and he pondered something as he glanced at his younger siblings. The ancient language was incredibly perceptive, immediately sensing the change in the man's expression. And casting a glance at the notice she had just posted, she began to form some conjectures in her mind. This resort treats all guests equally and guarantees their safety. Whether from external threats posed by zombies or conflicts among guests, should anyone cause trouble, I will take action. The calm and resolute tone was compelling enough to inspire trust. The man looked at the girl in surprise, clearly taken aback that such words would come from someone devoid of any discernible supernatural power. Why did this girl exude such formidable confidence? Her serene smile was impossible to ignore, radiating an air of mysterious intrigue. Reflecting on the earlier moment when the zombies had been thwarted, alongside the astonishing aspects of this so-called resort, the man increasingly felt that the girl before him should not be underestimated. His gaze shifted to the row of self-service vending machines against the wall, his expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. His younger siblings had not eaten for nearly 2 days, if food could indeed be procured here. The allure of this idyllic resort was simply too intriguing to resist. He decided to give it a try and pointed toward the vending machines. Can food really be bought from those machines? Indeed, the girl replied with a smile. As long as guests exchange for points from our resort, they can use those points for purchases. After hearing her explanation, the man hesitated before producing a first-level spirit core, resolved to give it a shot. After all, they could not leave now, with a number of zombies still wandering outside. And it was certain that his siblings would face dire consequences if they continued to go hungry. With the girl's guidance, he completed the point recharge and, after a moment of astonishment and hesitation, ultimately decided to purchase the cheapest instant noodles as a trial. Upon deducting 3 points, a container of instant noodles unexpectedly tumbled out of the vending machine. The man was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Regaining his composure, he swiftly reached for the noodles and tore off the lid to inspect the contents. To his amazement, everything was present, noodles and seasoning packets, all identical to those from the pre-apocalyptic world. Remarkably, he had acquired a coveted item for merely 3 points. The most astonishing aspect was that a basic first-tier spirit core could be exchanged for 100 points, equivalent to 33 containers of noodles. At this moment, the man was left speechless, while his younger siblings looked on with wide-eyed amazement, their mouths watering at the sight of the noodles. Without further hesitation, he took the container to the nearby water dispenser, spending an additional point to procure hot water for preparation. As they waited for the noodles to cook, the increasingly tantalizing aroma wafted from the container, causing the trio to feel their stomachs grumble in unison. When the time was up, the man eagerly opened the container, disregarding the heat as he quickly blew on the noodles before taking a bite. His siblings observed in silence, understanding that their brother was testing the food for safety. Only after he confirmed its edibility would they dare partake. Indeed, the man took only 1 bite and then patiently waited, the 3 of them exchanging wide-eyed glances until, after 10 minutes, they simultaneously exhibited expressions of delight. Nothing had happened. Truly, there was no ill effect. The man's face brightened with joy, while his siblings could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly eyeing the container of noodles. Yet, the man refrained from sharing it with them at that moment, instead turning his gaze toward the meal vending machine nearby. If the noodles were authentic, surely the boxed meals would be as well. If the images were to be believed, they would provide much-needed nutrition for his growing siblings, as instant noodles were no substitute for a proper meal. He handed the container of noodles to his sister, instructing her to hold it carefully, then made his way to the meal vending machine. His sister obediently held the noodles, having been instructed not to eat yet. Shortly thereafter, the man returned with 2 boxed meals, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement. He promptly distributed the meals to his siblings, reclaiming the container of noodles for himself. After all, this food had been obtained with points. Though the expenditure was minimal, in this post-apocalyptic world, every morsel of food was exceedingly precious and should never be wasted. Even before the apocalypse, wasting food was a grave misdeed. Quickly, eat while it's still warm, he urged, his expression filled with tenderness and affection as he gazed at his frail siblings. How long had it been since they had enjoyed a proper meal? If only he could strive harder for their sake. Brother, this meat is delicious. You should have some too, the girl exclaimed, delight lighting up her face as she took her first bite and eagerly offered him a piece of meat. She understood that her brother had given them all the good things, but how could she allow him to survive solely on instant noodles? Brother, I have plenty of meat. Let me share it with you. Beside her, their younger brother, barely 7 or 8 years old, eagerly raised his hand, adding the meat from his lunchbox into his brother's bowl of noodles. Chapter 18. Taking initiative behind the counter, Ling rested her chin on her hand, observing the warm and harmonious scene of the 3 siblings in a corner of the hall, a faint smile gracing her lips. In this apocalyptic world, such sibling affection was increasingly rare. Just by looking at the ages of the younger siblings, one could discern the immense effort the older brother had expended over the past 3 years to ensure the survival of these 2 children, allowing them to reach this moment. After their meal, the man exchanged some points for several cups of water for his younger siblings before taking his brother's hand and leading his sister to the counter. When he glanced at Ling again, his gaze was tinged with less suspicion and more anticipation. Miss Gu, may I inquire how many points are required for accommodation? A single room is 30 points per day, while a double room costs 50 points, Ling replied, noting the slender boy beside him, who barely reached the height of the counter. She added, for every additional person in any room type, an extra 30 points per day is required. Given that the younger brother was still quite young and the sister was merely 16, it was evident from the man's demeanor that he would not feel comfortable allowing them to stay separately. As expected, after a moment's hesitation, he opted for the double room. Then please prepare a double room for us. We will stay together, and I will cover the extra cost for one more person. With a daily room fee of 80 points, along with meals, if they were frugal, they would need around 200 points each day, equivalent to the value of a mid-level crystal core of the first tier, which was hardly a burden for a third-tier ability user like him. In fact, if he exerted himself a little more, he could provide an even better life for his siblings, especially since he had just noticed the adjacent restaurant. He could hardly believe that such a splendid place still existed in this apocalyptic world, a fact almost dreamlike given their current circumstances. Ling did not immediately accept the crystal core the man offered. Instead, she turned her attention to the younger siblings and spoke. All guests entering the restaurant must possess their own personal accounts. If you are not within the establishment, your younger siblings will also need their own accounts to purchase food. Would you like to set up individual accounts for them to facilitate their movements within the resort? Although the man had only mentioned a one-day stay, Ling chose to take the initiative. Her words carried an implicit suggestion, attempting to encourage the guests to consider a longer stay, as she was indeed in dire need of patrons and could not afford to let any slip away. The man hesitated slightly, recognizing the validity of Ling's reasoning. Yet he pondered how she could be so certain that they would stay long-term. He did not respond immediately, pausing to ask, will your establishment operate long-term? What if there are disturbances within the premises? This resort will continue its operations indefinitely, and should any disturbances arise, I will intervene. Guests can rest assured. With a smile, Ling spoke with unwavering confidence. The man was somewhat taken aback by the assurance reflected on her face, as he had not sensed any fluctuation of supernatural energy emanating from her. However, considering the extraordinary nature of this place, he could not help but feel intrigued. They were in dire need of a refuge. While he could barely survive on his own, his younger siblings were still quite vulnerable to the dangers of the outside world. Lowering his gaze to his siblings beside him, he saw their faces illuminated with anticipation, clearly enamored by their surroundings. Ultimately, he could not resist and nodded in agreement. Given that his siblings had often gone hungry, their frail forms were a testament to their struggles. Since they could have a full meal here, he was more than willing to give it a try. Let us create accounts for them as well, he said, retrieving 2 first-level primary crystal cores from his person to hand to Ling. The bulk of the accommodation fees and other expenses would still rely on the points in his account, so he directly recharged it with a second-level crystal core. As he handed over the 3 crystal cores, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had returned home earlier that day, discovered the impending danger, and swiftly led his siblings to safety. Had he submitted the cores beforehand, it would not only have enriched those vile creatures, but also left him with insufficient resources for the present. With a beaming smile, Ling accepted the crystal cores and promptly completed the account registration. After all, this was a customer she had actively engaged with, proving that initiative was indeed vital. Once the registration was finalized, she inquired, how about arranging a twin bedroom for the guests? After processing the account, the information of the 3 siblings appeared on Ling's panel. Upon confirming their relationship as siblings, she thoughtfully posed her question. Tang Bin, the eldest brother, nodded in agreement. Having twin beds would be ideal. His sister Tang Yu was already 16 and deserved her own bed. Initially, he had intended to sleep on the floor while allowing the younger brother to share a bed with Tang Yu. But now he could share a bed with his brother while Tang Yu enjoyed her own. Ling swiftly adjusted the room type on her panel and then led the siblings to the now vacant room 201. Upon entering the room, the 3 siblings were met with a wave of delight. Tang Bin felt grateful for his decision to stay. Had he left, he would have missed out on such a splendid opportunity. Truly, this place deserved its name of paradise. Watching Tang Yu rush eagerly into the bathroom to bathe, a relieved smile finally graced Tang Bin's face. Thankfully, his siblings were safe, and by sheer chance, they had stumbled upon this incredible haven. The 3 siblings had originally lived in a Xiongfeng base. Though they endured a life of hunger and exploitation, at least their lives were secure within the base, allowing Tang Bin to venture out to gather supplies with some peace of mind. Yet, the perils of the apocalypse had evidently exceeded Tang Bin's expectations. He had never anticipated that this morning, upon returning to the base to submit his mission, he would be intercepted by an elderly couple warning him of the impending danger. The elderly couple, their faces etched with panic, hastily pulled him aside and revealed that a sycophant from the base had just visited their home, intent on abducting his sister, claiming he wished to acknowledge her as his sworn sister. Such nonsense. It was evident to anyone that the man harbored ulterior motives. What he did not anticipate, however, was that the individual would seize the opportunity to snatch her away while he was absent from the base. According to the original plan, he was not scheduled to return until the following day. Yet, having completed his task ahead of schedule, he arrived home prematurely. He could scarcely fathom the horrors his sister might have endured had he indeed waited until the next day to return to the base. Upon receiving the alarming news, he cast aside all else and rushed home, only to arrive just in time to witness that despicable manager and his minions dragging Tang Yu towards the threshold of their home. Chapter 19. Triggering a hidden quest. Tang Yu struggled relentlessly, but alas, her newly awakened abilities were insufficient against multiple opponents endowed with powers of their own. Neighbors nearby attempted to intervene with words of reason, yet their efforts proved futile, either due to lack of strength or sheer fear of confronting the manager openly. When Tang Bin arrived, he was met with a scene that ignited his fury. His siblings were his very lifeblood during the onset of the apocalypse. He had only recently come of age, having lost his parents while they valiantly shielded them. After enduring countless tribulations to protect his brother and sister, how could he stand idly by while they were taken away by that vile manager? In that moment, Tang Bin realized that remaining at the Xiongfeng base was no longer an option. After swiftly incapacitating the henchman, he seized the opportunity, with the neighbors providing cover. to escape the base with his siblings before the situation could be reported to higher authorities. Once they fled Xiongfeng, he had initially contemplated seeking refuge at the Rongyang or Mingguang bases, but fate intervened as they encountered a horde of zombies along the way. Just as his siblings were on the verge of exhaustion, he stumbled upon a series of glass walls, pristine and bright, starkly contrasting the desolation of the world outside. By a stroke of fortune, the three siblings stepped into the idyllic Peach Blossom Resort. Brother, I finished bathing. It feels absolutely wonderful. I can hardly recall the last time I enjoyed such a luxurious wash. This place truly is a paradise. After her bath, Tang Yu's rosy cheeks glowed with a radiant smile. We are incredibly fortunate to have stumbled upon such a haven while fleeing for our lives. Indeed, there is always a glimmer of hope, Tang Bin mused, his spirits lifting as he beheld the joy on his sister's face. Brother, can we stay here permanently? From what that kind proprietor indicated, we can exchange crystal cores for points. Now that I've awakened my abilities, I can venture out with you to earn crystal cores. Tang Yu's face sparkled with dreams and aspirations for the future. Together, we will surely earn enough to live better than we do now. My brother will be well-fed and grow strong. I even spotted a restaurant earlier. There must be plenty of delicious food inside. At least I had a taste of what life was like before the apocalypse, but my brother was still too young to experience it. I want him to try it as well. Beside him, his younger brother, who was preparing to wash up, chimed in excitedly. I want to grow up too. Then I can go out with my older siblings to earn crystal cores and help you all get plump. Tang Bin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He gazed at the renewed spark of hope illuminating his younger siblings' faces, and the gloom in his heart gradually dissipated. As long as his brother and sister could grow up safely, what did it matter if he had to toil endlessly for crystal cores? Hadn't he fought so fiercely before, merely to ensure their survival? Now, in this new place, one brimming with hope and possibilities, what reason did he have to be hesitant? According to the old proprietor's words, in this paradise resort, everyone was equal. As long as one had points, a stable life was assured. Unlike the exploitation they faced in the base, with effort, one could reap the rewards they deserved. Compared to the dreary uncertainty of the past, opportunities now lay before him. How could he lack the courage to even attempt? Embracing his siblings, Tang Bin's gaze once again grew resolute. In the lobby, Ling was bustling about. Having just checked in the Tang siblings, she had successfully completed her new customer task. Resort Quality Improvement Task 1. Welcome 10 new customers. Task objective completed. Task reward. Unlock the lobby lounge area, requiring points for item exchange. At last, she had finished. Ling was in high spirits. The task reward was quite satisfactory. She promptly moved to one side of the lobby and exchanged points for a set of sofas, placing them in the newly established lounge area. With only 747 points at her disposal and needing to save some for hiring staff, she opted for the cheapest wooden tables and chairs, costing her 100 points. Naturally, inexpensive items weren't of the best quality. The somewhat worn tables and chairs, although slightly out of place in the otherwise chic lobby, were at least something. Curiously, Ling glanced at the newly refreshed second phase task, which required welcoming 30 new customers. With the current progress at 12:30, this was advantageous, as it included the previous count, thereby lessening the difficulty of the task. Her gaze fell upon the rewards for completing this task, and upon realizing what they were, her face lit up with joy. The rewards for the second phase task included a television and central heating and cooling systems, also redeemable with points. Regardless of how many points were needed, it was certainly a glimmer of hope. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the climate had become exceedingly harsh. Summer temperatures soared between 40 to 50 degrees, making it nearly impossible to venture outdoors around noon. Conversely, winters were bitterly cold, with many succumbing to the extreme chill each year. Many survivors had fallen in the first year of the apocalypse. Having central air conditioning to regulate the temperature in the resort would make life considerably easier during both summer and winter. Having endured such extreme weather herself, Ling understood the significance of central air conditioning and its allure for customers. Not only was the central air conditioning vital, but a television was also a coveted luxury. She immediately inquired with the system, confirming that the televisions within the resort were fully operational and equipped with an extensive selection of movies, television series, and variety shows, thus alleviating any concerns regarding the mere presence of televisions without functionality. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, external televisions had long become mere decorations. Upon hearing this, Ling felt invigorated. With such televisions, wouldn't her quality of life dramatically improve? After all, how dull would it be to have nothing to occupy oneself with during leisure time? She was now brimming with energy, as if she had received a surge of adrenaline. It was early May, and with June approaching, the heat would soon arrive. She needed to expedite the completion of her new customer tasks for the second phase. Since venturing outside was not an option at the moment, she would devise alternative strategies. She would create promotional flyers for all the customers visiting the shop, encouraging them to assist with the advertising. After all, more opportunities would yield more pathways. However, just as Ling was about to request the system to prepare some materials for her, a notification sound echoed in her ears. The host has triggered and completed a hidden task. Rewards are being distributed. Please check. Ling was momentarily taken aback. She had triggered a hidden task and completed it with rewards. She promptly opened her personal storage to investigate, discovering a sphere quietly suspended within. Was it a ball? Yet, it was evident that this orb was no ordinary object. Chapter 20. The deity becomes my employee. A translucent sphere, with golden mist swirling within, emanated a soft golden glow. System, what is this? What task have I completed? Ling summoned the system for clarification. This system was reliable and succinct, never pressuring her into labor. It was truly a commendable system that she greatly appreciated. Indeed, the commendable system appeared in an instant, dutifully addressing her inquiries. The host has actively managed and developed the resort, completing sufficient construction tasks within 3 days of activating this system, thus triggering a hidden reward. Due to its nature as a hidden task, the host could not be informed beforehand. The commendable system even provided a supplementary explanation, which Gu Lingyu did not find unsatisfactory. After all, hidden tasks were meant to remain undisclosed. Fortunately, she had completed it, and since the reward was from a hidden task, it surely would not be trivial. After the explanation, the system began to disclose the details of the task reward. Task reward, Elite Employee Lu Wu. Elite employees cannot be exchanged for points. They can only be obtained through hidden tasks as advanced rewards. The hidden task reward turned out to be an employee, precisely what she urgently needed. Moreover, an elite employee. She had not anticipated that there would be elite employees above the advanced ones. Gu Lingyu's face radiated delight, but her astonishment escalated when she took note of the name of the elite employee mentioned by the system. Lu Wu. That deity Lu Wu? The deity had become her employee? The mere thought was surreal. That deity Lu Wu? Could a deity truly become my employee? Gu Lingyu blurted out her question. Although merely a deity from mythology, he was still a god, if he were indeed as described in the myths. Wouldn't she be able to navigate the post-apocalyptic world with unparalleled confidence? However, the system's subsequent response shattered her fantasies. Merely a semblance, a name, and not the celestial deity Lu Wu from mythology. It turns out to be just an imitation, mused Gu Lingyu. The host need not concern themselves with the minutiae. At the very least, the elite employee possesses all the requisite capabilities. Gu Lingyu reflected on this and felt a surge of joy. After all, she finally had employees. Her previously envisioned plans could now be set into motion. Just the thought of it uplifted her spirits. What characteristics did these elite employees possess? The elite employee's abilities are comprehensive, endowed with self-awareness and cognitive faculties, possessing independent emotions, yet exhibiting unwavering loyalty and obedience to the host, never to betray. Moreover, the elite employee is capable of accompanying the host on outings, even possessing the capacity to initiate attacks, starting at level 1, with the host able to utilize points to enhance their level. Furthermore, upon the host's authorization, the elite employee can, to a certain extent, manage the resort on behalf of the host, alleviating their workload and allowing the host greater freedom of movement. Though the elite employee's authority can never surpass that of the host. With each revelation, Gu Lingyu's satisfaction grew. Was this not the embodiment of her dream assistant? Without further adu, she could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of bringing this elite employee to life. How was she to extract Lu Wu from this orb? The host need only retrieve him from the personal storage and summon him with their mind. Gu Lingyu wasted no time. She promptly retrieved the sphere and initiated the summoning. The luminous barriers surrounding the orb dissipated, and a soft golden mist rapidly enveloped the space before her. Moments later, as the mist gradually faded, it unveiled the formidable form that had been concealed within. A colossal tiger with golden brown fur, adorned with striking stripes, exuded an air of majesty and intimidation. Its presence undeniably commanding. However, what truly instilled a sense of awe was the 9 tails that trailed behind the magnificent creature. Although she had previously encountered descriptions of Lu Wu's appearance, witnessing it in person left Gu Lingyu utterly astounded. Yet, amidst her astonishment, a complex expression crossed her face. How could this grand tiger function as an employee? Would it not frighten away all the guests? Before the system could respond, the tiger spoke. Master, I can transform into human form. The deep, resonant voice emanating from the tiger momentarily stunned Gu Lingyu. Anyone would be taken aback by a tiger speaking, yet she managed to maintain her composure. Otherwise, a more timid soul might have fled in panic. Transform into human form. No sooner had Gu Lingyu spoken than the tiger, Lu Wu, was enveloped once more in a haze of soft golden mist. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, it revealed a man clad in a butler's attire, with golden brown hair and mesmerizing golden eyes that conveyed both allure and a touch of aloofness. His features were chiseled with an artistry akin to that of a master sculptor, each aspect impeccably defined. Standing at a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he emanated an intangible aura of authority. Clad in a butler's uniform, his slender frame, though not imposing, seemed to harbor an undeniable strength that commanded attention. Upon encountering the humanoid Lu Wu, Gu Lingyu could not suppress a singular thought. He was so strikingly handsome that one might be tempted to reach out and touch the screen. With such allure, in the world before the apocalypse, he would have undoubtedly attracted countless gasps of admiration from women. However, in this post-apocalyptic reality, mere survival was a challenge. Who cared about appearances? Yet, it must be said, having an employee of such striking beauty by her side certainly uplifted Gu Lingyu's spirits. It was a delight to behold. The dignified and majestic demeanor of Lu Wu softened instantly when he turned his gaze towards Gu Lingyu, his lips curving into a gentle smile that transformed his entire countenance, his eyes radiating warmth and submission. Lu Wu had met his master. This transformation prompted an involuntary smile from Gu Lingyu, who felt a whimsical sense of a proud little wolf suddenly morphing into an adorable puppy. When she spoke again, she decisively bestowed upon Lu Wu a nickname, Fierce Tiger. From now on, I shall call you Ming Ming. True to his nature as an elite employee with independent emotions and thoughts, Lu Wu initially appeared taken aback, but soon donned an expression of resigned indulgence, responding with a hint of mirth. Very well, as long as my master is pleased. How endearing. Gu Lingyu nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to delegate tasks. Beyond the routine cleaning, she specifically instructed Lu Wu to greet new guests and provide them with accommodation services while explaining the rules of the establishment during her absences. Subsequently, Gu Lingyu requested paper and pen from the system to craft promotional flyers for the Peach Blossom Resort. This time, she felt invigorated. Previously, when she was unable to venture out, she had intended to enlist the help of arriving guests to distribute flyers. Now, with Lu Wu by her side, She could personally go out and attract customers. Chapter 21. Can she awaken her abilities too? The content of the flyers was straightforward and concise, emphasizing safety and food provisions, followed by the address and a simple map at the bottom. She specifically requested the system to retrieve a detailed map of the resort surroundings, marking notable landmarks in certain areas to facilitate guests in easily locating the resort. While she could not guarantee that everyone who received a flyer would visit the resort, surely some would be intrigued, and curiosity could draw in potential guests. As the number of visitors increased, the resort's reputation gradually began to flourish. After all, her current room capacity was still limited, so a step-by-step approach was ideal. Once the flyers were meticulously designed, Ling had the system produce a large stack of copies. In this regard, the system was exceptionally cooperative, readily assisting her plans without any difficulty. However, as she contemplated going out, Ling was reminded of several other concerns. Having survived for 3 years in the apocalypse, she was acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances. Her desire to avoid provoking others did not imply that others would not provoke her, and she certainly was not the type to endure bullying without retaliation. She could not help but frown and inquire, "System, am I unable to possess the ability to attack proactively?" In her previous life, she had awakened extraordinary abilities. Yet now there was not a single trace of such powers within her, nor any indication of an impending awakening. A mere ordinary individual, unarmed, stood no chance against a physically enhanced ability user. It is possible, but awakening abilities requires the expenditure of points. The ancient spirit's eyes lit up. How many points? 5,000 points. Very well, indeed. Without sufficient funds, one could only endure. The ancient spirit was momentarily left speechless, yet her determination to earn points intensified. She then inquired about transportation. After all, while distributing flyers, it was impractical to rely solely on her own 2 feet. She had no idea how far she could travel or how many people she might encounter in a day. Transportation can be purchased or rented using points. The system promptly displayed a panel for her review, showcasing a variety of transportation options along with the requisite points for purchase or rental. The purchasing prices were so exorbitant that she didn't even wish to glance at them. Each look only deepened her sense of poverty. However, the rental prices fell within her acceptable range. After a thorough examination, she opted for a motorcycle available for 50 points per day, its futuristic design strikingly appealing. And the best part was it required no energy consumption. Once rented, it could be used until the rental period expired. She had no intention of going out daily. Renting for a day when needed sufficed, and 50 points were entirely within her means. With limited time today, she resolved to venture out the following day. Standing nearby, Wu understood that the ancient spirit was conversing with the system. Upon hearing her mention transportation and subsequently display an expression of helplessness, he took the initiative to speak. "Do you require a means of transport for your outings, master?" "Yes." The ancient spirit was not surprised that Wu was aware of the system, considering he was, after all, a creation of the system itself. "If there are other employees in the store to assist, I can accompany you, master, as your mode of transportation," Wu stated gently. "You?" The ancient spirit was momentarily taken aback, then cast a curious glance at Wu, asking, "Are you planning to carry me?" Wu realized his master had misunderstood, thinking he intended to use his human form to take her out on foot. He chuckled and clarified, "Master, I can revert to my original form and carry you out. My original form possesses commendable speed, and as my level increases, so too will my swiftness." The ancient spirit's eyes sparkled, suddenly filled with enthusiasm. "I almost forgot about that. How splendid, saving a considerable sum of points. Riding on your original form, how impressive would that be? I have yet to ride a 9-tailed tiger. Moreover, compared to purchasing transportation, which often began at tens of thousands of points, the 5,000 points for a high-ranking employee truly seemed a bargain." A high-ranking employee was already sufficient to manage the daily affairs of the resort, a fact she had confirmed with the system. The ancient spirit couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Indeed, hard work is rewarded by the heavens." Had she not triggered and completed the hidden task, how could she have been bestowed with such a treasure as Wu? While the ancient spirit was preoccupied with the resort's affairs, Qian Yuan, Feng Chang, and Li Xiangfei had also returned to the Mingguang base one after another. They were never meant to be on the same path, and naturally, they did not set out together. However, upon returning to the base, their first course of action was surprisingly aligned, a discussion regarding the Taoyuan resort. Qian Yuan and Feng Chang first submitted their mission reports, along with management and supply fees, only to find that the fruits of their labor had been significantly diminished, leaving them with a meager amount of supplies. Exchanging glances, their dissatisfaction grew, further solidifying their desire to relocate to the Taoyuan resort. As soon as they departed from the mission department, they hurried to the captain's home. They were a quartet, and since the captain and his wife had not ventured out in recent days, only the two of them had undertaken the mission, fortuitously stumbling upon the extraordinary Taoyuan resort. Upon entering, they eagerly relayed their experience at the resort to the captain and his wife, eliciting astonishment and a flurry of inquiries from the couple. "Such a marvelous place exists." The captain expressed disbelief, recalling his prior visit to a dilapidated hotel building at that location. "But that area has long been abandoned. There was no resort as you describe. It only opened later." Feng Chang interjected, anxious to validate their claim. "We wouldn't deceive you about something like this." Qian Yuan chimed in, confirming, "Indeed. Moreover, Li Xiangfei's team visited as well. They stayed overnight, and we even had breakfast together in the resort's dining area this morning." Li Xiangfei was there too? Their entire team went. The captain was taken aback, surprised that another team from Mingguang base had also visited the seemingly enchanted Taoyuan resort. Although Li Xiangfei's team comprised individuals with only second-tier abilities, their commendable teamwork had garnered them a modest reputation within the base, known to many below third-tier. Yes, they just happened to encounter a horde of zombies nearby and were subsequently chased into the resort. According to them, the zombies were halted at a 2-meter safety line outside the resort, unable to breach even a step further. Qian Yuan eagerly explained. They had conversed with Li Xiangfei's team while waiting outside the dining area that morning, gleaning valuable information. Chapter 22. Divergence. Youth does not equate to inexperience. Hearing their account, the captain felt a stirring of curiosity. After all, so many had ventured to the Taoyuan resort. It couldn't possibly be a mere fabrication. Yet, to ascertain the veracity of their claims, he would need to see for himself. Have either of you faced any repercussions from that enigmatic owner? What is her situation? The captain inquired, unable to suppress his intrigue regarding the mysterious proprietress mentioned by the two. Feeling somewhat awkward at the captain's question, both men scratched their faces in embarrassment. Qian Yuan cleared his throat, sheepishly admitting, "Captain, you know our tempers. We couldn't contain ourselves and sought to probe the owner's background. Little did we anticipate that owner is truly enigmatic. She exhibited no signs of supernatural abilities, yet we were inexplicably subjected to electric shocks. The sensation was indescribable," Feng Chang recalled, still haunted by the memory. Indeed. Moreover, what is truly astonishing is that, aside from the immediate pain and discomfort we experienced during the electric shock, we emerged unscathed. After a brief moment, we quickly regained our composure. Qian Yuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Reflecting on that moment, he added, "At that time, the ancient proprietor merely snapped his fingers, and we endured such suffering. It indeed seemed remarkably understated. One could hardly discern the true extent of the ordeal." The team leader and his spouse exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Given the length of time spent in their team, they were well aware of the temperaments of the two individuals. It was no small feat to avoid provoking them. Typically, unless faced with high-level supernatural beings, they carried themselves with an air of boldness. Yet now, upon mentioning the ancient proprietor, they transformed into timid mice at the sight of a cat. Does this not reveal the strength and enigma of that ancient figure? Why don't we pay a visit? After all, there is no harm in merely observing. If it proves unviable, we can always return. The team leader's wife, clearly intrigued, could not resist suggesting. The team leader pondered for a moment, then resolutely declared, "Very well. We shall set off tomorrow to investigate the situation at the Peach Blossom Resort. We have little to prepare, so we shall depart quietly, without informing anyone. If it truly is as splendid as rumored, we may choose to stay. If not, we will return." Upon hearing the team leader's decision, Feng Chang and Qian Yuan exchanged smiles and simultaneously sighed in relief. Although they had already resolved to reside long-term at the Peach Blossom Resort, the prospect of the team leader and his wife accompanying them was indeed preferable. After all, operating as a quartet not only ensured greater safety, but also facilitated the collection of crystal cores. However, should we report this to the base? If we need to return later, or if we encounter issues at the resort, could that complicate matters? The team leader's wife considered the implications more thoroughly. What is there to report? Those bloodsuckers. We risk our lives to procure resources only to hand them over, and in return, we receive a mere pittance. Upon returning from the task department, the meager supplies only heightened our frustration. Not only was Qian Yuan grumbling, but even Feng Chang bore an expression of displeasure. Having tasted the advantages of the Peach Blossom Resort, their dissatisfaction with the Mingguang base had only deepened. Yuanzi was right. Although we are part of a team, the higher-ups are hardly benevolent, exploiting us ruthlessly. We not only toil in the dirtiest jobs, cleaning up their messes, but we also gain very little benefit in return, just slightly better than what others receive. Such sentiments were echoed by the three others, who displayed clear signs of long-standing resentment towards the Mingguang base. Ultimately, the team leader gritted his teeth and spoke. "While those individuals may lack integrity, we are still weak in numbers and must exercise caution. Here is the plan. Tomorrow morning, we will report our findings regarding the Peach Blossom Resort. We need not say more. Whether they believe us is their prerogative. Once we have made our report, we shall depart directly for the resort." The other three expressed no dissent. Instead, they began to anticipate the journey. Meanwhile, in another lodging area within the Mingguang base, circumstances were quite different from those faced by Qian Yuan's quartet. The members of Team Qian Yuan, consisting of 4 individuals, do not have any other family members to care for. Their focus is solely on their own well-being. Conversely, the situation for Team Li Xiangfei, comprising 6 members, is markedly different. Each individual in this team has their own family to consider. After discussing the circumstances with their loved ones, it became evident that not everyone was willing to forsake the known safety of their current environment for an uncertain destination they had never before ventured to. Despite the fervent assurances and persuasion from Li Xiangfei and his team, skepticism abounds. What are they promising? Good food, comfortable living, and safety? The notion that a mere handful of crystal cores could yield such bountiful rewards seems utterly implausible. It sounds just like a trap. Wenwen, heed your mother's words. Do not go there. The warnings continued. That place sounds entirely suspicious. After 3 years of apocalypse, how could such a paradise still exist? Indeed, do not fall for their deception. It surely is a trap. They will lure you in with enticing offers and then exploit you. Zhang Bin's mother chimed in with her concerns. Exactly. You all possess the strength necessary for survival. The status quo is sufficient for our community. Do not take unnecessary risks. Another father joined the chorus of dissent, evidently opposed to the relocation proposal. Among the 6, 4 families expressed their disapproval. However, the parents of the Li Xiangfei brothers exhibited a contrasting stance. Sharing a glance, the elderly couple voiced their support for their sons. We agree to the move. We trust our children's judgment. If they deem it safe, then it surely is. After enduring the trials of this harsh world for years, their experience and discernment surpass our own. Following their lead is unlikely to result in misfortune. One cannot make such assertions. They are still young. How could they have faced enough treachery to recognize it? Li Wenwen's mother promptly countered. Youth does not equate to a lack of experience. Over these 3 years of apocalypse, we have survived largely due to these children's relentless efforts. Their prowess and experience are more than sufficient proof. The elderly couple maintained their descent. Li Wanwan, who had previously worn a troubled expression, felt her spirits lift upon hearing their words. No one enjoys being underestimated, for it often signifies a significant invalidation of one's own efforts. We are living quite well here. Why should we uproot ourselves? Zhang Bin's mother muttered in discontent. Well, what is well? The elderly couple retorted, their faces betraying their disapproval. The exploitation at the base is severe. The management does nothing yet enjoys comfort while we labor tirelessly. Often going hungry. Chapter 23. Relocation disputes. Believe it or not, each time the children venture out, they risk their lives, and the duration of their missions prolongs. Yet the resources they bring back barely prevent us from starvation. For our survival, they must exert themselves even more, battling for existence outside the base. Can this truly be termed good? Our safe living conditions within the base are all secured through the sacrifices of our children. If we were to relocate to that resort, the children could spend less time outside and face fewer dangers, thus ensuring a better quality of life for us all. In this manner, they would have more time to be by our side, which is truly wonderful, is it not? Have you ever contemplated the possibility that one day, while they are on a mission, something unfortunate could occur? Would we still be able to maintain our current safe existence? With our capabilities, could we remain in this base? Would the base desire to retain us, a group deemed unworthy? Why can we not choose to place our trust in the children? Could they possibly bring us harm? Our survival until now is entirely due to them, is it not? The elderly couple spoke with deep emotion, gazing at their two sons, their eyes reflecting both pride and guilt. If it were not for their burden, the sons could have fared better in this apocalyptic world, with fewer encumbrances. Li Xiangfei and his brother discerned their parents' sentiments and chose not to elaborate further. Instead, they embraced their parents, their resolute expressions calming the sorrow that clouded their parents' hearts. Despite the hardships of the apocalypse, the presence of their parents remained their final sanctuary, a warm home to return to after enduring life and death struggles. Yet, no matter how the elderly couple urged, the families of the other four members remained steadfastly opposed to them, regardless of the deficiencies of the Mingguang base. It was at least a known safe haven. Having weathered the chaos of the apocalypse, they were too fearful to extend themselves beyond their protective shells. Ultimately, they were their own kin, which caused the other four members of the team to furrow their brows in frustration and helplessness. But with their families unwilling to relent, what could they do? They could hardly abandon their families and depart, leaving them with no means of survival. The base does not support idleness. These family members could very well be expelled from the base, and how could they possibly survive in this apocalyptic world then? Seeing this, the elderly couple ceased their persuasions. Recognizing that they could not make decisions for others, they merely looked at their sons with unwavering support. We will heed your decisions. Whatever you choose, we shall follow. Upon witnessing their parents' stance, Li Xiangfei and his brother exchanged relieved glances, evoking envy and anxiety in the four companions nearby. The 6 members of the team had anticipated such an outcome, having discussed various scenarios on their journey back. With the decision now made, Li Xiangfei addressed his teammates, stating, "Tomorrow morning, we shall set off, first delivering our parents to the resort, and then using the resort as a base to gather resources from the surrounding area. Once the task is completed, Shang Yun and I will remain at the resort and not return to the Mingguang base. Wenwen, please ensure your safety on your way back to the base." This latter statement was deliberately directed at the families of his fellow teammates, yet to their disappointment, it was clear that they were oblivious to the crux of his message. Li Wenwen's mother immediately voiced her dissatisfaction. "We just returned today. Why must you leave again? You saw how many resources we brought back today, did you not? With such a meager amount, how long can we sustain ourselves? If we do not venture out to fight, what will you have to fill your stomachs later?" Li Wenwen could no longer contain her frustration and retorted, "You all refuse to venture to a better resort and instead wish to remain in this dilapidated base. What are we to do? Summer is fast approaching, and with the long days ahead, we cannot gather supplies. If we do not prepare now, will we all starve together later?" Noticing the discontent and resentment among Li Wenwen and her companions, their families, including Li Wenwen's mother, dared not speak further, but were equally unwilling to concede to the idea of going to the resort. They merely averted their gazes, avoiding eye contact. In response, Li Wenwen and her group, incensed, turned away, unwilling to linger any longer. They ultimately gathered at the home of the 2 brothers, Li Xiangfei, enviously observing the elderly couple as they packed items for their imminent departure. As anticipated from their prior discussions, the team was compelled to split into 2 factions. After each mission, the Li brothers would return to the resort, while Li Wenwen and her 3 companions would have to make their way back to Mingguang base on their own. Although the journey back would present heightened risks for the 4, none was willing to entirely sever their team. After all, they had grown accustomed to collaborating as a cohesive unit, ensuring both safety and maximizing their gains. Moreover, the Li brothers were the strongest linchpins of the group. Should Li Wenwen and her companions part ways with them, finding equally suitable allies would prove a formidable challenge. As for the management of Mingguang base, they could only report that the teams had been separated. To disclose the truth would pose significant risks for those remaining at the base, as the administrators were not known for their leniency. The following day, Qian Yuan's team visited the base's office to report on the situation at Taiyuan Resort. Faced with the incredulous expressions of the office administrators, Qian Yuan's group had no desire to offer further explanations and promptly departed, having conveyed all that was necessary. They were indifferent to whether their words would be believed. As they had anticipated, upon hearing the news, the primary administrators of the base ridiculed the 4, dismissing their claims as fanciful notions, assuming they sought to exchange fabricated intel for resources. Meanwhile, within Taiyuan Resort, the Tang siblings, having breakfast in the dining area, became increasingly resolute in their decision to remain, especially after a remarkably peaceful night. Late into the evening, Tang Bin had attentively observed the situation outside the window and noted the zombies on the streets remained agitated. However, as the ancient lore foretold, None of those zombies could breach the 2-meter perimeter of the resort. Even those that wandered close were thwarted beyond that boundary. With the evidence laid bare before him, Tang Bin no longer hesitated. He exited the dining area and approached the reception desk to arrange for an extension of their stay. How long would you like to extend your stay? Perhaps a month at a time? The receptionist, with a beaming smile, resumed guiding the customer. She could hardly conceal her delight, as the second phase of her room's task was just one step away from completion. Chapter 24, Guiding Long-Term Rentals. Opening family rooms, Tang Bin contemplated the number of energy cores he possessed and nodded in agreement. Very well, as per Boss Gu's suggestion. I shall extend my lease for 1 month, and additionally, accommodate another person for an extra 30 points daily. Just as he was about to calculate the additional points required for a trio, he was interrupted by Gu Lingyu. Guests need not worry. Our resort is on the verge of unveiling family rooms that can accommodate 3 to 4 individuals and offer the option of 3 beds, making it far more suitable for your circumstances. Tang Bin's eyes brightened at this news, and he eagerly inquired, when will the family rooms be available? How do I proceed with the payment? Guests may first extend their stay in the double room for 1 month, and when upgrading their accommodation, any adjustments in payment will be made accordingly, Gu Lingyu replied with a smile. With such considerate care for her patrons, she felt like a paragon of hospitality in this post-apocalyptic world. Excellent. I shall proceed as Boss Gu advises. Thank you. Tang Bin expressed his gratitude, fully aware that Boss Gu was looking out for him, ensuring he did not spend unnecessarily. One must always recognize kindness and express gratitude. He felt increasingly fortunate to have stumbled upon this resort, rekindling hope for the future. He promptly exchanged his energy cores, utilized his accrued points to extend his stay for another month, and then equipped himself before venturing out, determined to earn more energy cores to enhance the lives of his younger siblings. Today, he felt more invigorated than on any day in the past 3 years. As he contemplated his upcoming endeavor to earn energy cores, he could not help but inquire, the premises should be safe, right? I mean, will there be any disturbances from other guests? On his first day at the resort, he intended to familiarize himself with the surroundings and thus preferred not to bring his sister Tangyu along. As she had only recently become a first-tier ability user and was still relatively weak, venturing out could expose her to unnecessary dangers. Gu Lingyu understood Tang Bin's concerns. Guests can rest assured. Should any disturbances arise from other patrons, I shall intervene. Alternatively, your siblings may remain in your room, as no one can enter without the owner's permission. Upon hearing this, Tang Bin felt considerably reassured. He then proceeded to the meal vending machine to purchase 2 boxed meals for his siblings, reminding them to stay indoors. Just before exiting the resort, he spotted Lu Wu, one of the staff members, tidying up in the lobby. Faced with this unexpectedly striking employee, his curiosity surged, yet he wisely refrained from probing further. This entire resort was shrouded in an air of mystery. However, what did it matter? As long as they could survive and even thrive in this post-apocalyptic world, he cared little for the enigmas surrounding them. Behind the counter, Gu Lingyu watched Tang Bin's departing figure, her smile growing even brighter. She had not misspoken. The family rooms were indeed set to open imminently, precisely after Tang Bin's lease extension, just moments after he confirmed his renewal. The system had already signaled the completion of the task. Room expansion task 2. All rooms occupied, and 3 rooms extended for 1 month. Task completed. The occupancy of the rooms was fully achieved 2 days prior, and the progress of the tasks remained unchanged. The final step of the lease renewal, which was the last pending progress, was just completed. The task rewards included 6 single rooms, for double rooms, and 2 family room types. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Lingyu promptly confirmed the addition of rooms, resulting in a remarkable transformation in the accommodation area to the left of the resort. Several doors appeared in the corridor, with 5 rooms on each side, and at the end of the hallway, a staircase leading to the second floor emerged. Upon inspection, Gu Lingyu discovered that the first floor had been entirely converted into single rooms. Ascending to the second floor, she finally encountered 6 double rooms and 2 family rooms. After confirming the rooms, Gu Lingyu immediately began to operate on her panel. Meanwhile, not long after departing from the resort, Tang Bin, who was exploring, suddenly received a notification sound. He paused momentarily, recalling that it was the personal account notification of the resort. Finding a secure spot, he accessed the light screen to check the notification, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The family rooms that Boss Gu had mentioned were indeed available almost instantaneously. Was there truly a family room now? Just moments ago, the corridor had only displayed the few rooms from yesterday. However, considering the enigmatic nature of the Peach Blossom Resort, Tang Bin quickly dismissed his doubts. Glancing at the pop-up confirmation for the room type upgrade on the light screen, he immediately selected confirm, followed by a series of records appearing in his account information. Room type upgrade confirmed, calculating the price difference. Rental period, 1 month, additional 600 points required, please confirm. Confirmed, room type upgrade completed, current room number 2301. Tang Bin was filled with wonder, astonished at how remarkably the resort operated, allowing for remote management that rivaled even the pre-apocalyptic world. The thought of the new room types, where all 3 siblings could each have their own space, made him eager to return. Back at the resort, upon receiving Tang Bin's room confirmation message, Gu Lingyu promptly knocked on the door of the double room previously occupied by the siblings. Under their astonished gazes, she guided them to the family room. The siblings were still processing how their former double room had been relocated to the second floor without their notice. This resort was truly extraordinary. Having resolved the room situation, Gu Lingyu returned to the lobby on the first floor and instructed Lu Wu to remember to take Tang Bin to the new room upon his return. After further advising Lu Wu to manage the store well, Gu Lingyu exited the resort's main entrance. Now, she needed to venture out to attract customers. Having just completed the task and acquired so many rooms, she could not afford to leave them vacant, as each day of emptiness would translate to a loss of points. Upon leaving the resort, Gu Lingyu summoned the motorcycle she had just rented from the system, its futuristic design undeniably captivating, whether in the pre-apocalyptic era or the present. Fortunately, the system adjusts the vehicle's height according to her stature. Otherwise, given Gu Lingyu's height, her feet would scarcely touch the ground. With a graceful swing of her leg, Gu Lingyu revved the engine and set off. The motorcycle emitted a considerable noise, yet akin to Gu Lingyu herself, despite the cacophony echoing far and wide. Not a single zombie was drawn to it. Instead, they actively steered clear, allowing the motorcycle to glide through with ease. Although the motorcycle could have been equipped with a silencer, Gu Lingyu preferred the lack of it, as it attracted attention more effectively and spared her the effort of calling out. Chapter 25. Out to gather guests. The state of the base, the Taoyuan Resort, is situated at a fork in the road, and this time, Gu Lingyu opted for the path to the right. As she ventured forth, encountering no one for an extended period, she found it hardly surprising. In the post-apocalyptic streets, desolation reigns, and the presence of zombies far outweighs that of any wandering souls. While many supernatural beings are out scavenging for supplies, they are dispersed throughout the city, making chance encounters infrequent. Gu Lingyu did not expect to gather a significant number of people on this outing. She simply hoped that even one additional companion would be better than waiting idly in one place. The motorcycle navigated the streets, starkly contrasting with the surrounding ruin. After over 3 years of apocalypse, the once bustling thoroughfare had succumbed to despair and desolation. Not a single shop along the sides of the street remained intact. All storefronts had been ravaged, and every usable resource had been plundered, leaving the shelves mostly bare, scattered with items rendered useless in this dire time. Zombies wandered sporadically along the street. When undisturbed, their movements were sluggish, but once they had a target, they could prove surprisingly swift. The higher the level of the zombie, the quicker and stronger it became, rendering encounters with advanced zombies perilous for low-level supernatural beings, let alone ordinary humans. As she progressed, she observed that some areas were sparsely populated with zombies, while others were densely packed. Yet, without exception, they regarded Gu Lingyu with indifference, displaying no inclination to attack. They even seemed to part ways as if guided by an invisible hand. Gu Lingyu was quite pleased with this, yet after a lengthy journey without encountering any supernatural beings, she felt a tinge of frustration. It appeared she would need to return to the resort to consult the guests about the distribution and situation of the surrounding bases. As most supernatural beings centered their activities around these bases, scavenging for supplies and eliminating zombies. Unsure of which direction to take, she decided to wander aimlessly. This outing should yield favorable results. They would rest for a moment, and once they dealt with the remaining zombies, they could then descend to gather crystal cores. Observing the throngs of zombies below, howling and struggling against the walls in an attempt to ascend, Xiao Rui calmly made arrangements. On the second floor, alongside the street, within a row of shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, a 5-person team led by Xiao Rui was taking a breather. They had inadvertently stumbled into a horde of zombies, originally intending to retreat due to their overwhelming numbers, but had fortuitously discovered an ideal vantage point to launch a counterattack. Despite the occasional zombie climbing up over its fallen comrades, the solitary undead posed no threat to their squad, as any that dared to show its head was swiftly dispatched. In Xiao Rui's team, apart from himself, who had attained the formidable status of a 5th-level ability user, the other 4 members had also reached the 4th level, making them a distinguished group within the base. Although they had suddenly encountered a large horde of zombies, many of which were at the 3rd or 4th level, they had managed to eliminate the majority, and with another round of attacks, they would soon clear the area. Observing the frenzied mass of zombies below, team member Xia Mingzhi took out a biscuit, nibbling on it while wearing an expression of dissatisfaction. I wonder how much of our haul will be siphoned off this time. Boss, should we really consider relocating? His sister, Xia Mingfei, unusually refraining from criticizing her brother, chimed in. Indeed, boss, the situation here at Xiongfeng is becoming increasingly intolerable. They act as if they deserve respect. Despite everyone being on a similar power level, they flaunt their superiority just because they are the founders. Their lofty demeanor is utterly revolting. Xia Mingfei's rare complaint revealed her profound disgust, which resonated with the expressions of the rest of the team, who shared her sentiments. Their grievances were indeed justified. Although Xiao Rui maintained his composure, a clear expression of discontent was evident on his face. The fact that their usually reticent captain had spoken up about the issue sparked a glimmer of hope among the team members. Xia Mingzhi could not contain himself and eagerly inquired, "Does that mean we are considering a change of base, Captain?" Recognizing the eager anticipation on his comrades' faces, Xiao Rui understood that everyone had been holding back their frustrations for too long. He felt the same way. "In truth, I have been contemplating this matter for some time," he replied, his brow furrowing as his gaze grew solemn. "I have inquired about the conditions of several nearby bases, and the moral integrity of the management at Mingguang base is scarcely superior to that of Xiongfeng. Moreover, as newcomers, our experience there may not be any better than our current situation. Xiongfeng is merely a level 3 or 4 small base with few strong individuals, where we are not excessively suppressed. However, Mingguang is a level 2 base, and there are several teams with comparable strength to ours. Our prospects there are uncertain. As for Rongyang, a level 1 large base, it has even more powerful individuals, and the factional divisions are more pronounced. Should we relocate there, we would either have to align ourselves with a faction or find ourselves caught in the middle, with equally uncertain prospects. It is precisely these considerations that have delayed my decision and prevented me from discussing this with you." The team members were taken aback, evidently surprised that their captain had thought so deeply about the matter and had been gathering information about various bases. Truly, he was a reliable leader. However, after hearing Captain Xiao Rui's analysis, the team members felt even more disheartened. What should we do then? Are we to remain at Xiongfeng base? In such a vast metropolis, why is there not a single dependable base? I have heard that other cities boast reliable and prosperous bases. Xia Mingzhi, feeling vexed, kicked at the stones scattered on the ground. What does it matter if other cities have it? Are we supposed to uproot our lives and relocate to another city? Xiao Mingfei rolled her eyes and began her customary retort towards her brother. The team members had clearly grown accustomed to this sibling dynamic, opting to ignore them. Nearby, Xiao Rui sighed, remarking, "The condition of our base hinges entirely on the administrator's dispatch from the Kyoto base. It's merely our misfortune here in Haishur. Indeed, our luck is quite abysmal. It's a fact that the administrators for the first and second tier bases are all appointed by the Kyoto base, yet somehow, we in Haishur have received none of the reliable ones. The first and second tier bases across various regions are managed by the Kyoto base, while those below tier 3 are established by survivors themselves, independent of Kyoto's jurisdiction, thus lacking resource allocation and reliant on trade with local first and second tier bases or other bases." Chapter 26. Is she human or ghost? The more Xiaomingzhi pondered, the angrier he became. He picked up a hefty stone and, moving to the wall, brought it down forcefully, shattering a zombie's skull in the process. After releasing his frustration, he felt a fleeting sense of relief, but suddenly his ears perked up, and he turned his head toward one end of the street. Xiao Mingfei immediately noticed her brother's change in demeanor and asked cautiously, "What's wrong, brother? Did you hear something? There's a disturbance. Did you all hear that?" Xiao Mingzhi squinted, gazing into the distance, his earlier nonchalance replaced by focus. As the teammates exchanged puzzled glances, Xiao Rui approached Xiao Mingzhi, looking in the same direction. His expression mirroring the caution, "Yes, it's getting closer." Seeing that both Xiao Rui and the perceptive Xiao Mingzhi were concerned, the remaining 3 teammates drew nearer, directing their attention where the two were looking. In the next moment, they too discerned the so-called commotion. It sounded like a rumbling noise. One teammate furrowed his brow and spoke, "Is that the sound of an engine starting?" Xiao Mingfei frowned, trying to differentiate the sound. It did resemble that. But in this post-apocalyptic world, who could still afford such a luxury? The noise grew nearer, the rumbling unmistakably clearer. At this point, Xiao Rui's team had completely abandoned concern for the zombies below, all eyes fixed at the end of the street, until a dark shape emerged, gradually approaching. Goodness, where did this wealthy individual come from? Riding a motorcycle, no less. The fuel consumption is utterly outrageous. Xiao Mingzhi exclaimed in astonishment. Gasoline was an exceedingly precious resource in this dystopian era. As soon as the words left his mouth, the striking motorcycle arrived beneath them. A screech of brakes echoed as the motorcycle came to a halt on the opposite side of the road. A slender figure straightened up, shaking off her wind-tousled hair, and turned her gaze directly towards them. "Wow, she's a stunning beauty." Xiao Mingzhi's face broke into a grin as he raised his hand, eager to greet her. However, Xiao Mingfei swiftly grabbed his arm, her eyes filled with suspicion as she scolded, "When will you ever think before you act? Can't you see this girl is extraordinary?" Extraordinary? Xiao Mingzhi was taken aback, realizing indeed, she was quite remarkable, exceptionally beautiful, to be precise. Xiao Mingfei, unable to contain her frustration any longer, delivered a sharp slap to the back of her brother's head. With a fierce glare, she exclaimed, "My foolish brother, do try to engage your brain. It has been over 3 years since the apocalypse began. How many individuals can maintain such a fresh and pristine appearance, not to mention possessing such fair skin like me? Oh, indeed, I must have overlooked that. I was too captivated by her beauty. Ha ha ha." Xiao Mingzhi froze for a moment, then forced a sheepish grin. Xiao Mingfei rolled her eyes, exasperated. In this world of chaos, anyone who can uphold such standards is undoubtedly a true powerhouse, or at the very least, backed by one. Do not offend her, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Xiao Mingzhi promptly covered his mouth. Although his sister often teased him, he could not deny her astuteness. Listening to her was undoubtedly wise. Moreover, had they not noticed that there were no zombies attacking that girl? Xiao Rui narrowed his eyes, a mixture of caution and curiosity shimmering within. The captain's reminder startled the team, prompting them to swiftly turn their heads. Finally realizing the astonishing scene unfolding below them on the street. The girl with long hair sat leisurely atop her motorcycle, the bike growling beneath her, while the desolate street lay behind her. In stark contrast, a horde of snarling zombies loomed before her. The seemingly affable smile on her face was jarringly out of place amidst such chaos, evoking a profound sense of dissonance and disbelief. Why? Why were the zombies below showing no reaction to this girl? Eyes widened in incredulity. Everyone stared, with Xiao Mingzhi exclaiming, "Is she human or a ghost? If she is human, why do the zombies appear oblivious to her presence?" At this moment, Xiao Mingfei could hardly be bothered to critique her brother further. Amidst the collective shock, the girl smiled and slowly spoke. "Good morning, everyone. The Peach Blossom Resort in Chinatown is now open. Our resort offers dining and accommodation services, and the entire facility is an absolute safe zone where zombies cannot enter. We welcome your arrival." The girl's melodious voice cut through the chaos, reaching the ears of Xiao Rui's team with crystal clarity. However, her enticing words only widened their eyes in astonishment, leaving them utterly bewildered. What? Are we encountering a sales pitch? Xiao Mingzhi was utterly flabbergasted, even doubting his own hearing. This time, it seemed Xiao Mingfei was not mistaken. Her expression mirrored his astonishment as she noticed the girl on the motorcycle producing a stack of promotional flyers. Indeed, promotional flyers. In this world where everything is scarce, someone was wasting so much paper on advertisements. Most importantly, what did the girl just say? A resort in the apocalypse. Were they all collectively hard of hearing? Yet in the next moment, the girl proved they were not deaf at all. She was genuinely there to promote the resort. The content of the flyer was too distant to decipher, but the bold letters spelling Peach Blossom Resort were undeniably eye-catching, vibrant, and unmistakable. In an instant, even the usually composed Xiao Rui found himself and his team of 5 rendered speechless. On the motorcycle, Ling raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat incredulous. This team, undeniably strong, displayed clever tactics in dispatching zombies. Yet, when it came time to communicate, they appeared utterly dazed. She momentarily forgot the profound intimidation her effortless navigation among the undead evoked. After all, it was a pity that upon encountering others, they merely stared in silence. Gu Lingyu shook her head, glanced at the nearby lamppost, and slapped her promotional flyer onto it before returning to her motorcycle, preparing to leave. Wait, a deep voice called out, causing Gu Lingyu to pause. She straightened up and turned to see the most composed and formidable individual on the second floor addressing her. Excuse me, could you please wait for us? Xiao Rui inquired politely, gesturing towards the horde of zombies below that were still attempting to clamber upwards. Gu Lingyu understood, nodding with a smile. All right. Steadying her motorcycle, she leisurely awaited their arrival. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Xiao Rui had already activated his abilities, commencing the extermination of the zombies below. Chapter 27. The Allure of Sustenance Boss. Do you truly believe in the existence of that resort? Xia Mingzhi asked incredulously, though his hands moved swiftly to assist in clearing out the zombies, as did the remaining 3 teammates. I am uncertain, but I feel it is imperative to investigate further. Xiao Rui replied, aware of his team's skepticism. Have you noticed? That girl rode her motorcycle here without a single zombie pursuing her. Even now, no undead are approaching her vicinity. Indeed. Furthermore, the noise from her motorcycle was quite loud, yet it failed to attract any zombies. Xia Mingfei exclaimed in astonishment. Exactly. It is precisely for this reason that I intend to inquire about the resort she mentioned. Xiao Rui withheld the fact that he had also noted several key phrases from the girl's speech. A safe zone providing food and lodging. Such words, in a post-apocalyptic world, were difficult to believe yet undeniably enticing. Could it be her abilities that keep the zombies at bay? One teammate speculated. I considered that possibility. But she exhibits no signs of any ability, Xiao Rui remarked, his brow furrowing with undeniable perplexity. His observation prompted a realization among his teammates. Indeed, she shows no indication of possessing abilities, so why is this the case? Stop pondering. Let us clear these zombies swiftly and investigate the situation below. Exercise caution, and if things seem amiss, we retreat. Xiao Rui instructed. The situation reeked of the unusual, but he was determined not to relinquish any opportunity. After a while, the horde of zombies was completely eradicated. Gu Lingyu observed the 5-member team cautiously descending from the second floor and making their way towards her, a signature smile gracing her face once more. This team exhibited considerable strength. The captain was a 5th-tier psychic, while the other 4 members possessed 4th-tier abilities. Such a group undoubtedly held a substantial number of crystal cores. Moreover, their capacity to acquire and expend these cores marked them as potential clients for the resort. Apologies for the wait, Xiao Rui remarked politely, halting 2 meters before Gu Lingyu to maintain a relatively safe distance. Gu Lingyu's smile deepened, fully aware of his apprehension, and refrained from unnecessary words, directly presenting a freshly retrieved brochure. The brochure detailed all the services currently offered by the resort, inviting the team to peruse at their leisure. Xiao Rui accepted the brochure, noting that there were exactly 5 copies, and upon determining that the brochure itself appeared unproblematic, he turned to distribute them among his teammates. However, after reviewing the contents, the 5 members of the team became visibly agitated. Is everything written here true? Are there really that many delicious dishes? Xia Mingzhi exclaimed in astonishment. There's a water heater in the room. We can bathe freely. Xia Mingfei seemed particularly concerned about this detail. According to the price list, even a single 1st-tier crystal core possessed significant purchasing power. Observing the astonished expressions of the group, Gu Lingyu had anticipated their reaction and calmly added. The facilities within this resort are continuously being upgraded, with plans to introduce even more services, allowing everyone to enjoy a better life in this apocalyptic world. Is this not good enough? It can get even better. The team members were now so astonished that they could not help but question the authenticity of the claims. May I inquire if the absolutely safe zones mentioned in this brochure, where zombies cannot enter, are related to your abilities? This was the question that piqued Xiao Rui's interest and prompted him to delve deeper. Noticing Xiao Rui glance back at the fallen zombies, Gu Lingyu understood his implications. Just as before, zombies will not approach within a 2-meter radius of this resort. They cannot breach its boundaries or launch attacks upon it. While she did not directly answer Xiao Rui's question, she provided an implied confirmation, for the team had witnessed the circumstances when she was surrounded by the horde. Xiao Rui's gaze sharpened as he nodded slightly, comprehending Gu Lingyu's message. He felt increasingly intrigued by the mysteries surrounding the girl, regardless of whether he believed her words. The recent spectacle was undeniable. As for her evasion of his question, he refrained from pressing further, recognizing the sensitivity of personal secrets. However, Xiao Rui swiftly pointed to the brochure and posed another query. Are the foods advertised in the brochure genuinely available at this resort? While bathing is secondary, in this apocalyptic era, our primary concerns are safety and sustenance. These are the 2 matters I am most eager to clarify. In this idyllic resort, where honesty prevails, the promotional materials accurately reflect the offerings within. Upon uttering her words, Gu Lingyu retrieved a lunch she had discreetly stowed away in her personal storage prior to her departure. It was a meal she had prepared from the restaurant, despite the establishment's prohibition against takeout. However, as the proprietor, such restrictions did not apply to her. Observing Gu Lingyu conjure a lunchbox from thin air, Xiao Rui and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, their curiosity piqued. Could she be a spatial ability wielder? Yet, when the box materialized, they felt no discernible aura of supernatural energy. Nonetheless, their musings were swiftly overshadowed by the astonishing array of food within the container, which surpassed their wildest imaginations. The vibrant cuts of meat, the fresh green vegetables, the pristine white rice, and even a bowl of soup. How long had it been since they had encountered such a feast amidst the apocalypse? Was it reasonable for such lavish meals to exist in these dire times? Not only were they unable to partake in such luxuries, but even the administrators at the base were deprived of such indulgence. The 5 members of Xiao Rui's team were left utterly astonished. With a smile that radiated delight, Gu Lingyu watched the five before her, deliberately lifting the lid of the lunchbox to allow the delectable aroma to waft through the air. It was only when her audience began to swallow their saliva in anticipation that she closed the box and returned it to her personal storage. The dishes were from the resort's restaurant, which currently offered around 20 varieties, a somewhat modest selection, yet more dishes would gradually be introduced. Her tone, seemingly nonchalant and even slightly dissatisfied, left Xiao Rui and his companions in awe. 20 varieties were deemed insufficient? Chapter 28. A distasteful revelation. Had Gu Lingyu made such claims prior to this moment, Xiao Rui and the others would have dismissed her words as mere fabrication. However, witnessing the tangible evidence before them and inhaling the familiar, savory scents, their doubts about her assertions dissipated. Was this truly the fare provided by the resort? Could everyone partake? As a devoted foodie, Xia Mingzhi found himself momentarily immobilized by the sight of the lunchbox. Indeed, the restaurant offered these dishes without limit, provided one possessed sufficient points to indulge. For potential esteemed clientele, Gu Lingyu was generous in her explanations. Furthermore, the restaurant had recently unveiled a beverage dispenser, offering a selection of carbonated drinks, also available for point redemption. Gu Lingyu, noticing the gluttonous expression on Xia Mingzhi's face as he incessantly swallowed, could not help but bait him further, and indeed, his eyes sparkled like searchlights upon hearing of the delightful refreshments. Joyous water, they even have that. Xia Mingfei promptly nudged her brother, rolling her eyes in exasperation. At times, she truly struggled to comprehend who was the elder sibling, for he was nothing short of a carefree, oblivious giant. Xiao Rui, with a resigned glance at Xia Mingzhi, refrained from admonishing him, instead turning his attention back to Gu Lingyu, his demeanor remaining as polite and cautious as it had been from the outset. Apologies for the trouble, we shall visit later. Although Xiao Rui did not provide a definitive response, Gu Lingyu was aware that the likelihood of this group visiting her resort was considerable, especially given the reactions of her 4 teammates. Excessive words could arouse suspicion, so Gu Lingyu refrained from elaborating further, maintaining her signature smile. We look forward to your esteemed presence. With that, she did not linger for a moment longer, revving her motorcycle and departing amidst the roar of its engine. As Gu Lingyu's figure gradually faded from view, the 5 individuals who remained rooted in place exchanged glances, unable to suppress their intrigue. This girl is truly enigmatic, Xiao Mingfei remarked wistfully. What do you think, boss? A teammate inquired, though the excitement was evident on their faces. Not only the team members, but even Xiao Rui himself felt a surge of curiosity. Yet the existence of such a so-called resort amidst the apocalypse was indeed hard to fathom. The authenticity of this paradise resort could only be confirmed through first-hand experience. Xiao Rui mused, his voice low as his gaze followed the direction in which Gu Lingyu had vanished. What if it's a trap? Xiao Mingfei furrowed her brow, speaking cautiously. While she too was curious, a sense of apprehension lingered, leaving her in a state of internal conflict. With our strength, we should be able to leave without issue. We just need to be cautious. Xiao Rui contemplated for a moment. With 2 or 3 days remaining until the scheduled mission, there was no rush. They could deliberate further. The team members nodded in agreement. Yet in the ensuing days, their thoughts frequently drifted back to the Paradise Resort, occasionally pulling out the promotional flyer to peruse. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyu was unaware of Xiao Rui's team's thoughts. She continued to traverse the ruined streets, searching for potential customers for her resort among the survivors. With no specific destination in mind, she wandered aimlessly, occasionally stopping to post small advertisements. Whenever she came across a suitable location, she would affix a flyer in a prominent spot. Although the flyers were not particularly large, their vibrant colors stood out against the desolate streets of the apocalypse. Every opportunity counted. Otherwise, relying solely on her own efforts to attract customers would be quite exhausting, and she could not afford to venture out every day. On the street, as Gu Lingyu was affixing a flyer to a conspicuous advertisement pole, she had just finished when a series of lewd whistles pierced the air from behind her. The whistling was swiftly followed by crude remarks that made her wish to run over the offenders with her motorcycle. Hey there, beautiful. What are you up to? Need some help from the big brothers? Gu Lingyu turned around with a cold expression, only to find a team of 5 approaching her, their smirks and swaggering gait unmistakably declaring their ill intentions. However, upon her turning, the group grew even more boisterous. Wow, she really is a beauty. Look at that flawless complexion. After all these years in the apocalypse, I haven't seen anyone like her. One exclaimed. What luck we've had today to encounter such a gem. Previously, I often envied the lovers of those leaders, believing those women were rare beauties in the apocalyptic world. Yet now, in comparison to this woman, they are utterly incomparable. The demeanor and discourse of those few exude nothing but disdain and filth, while Gu Lingyu's eyes have taken on a veneer of icy chill. In her past life, Gu Lingyu was no gentle soul. Her striking beauty had often stirred up strife. Back then, she was immensely powerful and had not hesitated to teach a lesson to those who dared to cross her, leaving her hands stained with blood. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Gu Lingyu shifted, causing the 5 approaching figures to halt instinctively, momentarily taken aback. However, once they discerned that she emitted no trace of supernatural energy, they resumed their previous demeanor, even adopting a more brazen attitude. Oh, the little beauty is angry. Come here to Big Brother, and I shall protect you. As long as you for individuals like them, one must either intimidate them into submission or simply ignore them. Intimidation requires substantial strength, and although Gu Lingyu favored this approach, she currently lacked the necessary powers. While they could not reach her, she was also unable to retaliate. Reflecting on the insufficient points for exchanging abilities, Gu Lingyu reluctantly opted for the latter approach. With faces that could rival the beauty of zombies, how dare they even step outside? It is truly revolting. With this thought, Gu Lingyu revved her engine, creating a thunderous roar as she departed. However, leaving in such a manner was not her style. Thus, before her exit, she deliberately left behind a small gift. Damn it. After cursing me, she runs off so quickly. I hope I don't catch her. Her vehicle was indeed striking, likely gifted to that little woman by some powerful figure. It seems she left something behind. What could it be? Someone with keen eyes noticed a small white box on the ground where Gu Lingyu had been standing. Curiously, they approached and picked up the box, puzzling over its contents. What is this? It looks like a speaker on one side. The others gathered around, intrigued, but before they could examine it closely, the small wooden box suddenly erupted with a deafening sound. Chapter 29. A reckless endeavor. The thunderous music echoed through the street, startling the 5 individuals engrossed in examining the box. The one holding it was so startled that he dropped it onto the ground. Remarkably, despite the fall, the music continued unabated, resonating even louder than the speakers used by elderly ladies dancing in the square. Damn, that scared me to death. It's deafening. How do I turn this off? My eardrums are about to burst. No sooner had he spoken than the small party fell silent, their faces stiff as they looked at one another, realizing the volume was overwhelming. In the apocalypse, there exists a crucial rule to abide by while traversing outside the base. One must not create excessive noise, for sound will surely attract the attention of zombies. At this moment, the commotion cannot be described as merely significant. It is nothing short of monumental. The 5-member team, upon realizing this, turned pale with dread. Damn it, that woman has set us up. At this juncture, if they were still oblivious to the unfolding events, it would be time for them to reconsider their survival skills. It was evident, even to the dullest of minds, that the source of this noise was undoubtedly the contraption left behind by that woman, intended solely for their revenge. Although they were uncertain how she had managed to conjure such a device in this apocalyptic world, there was no time for contemplation. Run. This noise will surely attract every zombie in the vicinity. The captain's face contorted with fear. Zombies had already begun to converge. Run. As the captain's words fell, a team member nearby screamed in terror. Not far from their location, a horde of over a dozen zombies had emerged from a nearby intersection, howling as they charged toward them, with even more zombies appearing behind them. An endless tide. Zombies were also crashing through the windows of the buildings on either side, plummeting to the ground without fear. As long as their heads remained intact, they would not truly perish. No one dared to linger any longer. The 5-member team cursed as one and sprinted away, leaving all else behind. Meanwhile, the noise-making device had suddenly fallen silent. With the loss of this distraction, the rushing horde of zombies zeroed in on the fleeing 5, roaring in fervent pursuit. At this moment, Gu Lingyu, who had already distanced herself, wore a cold smile. The little gadget was something she had exchanged using her points from the system, having stumbled upon it while browsing the points marketplace. Initially, she had dismissed it, but now it proved to be quite useful. The points required were minimal, making it a perfect gift. Her motorcycle, despite its noise, would not attract zombies, thus necessitating her choice of an item exchange. Her heart was not small enough to let such provocation slide. Although she had lost her previous powers and could not personally discipline those individuals, she would seize any opportunity for retribution. The strength of that small team was commendable. Aside from one member being a 3rd-tier ability user, the other 4 possessed 4th-tier abilities. Yet, even with such prowess, whether they could escape unscathed from the encroaching horde of zombies remained uncertain. However, Gu Lingyu was indifferent to their fate. The essence of their character was enough to reveal they were not virtuous individuals. Had she not possessed the means to extricate herself, she shuddered to think of the consequences in that situation. In this chaotic apocalypse, human nature is most unpredictable, and behavioral restraints have vanished. A person like that, better out of the equation. Consider it purification of the air. As for attracting guests, she had no desire for such individuals. Even if they wished to visit her resort, they would be denied entry. The environment of the resort is utterly polluted. After a simple lunch, Gu Lingyu strolled through the streets again and encountered 2 teams engaged in resource collection. Their capabilities were somewhat inferior compared to the previous 2 groups. Yet this did not deter her from promoting the resort. One of the teams displayed considerable interest, posing numerous inquiries about the resort, clearly intrigued. In contrast, her impression of the other team was less favorable. The members exuded a somewhat furtive demeanor, although they did not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Thus, she merely conducted a brief promotion and distributed flyers before taking her leave. She was indifferent to the strength of the teams. Even ordinary individuals were potential customers, as long as they did not cause trouble. Upon returning, Gu Lingyu was surprised to find that Tang Bin had arrived ahead of her and was waiting in the lobby. "Boss Gu," Tang Bin greeted her, standing up with a genuine smile that contrasted starkly with his earlier aloofness. "You've returned quite early," Gu Lingyu remarked with a smile. "Yes. Today was mainly about scouting the area. Since I changed rooms, I thought I'd come back early to check in." His expression brightened even more at the mention of the room change, gratitude evident in his demeanor. "Thank you so much, Boss Gu, for taking care of my younger siblings and escorting them to the new room. They were absolutely delighted with the family suite they inspected. They are so happy to be here." He understood well that Gu Lingyu had looked after them that morning. Otherwise, even if he had redeemed points for a double room, losing those 300 points would have left him with no grounds to complain. They had truly experienced the resort's excellence and had no desire to leave or provoke the formidable Boss Gu. Accepting her kindness, he felt it was only right to be grateful rather than indifferent. "Not a problem. It's no great matter," Gu Lingyu replied with a smile, appreciating interactions with those who were perceptive and considerate. After expressing his gratitude once more, Tang Bin noticed the stack of promotional flyers in Gu Lingyu's hand and inquired with curiosity, "Have you been distributing flyers today, Boss Gu?" "Yes. The number of guests in the shop is still low, so since I had some free time, I decided to take a stroll," Gu Lingyu explained, dividing the stack of flyers into several piles and placing them on the tables in the lounge area. This way, new arrivals could see them, and existing guests could take some with them. An opportunity, however small. "Did you head towards the Xiongfeng base?" Tang Bin asked, recalling the direction from which Gu Lingyu had returned. Gu Lingyu paused, glancing out the glass door, pondering her earlier route. I'm not sure. Is that the direction of the Xiongfeng base? That base was where Tang Bin had previously stayed. She was indeed unfamiliar with the locations of the various bases. As she had chosen her path rather randomly that day, Tang Bin was momentarily taken aback, although he was surprised that Gu Lingyu was unaware of this matter. He proceeded to explain, upon exiting our resort, the road to the right leads to the Xiongfeng base, while to the left lies the Mingguang base. And straight ahead is the Rongyang base. Intrigued, Gu Lingyu settled into the lounge area with Tang Bin to inquire about these bases. After all, attracting survivors to their accommodation necessitated a thorough understanding of the surrounding bases. Not one to hesitate at her inquiry, Tang Bin willingly shared all the information he had gathered. The Xiongfeng base was initially established by a handful of supernatural beings, and as more survivors joined, it evolved into its current scale. Under the jurisdiction of the first and second level bases managed by the Jingdu base, Xiongfeng has emerged as a relatively powerful third level base. However, as Xiongfeng expanded, the original founders, who had taken on the role of managers, gradually revealed their true nature, bolstered by the inability of the base's supernatural beings to easily relocate their families. They grew increasingly audacious, especially after experiencing the taste of power, leading to rampant exploitation of the base's survivors. The demand for resources such as crystal cores for exchanging supplies escalated, rendering the survivors' existence ever more arduous, while the managers thrived in comfort. No longer needing to venture out for resource collection, these managers became plump and indulged in a life of luxury akin to feudal lords. The initial regulations set forth within the base became mere formalities for the managers, who acted with impunity, fully aware that any dissent from the survivors would lead to dire consequences. Those who dared to resist faced severe repercussions, ranging from brutal punishments to outright expulsion, with some incidents even threatening lives. For the survivors at Xiongfeng, particularly those of lesser strength or ordinary individuals, life was a relentless struggle. With their limited capabilities, larger bases were often reluctant to accept them, and smaller bases would hardly offer a better existence. Caught in this dilemma, these survivors endured daily hardships, striving for survival while fearing the day they might attract the attention of the tyrannical managers. Among them were the Tang siblings, who found themselves in a precarious situation. Tang Yu, the younger sister, caught the eye of one of the managers, who nearly abducted her while Tang Bin was away. Fortunately, he returned just in time to avert a catastrophe. Gu Lingyu was taken aback to learn of the siblings' ordeal, and witnessing the hatred etched on Tang Bin's face as he recounted the incident, she could only imagine the depth of his fear. In this apocalyptic world, the three siblings relied on one another, with Tang Bin resolutely determined to protect his brother and sister. Thankfully, he acted decisively, leading them to escape the clutches of the Xiongfeng base. Otherwise, the ensuing circumstances were all too predictable, and their lives would have been far from easy. In her previous life, Gu Lingyu had also lived in a base. Although the conditions of the base she resided in were somewhat better, she had heard about the circumstances of other bases, and indeed, such situations were not uncommon. As for Mingguang base and Rongyang base, Tang Bin did not possess extensive knowledge, but he shared all that he knew with Gu Lingyu. Mingguang base, classified as a level 2 base and situated in proximity to the Kyoto base, may seem only one tier higher, yet its strength is undoubtedly incomparable to that of Xiongfeng base. Meanwhile, Rongyang base, being a level 1 base, requires no further elaboration, as there is but a single level 1 base in the entire Haishire. The three of us, siblings, are truly fortunate to have arrived here, finding hope for survival. Tang Bin expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Although their current existence is obtained through the exchange of crystal cores, he feels content, believing that one should be grateful in life. No one is entitled to unreciprocated kindness, especially from those who are not kin. In contrast to their former life at Xiongfeng base, this Peach Blossom Resort could indeed be considered a paradise. However, while these siblings are momentarily at ease, those who once assisted them continue to endure the dire conditions at Xiongfeng base. His former teammates and the kind-hearted neighbors who had secretly provided him with warnings at the base entrance, along with those who showed care towards his younger siblings, if only they could also come to this Peach Blossom Resort, they would no longer be oppressed by the tyrannical management of Xiongfeng base. Moreover, it seems that the proprietor, Gu, is genuinely eager to welcome more guests. This morning, Gu had instructed them, and Tang Bin's expression turned serious as he made a decision. Pointing to the promotional flyers on the table, he said to Gu Lingyu, "If you do not mind, may I take these promotional bags to Xiongfeng base for advertising? I still have some friends and neighbors there, and if they learn of the benefits here, they would surely wish to come and stay long-term." Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyu's eyes brightened instantly. Of course, that would be splendid. However, she hesitated as she recalled that Tang Bin had escaped from Xiongfeng base. "Do you think you might encounter trouble returning? And will you be able to enter Xiongfeng base again?" Tang Bin smiled. "While entering the base would certainly pose challenges, and I would likely be obstructed at the entrance, I can find alternative ways to convey the message without actually entering the base." Seeing Tang Bin's determination, Gu Lingyu chose not to press further. "Thank you then. I will keep a close watch on your siblings." The mention of his younger siblings brought a broader smile to Tang Bin's face. As the two conversed in the resting area, for individuals soon entered from outside. Upon seeing them, Gu Lingyu displayed a knowing smile that left Tang Bin astonished. The meaning behind Gu's smile was somewhat elusive. However, as Tang Bin turned to observe the newcomers, a sense of foreboding filled him. 3 tall and robust men accompanied a woman, all of whom bore the unmistakable demeanor of individuals not to be trifled with. After more than 3 years of enduring the apocalypse, Tang Bin recognized at a glance that these individuals were likely not of amiable disposition. With a heart steeped in apprehension, he pondered whether these individuals were here to stir trouble. In the next moment, he observed the 2 individuals in front of him, who, upon spotting Gu Lingyu, immediately donned smiles of contrition. The rapidity of their facial transformation left Tang Bin momentarily speechless. Chapter 31. A permanent stay. Boss Gu, we have returned. This time, "We wish to stay permanently," announced the four who had just entered the resort, the very same team that had previously departed from the Guangming base. Having learned their lesson, Feng Chong and Qian Yuan, upon seeing Gu Lingyu, promptly began to smile nervously, their expressions filled with trepidation, afraid that Gu Lingyu might refuse them or, worse still, expel them from this delightful place. They were reluctant to leave. "If you can abide by the rules of the resort and settle in properly, I would, of course, welcome you," Gu Lingyu replied, her smile tinged with deeper meaning, as she gestured towards the rules posted on the wall. This notice had been hung only after Qian Yuan and Feng Chang's departure. Although they had not seen it before, they understood its implications at a glance. The smiles on their faces instantly turned a shade more awkward, as they realized the notice was likely posted due to their previous antics. Yet, they were wise enough not to voice their thoughts. "We promise to adhere to the rules and never cause trouble again," they chorused almost in unison. After the shocking lesson they had endured, they could hardly suppress their unease at the sight of Gu Lingyu's smile. If they continued to perceive her as an easy target, it would surely spell disaster for them. The obedient demeanor of these two did not go unnoticed by the other three, who regarded them with astonishment. The couple leading the team exchanged glances, recalling the earlier comments made by these two teammates, and thus dared not underestimate Boss Gu. They, too, noticed the rules posted on the wall and, remembering their teammates' past experiences, immediately connected the dots regarding the shocking incident. Even they surmised that the notice had been established due to the actions of these two. However, of utmost importance was the attitude and reactions of their teammates. Their usual volatility had transformed into palpable meekness. Anyone capable of instilling such humility in them was surely formidable. Recognizing that their purpose for this journey was to secure a more comfortable existence, the couple chose to remain quietly in the background, allowing their teammates to handle the situation. "Very well, let us proceed with the check-in," Gu Lingyu concluded, her gaze sweeping over the couple, who appeared remarkably docile, which pleased her. As long as they refrained from causing trouble, she was more than willing to accept the points they would bring. Once the check-in was complete, her spirits soared even higher. This quartet had come to stay for an extended period, a development that far exceeded her expectations. Glancing at their belongings, she deduced that they had likely departed from their previous base to relocate to the resort. To her surprise, the two whom she had previously reprimanded had not only opted for a permanent stay, but had also brought their teammates along. The quartet ultimately opted for 2 single rooms and 1 double room, settling on a monthly rental payment to secure their accommodations. As they returned to their quarters, Gu Lingyu could hardly contain her delight, for this group had generously bestowed upon her a remarkable 300 points. This was merely the rental income. With the guests already settled in, subsequent expenditures could not be meager. Given that all 4 were third-tier ability users, could their appetites be modest? Certainly not. While Gu Lingyu reveled in her considerable profit and the acquisition of 4 long-term clients, Tang Bin was not entirely at ease. Initially, upon observing the quartet, he harbored concerns, fearing they might cause trouble or disrupt the ambience of the establishment, particularly regarding the welfare of his younger siblings. However, witnessing their unexpectedly docile demeanor in front of Gu Lingyu alleviated his worries. Did this not serve as an affirmation of Gu Lingyu's enigmatic presence, capable of managing such clientele? With his siblings vacationing at the resort, he could finally relax. In high spirits, Tang Bin arranged to collect promotional materials from Gu Lingyu the following day before retreating to his room. Barely had he departed when new guests entered. Gu Lingyu's eyes brightened once more. Ah, another returning customer. With the earlier encounter in mind, seeing a familiar face felt akin to witnessing a substantial sum of points beckoning her. When Li Xiangfei and his companions entered the establishment, they appeared somewhat disheveled. Originally, escorting their parents had seemed a trifling task, but misfortune struck when they encountered several waves of zombies along the way, leaving them rather fatigued. Fortunately, they arrived safely in the end. For ordinary individuals, each step outside the base in this post-apocalyptic world poses a threat, which complicates the relocation of ability users with families. The distances between bases are considerable, and no one can guarantee a safe passage. Upon arrival, they approached the counter to check in with Gu Lingyu. The Li brothers requested 2 single rooms, while their parents opted for a double room. Their stay was long-term, thus earning Gu Lingyu another 300 points. As for Li Wenwen and her 3 teammates, they chose a daily billing arrangement, renewing their stay until the conclusion of their current mission. Although they did not select long-term accommodations, each day of their stay would still yield points, which was of no concern to Gu Lingyu, given the ample availability of rooms. As dinner time approached, the restaurant on the first floor buzzed with activity, a rare occurrence, as numerous guests had checked in, marking the first gathering in the dining area. However, the patrons were strangers to one another, each selecting their seats before commencing their meals. Gu Lingyu sat alone at her designated spot, observing the expressions of surprise and satisfaction on the faces of the newly arrived couples, fully aware that these individuals were unlikely to wish to leave. After the hour grew late and the doors were secured, Gu Lingyu began to upgrade various areas of the resort. Today, a substantial amount of points was credited to her account, bringing her total to nearly 9,000. However, she still had a long way to go before reaching the 3rd-level resort, so she decided to invest in other upgrades first. The foremost priority was the sign outside the entrance. Ever since the resort system was activated on the first day, this matter had been on her mind. A fine wine fears deep alleys. Without a striking sign, potential customers might overlook the place, resulting in a significant loss. Without hesitation, she spent 1,000 points. And in the blink of an eye, a neon sign adorned the entrance. On the far left stood a peach tree, shedding delicate petals, while on the right were the bold characters spelling out Peach Blossom Resort. At night, the new sign was particularly eye-catching, illuminating the dark, desolate world and visible from afar. Even during the day, it would surely capture attention. Chapter 32, Zombie Uprising. After admiring the sign for a while, she returned to the lobby, feeling quite satisfied. As for the rooftop sign, she had temporarily abandoned the idea, primarily due to its steep cost of 10,000 points, tenfold the price of the entrance sign, making it unattainable for her. Once inside the lobby, she used another 1,000 points to hire a junior staff member. With the expansion of the establishment and the addition of a second floor, it was time to employ someone for miscellaneous tasks, as having Lu Wu, an elite employee, handle menial duties seemed like a waste of talent. However, upon seeing the appearance of the junior staff member, she couldn't help but feel bemused. For these employees were not ordinary humans. Though they bore a humanoid form, they were incomplete transformations. The junior staff member standing before her was a cat girl, clad in a uniform, complete with a feline face, ears, and tail. Even her exposed hands were adorned with cat paws. Is this the standard appearance for hired employees? She wondered, glancing at the adorable cat girl with delight, yet curiosity gnawed at her. Was there truly no ordinary humanoid staff available? There are other forms, but no standard human shapes, to distinguish employees from customers. Nodding in understanding, she assigned the cat girl to the second floor, while Lu Wu remained on the first, deciding against hiring additional employees for the moment. Next, she activated several vending machines and restaurant dishes. Some sales had already met the requirements, allowing her to unlock more menu items. Lastly, considering that the number of guests would only increase, she added more tables and chairs to the resting area, opting not to spend more points on upgrades for now. With over 6,000 points still remaining in her resort account, she hesitated before deciding against redeeming her points for power awakening at this time. Within the resort, she had no need for such abilities, as she was the absolute master here. As for the outside world, she had no plans to venture out in the coming days. She would redeem her powers when the time truly called for it. She had already inquired with the system, which assured her that the redemption of abilities could be accomplished in an instant. With her prowess from a previous life, there exists no unfamiliarity or inability to wield her abilities. For her, utilizing her powers is as effortless as instinct. A glance at the panel reveals that she still possesses nearly 6,500 points. Activating the dishes has not consumed much, as most of her points have been allocated towards redeeming signature items and hiring entry-level staff, with a reserve kept for unforeseen circumstances. The third phase of increasing room tasks is still far from completion. It not only requires full occupancy, but also mandates that 6 of the rooms be rented for an additional month. Currently, just over half of the rooms are occupied, with several still vacant, and the requirement of 6 rooms being extended has already been surpassed. Today, 8 guests checked in at once, with 6 rooms rented long-term, alongside the family room for the Tang siblings and the departure of Tang Wenhua, totaling 8 rooms. As for the rewards anticipated by Ling Yu, such as air conditioning and television, resort quality improvement task 2, host 30 new guests, progress 1, 630. Only half has been begrudgingly achieved, leaving much yet to be done. She can only hope to complete it before the weather turns warm. Otherwise, the extreme summer heat will prove unbearable. After tidying up and closing the door, Ling Yu retired to her room for rest. Meanwhile, as the inhabitants of Taiyuan Resort slumbered peacefully, the world outside was anything but tranquil. Nightfall posed dangers for those with abilities, as zombies tended to become restless. Thus, before dusk, those endowed with powers would seek out relatively safe havens to endure the night. The area surrounding the base, continually scoured by various ability users, had become exceedingly barren of resources, compelling them to venture farther in search of supplies. To maximize the efficacy of each mission, they would spend several days on a single task, conserving travel time. On the second floor of a street-side shop, a team of 5 was spending the night. 3 members leaned against the wall in slumber, while the other 2 stood by the window, vigilantly surveying the darkened streets. "Boss, it seems there is some movement." Suddenly, one of them, Xia Mingzhi, exclaimed, his expression shifting sharply. Without hesitation, he kicked the sleeping companion beside him. The one who was roused was Xiao Rui, who had positioned himself close to Xia Mingzhi, anticipating that he would wake him if necessary. Within their team, Xiao Rui and Xia Mingzhi possessed the keenest senses, with Xia Mingzhi's abilities enhancing his perceptiveness, leading them to alternate watch duties throughout the night. Now awakened by the kick, Xiao Rui immediately sprang into alertness, disregarding Xia Mingzhi's action, as he understood that an emergency must be at hand. He quickly turned and exchanged a glance with another teammate on duty, who comprehended the urgency and went to rouse the remaining 2 members. Xiao Rui approached the window, and upon seeing Xia Mingzhi's grave expression, he knew the situation was dire and extended his senses to investigate. Moments later, the 3 teammates had risen and were just finishing their preparations when they heard the grave, subdued voices from the 2 by the window. "It's a zombie outbreak," Xia Mingzhi affirmed. "There are many of them." Xiao Rui's voice was low and grave, echoing the assessment made by Xia Mingzhi. It was unclear which unfortunate soul had incited such a large-scale upheaval in the dead of night. Xia Mingzhi sighed, realizing that the magnitude of the disturbance could only be attributed to another group of supernatural beings. Such teams would resist, thus triggering an even greater riot. However, Xia Mingzhi had no time to lament the actions of other supernatural squads, for in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. "Damn it, they're coming our way. Retreat. Evade." Without hesitation, Xiao Rui made a decisive call. He scanned the surroundings to ensure his teammates were gathered and ready before leading the charge from their hiding place. Based on the recent commotion, they were on the path leading to the tumult, and such noise would inevitably attract every zombie in the vicinity. Their current location was no longer safe. It was far better to withdraw now than to be besieged by a horde of the undead later. Although their team was formidable, facing a massive zombie uprising remained perilous. After all, their powers were not limitless, and exhaustion could strike at any moment. During daylight, they had already surveyed the area, and without a moment's pause, they chose a route to flee. Along the way, they encountered only a few scattered zombies, which posed no hindrance to their escape. Chapter 33. Did you stir up a zombie nest? After running a considerable distance, Xiao Mingfei finally spoke up. Boss, what are we to do now? Should we look for another safe haven? With over an hour until dawn, remaining exposed could prove quite dangerous. Xiao Rui pondered for a moment, surveyed the surroundings, and then turned to his companions, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. We're not far from Chinatown. Should we check out the Taiyuan resort? His 4 teammates were taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a suggestion from Xiao Rui, especially given his earlier hesitation. However, after the motorcycle girl's enticing introduction, they had spent the previous day thinking about the resort, occasionally glancing at the promotional flyer. The allure was undeniable, particularly after witnessing the enticing meal she had presented. Upon Xiao Rui's sudden proposal, the 4 teammates exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Let us go. We need to see just how wonderful that Taiyuan resort truly is. Seeing his teammates unanimously in favor, Xiao Rui no longer hesitated and led the way towards Chinatown. In the perilous night of the apocalypse, danger lurked at every corner, and even a capable team of supernatural beings had to tread cautiously, avoiding streets thick with zombies. Yet, even with such caution, they could not escape the trouble that sought them out. Damn it, why is there a zombie riot here too? What is going on tonight? Xia Mingzhi exclaimed in frustration, his face etched with despair. As they sprinted into Chinatown, a sudden commotion from a nearby zombie horde caught their attention. Xiao Rui noticed it too. However, he furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the road ahead, any diversion would lead them into alleys teeming with the undead. Though they could fight, doing so would undoubtedly impede their progress, and nighttime skirmishes particularly risked attracting larger groups of zombies. They had no choice but to press onward, urging everyone to remain vigilant. With a steely resolve, Xiao Rui swiftly made his decision, not pausing for a moment. His teammates, wearing expressions of resignation, followed closely behind, only Xia Mingzhi muttering habitually, "We're going to run ourselves to exhaustion again." They had faced nighttime zombie uprisings before, an occurrence that was nearly impossible to evade entirely. Yet their strategy remained consistent. A universal approach shared among all those with abilities, run. As long as they maintained their speed and avoided colliding with other hordes, there was still a chance for survival. Stopping to fight would only result in encirclement and eventual demise. However, after covering some distance, the expressions of the 5-member team grew increasingly grave rather than relaxed. They realized the noise from the zombie uprising was drawing alarmingly closer. What was happening? Were they about to face an overwhelming onslaught? Indeed, upon reaching the next intersection, they encountered another small team. This group appeared disheveled, their faces smeared with dirt, and their clothing torn. Clearly, they had endured considerable hardship while fleeing. Captain Xiao Rui, the woman leading the distressed team, exclaimed in surprise. You're also from Xiongfeng? Xiao Rui was taken aback by the coincidence. As they exchanged words, neither team showed any intention of halting. They continued to run while speaking. Yes, the female leader responded, not surprised that Xiao Rui didn't recognize her. Her team was only of middling strength within the Xiongfeng base, while Xiao Rui's group represented the elite. It was unsurprising that she could recognize him, but not the other way around. Before the female leader could utter another word, Xia Mingzhi's startled shout interrupted. Goodness, did you stir up a zombie nest? There are so many of them. You must be cursed. At his exclamation, the members of Xiao Rui's team turned to look, nearly stumbling in shock. Good heavens. It felt as if a train were barreling down behind them. A dense mass of zombies was in hot pursuit, roaring in the darkness, and it was impossible to discern where the horde ended. This was exhilarating. I've never been chased by so many zombies before. Xia Mingzhi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Beside him, Xia Mingfei rolled her eyes in exasperation, wishing she could deliver a sharp reprimand to her brother. However, given the circumstances, she refrained from doing so. It couldn't have been you who triggered the zombie uprising back on Tiannan Street, could it? Xiao Rui redirected his gaze towards the female leader. The sheer number of the zombies trailing behind them indicated that they had been in pursuit for quite some time, gathering such a horde along the way. This made Xiao Rui recall the recent zombie outbreak. How does Captain Xiao Rui know? The female leader asked, momentarily taken aback. Goodness. So, it was you who forced us to flee earlier. Xia Mingzhi exclaimed, incredulous. Be quiet. If you continue to babble on, I will throw you behind to feed the zombies. Xia Mingfei interjected, unable to contain herself. Xia Mingzhi promptly fell silent, covering his mouth and running ahead, vowing to refrain from further chatter. However, his interruption enlightened the female leader to the situation. It appeared that their unintentional provocation of the zombie outbreak on Tiannan Street had inadvertently implicated Xiao Rui's team. The female leader, visibly embarrassed, repeatedly apologized. I am truly sorry. We dragged you into this. Our luck was unfortunate on Tiannan Street, as the building we chose collapsed unexpectedly, and a swarm of zombies happened to be wandering nearby. Xiao Rui's team understood. It seemed this group had merely encountered misfortune, but such was life in a post-apocalyptic world. Even they had, on several occasions, unwittingly sparked zombie outbreaks due to unforeseen events. At least the attitude of this team was commendable, as they promptly offered an apology. Have you been fleeing all this way? Xiao Rui suddenly inquired, his mind racing with thoughts. Indeed, we initially sought another location to shake off the zombies, but we recalled the news we heard during the day and thought we would come to Chinatown to investigate, the female leader replied. Chinatown during the day. Xiao Rui's keen intellect immediately grasped the implication. You are referring to the Taiyuan resort, aren't you? Oh, Captain Xiao Rui has heard of it too? The female leader exclaimed in surprise, pulling a neatly folded paper from her pocket while maintaining her pace. As she unfolded the paper, the 5 members of Xiao Rui's team recognized the familiar flyer. So, you also encountered that girl on the motorcycle. Xiao Mingzhi couldn't help but exclaim again. Indeed. It seems you have had a similar experience, the female leader noted, observing the reactions of Xiao Rui's team. Realizing that they were both fleeing from Tiannan Street, she couldn't help but ask, are you also planning to visit the Taiyuan resort? Yes, since it's not far, and having already ventured out at such a late hour. We might as well take a look, Xiao Rui affirmed with a nod. With their goals aligned, there was no longer any need for pretense. Captain, how much farther is it? A member of the team, feeling fatigued after their prolonged escape, inquired. However, the relentless horde of zombies pursuing them left no one daring to relax. To let their guard down would mean certain death. According to the address on the flyer, we should be nearly there. I recall it being just on the next street. Before the female leader could finish her sentence, Xiao Mingzhi suddenly shouted, "Look! Is there not a light over there? It seems to be a sign." Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd instinctively looked up and beheld a ray of light emerging from the far end of the street, illuminating the inky blackness of the night like a lighthouse. "Can you believe someone has the luxury to turn on the lights?" one exclaimed. "That must be the address of the Peach Blossom Resort. Look at that tall building. Doesn't it resemble the illustration on the brochure? Just 2 more streets. Let us go and see." With that decisive proclamation from Xiao Rui, not only the 4 members of the team led by Xia Mingzhi, but also the nearby 5-person squad eagerly agreed. As the radiant light drew nearer, the group of 10 hastened their pace, fueled by a renewed sense of hope. Even the individuals who had been panting just moments ago found an unexpected surge of energy, keeping up with the others. "It is the Peach Blossom Resort. Truly." Xia Mingzhi was the first to discern the neon sign, his face alight with ecstatic joy. At the sound of his words, everyone's spirits soared, their faces beaming with delight, and they instinctively quickened their steps. "Look, the lights are still on inside. It seems there are people there. This is wonderful." Xia Mingzhi continued to report the unfolding situation. Yet, as they approached, Xia Mingfei couldn't help but voice her concern. "Why are there so many floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor of the resort? Can they really withstand the approaching zombies?" Her words snapped everyone back to reality, and a shared anxiety flickered in their eyes. Indeed, ordinary glass would be utterly ineffective against zombies. Could this glass truly provide protection? Xiao Rui, seemingly struck by a thought, remarked. "This resort dares to use glass, and even keeps the lights on in the dead of night. Most importantly, those windows appear undamaged. Perhaps they can indeed fend off the zombies?" The group pondered this, finding a semblance of logic in his reasoning. At that moment, the female team leader interjected. "I recall the girl mentioning that the area within 2 meters of the resort is a safe zone, impervious to zombies, as stated in the brochure. Under different circumstances, this claim might have been met with skepticism, but after encountering the mysterious girl on the motorcycle, uncertainty clouded their minds. Indeed, there had been no zombies near her. Even while riding her notoriously loud motorcycle, not a single zombie had glanced her way. With such a tangible example before them, it was hard not to feel hopeful. What if the resort was the same? To hell with it. Let us just go and take a look. We're almost there." Xia Mingzhi thought, dismissing his doubts, and quickened his pace, charging straight toward the main entrance of the Peach Blossom Resort. "Open the door. Hurry, open the door," he shouted from a distance, regardless of whether the figures inside the lobby could hear him. To their astonishment, one of the silhouettes within indeed seemed to have heard. Promptly approaching the entrance and opening the door, elation surged through the group as they accelerated, rushing into the lobby. They hardly spared a glance at their surroundings, turning to shut the door behind them, only to discover they could not budge it, no matter how hard they pulled. "What is going on?" Xia Mingzhi anxiously spoke up, but before he could finish his words, he was left astonished, his eyes wide open, staring blankly outside. At that moment, everyone else mirrored his expression. They could scarcely believe their own eyes. A horde of zombies had inexplicably collided with an invisible barrier outside the resort, unable to advance even a fraction. What was more astonishing was that the lengthy line of zombies behind did not cease their advance. Propelled by inertia, they continued to crash into the ones in front. Yet, despite this relentless assault, that invisible wall remained utterly unyielding. The foremost zombies were now jammed against the barrier, unable to move, with several of them grotesquely contorted, some even with broken bones, yet still unable to step forward. This ethereal wall stood as an insurmountable chasm, blocking all the zombies. After a brief moment, the commotion outside gradually subsided, although the throng of zombies outside the barrier remained densely packed. Xiao Rui and the others perceptibly sensed a change. The zombies had calmed down. They were no longer snarling, no longer howling, nor were they clawing at Xiao Rui and his companions. Their demeanor resembled that of aimless wanderers devoid of a target. This was truly miraculous. The zombies were indeed unable to enter. Xia Mingzhi stood there, dumbfounded, gazing outside. Why did it seem as though the zombies suddenly could no longer see them? Xiao Rui was the first to notice this peculiarity. The zombies were oblivious to the presence of the living within the resort, incapable of sensing their vitality. A deep, resonant male voice emanated from beside them, a calm and composed tone that immediately drew everyone's attention, making them aware that there were others in the lobby. They turned in unison, finally noticing the person who had opened the door for them, a tall figure clad in a butler's uniform, with golden brown hair and striking golden eyes that exuded an enigmatic aura. The mere sight of this individual was enough to leave everyone momentarily speechless. How could one still dye their hair in a post-apocalyptic world? And what of those golden contact lenses? Surely, this appearance was rather excessive. Before the astonished crowd could fully regain their composure, the man with golden eyes smiled and spoke. "Welcome to the Peach Blossom Resort." This single utterance snapped everyone back to reality, and they once again gazed at the cluster of zombies outside, their expressions still tinged with astonishment. They had never anticipated that the Peach Blossom Resort was indeed as extraordinary as the promotional materials had claimed. Chapter 35. An encounter with acquaintances at the resort. With the threat of zombies momentarily abated, everyone exhaled in relief. Xiao Rui pondered for a moment, then stepped forward, producing the promotional flyer from his pocket. "We encountered a girl on the road yesterday who gave us this flyer. Since this is indeed the Peach Blossom Resort, could it truly be as it claims?" The man with golden eyes was none other than Lu Wu, the night watchman, who recognized the flyer at a glance. "That girl is our boss. You may refer to her as Boss Gu." These flyers were indeed distributed by her yesterday. Our Peach Blossom Resort truly lives up to its promotional claims, embodying honesty and integrity. Xiao Rui and his companions were momentarily taken aback, realizing that the motorcycle girl they had encountered the previous day was indeed the proprietor of this resort. Your boss is currently resting. If any of you wish to set up a personal points account, I would be glad to assist, Lu Wu stated, unwilling to disturb his master's repose over such trivial matters. In the grand scheme of things, the master's comfort was paramount, and it was his duty to safeguard his master's beauty sleep. Yesterday, the owner showed us a selection of food, claiming that with points, one could purchase items within your resort. Is that true? Xiao Rui refrained from hastily establishing an account, instead opting to clarify certain matters of concern. They had already witnessed the safety of the Peach Blossom Resort firsthand, and even now, a glance outside would reaffirm their observations. However, regarding the food, he still sought confirmation, despite noticing a row of vending machines nearby. To their surprise, the golden-eyed gentleman interjected with an unrelated remark. Lu Wu glanced at the clock on the wall and smiled. It's 5 o'clock. What? Xiao Rui was momentarily stunned, as were the others, who appeared equally bewildered. 5 o'clock? What's significant about that? At 5 o'clock, our resort's restaurant begins serving breakfast. Upon finishing his statement, Lu Wu stepped aside and gestured for the group to behold the expansive glass wall behind him. Beyond the glass, an unobstructed view of the restaurant revealed an array of food items on display. Food. So much food. The sheer quantity was astonishing, and not only were the portions plentiful, but the variety was also remarkable. All eyes widened in disbelief. Even the usually composed Xiao Rui was no exception. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had not encountered such an abundance of food, let alone such a diversity of options. Lu Wu, observing their astonished expressions, gently prompted, "Do you have any further questions? Is all of this truly available for public access?" Xiao Mingzhi was the first to break the silence, swallowing hard as if he could already sense the aroma of the food. Indeed, as long as you obtain a points card for our resort and have the means to pay with points, our services treat all guests equally, Lu Wu explained, as he approached the restaurant entrance and swung open the grand doors. Instantly, Xiao Mingzhi and the others were enveloped by an even richer aroma wafting from the food. "I want to get a card. I want to do it now." Without hesitation, Xiao Mingzhi produced a crystal core and dashed to Lu Wu's side. Seeing her brother's lack of restraint, his face alight with longing, Xiao Mingfei couldn't help but facepalm. She hadn't even had time to rein in her older brother. Glancing at the captain beside her, she noted that Xiao Rui showed no signs of dissent, so she refrained from calling Xiao Mingzhi back. To be honest, even she was struggling to resist the allure of the food. In the brief pause, the other small team quickly followed in Su Mingzhi's footsteps and surrounded Lu Wu, each one extracting their crystal cores, urging Lu Wu to assist them in establishing personal accounts. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Rui and his companions hesitated no more, advancing to prepare for their own registrations. The two teams, comprising 10 individuals, ultimately all secured personal accounts, sharing a collective astonishment and concern regarding the sudden emergence of the Peach Blossom mark. However, this anxiety dissipated entirely after indulging in the delectable breakfast, which was simply exquisite. What a divine delicacy this was. Moreover, the abundance of delightful breakfast options could be savored for just 15 points. Su Mingzhi was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled in his eyes as he stuffed his cheeks like a chipmunk, his face radiating sheer ecstasy, much to the chagrin of his sister, Xiao Mingfei, who looked on with disdain. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Mingfei had no time to retort at her foolish brother, as her own mouth was also filled with food. The group devoured the meal as if they hadn't eaten in days, only slowing their pace after nearly an hour, their bellies now swollen. "Ah, Guyan, is that you?" Just as they leisurely finished the remnants on their plates, a voice called from the entrance of the restaurant. The female team leader, Lu Guyun, looked up in astonishment at the figure who greeted her, her expression of surprise surpassing that of the caller. "Tangbin? What are you doing here?" The commotion drew the attention of Xiao Rui's team at the adjacent table, their faces equally filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that there would be someone familiar to Lu Guyun in this resort. Could they also be from the Xiongfeng base? As Xiao Rui's team speculated, the two groups converged, engaging in conversation. "We, the three siblings, have been residing in this Peach Blossom Resort for 2 days now. I never expected to run into you here," Tangbin said, his face beaming with joy at the unexpected reunion. The camaraderie between the two teams had been solid during their time at the Xiongfeng base, often looking out for one another. "You've been here for 2 days? Does that mean you arrived here right after escaping?" Lu Guyun paused, recalling that there were others in the restaurant, and swiftly redirected her inquiry. "So, did you find this resort right after your escape?" "Indeed, we were fortunate enough to evade zombies for several streets, seeking refuge here, and stumbled upon this treasure," Tangbin replied, unable to contain his gratitude and joy. "So, are you planning to stay here for a while?" Lu Guyun asked curiously. "Yes. We intend to make this our long-term residence. As long as the resort stands, we have no plans to leave. It is simply wonderful, truly magnificent." Tangbin's resolute demeanor left Lu Guyun and her team momentarily stunned. Having known him for so long, it was their first encounter witnessing him praise a place so fervently, and even more so, to see such relaxation on his face. Curiosity piqued, they eagerly inquired, "Tangbin, since you've been here for 2 days, you must know this place quite well. Please, share your insights with us. This place is extraordinary." Chapter 36, A Visit. A trial stay. The enchanting allure of this place is something you have yet to fully experience. Without hesitation, Tangbin began to recount the various wonders of the Taiyuan resort, speaking with a volume that did not shy away. Fully aware that the Xiao Rui team at the adjacent table was keenly eavesdropping on their conversation. The illustrious name of the Xiao Rui team was well known throughout the Xiongfeng base, and Tangbin recognized them immediately. As 8 o'clock approached, Ling Yu made her entrance. Upon stepping into the dining area, she immediately spotted the two teams, having recently distributed promotional flyers that were still fresh in her memory. Lu Wu promptly approached her, whispering the situation, to which Gu Lingyu nodded, greeted Tang Bin, and proceeded to collect her breakfast, settling into her designated seat. In high spirits, she noted that the arrival of these two teams validated the effectiveness of her promotional efforts. Shortly after taking her seat, Gu Lingyu discerned that both the newly arrived Lu Guyun team and the Xiaorui team hailed from Xiongfeng base, and that Lu Guyun team members were quite familiar with Tang Bin. The 5 members of Lu Guyun team eagerly inquired about the resort, and upon hearing Tang Bin's descriptions, expressions of intrigue began to appear on their faces. Gu Lingyu discreetly glanced toward the Xiaorui team and observed that the 5 members were also attentively listening, their expressions revealing a shift in interest. At this moment, the Qianyuan team of 4, along with the Li Shangyun team of 6 accompanied by their parents, entered the restaurant, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. The 2 newly arrived teams were taken aback, surprised to find such a crowd at the resort, as they had initially assumed it to be void of guests. Upon overhearing Tang Bin's description, they learned that many of these individuals were long-term guests, further igniting their interest. The presence of so many who had chosen long-term stays was indeed telling. Tang Bin, may we visit your room? Lu Guyun could hardly contain her excitement. Merely listening was no substitute for a first-hand experience. The culinary delights at Taoyuan Resort had already cast a spell upon them, and the prospect of accommodation, even if modest, was difficult to resist. Would you like to see the room? Tang Bin did not immediately acquiesce but turned to Gu Lingyu, inquiring, Boss Gu, may they accompany you to my room? Gu Lingyu had no objections. After all, within the resort, no one would stir any trouble. Certainly, but Lu Wu must escort you. Otherwise, guests without check-in cannot access the lodging area. She smiled as she emphasized this point, a regulation established primarily for the safety of the guests, to prevent outsiders from intruding. Upon hearing this, not only the 2 new teams, but also the regular patrons brightened with expressions of delight and satisfaction, as the security of their own rooms was a matter of great concern. With an increasing number of guests expected at the resort, including those who merely came to dine, the thought of a crowded lodging area raised questions about maintaining order. In the future, if you wish to show someone your room, you must seek the accompaniment of a staff member from this resort. Gu Lingyu glanced at Lu Wu beside her, who immediately understood the cue. He led the 5 members of Lu Guyun's team out of the dining area, with Tang Bin naturally following suit, while Tang Yu and her brother remained behind to continue their breakfast. At this moment, Tang Bin felt entirely at ease with the resort, especially with Gu Lingyu overseeing matters. There was truly nothing to worry about. At the entrance of the accommodation corridor, Lu Guyun's team clearly wished to test their limits, so Lu Wu stood aside, refraining from leading the way, while Lu Guyun stepped forward to assess the situation. Upon reaching the corridor's threshold, Lu Guyun found herself unable to advance, as if an invisible barrier had materialized before her. Despite her best efforts, she could not pass through, resembling the barrier outside that held back the zombies. She raised her hand to touch the barrier, her face alight with wonder. Once her teammates had also tested it, they were even more exhilarated as Lu Wu guided them into the accommodation area. Meanwhile, in the dining area, the members of the Xiaorui team, who hesitated to follow, needed no further inquiry to understand that Gu Lingyu's earlier words had indeed been truthful. Boss, what do you think? Although Xia Mingzhi did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, his teammates comprehended his intent and directed their gazes toward Xiaorui. Having already savored the delicious food, their interest was piqued further, making it difficult for them to remain seated. They had longed to leave the Xiongfeng base, and now, with such an enticing opportunity before them, what reason could they have to hesitate? Does anyone know that Tang Bin? Xiaorui asked candidly, feeling the allure himself. Yet burdened by the trust of his teammates and family, he knew he had to proceed with caution. Upon hearing Xiaorui's query, his teammates immediately grasped his meaning, but ultimately shook their heads in unison. None of them were acquainted with him. Why not wait until we return to the base and inquire then? Suggested Xiao Mingfei. That sounds good, but from what I gathered during their conversation, it seems Tang Bin has had a falling out with the base, which is why he left with his siblings, Xiaorui observed keenly. That seems quite plausible. Yet, considering the incompetence of those in charge, it would not be surprising if he felt compelled to leave the base with his family, Xiao Mingfei remarked candidly. And her teammates nodded in agreement. As fellow residents of the Xiongfeng base, they were all too aware of the situation there, after all. Even they were yearning for a change of scenery, not to mention those in the lower ranks facing even greater hardships. Oh, why be so conflicted? Our original plan was to return in a couple of days. Why not spend these days here and see how it feels? It's not as if we must move immediately, Xiao Mingzhi proposed. Ah, you've surprisingly offered a viable suggestion, Xiao Mingfei chuckled, casting a playful glance at her older brother before turning back to Xiaorui. Boss, what do you think? Very well, let's proceed with this plan, Xiaorui replied, lifting his gaze to find Gu Lingyu had finished her breakfast and was now at the counter. He promptly stood up and made his way over. The check-in process was quite straightforward, as all 5 members of Xiaorui's team already possessed personal accounts, allowing for a swift completion of the formalities. The 5 of them each chose a separate room, completely occupying the last 5 single accommodations. Gu Lingyu held back a smile, preventing the corners of her mouth from lifting too noticeably. Her task was nearing completion. Just as Gu Lingyu finished checking in the 5 members of Xiaorui's team, Tang Bin arrived with Lu Guyun's team, marveling as they walked. Chapter 37. Only a fool would continue to stay at Xiongfeng base. What a divine paradise this is. Not only does the room have electricity, but it also has running water, and the luxury of being able to wash up at will. Most importantly, there is hot water from the tap. I haven't had a hot shower in over 3 years. I almost couldn't resist settling in right away. Enough said. This truly lives up to the name of Peach Blossom Land. It is indeed a hidden utopia. A group of people buzzed with excitement, showing no intention of lowering their voices, which made it perfectly clear to the 5 members of Xiaorui's team standing by the counter. They exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the surprise in the other's eyes. There was no need for further inquiry. Just by observing the excitement of Lu Guyun's team, they could surmise how splendid the accommodations at this Peach Blossom Resort must be. At that moment, Tang Bin approached the counter, smiling at Gu Lingyu. Boss Gu, I'm about to set off. What about the promotional flyers? I appreciate your help. Gu Lingyu immediately understood, recalling their agreement from yesterday. She promptly retrieved a stack of flyers and watched as Tang Bin stuffed them into his backpack. There's no need for formality, Boss Gu. I genuinely hope our neighbors can enjoy a good life, Tang Bin replied with a grin. I'll entrust my younger siblings to you. He did not wish for them to be cooped up in their rooms all day. Today, he had granted them the freedom to roam within the resort, on the condition that they did not step outside the gates. Rest assured, Gu Lingyu replied with a smile, her simple words easing Tang Bin's expression further. After bidding farewell, Tang Bin was ready to leave with Lu Guyun's team when Xiao Rui's team grew curious. Xiao Mingzhi, straightforward as ever, called out to them, Captain Lu, aren't you staying for a couple of days? Lu Guyun, aware of Xiao Rui's team's reputation, was candid in her response. We're not in any rush for these next couple of days. Perhaps we have time on our side. What? What do you mean? Xiao Mingzhi looked bewildered, clearly not comprehending. However, Xiao Rui and Xiao Mingfei, standing nearby, seemed to grasp the implication, while the smile on Gu Lingyu's lips deepened. Essentially, we plan to return and discuss with our families, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we intend to move here permanently. Lu Guyun stated plainly. Huh, you just finished viewing the rooms, and you're already planning to move in? Is it really that splendid? Xiao Mingzhi still looked perplexed, while Xiao Mingfei could hardly contain her disbelief. Absolutely. Compared to Xiongfeng Base, this place is nothing short of paradise. Lu Guyun unabashedly expressed her delight and anticipation. But then, recalling an important matter, she promptly turned to Gu Lingyu and inquired, Boss Gu, do you have ample rooms available? If we decide to bring our families, will there be accommodations? Currently, only 3 rooms remain, first come, first served. If necessary, you could also share rooms, as you are all familiar with one another. Gu Lingyu answered with a smile. When the short-term rental guests check out, or when the resort opens new rooms, arrangements will be prioritized accordingly. In this scenario, she would not mention that new rooms would soon be available. Rather, she would create a sense of urgency to encourage guests to make swift decisions and choose to stay promptly. Indeed, upon hearing this from Gu Lingyu, the 5 members of Lu Guyun's team could hardly contain themselves. What? Only 3 rooms left? Lu Guyun nearly leapt from excitement, immediately turning to head outside, urging everyone to hurry back and prepare. If they delayed, they would have to squeeze into one room and wait for vacancies. In fact, there was no need for her to call out. The 4 teammates beside her had already followed in her haste, rushing out, leaving Tang Bin momentarily stunned before he hurried after them. Although Gu Lingyu mentioned waiting for the short-term guests to check out, who could predict when those guests would leave? As for the opening of the new rooms, it was anyone's guess when that would happen. Watching Lu Guyun and her party hurriedly depart, Xiao Rui's team was somewhat bewildered. However, once they entered their own room, they finally understood the urgency behind their departure and why they were concerned about potentially lacking accommodation later. With the enchanting environment and conditions of the Taoyuan resort, who could resist? To be candid, Xiao Rui's team was thoroughly captivated. After a refreshing shower, the 5 members gathered in Xiao Rui's room. What are your thoughts? Xiao Rui inquired directly. Move. Given these conditions, only a fool would continue staying at Xiongfeng Base, who would willingly endure that oppressive management. Xiao Mingzhi exclaimed fervently. This time, surprisingly, Xiao Mingfei did not retort. Even the other 2 teammates nodded in agreement. Since everyone shared the same sentiment, they decided to stay for 2 days to experience the resort. If all went well, they would pack up and relocate their families upon returning home. Xiao Rui thus made the final decision. However, Xiao Mingzhi interjected, but didn't you hear what that manager said? There aren't many rooms left. What if Captain Lu and her team get there first? What if we check out, and she swoops in to occupy all the rooms? Xiao Rui pondered for a moment. Here's the plan. Since we are already settled in, let us observe the situation over the next 2 days before deciding on a long-term rental. According to the manager, as long as we haven't checked out and continue to accumulate points, the room is ours. We can extend our stay anytime, as long as we make a decision before leaving. The team members nodded in agreement, and the matter was settled. They even began to anticipate a life filled with such blissful days in this post-apocalyptic world. After resting through the morning, when Xiao Rui's team was preparing to head to the restaurant for lunch, they encountered another unfamiliar team entering the resort. Just as they assumed these were new guests, they noticed the leader cheerfully approaching Gu Lingyu behind the counter, wearing a familiar smile. Boss Gu, I brought my teammates here. Welcome back. To the first esteemed guest of the resort, and the first to be deemed a model patron by Gu Lingyu, Tang Wenhua was greeted with a smile. However, her eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief as she spoke. Congratulations. Tang Wenhua was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, replying with a grin. It seems I can't keep anything from you, Boss Gu. Thank you. Although Gu Lingyu did not articulate it plainly, Tang Wenhua understood her implication. She was congratulating him on his ascension to the 4th tier of his abilities. Previously, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. After a strenuous encounter that left him injured, he had enjoyed ample rest and recovery, and upon returning to the base, he experienced a breakthrough. Chapter 38. Unlocking the air conditioning and television. Having witnessed Gu Lingyu electrify 2 unruly guests, Tang Wenhua was no longer curious about how this seemingly unassuming boss Gu could effortlessly discern his recent advancement in power. After all, she was perpetually enigmatic, and any attempts at speculation were futile. Is my previous room still available? Tang Wenhua inquired with a smile. Rest assured, since you have a long-term lease, your room is certainly reserved for you, Gu Lingyu replied, gesturing towards the first single room in the adjacent corridor. She added, should there be any changes or updates regarding the room, you will receive a notification on your personal account. The nearby Xiaorui and his team, who had yet to depart, exchanged glances, surprised to learn that this newly arrived team leader was also a long-term tenant. With a 4th-tier strength, he was no weakling. If he were from the Xiongfeng base, they would undoubtedly recognize him. However, since they had never encountered him before, it was likely he hailed from either the Mingguang or Rongyang bases, as these were the closest to the resort. Their conversation hinted at a high level of trust he must have in the Taiyuan resort, given that he had left for a few days after securing a long-term stay. Oblivious to the speculations of the team nearby, Tang Wenhua's smile deepened upon hearing that his room was still available. He gestured towards his teammates, who were curiously scanning their surroundings, their faces reflecting astonishment. I brought my teammates here to undertake a mission. I wanted them to experience the charm of the resort as well. After his initial departure, he regrouped with his teammates, returned to the base to submit his task, and then promptly set out again for a new assignment. The contrast he experienced upon returning to the base only heightened his appreciation for the resort, compelling him to persuade his teammates to join him. Initially, his teammates had been skeptical, but now they were utterly captivated. Tang Wenhua beamed with joy and turned to Gu Lingyu, asking, "Boss Gu, are there any rooms available?" He had noticed the staircase at the end of the first floor and was surprised to see that the resort had undergone expansion. However, he felt that even if the resort revealed unexpected additions, he would not be fazed and would refrain from further inquiry. "There are 2 double rooms and 1 family room available," Gu Lingyu replied, briefly outlining the room options, her gaze already drifting towards the task panel. If Tang Wenhua's 4 teammates checked in, she would be just 1 room away from completing her task of increasing occupancy. Furthermore, there was another task that particularly piqued her interest, receiving new guests. As long as these 4 individuals establish personal accounts and become guests of the resort, the second phase of the task will be accomplished, allowing access to the long-anticipated amenities such as the television and central air conditioning. Only the double rooms remain. Tang Wenhua was taken aback, glancing at the 10 rooms on the first floor and even a second floor, wondering how, with so many rooms, only 3 were left. Business must be thriving for Boss Gu. I need to consult with my teammates. Tang Wenhua could hardly believe that in just a few days of his absence, the resort's business had flourished to such an extent. Had he arrived even a moment later, he might have been forced to share a single room with his 4 teammates. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within him, accompanied by a heightened anticipation. At this moment, his 4 teammates had their eyes glued to the adjacent dining area, where the array of food in the display cabinets made their stomachs growl with hunger. Without needing further persuasion from Tang Wenhua, they swiftly made their decision. 2 males and 2 females perfectly matched for 2 double rooms. They proceeded to set up their personal accounts, barely taking the time to inspect the rooms before dashing to the dining area, where they feasted with tears of joy, causing the more seasoned members of Xiaorui's team to feel even hungrier. Xiaorui's team of 5 could not help but feel grateful that they hadn't hesitated when booking their rooms that morning. Otherwise, if they had delayed, they might have found no rooms available at all. Just look, there was only 1 family room left now. After establishing the personal accounts for the 4 new guests, Gu Lingyu received the notification that the task was complete. On this day, a total of 14 new guests arrived, including 5 from Xiaorui's team, 5 from Lu Guyun's team, and 4 teammates brought by Tang Wenhua, which truly delighted Gu Lingyu. Resort Quality Upgrade Task 2. Host 30 new guests. Completed. Task Reward. Unlock lobby television, air conditioning, etc. Available for redemption with points. Once these appliances are unlocked, they will not be immediately provided. Gu Lingyu must personally redeem them using her points in the points mall. Since the task was complete and the items unlocked, she felt no urgency and decided to head to the dining area for lunch. After the meal, Xiaorui's team went out directly, while Tang Wenhua's group, having inspected their rooms, quickly followed suit to gather crystal core supplies, leaving only Gu Lingyu and Lu Wu in the lobby. After some deliberation in the lobby with Lu Wu, Gu Lingyu finally selected the spot for the television. Meng, move all those vending machines to the left and arrange them neatly against the corner, just like that. While directing Lu Wu to adjust the positioning of the vending machines, Gu Lingyu browsed through the points mall, discovering a multitude of television models available. However, upon reviewing the points required for each option, she quietly opted for the most affordable television at 1,000 points, simply because of her limited budget. Currently, she possessed only around 8,000 points. But there were many other areas where those points would be needed. A television, being a mere luxury for leisure, would suffice for now. She could always upgrade to a better model once her finances allowed. Regarding the central air conditioning, there is little to critique. It can be installed for a mere expenditure of 20,000 points. However, she currently possesses not even half of that amount. Fortunately, the weather at the onset of May is still temperate, allowing her to endure without the air conditioning for a little while longer. Yet, as June approaches, the discomfort will surely intensify, particularly during the sweltering months of July and August. The central air conditioning has been unlocked, and once her points are sufficient, she can redeem it. After exchanging points for a television, she directed Lu Wu to mount it, and with a beaming expression, Gu Lingyu eagerly seized the remote and powered it on. One cannot help but marvel at the quality of the system's offerings, even in this internet-deprived apocalypse. The television remains unaffected, boasting an extensive library of films, television dramas, variety shows, and animations. Gu Lingyu attempted to search for some shows she had watched before the world fell into chaos, and to her delight, she found them all. This discovery filled her with excitement, as it meant she could escape the tedium of her usual time spent in the lobby. With her favorite beverages at hand, she mused that a few snacks would make her experience even more delightful. Reflecting on this, she cast a glance at the various task rewards, finally grasping the system's assertion that managing the resort would indeed lead to an enhanced quality of life. Chapter 39. Just a television. Not a major concern. Casting a glance at the beverage in her hand, Gu Lingyu turned her attention to the vending machine's interface. where she discovered several new items available for selection. Without hesitation, she spent some points to enrich the vending machine's offerings. However, the sales for both the beverage and instant noodle machines were insufficient, preventing the unlocking of new machines for the time being. Most patrons were currently dining in the restaurant or taking packed meals with them, leaving little interest in instant noodles. Yet, Gu Lingyu remained unperturbed, confident that there would eventually be guests with limited funds opting for instant noodles, at which point new vending machines would naturally become available. As for the beverage machine, today sales were quite promising. A few capable teams had entered the shop, and given their financial resources, they were unconcerned about the points. With nearly everyone making a purchase, at this rate, Gu Lingyu pondered, she would soon indulge in milk tea. Just the thought made her mouth water. While Gu Lingyu savored her drink and enjoyed the television, Tang Bin and his companions had returned to the Xiongfeng base. Their group of 6 had arrived before lunch, but due to Tang Bin having been blacklisted within the base, he was unable to enter the checkpoint. He found a relatively safe second-floor room outside the base to wait. While members of Lu Guyun's team went in to relay messages, after delivering the news, they dispersed to persuade their respective families. Soon enough, Tang Bin's former teammates appeared at the base's entrance. After confirming their direction, they pretended to take a detour to avoid the gatekeeper with abilities before circling back to Tang Bin's south hiding place. Prior to this, they had heard Lu Guyun mention a few things, and hearing Tang Bin speak now had sparked interest on their faces. In recent days, the teammates have increasingly yearned to leave the Xiongfeng base. With Tang Bin's departure, their squad has lost a crucial member, rendering their missions more arduous and perilous. Moreover, since Tang Bin absconded with his younger siblings, the initially planned raid to recruit personnel was thwarted, leading the K9 management to vent their frustrations on Tang Bin's team. They have faced numerous obstacles when exchanging supplies, expending far more resources than before, merely to acquire the same amount of provisions. How long can they endure this? They still have families to consider. You have not witnessed the grim reality of the Taoyuan resort, and thus, you might hesitate to bring your loved ones out of the base. How about this, suggested Tang Bin. Today, you accompany me to take a look. If it meets your approval, we can return tomorrow to bring our families over. The 4 teammates exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement after a moment of hesitation. They needed to venture out and see for themselves. Otherwise, staying at Xiongfeng base would be unbearable. Tang Bin was not only their trusted leader, but even the members of the Liu Guyun team spoke highly of him. A place like that surely could not be lacking. Otherwise, Tang Bin would not have risked everything to return and persuade them. Moreover, following the incident involving Tang Bin's sister, Tang Yu, a sense of unease had begun to settle among them. After all, what had befallen Tang Yu today might befall them tomorrow. The base was originally meant to guarantee safety. Yet if that fundamental assurance were to dissipate, what purpose would their continued presence here serve? All right, Captain, we will follow your lead. When do we depart? Let us leave now, stay overnight, and return first thing in the morning. What Tang Bin did not articulate was that returning early would allow everyone to prepare for bringing their families to the Taoyuan resort. In his view, the individuals at Xiongfeng base, who had long suffered oppression, could hardly resist the allure of such a splendid place as the Taoyuan resort. Tang Bin's eagerness to return and persuade his teammates stemmed not only from their deep bond forged through life and death experiences, but also from the fact that these teammates' families were the very neighbors who had aided him and his siblings in their escape from the Xiongfeng base. Having made up his mind, Tang Bin immediately led his 4 teammates away, heading towards the Taoyuan resort. By mid-afternoon, the 5 members of Tang Bin's team arrived at the resort, encountering minimal difficulties along the way, and their progress was quite swift. However, upon entering the lobby of the resort, even the new members were left utterly astounded, and Tang Bin himself was taken aback. What did they behold? A television? No. More precisely, a television that was fully operational. The value of electrical resources in a post-apocalyptic world is immeasurable, reliant on crystal cores that are beyond the reach of ordinary survivors. But most astonishingly, this television could connect to the internet. For how else could they watch television dramas? The 5 of them were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping as they stared in shock at the images flickering on the screen, their wide eyes filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend the marvel before them for quite some time. In the end, it was Gu Lingyu who first spotted Tang Bin and his 4 companions at the entrance. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces, she immediately understood the situation and greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome to the Peach Blossom Resort. Tang Bin was the first to regain his composure. Having already been aware of the resort's mystique, he exhibited a greater acceptance than his companions. He greeted Gu Lingyu with a smile, his eyes still betraying his astonishment. Boss Gu, you are truly impressive. You even have a television. Just a television. It's not a significant matter, she replied nonchalantly. Soon, we will also be adding amenities such as central air conditioning, continuously enhancing the living environment of our resort. At this, Tang Bin's previously steady demeanor faltered once more. Central air conditioning. Boss Gu, are you saying that we will have air conditioning this coming summer? His tone had noticeably shifted. Who does not know the relentless hardships brought by apocalyptic weather? Everyone longs for the comforts of air conditioning and heating. Luxuries that far surpass mere lighting. Yet now, Gu Lingyu claimed that the resort would be equipped with central air conditioning. At this moment, Tang Bin's 4 teammates displayed even more exaggerated expressions than he did. They were utterly stunned, their minds a blank canvas. What had they just heard? Surely, it must be a figment of their imagination. Indeed, central air conditioning offers both cooling and heating functions, meaning not only will there be air conditioning in summer, but also heating in winter. Gu Lingyu smiled slyly, resembling a cunning little fox. She had deliberately chosen this moment to speak, targeting these prospective clients of Xiongfeng. Not only would there be cooling in summer, but heating in winter as well. With such comprehensive climate control, the threats posed by extreme weather in the apocalypse would be rendered insignificant. As long as one remained within the resort, life would be exceedingly pleasant. It is worth noting that over the past 3 years, many survivors have been unable to endure 2 bouts of extreme weather. However, following the initial surprise, Tang Bin felt a twinge of anxiety creeping in, his expression betraying his nervousness. He cautiously inquired, "Is there an extra cost for the heating and cooling services? How many points will it require? Could this luxurious service truly be within their reach? Surely, there must be a point requirement," and he wondered if he could afford it. Yet, Gu Lingyu's subsequent words left them once again dumbfounded, their expressions shifting from shock to joy. There is no need to pay extra points. The heating and cooling are complimentary services provided in every guest room, not just in the lobby. Gu Lingyu reveled in the astonished expressions of Tang Bin and his companions, feeling that her allure as a recruiter had significantly increased. It seemed that arrangements for the central air conditioning needed to be expedited. 20,000 points. Within the current scale of the resort was not an excessive amount. Accumulating it would be a swift endeavor. In due time, Gu Lingyu would find herself quite comfortable within the resort as well. Complimentary. Tang Bin's voice trembled with disbelief. As for the credibility of this announcement, he had not questioned it since moving in. Did Boss Gu's reputation need further validation? Absolutely reliable. This is wonderful. Boss Gu, the luckiest thing that has happened to me in these 3 years of the apocalypse is stepping foot into our Peach Blossom Resort. Tang Bin wore an expression of unrestrained joy, brimming with anticipation and confidence for the future. The Taoyuan Resort was undeniably improving, increasingly breathtaking with each passing day. After all, it had only been a few days, yet the resort exhibited new and splendid transformations daily. Now, it even boasted televisions and central air conditioning. What further marvels awaited them? Tang Bin could hardly contain his excitement. His radiant smile and unwavering trust astonished his teammates. Their captain, typically so cautious, was now displaying a trust and cheerfulness previously unseen, prompting his 4 companions to believe wholeheartedly as well. "Oh, by the way, Boss Gu, these 4 are my teammates from the Xiongfeng base. I brought them along today to have a look," Tang Bin said, gesturing towards his teammates while winking at Gu Lingyu. While he aimed to make a favorable impression, hoping Gu Lingyu would take good care of his younger siblings remaining at the resort, it was the resort's undeniable excellence that compelled him to bring his friends along. They were all well aware of what the Xiongfeng base entailed. Had it been truly pleasant, Tang Bin would not have invited them, nor would they have been inclined to visit. Gu Lingyu quickly grasped the situation, realizing these 4 were the ones Tang Bin had recommended. A broader smile crept across her face, nearly prompting her to give Tang Bin a thumbs up. "Welcome. Do you plan to dine or stay overnight?" she inquired as the sun dipped low in the sky. Without accommodation at the resort, they would have to camp outdoors, a choice that required no elaboration, especially since they were there to scout ahead for any necessary relocations. "We'll take both. Please open accounts for each of us and arrange for meals and lodging." Tang Bin responded promptly, having already discussed this matter beforehand. "All right, but at present, we only have 1 family room available. Since there are 4 of you, it will be a bit cramped, and there will be an additional charge of 30 points for the extra person. Is that acceptable?" Gu Lingyu asked as she approached the counter. To be frank, she had no concerns about their possible refusal. Even new guests could hardly resist the allure of what lay before them, especially with Tang Bin in their midst. "Business is thriving for you, Boss Gu. When I left this morning, there were still quite a few rooms available, yet here we are, nearly full by midday," Tang Bin remarked in astonishment, quickly conferring with his teammates. "Then we'll take the family room, with the extra charge for 1 person. Please arrange it for us now, as I worry that after dining, there may be no rooms left." "Very well, I will ensure you are accommodated," Gu Lingyu replied with a smile. It just so happened that she had returning guests who brought their teammates, filling the rooms. Thankfully, they had arrived early, otherwise, that last room might have been gone as well. Her words were intended for Tang Bin's teammates, who displayed expressions of surprise and anxiety, hastening to procure the necessary crystal nuclei. The process of opening personal accounts was swift, and soon, the 4 teammates curiously examined their displays. They had previously listened attentively to Tang Bin's detailed explanation of the Taoyuan Resort, so there was no sign of panic among them now. Only an unmistakable curiosity etched on their faces. Gu Lingyu had certainly spared them much trouble, as there was no need for elaborate explanations. She had already arranged family rooms for them. After deducting points, Tang Bin personally guided the 4 new guests to familiarize themselves with the resort and their accommodations. Sharing a family room for 4 was not at all cramped, especially after they had seen the room. The 4 team members had no objections whatsoever. In fact, they were even eager to bring their families over immediately. Tang Bin truly was an excellent captain, dependable. Furthermore, with such a splendid place, he still remembered them. However, a teammate anxiously inquired, "Captain, the owner just mentioned that there is only 1 family room left. How can we bring our families over?" Tang Bin felt somewhat helpless. He had left that morning thinking there were still vacancies, but unexpectedly, the resort was now fully booked. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. "You all go to the restaurant for a meal. I will ask the owner about it." Although it was not yet mealtime, none of the teammates who had not enjoyed a hearty meal in quite some time could refuse, especially since they had been tantalized by the piles of food upon entering. "Owner Gu, I would like to inquire when new rooms will be available at the resort. My teammates wish to relocate their families for an extended stay." Glancing at his teammates in the restaurant, who were devouring their food with blissful expressions, Tang Bin made his way directly to the lounge and approached Gu Lingyu, who was watching television. The reason he sought her out was due to a past experience. Back then, the resort lacked a 2nd floor. There were no family rooms. In fact, there were no signs of construction whatsoever. Yet, the owner had assured him that new accommodations would soon be available, and indeed, they were made available promptly. He had scarcely left the resort when the 2nd floor and family rooms were opened, and he was assigned to a new room. Later, he even inquired with his siblings, discovering that their original double room on the 1st floor had suddenly appeared on the 2nd floor without any prior indication, until the owner knocked on their door, revealing the surprise. Chapter 41. The addition of rooms. It was precisely this recollection that spurred Tang Bin to ask Gu Lingyu, as he believed she might possess a way to increase the number of rooms. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. New rooms will be available shortly. By the time you finish your meal and head upstairs, you will see them, Gu Lingyu replied, her eyes brightening at the news that more guests were transferring from the base to the resort. Such guests typically stayed long-term, which she greatly welcomed. However, it was imperative that they did not delay too long, or else they might find themselves facing full occupancy due to other guests arriving, a situation she could not guarantee against. Rest assured, owner, we will set off for the base first thing tomorrow morning to bring everyone over. Tang Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face radiating joy. Indeed, consulting the owner had been the right choice. He was grateful he had taken the initiative to inquire. As Gu Lingyu watched Tang Bin excitedly enter the restaurant to share the delightful news with his teammates, her own spirits were equally elevated. What she had just said was the truth. The resort was indeed on the verge of unveiling new rooms, including innovative room types. As the task of increasing room capacity was well underway, Tang Bin's 4 teammates had just checked into the last family room, successfully completing a task that was merely one step away from fulfillment. Task of room expansion 3. 10 single rooms, 6 double rooms, 2 family rooms. Goal: full occupancy. With 6 rooms extended for a month. Task completed. Task reward: double the total number of room types, unlocking suite room types, with 2 suites available. With the task successfully accomplished, Gu Lingyu promptly chose to claim her reward, unlocking the new rooms. In mere seconds, the renovation progress bar filled up, and she rose to inspect the results. This time, the addition of suite rooms was particularly noteworthy. The current inventory of the resort included 20 single rooms, 12 double rooms, 4 family rooms, and 2 suites. The doubling of room types through the task reward had significantly increased the total number of available accommodations. The first floor remained unchanged with 10 single rooms, but considerable alterations were evident on the second floor, which now featured an additional staircase leading to a third floor. The area near the staircase on the second floor had transformed into 10 single rooms, while deeper within were 12 double rooms. The 4 family rooms and 2 suites had been relocated to the third floor. Gu Lingyu hurried to the third floor to explore the suites, which could accommodate 6 guests, with an additional charge of 30 points for each extra occupant. The suites boasted 3 private rooms, a living area, an independent kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, along with a small balcony that offered ample sunlight and a view of the street, albeit one marred by the desolation of the apocalypse. Although the resort's level had yet to be upgraded, resulting in relatively simple decor within the rooms, the conditions were still alluring enough to attract all survivors. After her thorough inspection, Gu Lingyu contentedly returned to the lobby on the first floor, taking a seat in the lounge area to watch television. Before long, the members of the Xiao Rui team returned. Despite their slight fatigue, they felt an immediate sense of relaxation upon entering this seemingly otherworldly scene. It is undeniable that experiencing a profound sense of security and ease amidst the apocalypse, where they could enjoy a warm meal and a hot shower upon their return, made this paradise resort incomparable to any other place. However, in the next moment, they too discovered the presence of the television. Gazing at Gu Lingyu, who was seated on the sofa with a beaming smile, even the typically composed Xiao Rui stood frozen in astonishment, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. After a considerable pause, they regained their senses but couldn't help but begin to question their reality. Had they not merely ventured out for a day of battling zombies? How was it possible that, after just one day, a television had magically appeared and was functioning? Xia Mingzhi could not contain his curiosity and promptly dashed over to Gu Lingyu to inquire further. After receiving her answers, he instantly took a seat beside her, joining her in watching television, and soon laughter filled the air. Xiao Rui and the others could only stare in disbelief, their shock palpable. The Peach Blossom Resort is indeed enigmatic and alluring. Not only has a television been installed, but a central air conditioning system will also be available in the future. The 4 exchanged glances, each reflecting the burgeoning desire to relocate their families, a thought that was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Having cast a few glances at the television, Xiao Rui was about to invite Xia Mingzhi to join him for a meal in the dining area when they encountered Tang Bin, accompanied by his team of 4. Evidently their usual companions. Xiao Rui was taken aback. He anticipated Tang Bin's swift actions, as they had assumed he would not return until the following day. Tang Bin's team had initially intended to enjoy a hearty meal before retreating to the relaxation area to watch the long-awaited television. However, before they could settle down, Gu Lingyu spoke up, announcing that new rooms were now available. If they brought their families over soon, there would still be accommodations. New rooms already. Everyone was stunned. They had merely taken a break for a meal, and so much had transpired in that brief span. Tang Bin was the first to regain his composure. Having experienced this once before, he quickly recovered from his surprise, and, with a beaming smile, expressed his admiration. It must be Gu boss. When you say immediately, you truly mean immediately. This is fantastic. We can bring our families over tomorrow, and they will have a place to stay. He then pondered aloud regarding the number of new rooms available, considering that the Liu Yun team would likely also be bringing their families. Gu Lingyu felt a surge of joy within but maintained an air of feigned hesitation. Indeed, several rooms have opened up this time. If you act quickly, there should still be availability, though I cannot guarantee when they will be fully booked. After all, I periodically receive new guests, and it's uncertain when all rooms might be occupied. This is beyond my control. The previously cheerful teammates suddenly grew anxious, aware that they would need to persuade their families to relocate, which would inevitably take a day or two. One teammate, gritting his teeth, inquired, "Could we reserve a room in advance and then bring our families over later?" Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. This left Tang Bin momentarily speechless, taken aback by the determination displayed by his teammates. However, reflecting on the conditions at Peach Blossom Resort in comparison to the Xiongfeng base, he found it unsurprising. Upon hearing the teammate's suggestion, Gu Lingyu readily acquiesced. Of course. As long as you secure the room, it will be yours for the duration of the rental period, before the term expires. Whether you choose to occupy it or leave it vacant is entirely up to you. There are indeed guests at the resort who have opted for long-term rentals and return occasionally to stay for a few days. Gu Lingyu was referring to Tang Wenhua, who had brought his teammates and was uncertain how many days they would stay this time. Chapter 42. New room types that tempt the heart. Upon hearing this, Tang Bin's teammates' eyes lit up and smiles broke out on their faces. They quickly inquired, "Can we return to our room to discuss and confirm with Gu boss about the rooms before we leave tomorrow?" Having already rented a family room for today, they realized that renting another room would be futile, so reserving for the next day would indeed save them a day. "Certainly," came the reply. With a playful smile, Gu Lingyu responded that as long as it could attract guests, she did not mind the cost of the night's accommodation, as it was unlikely that the rooms would be fully occupied. Having received Gu Lingyu's approval, the 4 members of Tang Bin's team lost interest in watching television and began to strategize about what type of room to rent. Before they could ascend the stairs, Gu Lingyu suddenly interjected, informing them that the family room had been relocated to the 3rd floor, and their belongings remained in the room. So there was no need for concern. Relocated to the 3rd floor? When did this happen? They wondered, surprised at such a significant change in the short time they had taken for a meal. Just as they were about to inquire further, Tang Bin subtly halted their questions with a glance and replied with a smile. "All right, Boss Gu, we certainly trust the resort." Unlike his astonished teammates, Tang Bin was accustomed to such surprises and felt no astonishment at all. To avoid his teammates broaching any personal matters, he decided to clarify things with them privately later. Living in this enchanting paradise resort was not only a marvel, but also a mystery not to be unraveled. Otherwise, they risked being expelled from the resort, which would be a disadvantage to themselves. Gu Lingyu nodded in satisfaction, having secured yet another exemplary customer, and introduced a new suite configuration featuring 3 independent rooms, complete with private kitchens, bathrooms, and balconies. She suggested that if they were interested, Lu Wu could take them to view the suite. Upon hearing this, the 4 members of Tang Bin's team immediately brightened with excitement and hurried off to find Lu Wu, clearly intrigued by the suite. It was not only the 4 of them who were interested. The neighboring Xiao Rui team, who had been quietly listening, also revealed their keen interest. Just as they hesitated about whether to join in on the suite viewing, Gu Lingyu leisurely added, "Currently, there are only 2 suites available, and it's first come, first served." Only 2 suites. What was there to ponder? The Xiao Rui team instantly cast aside their doubts and swiftly caught up with Tang Bin's team. Following Lu Wu to view the rooms, Gu Lingyu watched their retreating figures with a sly smile, akin to a cunning little fox, knowing that as the team with the strongest purchasing power in the resort, she would not miss any opportunity to promote. The moment she noticed the Xiao Rui team's interest, she promptly urged them to move along. As the 2 teams followed Lu Wu up the stairs, upon reaching the 2nd floor and seeing the staircase leading to the 3rd, everyone except Tang Bin was utterly astonished. How had this staircase materialized? Just yesterday, this area had been a solid wall, and the ceiling was tightly sealed. Yet now, it had inexplicably appeared. Everyone felt an intensifying sense of intrigue regarding the Paradise Resort and its enigmatic owner, fostering an overwhelming sense of anticipation for what surprises might await them in the future. In contrast to the excitement and anxiety of the 9 others, Tang Bin wore a contemplative expression, realizing that the owner was indeed meticulous. When she said it would happen quickly, she meant it. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the 4 members of Tang Bin's team were indeed astonished to find their room had materialized there, leaving them in utter shock. Upon entering the suite, a group of individuals was captivated, reluctant to depart. The spacious living room and bedrooms, the sunlit and delightful balcony, and even the large windows in each room allowed sunlight to pour in, creating an inviting atmosphere. Surprisingly, despite the layout suggesting that not every room could have an exterior view, each one indeed faced outward, bathing in abundant natural light. A perplexing marvel. But is there a scarcity of wonders within the Peach Blossom Resort? Not at all. Hence, both teams had grown accustomed to this enchantment. No need for overthinking or entanglement. The continued improvement of the Peach Blossom Resort is what truly matters. After viewing the suite, Team Xiao Rui was increasingly enamored, eager to move in immediately. However, since Team Tang Bin was the first to express interest in the property, they refrained from jumping ahead. Instead, they turned their gaze in unison towards another direction. "Manager Lu, what is the point cost for this suite per day, and how many can it accommodate?" inquired a member of Tang Bin's team. 200 points per day, accommodating 6 individuals. For each additional person, an extra 30 points is required daily, Manager Lu clarified. 200 points. The members of Team Tang Bin widened their eyes in surprise, evidently not anticipating such a significant price for the suite. While the suite could house 6 people, 3 double rooms only cost 150 points, making the suite an additional 50 points more expensive. However, no one voiced any objections. After all, the suite boasted a living room, balcony, and kitchen, justifying the extra cost. Nonetheless, the price posed a considerable disappointment for the 4 members of Team Tang Bin, as it was rather steep for their current situation. A single day would deplete a first-tier intermediate core, not including expenses for meals and other necessities. They had to consider their overall daily expenditures. Moreover, the extreme weather during summer and winter significantly shortened the time available for collecting cores, increasing the difficulty of acquisition, factors that needed to be taken into account. Seeing the disappointed expressions on Team Tang Bin's faces, Team Xiao Rui exchanged smiles. Observing his teammates' excitement and enthusiastic nods, Xiao Rui finally spoke. "Manager Lu, is it possible for us to pay the price difference to upgrade from the single room we rented today to these 2 suites?" "Certainly. If you have made your decision, please follow me to arrange the room change," Manager Lu replied with a smile, gesturing for them to proceed. As Team Xiao Rui, beaming with delight, followed Manager Lu downstairs, the members of Team Tang Bin, preparing to return to their family room on the 3rd floor, cast envious glances. Truly, they were the most elite team at the Xiongfeng base, comprised of 4th and 5th tier experts. For them, 200 points was a trifling sum. Indeed, they can casually spend what would take us a long time to earn. What a stark contrast, remarked one member. There's no need to envy them. Once we settle into this resort, our expenses will significantly decrease, allowing us to allocate our cores toward cultivation. Tang Bin assured his teammates with unwavering determination. As long as we can utilize the crystal cores for our cultivation, I firmly believe that our strength will soon ascend, enabling us to acquire even more crystal cores. Chapter 43. We secured 6 rooms. The captain is right. We will save a considerable amount of crystal cores, and our situation will undoubtedly improve. Tomorrow, we shall return to bring our families here. We can hardly remain at Xiongfeng for another day. However, escorting them poses a bit of a challenge. It is indeed perilous for the 5 of us to protect so many family members. I have conceived an idea, which I previously discussed with Captain Liu. Now that we have some leisure time, let us deliberate further. As Tang Bin spoke, he beckoned his teammates into the room, while on the other side, Xiao Rui's squad successfully transitioned to a suite. That evening, members of Xiao Rui's team engaged in conversation while vigilantly observing the surroundings from the balcony. They discovered that, regardless of the time, zombies never approached within a 2-meter radius of the resort, precisely as the ancient proprietor had described. This truly is a secure zone. After they had switched to the suite, they even circled the resort to inspect it from the outside, only to find that, from an external viewpoint, the resort appeared entirely normal. Yet, curiously, all the windows in the resort's rooms offered a view of the bustling streets outside, resembling an illusion that left them utterly astonished. Moreover, Xiao Rui's team noticed something intriguing when they first arrived. Only the exterior walls of the first and second floors had been restored and well maintained, while the third floor was in a state of disrepair. However, now that the third floor was accessible, they observed a remarkable transformation. The exterior walls of the third floor had also returned to normal. The wonders of this Peach Blossom Resort are truly numerous. Having been here just a day, they were already becoming accustomed to the awe it inspired. The night passed peacefully, and the safety of the resort was beyond question. During breakfast, the members of Xiao Rui's team transitioned from pondering whether to relocate to contemplating how to arrange their accommodations. Clearly, they had already arrived at a decision in their hearts. Just as Xiao Rui sat down, having barely taken a few bites, he noticed Tang Bin's team hastily rise, shouldering their bags as they exited the resort, heading directly towards the Xiongfeng base. Xiao Rui paused, contemplating, then turned to Gu Lingyu, who was enjoying her breakfast, and after a moment's reflection, inquired, Gu, did they not rent for an extended period? They have indeed rented, Gu Lingyu replied. Just before breakfast, they secured 6 rooms. They are simply returning to fetch their families. Understanding Xiao Rui's concern, she swiftly alleviated his worries. Did you not see their eager expressions as they departed? Xiao Rui was taken aback, recalling their hurried demeanor. He intuitively grasped the reason behind their urgency, without further explanation. However, having suddenly reserved 6 rooms, he wondered aloud, boss, could there be enough rooms available? The team members had overheard their conversation, and upon learning that 6 rooms had been booked, they immediately felt a twinge of anxiety. There should be enough for now. When we checked in, I counted the number of rooms, and after the total increased yesterday, I recounted them, Xiao Rui replied, furrowing his brow with caution. In comparison to the past, the number of available rooms has indeed doubled. Even after the recent booking of 6 rooms, there should still be an ample supply, ensuring that we won't run out too quickly. Therefore, shall we adhere to our original plan of returning tomorrow, discussing with our families, and then choosing another day to move in? Xiao Mingfei confirmed. Yes, for now, let us stick to the original plan. Having just been preoccupied with dinner, Xiao Mingzhi could no longer resist indulging in some gossip now that his teammates had concluded their serious discussions. In fact, we are rather fortunate, free from the entanglements that others face. Look at those 2 teams over there. He gestured toward the other 2 groups in the dining area. Upon hearing this, his teammates glanced over, observing their somewhat complicated expressions, both joyful and conflicted, a clear contradiction. What is the matter with them? What news have you uncovered? Xiao Mingfei asked, rolling her eyes at her brother. Xiao Mingzhi, with his overly exuberant personality, often played the role of the team's information gatherer, unwilling to let go of any morsel of intelligence. As expected, he leaned in with a smug expression and whispered, the stronger team we encountered yesterday belongs to the Rongyang base, the one whose captain is quite familiar with Boss Gu. I inquired about them, and indeed, Rongyang base's conditions are significantly better than those of Xiongfeng, yet they still pale in comparison to this resort. After exchanging their base resources, they are left with little to spare. Why don't they move here for a long-term stay then? A teammate inquired curiously. It's simply because their families want to allow it, sighed Xiao Mingzhi. One can understand their family's perspective. After all, Rongyang is the only level 1 base in the maritime sector. Having never witnessed the wonders of the resort, it is entirely normal for them to feel anxious and reluctant to leave. Captain Tang wishes to relocate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opted for a long-term lease. However, he is powerless against his family's objections. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rui and the others understood, recognizing that not all bases are like Xiongfeng, which offers no respite for its survivors. Yet, given that Captain Tang desires to move to the resort for an extended period, we can surmise the situation at Rongyang. Xiao Rui contemplated. Indeed, if Rongyang were truly favorable, Captain Tang would not be seeking to escape. Xiao Mingzhi promptly concurred. Thus we are fortunate to have encountered this paradise resort during our indecision. Indeed, even Xiao Rui wholeheartedly agreed. What about that other team? Are they also from Rongyang? Surely the leader of that small team has brought their parents over to reside here as well. No, they are from Mingguang base. The captain, the Li brothers, have sensible parents who trust their sons, hence they have come to live here. Xiao Mingzhi spoke with ease, clearly having gathered this information. However, the families of the other 4 team members are unwilling to join, which means they must return alone after completing their tasks, leaving them quite disheartened. Xiao Rui realized why the captain's brothers appeared cheerful daily, while the expressions of the other team members bore a trace of bitterness. How is the situation at Mingguang base? He inquired curiously. It's not particularly good. Xiao Mingzhi smacked his lips, having heard that the management was exceedingly greedy. In addition to the fixed standards at the Kyoto base, they also charged an additional percentage, making life difficult for the personnel at the Mingguang base. Fortunately, we did not go there. Otherwise, the situation would only be marginally better than at Xiongfeng, where the management would not be overly tyrannical. No one within the team doubted Xiao Mingzhi's words. Although he was prone to rambling, his character was undeniably trustworthy. Xiao Rui nodded in agreement, stating, at this juncture, it appears that the Taoyuan resort is indeed the most suitable option. Chapter 44. Collaboration. Danger approaches once breakfast time had passed. Each team procured food and water from the vending machines and exited the resort. Although the restaurant offered a delectable array of meals, food could not be taken outside, rendering the vending machines indispensable. While out on missions, it was impractical to return for lunch. So those venturing out would ensure they stocked up at the vending machines to avoid hunger or unnecessary trips back. Since the lobby had been equipped with a television, the Li brothers' parents, along with Tang Bin's younger siblings, often congregated in the lounge area to watch television alongside Gu Lingyu, adding a touch of liveliness to the atmosphere. Near the entrance of the Xiongfeng base, team members arrived to summon Lu Guyun's squad. Upon their meeting, Lu Guyun eagerly inquired, so, what is the verdict? Did your earlier proposal come to fruition? As she spoke, she glanced at Tang Bin's 4 teammates, and upon seeing their smiles, she felt a weight lift from her heart. Indeed, our 2 teams will collaborate to escort our families to the Taoyuan resort, Tang Bin replied with a smile. Although the preparations had consumed 2 to 3 days, he willingly embraced the task, for one must not neglect the care of their neighbors. Wonderful. With both teams working together, we can rest assured. The members of Lu Guyun's squad beamed with delight. However, despite the joint efforts, the number of family members was considerable, and no one wished for any misfortune along the way. Thus, Tang Bin proposed, to ensure fairness, we should divide into 2 groups for the journey. We can draw lots, and whoever is selected will depart first, while the remaining families will be escorted tomorrow. 10 individuals to protect 5 families? That is a splendid idea. By safeguarding fewer people each time, we can allocate our resources more effectively, Lu Guyun remarked, pleased with the suggestion. Noticing that her teammates had no objections, she promptly finalized the plan. With the decision made, the 2 squads immediately began drawing lots, selecting the first 4 families to depart, while the remaining 5 would be escorted the following day. Lu Guyun's team had already prepared the previous day, allowing them to set off without delay. Meanwhile, members of Tang Bin's team needed to return home to inform their families and gather their belongings. Nevertheless, the 2 chosen families quickly readied themselves. Unlike other bases, the survivors at Xiongfeng had been so thoroughly exploited that they possessed little to prepare. Coupled with the atrocities committed by the management, the survivors had long been on the brink of despair. Upon suddenly learning of a new destination, especially with 2 teams to escort them, nearly everyone agreed without hesitation. Having finalized their plans, the 4 families quietly departed from the base, cautiously making their way to the Taoyuan resort under the vigilant escort of 2 teams led by Tang Bin and Lu Guyun. As evening approached and the sun began its descent, most of the returning teams had already arrived back at the resort, congregating in the lounge to watch television and unwind before dinner. Where are my brother and sister? The sun is nearly gone. Tang Bin's younger brother, Tang Hao, anxiously clutched the hem of his shirt, his restless gaze fixed on the entrance, completely uninterested in the television. Under normal circumstances, Tang Bin would have returned by now, yet he was still nowhere to be seen, and soon darkness would envelop the world outside. Despite being only 8 years old, Tang Hao, having endured 3 years of the apocalypse, had grown wise beyond his years, fully aware of the perils that lurked beyond the safety of the refuge at night. They were no longer the innocent children of a peaceful era. They will be back soon. My brother will return, so there is no need to worry. Though Tang Yu reassured her brother with words, her tightly clenched fists revealed her own unease. She too was anxious. However, she was no longer a child. In her brother's absence, it was her duty to comfort and care for her sibling. Upon overhearing their conversation, Gu Lingyu glanced at the siblings beside her and then at the setting sun beyond the entrance, fully aware that Tang Bin's journey would be fraught with challenges. Escorting a group of ordinary individuals through the desolate streets of the apocalypse was no simple feat, yet she felt powerless. For her abilities were only effective for herself and not for others. Otherwise, she would have ventured out herself. After all, it was her responsibility to attract clients. As she pondered, a distant commotion suddenly erupted from outside the door. Just as Gu Lingyu turned her head, she noticed the Xiao Rui team also directing their attention toward the noise and promptly rising to investigate. Raising an eyebrow, she stood up, only to see the siblings darting outside. Frowning, she hurriedly followed them. Upon reaching the entrance, she was met with a familiar sight, a horde of people fleeing with a swarm of zombies in pursuit, a scene she had often encountered during the early days of the outbreak. Brother, run, hurry, Tang Yu and Tang Hao shouted in panic, on the verge of stepping beyond the safety zone. Gu Lingyu quickly furrowed her brow and yanked them back by the collars of their shirts. Having promised Tang Bin to look after them, she was determined to uphold her commitment. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from the distant street, comprised of Tang Bin and Lu Guyun's teams, alongside a number of ordinary people encircled in their midst. Behind them trailed a considerable number of zombies, although not overly large in number. They posed a significant threat to the fleeing group. At the rear of the procession, Tang Bin and several other ability users pressed onward, their feet barely pausing as they unleashed their powers to impede the advancing zombies. Meanwhile, the ordinary individuals in the center, their faces flushed and breathless, dared not halt for an instant, gritting their teeth and continuing to surge forward. In the forefront, Lu Guyun and her companions were equally burdened, as they had to clear the path, eliminating all the zombies that obstructed their advance. A breach in their ranks could lead to utter chaos. Everyone, muster your strength. The entrance to the resort is in sight. Lu Guyun, positioned at the very front of the group, caught sight of a cluster of individuals standing at the entrance. Her heart swelling with exhilaration as she shouted out. The weary families within the group felt a resurgence of energy upon hearing her words. If they could endure just a little longer, survival would be within their grasp. A collective determination surged as they sprinted down the street, the distance to the resort shrinking. Suddenly, a teammate let out a terrified scream. "Captain, watch out!" Lu Guyun, who had been valiantly holding back the majority of the zombies, was caught off guard as one of the undead surged forth from a nearby wrecked vehicle, closing in on her. "Captain!" The cries of panic echoed, but they were still too far to reach her in time. Chapter 45. A helping hand. A different atmosphere at the resort amidst the chaos of frightened glances and piercing screams. A shrill whistle sliced through the air as a formidable force cleaved the approaching zombie in two, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The imminent threat of death evaporated, and Lu Guyun felt her heart race uncontrollably, nearly leaping from her chest just moments before she glanced toward the resort, recognizing the individual who had come to her rescue. Yet, it was not a moment for complacency. They had to press onward, and soon they would reach the safety of the resort. With the immediate crisis averted, the group continued to exert every ounce of effort to close the distance. At that moment, all eyes at the entrance of the resort were drawn to the formidable figure of Xiao Rui, the strongest among them. The wind side that had just saved Lu Guyun was unleashed by him. Had it been anyone else, the distance and power required to intervene would have rendered them powerless. Truth be told, Xiao Rui's decisive action surprised everyone. He typically exuded an air of aloofness, and his fifth-tier prowess often led to assumptions of cold indifference. Yet, in this critical moment, it was this seemingly detached fifth-tier master who stepped forward. Thank you, big brother." Tang Yu's voice rang out, laced with a hint of anxiety. She thought Xiao Rui appeared only a few years older than her brother, so it seemed appropriate to address him as big brother. She hoped this would not offend him. Her gratitude stemmed not only from Lu Guyun's usual kindness towards her, but also from her concern for her brother Tang Bin and his teammates. She wished for everyone's safety. "You're welcome," Xiao Rui nodded, not one for excessive words. He preferred tangible actions over idle chatter. In contrast, his teammates, such as Xiao Mingjie, were not surprised by their captain's actions. They knew him to be a person of few words, but a warm heart, always holding on to the principles he valued. Within the limits of his capabilities, if he could lend a hand to someone he recognized, Xiao Rui would certainly extend his support, as others were still regaining their composure. Xiao Rui had already made his move once more, wielding the wind scythe to eliminate zombies from a distance, alleviating the pressure on Lu Guyun and his companions as they fought their way forward. Noticing Xiao Rui's decisive action, and with Lu Guyun's group gradually approaching the range of attack from others, many, aside from Xiao Rui's team, also sprang into action. In an instant, numerous abilities were unleashed, clearing away the zombies that obstructed Lu Guyun's path and allowing them to advance with greater ease. With the assistance of the guests from the resort, Lu Guyun and his companions accelerated their progress, ultimately making it safely into the secure zone. It was only when Tang Bin, the last to run, leaped into the safety zone that the horde of zombies behind them crashed against the barrier, halting their pursuit. Brother, are you alright?" As Tang Bin entered the 2-meter safe zone, Tang Yu and Tang Hao rushed towards him, their faces etched with worry and concern, while Gu Lingyu no longer restrained them, allowing them to approach freely. She turned her gaze towards the exhausted survivors, sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, devoid of strength to move, and felt a wave of emotion wash over her. The struggle for ordinary survivors to relocate was indeed formidable. Their survival to reach their destination seemed to rest solely on fate. Yet, even with their successful arrival at the resort, nearly everyone bore injuries and appeared in poor condition. However, for them, merely surviving was the greatest blessing. Among this large group of evacuees, only Tang Bin and Lu Guyun displayed relatively better conditions, although they, being the strongest, bore the greatest burdens and were thus also quite fatigued. Gu Lingyu observed the weary individuals, these battered survivors, and her gaze inevitably fell upon the rewards for upgrading the resort to level 3. If they could achieve that, perhaps these survivors would regard the resort as a sanctuary. Having finally caught their breath, Lu Guyun and Tang Bin promptly stood up, expressing their gratitude to those around them. Remembering the considerable assistance they had received from the guests within the resort, with them leading the way, the others quickly rose to express their thanks as well. In this apocalyptic world, those willing to lend a helping hand had become exceedingly rare, with many preoccupied with their own survival, indifferent to everything around them. However, this could not be blamed on anyone. After all, sometimes, the human heart is more terrifying than the devil, especially in a world where order has collapsed. Yet at this moment, within the Peach Blossom Resort and amidst such a warm atmosphere, a subtle shift began to blossom in the hearts of the people. It seemed that under the rules of this haven, and under the watchful gaze of the enigmatic ancient proprietor, it was indeed possible for this place to become a sanctuary akin to a paradise. Could order be rebuilt, allowing people to regain trust and a genuine sense of security? At this moment, the thoughts of those standing there began to quietly transform. Even the 4 members of the Qinyuan team found themselves exchanging glances, unable to contain their surprise. Under such circumstances earlier, they could not resist lending a hand, a gesture that had seemingly faded from occurrence since the onset of the apocalypse. Nearby, Lu Guyun expressed his gratitude to Captain Xiao. "Captain Xiao, I am truly thankful for your timely assistance. I shall never forget this debt of gratitude. Should you ever require my aid, do not hesitate to call upon me." "It was merely a trifling effort, Captain Lu, no need for such formality." Xiao Rui replied with a gentle smile. Noticing Tang Bin approaching, along with a group entering the hall, he inquired, "Have the families from your 2 teams arrived? It seems the numbers are somewhat sparse." "Not everyone has arrived yet. Only 4 families came today. We plan to return tomorrow for the remaining 5. Lu Guyun candidly explained the situation. "Given the limited strength of our 2 teams, and to avoid any unforeseen accidents, We decided to escort them in 2 waves for added safety. I see. That is indeed a prudent approach. Xiao Rui nodded in agreement, his gaze drifting to his own teammates, who bore expressions of anxiety. Tang Bin, noticing the unusual demeanor of his comrades, asked, Captain Xiao, is there something troubling you? Can we be of assistance? Xiao Rui hesitated for a moment, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his demeanor. We are actually concerned about the availability of rooms later on. Tang Bin and Lu Guyun exchanged a glance, a silent understanding between them. Tang Bin cautiously ventured, is Captain Zhao's team interested in the resort as well? Indeed. We were contemplating moving here for an extended stay. We had initially planned to return tomorrow for our families, Xiao Rui admitted, not wishing to conceal his intentions any longer. Chapter 46. Upgrading to a level 3 resort. Xiao Rui's candor left Tang Bin and Lu Guyun momentarily speechless, as they had not anticipated that a team as esteemed as Xiao Rui's, ranked among the top at the Xiongfeng base, would also consider leaving. This revelation implied that even a formidable team like Xiao Rui's was not thriving within the confines of the base. The administrators of Xiongfeng base seemed to exhibit a reckless disregard, as if they believed the inhabitants could not manage without their presence. However, with tomorrow marking their complete detachment from the base, both Tang Bin and Lu Guyun felt an immense sense of relief, their futures appearing bright. Having just been rescued by Xiao Rui's team, they sincerely offered their advice. If Captain Xiao truly intends to bring your families here, it would be wise to secure a few rooms for long-term rental while there are still vacancies. Tang Bin added, if you have any reservations, perhaps you could reserve 1 room for each family. There are no restrictions on occupancy. Adding an extra person incurs merely an additional 30 points per day. You could arrange with Boss Gu that when new rooms become available, those who made reservations will be prioritized. Xiao Rui recalled how Tang Bin's 4 teammates had approached the situation similarly, securing rooms before returning for their families to avoid the hassle of arriving only to find no accommodation available. Indeed, I too believe it prudent to secure accommodations in advance, remarked Xiao Mingfei, standing nearby. Xiao Rui cast her a glance, instantly grasping the underlying implication of her words. The families accompanying Tang Bin and Lu Guyun were quite numerous, and it was essential to note that 5 additional families were expected to arrive the following day. What if, upon their return to the Xiongfeng base to retrieve their families, all the rooms had been occupied? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Rui nodded decisively. I appreciate your suggestions. I shall consult with my teammates regarding the reservations forthwith. His earlier hesitation had stemmed from indecision, but now that he had resolved to relocate, there was no need for further deliberation. Tang Bin and Lu Guyun, upon witnessing his resolve, expressed their gratitude once more before entering the lobby to approach Gu Lingyu for their bookings. Meanwhile, the 4 families who had just arrived at the Taiyuan resort were wide-eyed with astonishment, marveling at their surroundings. They were particularly awestruck by the array of food displayed in the restaurant's window, exclaiming in delight that they had made the right choice in coming here. The 4 families were assigned to the lounge area to await further instructions. Upon receiving the crystal cores from Tang Bin and Lu Guyun, Gu Lingyu effortlessly activated personal accounts for the families remotely, alleviating the need for them to congregate at the front desk. Among the 4 families that arrived today, 2 teams were represented, with Tang Bin's teammates having already secured their rooms earlier that morning. Consequently, only the 2 families from Lu Guyun's side needed to make reservations. Are you intending to book all the rooms at once? Tang Bin inquired, somewhat surprised, as Lu Guyun had initially planned to reserve a number of rooms corresponding to the number of people arriving today. It was unexpected that she had suddenly altered her plans. Yes, let us secure all the rooms at once. It will provide us with peace of mind, Lu Guyun replied thoughtfully. It was evident that Captain Xiao was concerned about the availability of rooms and intended to reserve accommodations in advance. Should any additional individuals arrive tonight and fill the remaining rooms, we would find ourselves in a predicament. Since we are moving in entirely tomorrow, we need not fret over the cost of one night's stay. We can always take down a few zombies in the meantime. Tang Bin naturally supported this decision, recognizing that securing the rooms would ensure their comfort. Given their capabilities, they would not struggle to cover the cost of a single day's rent during their stay at the resort. Having reached a consensus, Lu Guyun conferred with her teammates, and upon receiving their agreement, she began to procure the crystal cores to finalize the reservations. Gu Lingyu, having confirmed the room types and processed their check-in, was elated. Though she maintained a composed demeanor, both Lu Guyun's and Tang Bin's teams opted for long-term rentals, paying for 30 days upfront. Lu Guyun's team secured 1 family room, 2 double rooms, and 5 single rooms, totaling 600 points. Meanwhile, Tang Bin's team had previously arranged a long-term rental for himself, along with 4 other teammates who had also booked their rooms that morning. They secured 1 family room, 2 double rooms, and 3 single rooms, amounting to 800 points. Upon reflection, coupled with the approximately 300 points initially recorded, along with the earnings from the restaurant and vending machines today, she now boasts nearly 26,000 points. Even after upgrading the resort, she would still retain 6,000 points. What is there to hesitate about? Gu Lingyu glanced at the individuals in the lounge, some deep in conversation while others tended to wounds, and at the few teams already dining in the restaurant. She felt no need for subterfuge and opted to announce the system broadcast directly, promptly proceeding to upgrade the resort. System prompt. Would you like to confirm the upgrade of Peach Blossom Resort to level 3? Yes. The moment Gu Lingyu confirmed the upgrade, all patrons within the resort were greeted by the system notification. Dear guests, the resort is currently undergoing an upgrade. Please remain in place for a moment. As the system alert echoed, all guests stood frozen, their expressions a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Some patrons, hearing the system notification for the first time, turned in alarm to locate its source. An upgrade to the resort? What could that mean? Before the crowd could ponder further, the first wave of the system notification faded, and astonishing changes began to manifest on the ground floor of the resort. After several visible ripples of disturbance in the lobby and dining area, the space rapidly expanded, increasing in area by more than half. The number of food display cases in the restaurant multiplied, as did the dining tables and chairs, making the entire restaurant appear more spacious and luminous. The most dramatic transformation, however, occurred in the former single-occupancy accommodation area on the left. The wall that once housed the vending machine and television gradually became transparent after a series of shimmering waves, ultimately transforming into rows of floor-to-ceiling glass, identical to the restaurant's glass wall. What astonished everyone most was that what should have been the single-occupancy rooms behind the glass wall had morphed into neatly arranged shelves, resembling a supermarket at first glance. Although the shelves were currently empty of goods, one glance was enough for all to realize it was indeed a supermarket. But where had the original single-occupancy rooms gone? There had been 10 single-occupancy rooms flanking the corridor on this floor. Yet now, it was evident that all the previous rooms had vanished, along with the corridor itself. The original 10 single-occupancy rooms and the corridor had seamlessly merged into a large supermarket. Chapter 47. The rooms of the resort shift. In addition to the alterations to the facilities, the decor on the entire ground floor of the resort underwent a significant upgrade, exuding a more upscale ambience. From the walls to the floor tiles, the ceiling to the lighting fixtures, including the counter and the area behind it, everything received a comprehensive enhancement. The ground floor of the resort transformed before the astonished eyes of all guests. They were left speechless, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding changes, unable to muster any immediate reaction. They had always known of the wonders of Peach Blossom Resort, yet they never anticipated it could be so astonishing. How was all of this accomplished? They clearly did not sense any fluctuations of supernatural energy. Just as everyone marveled at the transformation of the resort, one person finally reacted, unable to suppress a gasp. Where did the single rooms on the first floor go? They're gone, and the stairs are missing. How do we get upstairs? A moment of stunned silence ensued. Indeed, without the stairs, how could they ascend? Most of the rooms were located on the upper floors. As their concerns began to rise, another change unfolded in the lobby. The renovations in the supermarket were fully completed, and soon the walls beside the counters began to manifest swirling patterns of black and white. As the whirlpools appeared, one side began to ascend into the wall, ultimately transforming into a spacious staircase leading to the second floor. Meanwhile, the other whirlpool morphed into an elevator, its doors slowly opening to reveal a generous interior before gently closing again. At that moment, the transformations in the lobby ceased. And once more, the system's prompt echoed in everyone's ears. The Peach Blossom Resort has completed its upgrade. We wish all guests a pleasant stay. This simple system notification rendered everyone unable to calm their hearts. Only after witnessing it firsthand did they come to a profound realization of just how mysterious and extraordinary the Peach Blossom Resort truly was. Even Xiaorui, the most powerful among them, could discern no clues. He was just as bewildered as the rest. The composure he once prided himself on had completely evaporated the instant the resort began to change. Is this how the resort transforms? No wonder. In the leisure area, Tang Bin muttered to himself. Although he had his suspicions beforehand, witnessing it in person left him equally incredulous. Xiaorui, not far from him, snapped back to reality upon hearing this, his face still bearing an expression of astonishment as he inquired. Did you know the resort would change before? Yes. I had noticed a few signs, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes, Tang Bin replied, his face filled with awe. Their brief exchange immediately alerted everyone to the fact that the resort was indeed undergoing gradual changes, improving little by little. It had already become a utopia in their hearts. One could only imagine what it might evolve into if it continued to transform. The thought was both thrilling and anticipatory. At that moment, guests in the dining area set down their utensils and emerged to inquire about the situation. The first to do so was Tang Wenhua, the resort's inaugural guest, who was among the most aware of the changes that had transpired. With various hypotheses already forming in his mind, he felt no panic despite the astonishment, primarily due to his trust in the owner, Gu Lingyu. Where did the rooms on the first floor go, Boss Gu? His room was 101, and when the wall across from him began to turn to glass, he had expected to see his own room, only to be surprised that it had transformed into something else entirely. All your rooms have been relocated to the second floor. Single rooms are on the second, double rooms on the third, and family suites and apartments on the fourth, Gu Lingyu explained with a smile. The corresponding room numbers and locations have now been updated in your personal accounts, where you can view them. How extraordinary. The entire room has moved. Someone could not help but exclaim, but upon reflecting on the series of miraculous transformations that just occurred, everyone suddenly felt that the mobility of the rooms in the Peach Blossom Resort was not so hard to accept after all. However, some could not suppress their curiosity and inquired, what if we are in the room during the next upgrade of the resort? Gu Lingyu smiled and explained, there is no need for concern. The rooms move as a whole, and this will not affect the people or belongings within them. With the resort's upgrade, the decor and space of the rooms will also be enhanced, and you will see for yourselves when you return to your rooms later. Upon hearing that the rooms would also be upgraded, everyone felt a heightened sense of anticipation, though thoughts of the rooms moving still caused some unease. The Tang siblings, noticing the expressions on the faces of the crowd, could not resist stepping forward to assure them. What the owner said is true. There is indeed no impact on the people and items in the room. The last time the room moved, my brother and I were inside, and we felt nothing at all. Yes, if it weren't for the owner coming to find us, we wouldn't have even known the room had moved. Tang Hao also chimed in to corroborate. Hearing that there were indeed guests who had experienced this, the crowd felt much more at ease, with their worries alleviated. Someone curiously and excitedly asked, will our resort continue to upgrade in the future? Yes, it will continue to upgrade, adding various facilities and functions. So please look forward to it, Gu Lingyu said, her face beaming with allure. Can it be further enhanced? There are already restaurants and televisions. I've heard that air conditioning is coming next. The prospect of further improvements lit up everyone's eyes with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, they turned their attention to the newly appeared supermarket across the way, its rows of empty shelves. Xiao Rui inquired, "Is that a supermarket, Gu boss? What kind of products will be sold there?" Gu Lingyu displayed a thoughtful expression. Others assumed she was contemplating what to sell, but in reality, she was reviewing the restocking list. After the resort reached level 3, a supermarket restocking section had appeared on her operation panel, specifically for inventory management, containing a comprehensive list of products. However, most items were still in an unlit state, requiring the supermarket to achieve a certain sales volume before points could illuminate them. Additionally, restocking would consume a certain amount of points, making it no effortless endeavor. Fortunately, after upgrading the resort, she still had over 6,000 points at her disposal for restocking. Otherwise, she would truly be left sighing at the empty shelves. Shifting her gaze from the panel, Gu Lingyu looked at Xiao Rui and smiled. "A variety of products will be sold. I will go and restock the supermarket now." Initially, Xiao Rui had merely been inquiring, speculating that products would arrive in due time. But he was taken aback when Gu Lingyu, after a moment of contemplation, was ready to restock immediately. Chapter 48, Supermarket Restocking. And this too. Everyone stared in astonishment as Gu Lingyu entered the supermarket with Lu Wu, wandering around before stopping in front of one of the shelves. And then she began placing items onto the shelf. As various goods materialized seemingly out of thin air, she began to haphazardly pile them onto the shelves, transforming several areas into small mountains before moving on to the next shelf, leaving Lu Wu behind to organize and arrange. With each shelf she paused before, it gradually became laden with an assortment of supplies. Although the patrons in the lobby could not discern the specifics within, the spectacle left everyone astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. After a considerable time, the crowd regained their composure and could not help but gather outside the supermarket's glass doors, animatedly discussing the extraordinary sight. "What on earth has Boss Gu provided? Did you catch a glimpse?" One exclaimed. "I saw one shelf filled entirely with clothing, and now she's placing shoes. My own shoes are nearly worn out. I wonder about the prices. The clothing stores I've visited lately have been stripped bare, leaving only dresses and high heels, which are utterly impractical in this apocalyptic world. Wait, what's that? Ropes? Equipment bags? That belt looks peculiar. What purpose does it serve?" Another interjected. "Wow, so much gear. It's perfect for our usual missions, and survival tools for the wilderness. When can we go in? I'm anxious. By the way, what exactly is Boss Gu's supernatural ability? I can't seem to discern it." "That is precisely the point. How could Boss Gu allow you to see through her so easily? However, I suspect she must possess spatial powers. Otherwise, where could she have procured all these items? Yet, I sense no fluctuations of supernatural energy from her. Is she truly an ability user? Alright now, let's cease our speculations before Boss Gu overhears and becomes displeased, regardless of her abilities. As long as our resort continues to flourish, that is what truly matters. Indeed, even if the resort remains as it is now, I would be immensely satisfied. I would willingly live in blissful ignorance, allowing the resort to remain shrouded in mystery. Exactly. Though I've only been here for 2 days, I already feel attached to the resort. I would be reluctant to go anywhere else." This sentiment resonated deeply among the patrons, who decided to abandon their idle conjectures. After all, what harm was there in letting the resort retain its enigmatic charm? They were thoroughly content with their current lives at the resort. At that moment, no one was inclined to depart, even those who had forgotten to return to the dining hall, their eyes fixed intently on the shelves and the bustling figure of Gu Lingyu. After diligently working among the shelves for a considerable time, Gu Lingyu finally approached the supermarket entrance. Although most shelves remained bare, and only a few had been stocked, the anticipation among the crowd was palpable. As she stood at the entrance, all the guests within the resort had gathered outside, their faces alight with expectation. Observing the eager crowd, a beaming Gu Lingyu called out, "I have temporarily restocked some items. Please make do and see if there is anything useful. More new products will be added gradually. And I invite you all to come and browse from time to time. Make do? There is no such thing as making do in our resort. Everything here is of exquisite quality. Those who are somewhat familiar with the resort are well aware of this fact." Thus the words of the enigmatic speaker have only heightened everyone's anticipation. Subsequently, the speaker elucidated the supermarket's regulations. First and foremost, the use of supernatural abilities, including spatial powers and spatial items, is prohibited within the supermarket. As for the reasons behind this rule, it is presumed that everyone is already aware. This stipulation is mandatory. Upon entering the supermarket, one will instinctively sense it. Feel free to test it, as such powers will prove ineffective anyway. The speaker was entirely unconcerned about this, stating it quite plainly. The customers understood immediately, for the premises are filled with merchandise, and preventing theft is paramount. Noticing no objections from the crowd, the speaker continued, "Each item on the shelves is marked with the required points, so please examine them carefully. Furthermore, items that have not been paid for cannot be utilized, such as certain food items. Thus, let go of any delusions of evasion. Violating this rule will carry consequences akin to those of store policies." The speaker raised a hand to point at the previously established announcement, mentioning penalties such as electric shocks or confinement with hordes of zombies. Upon hearing this, customers nodded in agreement. No one wished to encounter such misfortune. After all, where else could they find such a splendid resort? The speaker nodded in satisfaction, gesturing towards the scanning machines on either side of the entrance. Once you have selected your items, simply stand near these machines, and they will automatically calculate the total points for the items you have taken. The final point total and item list will appear on your personal display screen for verification. Once confirmed, the corresponding points will be deducted automatically, allowing you to take your purchased items with you. Should anyone attempt to exit without verifying their purchases, the system will assume that you have confirmed the deduction, directly subtracting the points from your account. If there are insufficient points in your account, you may choose to recharge at the machine. However, should the system be unable to deduct the appropriate points due to insufficient balance. Those carrying items will find themselves trapped within the supermarket, unable to leave. In summary, any attempts to sneak items out are utterly impossible. At this juncture, a chill crept into the speaker's smile. Rest assured, we would never engage in such behavior. Immediately, someone voiced a loud assurance, prompting a chorus of affirmations expressing their resolve. The speaker smiled and refrained from further elaboration. She was aware that there would inevitably be those with ulterior motives seeking to seize the first opportunity, but she was unperturbed, for with the system in place, their schemes would come to naught. After contemplating for a moment, feeling that she had sufficiently conveyed the message, she stepped aside and gestured invitingly. Please, come in and take your time selecting. Just as the crowd surged into the supermarket, ready to disperse and explore, the speaker suddenly called out again. Oh, by the way, she turned her gaze towards the recently arrived Tang Bin team and Lu Gu Yun team, glancing at their families, who were visibly injured and appeared quite disheveled. This supermarket also features a pharmaceutical section, offering a variety of medications, including those effective for treating external injuries. The results are quite remarkable. Do take a look. There are even medicines available. In the apocalyptic world, this item is a rare treasure. Countless individuals have succumbed to illness or injury, ultimately perishing due to the absence of medicine. Yet now, Bosco astonishingly informs them that such remedies are available in the supermarket, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Chapter 49. This supermarket truly has everything. At this revelation, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement and hurriedly surged into the supermarket. However, the moment they beheld the products lining the shelves, their eyes widened in sheer astonishment. There were sportswear and athletic shoes. Goodness gracious, the material even possesses a degree of scratch resistance. What a remarkable find. With such attire, how much safer would we be while traversing the outside world? Look at the price. A complete set, including shoes, amounts to merely 100 points. Your outfit is of basic quality, while this set of intermediate quality garments costs 800 points. How exorbitant. It feels too extravagant to purchase right now. That may be the case presently. We can start with the basic items and upgrade to the premium ones later when we accumulate more crystals, can't we? Now that we reside in a resort, free from the exploitation of those scoundrels, do we really need to worry about saving up crystals in the future? That makes sense. If these basic items prove useful, they will certainly protect us when we venture outside. However, there are only 5 sets of the premium items. I wonder if they will restock in the future? Let's ask Bosco later. Oh, the quality of this rope is exceptional. We must purchase it together. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they roamed the supermarket, their faces flushed with exhilaration. Ordinary folks gravitated towards the daily necessities section, while the abilities users clustered around the outdoor gear. They could hardly fathom that such a supermarket, so perfectly suited for survival in the apocalypse, could exist within the resort. Here, one can find virtually any equipment or supplies essential for survival in this dire world. This belt is splendid. It allows for the attachment of weapons, providing easy access. How convenient. It must be acquired. This backpack boasts an exceptionally practical design, durable and sturdy. The description even mentions waterproof and temperature-regulating features. Heavens, there are weapons. Suddenly, a voice cried out in astonishment, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Weapons. In the world of the apocalypse, one of the most crucial items is indeed weaponry. Abilities are limited, and no one can endlessly unleash them. After all, replenishment requires time or crystals. Often, when weapons are available, individuals prefer to utilize them, making it almost customary for everyone in the apocalypse to possess a weapon. Even the Xiaorui team is no exception, each member carrying a suitable weapon. However, the styles of weapons vary greatly. Some are fortunate enough to acquire daggers, short swords, or axes, while others are not so lucky. With a wrench being considered a good option, some even resort to crafting their own weapons by fastening kitchen knives to wooden sticks. Moreover, weapons inevitably suffer from wear and tear. Upon hearing the mention of weapons, everyone gravitated towards the source of the sound, and indeed, they discovered a shelf brimming with an array of weaponry. Not just ordinary arms, but a magnificent collection of diverse weaponry. The long swords and short daggers, not only razor-sharp, but also accompanied by their respective sheaths, adorned the shelves. Beyond these blades, an array of long spears, throwing darts, and meteor hammers lay on display, leaving all onlookers utterly astonished. The variety of weaponry was nothing short of spectacular. With such a plethora of arms, could it be that the proprietor, Mr. Gu, possesses an arsenal? Many of these weapons were unfamiliar to us, and regrettably, we lack the skills to wield them. How unfortunate it would be if only someone could instruct us. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, where could one find a mentor in weaponry? It would be prudent to select only those arms we could actually use. Indeed, it seemed Mr. Gu was aware of our limitations, as many of those obscure weapons were merely for display, with only one of each showcased. Upon this realization, others began to observe that the less common weapons were typically represented by a single piece, while the more conventional swords and daggers were plentiful. Though they grasped this distinction, they could not help but sigh at the sight of those formidable, yet unfamiliar arms. Who among us had not watched a few martial arts films? Each weapon appeared immensely powerful in action, yet we were left powerless to wield them. In times of peace, few thought to learn such skills. Mere observation sufficed. Yet who could have predicted the onset of this apocalypse? Now, the opportunity to learn was non-existent. As the crowd lamented their fate, they continued to select weapons suited to their abilities, and the sudden replenishment of goods on the shelves had ceased to astonish them. In this extraordinary resort, one could not apply ordinary logic to the phenomena experienced. With the assurance that items would automatically restock, there was no need for a frenzied rush. Instead, they meticulously tested and chose their weapons. Once the majority had completed their selections, another group discovered a hidden treasure. Everyone, come quickly. There are various medicines for sale, exclaimed one excited voice. And there's even external wound ointment. My goodness. What? there are medicines available? The announcement sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd. In a world where even a meal was a luxury, medicines had become invaluable. In this dire era, countless individuals prayed for good health, as falling ill could mean a grim fate amidst the scarcity of supplies. Many lives had been lost to minor ailments, a heartbreaking reality that left one feeling helpless. Thus, the news of available medicines ignited a fervent rush toward the shelves. Cold medicine, fever reducers, and diarrhea remedies were indeed present. Almost every essential medication was available. Incredible! They even stock medications for chronic conditions. There are antihypertensives and diabetes medications in abundance. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Mother, we have medicine now. I will buy it for you. The sight of an entire row of medications brought tears of joy to the eyes of many, their excitement palpable. But the surprises did not end there. When someone ventured around the back of the shelves, they were met with yet more astonished gasps. Though the variety on this side was not as extensive, its practicality was undeniably significant, perhaps even greater. The shelves are stocked with an array of trauma medications, antidotes, and bandages, essential supplies for those with abilities who tirelessly scour for resources. The trauma medication is astonishing, appearing in a gel-like form that promises to heal wounds merely by application. According to the label beside it, the bandage enhances effectiveness, allowing minor injuries to heal within a day or two. How remarkable is that? But wait, my antidote is even more extraordinary. If administered within 3 minutes of a zombie bite, it prevents one from turning into a zombie. Incredible. This miraculous remedy must be acquired. Everyone should have one. Though the price is steep, 1,000 points per bottle, it's a small price to pay for a life. That makes sense. It's a necessity. By the way, I happen to have an injury. Why not purchase this trauma medication to test its efficacy? In Chapter 50, The Madness in the Supermarket, a member of the Lu Guyun team suddenly recalled this and exclaimed, prompting those nearby to eagerly agree. Who wouldn't want to witness the effects firsthand? Others, lacking injuries, couldn't create one just to test the medicine. Fortunately, someone was already injured, making it an ideal opportunity. A group of eager onlookers focused their attention on the team member, and at that moment, Lu Wu approached, inquiring if the customer wished to purchase on-site. He offered to assist with immediate checkout, as the bottle cap could not be opened without payment. The team member quickly consented and received a payment notification, which also appeared on their personal screen as a record of the purchase. Once the transaction was completed, the team member excitedly opened the cap and applied the semi-gel medication to a scratch on their left palm. The cut was not particularly deep, merely a result of a skirmish, and had bled slightly, an injury that seasoned abilities were accustomed to. As the medication was applied, all gazes converged on the palm's wound. And then, an astonishing sight unfolded. The once bloodied scratch visibly began to heal. Though not instantaneously, this was nothing short of miraculous. Typically, such a wound would take days to scab over, and complete healing would require at least a week. Yet now, in merely 2 or 3 minutes, the wound had already formed a scab. All eyes remained fixed on the injury, time passing unnoticed, filled with anticipation and wonder. Ultimately, in less than 10 minutes, the scratch completely vanished from the palm. The team member gazed at their hand in disbelief, even using the other hand to gently probe the spot where the wound had been. Finally, unable to contain their astonishment, they exclaimed, "It's truly healed. I feel nothing now, as if I were never injured. How extraordinary. Let me see." Beside him, a teammate could not restrain himself and stepped forward to grasp his hand, rubbing it in his palm, only to discover that it felt no different from usual. Not a trace of pain marred his expression. What miraculous medicine is this? What did you feel just now? Aside from a slight itch from the wound healing, there was no other sensation at all. The teammate replied with utmost certainty. The label on this healing ointment clearly stated that minor injuries would heal within 2 to 3 days, yet now it appeared that even 10 minutes was unnecessary. The teammate exclaimed in astonishment. Is it possible that the minor injuries referred to on the label differ in severity from our perception of minor injuries? Perhaps this small wound is virtually negligible to the medicine. An onlooker could not help but voice this nearly truthful observation. Once these words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they all made the same motion, reaching for the healing ointment on the shelf. Such a miraculous medicine deserves to be stocked in several bottles. In a blink, the shelves were replenished wave after wave, emptying and filling repeatedly. This scene unfolded simultaneously across several shelves in the supermarket, as customers excitedly swept their carts in front of various displays. Although the available products were still somewhat limited, they were sufficient to send them into a frenzy of delight. Outside the supermarket, Ling Yu sat in the resting area, observing the customers' reactions, deep in thought. She had just programmed the supermarket for automatic restocking. Once sold out, the system would automatically replenish a set quantity of goods, with the required points deducted from Ling Yu's account. As for whether customers would be curious about the suddenly available items, Ling Yu was utterly unconcerned. What could curiosity achieve? Would they dare to force her to reveal anything? The currently unlocked products were still few, most yet to be illuminated. More items could only be gradually unlocked after the supermarket reached a certain sales threshold. The items just stocked had already consumed a significant portion of her remaining 6,000 points, and the expenditure was quite considerable. However, as long as she could sell the products, the points earned would be equally impressive. Yet, when she saw her points dwindling, Ling Yu realized that she need not worry excessively. What she ought to be concerned about now was whether her remaining points would suffice to cater to these frenzied shoppers. For restocking also required points. It was indeed a delightful yet perplexing dilemma. After a while, the first group to approach the checkout at the supermarket was none other than the most formidable team within the resort, Team Xiaorui. They emerged pushing a shopping cart. Since spatial abilities and items could not be utilized within the supermarket, they could only fill the cart first and transfer the items to their personal spaces after settling the bill. Glancing at the cart brimming with goods, Ling Yu nearly lost her composure, her smile barely contained. Truly, they were the most powerful and affluent team. When shopping, they simply purchased what they desired without a care for their points. In the supermarket, other customers, who have just relocated to the resort, are still making their selections. With their limited points and crystal cores, they can only choose the essentials. After some careful calculations regarding their points, it is evident that they will not be able to check out swiftly. However, Gu Lingyu remains unconcerned about the spending habits of these patrons. For once their points are sufficiently replenished, they will undoubtedly indulge in shopping at the supermarket. After Xiao Rui's team completed their checkout, they stored their purchases in the personal space of one of their members, an individual endowed with spatial abilities. With their items organized, they approached Gu Lingyu with unwavering determination in their eyes. Boss Gu, we wish to arrange for a long-term rental. Welcome, everyone. I wish you a pleasant stay ahead. Gu Lingyu replied, her face beaming with joy, as she felt elated about the points already acquired and those soon to come. The purchasing power of this group is indeed formidable. Just from their recent shopping spree, after deducting inventory costs, she had amassed a remarkable 10,000 points. The quintet purchased 5 bottles of zombie toxin antidote, along with 2 to 3 melee weapons each, in addition to medical supplies and tactical clothing, leaving no desired item unpurchased. The points from these transactions alone brought Gu Lingyu immense satisfaction, and shortly thereafter, Xiao Rui's team proceeded to secure several long-term rentals, 2 suites, 2 double rooms, and 1 single room, committing to a month's lease, which garnered Gu Lingyu nearly 16,000 points. Chapter 51. A sudden fortune just from Xiao Rui's team alone. They contributed a staggering 26,000 points to the resort today. Such customers, may I have a dozen more? Gu Lingyu silently rejoiced, while in the background, she overheard Xia Mingzhi lecturing his sister. Those greedy fools at Xiongfeng. If they hadn't been so avaricious, we could have bought high-end sportswear this time. Those outfits are so much better. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't have to worry about affording them. This sentiment was echoed not only by Xia Mingzhi, but also by Xia Mingfei and the other 2 teammates, who, feeling emboldened in front of Gu Lingyu, began to voice their grievances against the management at Xiongfeng base. Exactly. There were items in the supermarket that caught my eye, but the expenditures today were rather hefty, making it impossible to acquire everything at once. This supermarket is absolutely incredible. I wonder what new products will be released in the future. I noticed many items were labeled as basic, indicating that there must be even finer and more advanced goods available. I can hardly wait to bring my father and sister here for a proper life. Have you seen the parents of those brothers from Mingwang base? In just a couple of days, they've been smiling every day, and their health seems to have improved. Enough talk. You've got me eager to rush back and fetch them. Let us turn in early tonight and set off first thing in the morning. After finalizing their affairs, Xiao Rui's team wore expressions of relief and anticipation, excitedly discussing the myriad offerings of the supermarket as they continued on to the dining hall for dinner. The recent commotion surrounding the resort's upgrade prompted them to abandon their meals and rush outside. Their attention was entirely captivated by the supermarket, causing any thoughts of dining to dissipate as they eagerly plunged into the store. Observing the retreating figures of Xiao Rui's team, Gu Lingyu smiled to herself, fully aware that this formidable group had previously hesitated about committing to a long-term stay. However, the emergence of the supermarket evidently dispelled their final reservations. With such a capable team in residence, free from the exploitation of the base, their purchasing power would soon manifest itself. The stronger the individuals, the quicker and easier they could accumulate points, leading to less hesitation in spending. It became a pure pursuit of shopping. As Gu Lingyu glanced at the points in her account, she felt a blend of joy and surprise. She had not anticipated that after recently upgrading the resort and restocking the supermarket, her previous balance of 26,000 points would be nearly depleted. Yet, astonishingly, it had replenished to the same amount in such a short span. Casting her gaze towards the customers still selecting items within the supermarket, she pondered for a moment before retreating into the master bedroom behind her. Upon entering, she immediately contacted the system and extravagantly employed 4 junior staff members. Watching the 4 animal employees emerge from the swirling teleportation portal, her initial astonishment had faded. These new employees were anthropomorphic animals, including cats and dogs, and even one with horns, a sight that no longer surprised Gu Lingyu. With the resort now boasting 4 floors and the addition of a supermarket, it was high time to hire more staff. The supermarket certainly needed oversight. She would not tether Lu Wu to the store to toil away. Previously, 1 staff member had been assigned to the 2nd floor, while the new 4 were designated to the 3rd and 4th floors, as well as the supermarket and lobby. The lobby now featured a television and a lounge area, with its space multiplied several times over, necessitating someone to maintain cleanliness and manage the expansive glass facades. After assigning the work areas, Gu Lingyu led the 4 back to the lobby and directed them to their respective posts. She settled into the lounge, alternating between watching television and observing the supermarket, where more guests began emerging after selecting their items, heading towards the checkout. All those exiting wore expressions of excitement and exhilaration, their conversations brimming with enthusiasm about the supermarket's offerings. These weapons are exceptional. They function flawlessly. The quality is unmatched. Tomorrow, I'm certain I can take down even more zombies. Lamented one, if only my points were sufficient, I would love to acquire a dagger and that belt. Easily accessible for close encounters. Just imagining it boosts my sense of security. Indeed, and not just a dagger. I want to secure a vial of the antidote for zombie toxins. That would provide an extra layer of assurance. Another chimed in. I too wish to purchase that antidote. However, my current points are inadequate to acquire all the items I desire. There is so much more I have my eye on. Everyone feels the same way. In the supermarket earlier, did you not notice how everyone appeared both eager and financially constrained? Even the formidable Xiao Rui's team seemed a bit short on points. Is it possible that their points are insufficient? Given their exceptional strength, they must possess quite a few crystal cores, and their ranks should not be low either. Have you considered where they acquired their resources? Unlike us, who were exploited in Xiongfeng, their circumstances, while undoubtedly better, entail substantial expenses. Indeed, as I passed by, I overheard them discussing plans to bring their families from the base tomorrow. They too are relocating? It stands to reason. Anyone who has experienced our resort would hardly regard the dilapidated Xiongfeng with any esteem. Even Rongyang and Mingguang cannot compare to our splendid retreat. As Gu Lingyu observed throngs of customers checking out at the supermarket, politely greeting her before proceeding to the restaurant next door, her spirits soared. The continuous rise of numbers in her account was simply exhilarating. Once the customers had dispersed, she glanced at the sales figures and discovered that on the very first night of business, she had amassed nearly 40,000 points. Although Xiao Rui's team contributed significantly, she was confident that with a little time, these lower-tier ability users would soon elevate their spending habits. Having spent time at the base, she understood all too well the hardships faced by survivors when management faltered. Now that they had arrived at the resort, free from exploitation, their crystal cores would be far more abundant, and with increased disposable wealth, their consumption would naturally rise, especially considering the practical goods available in the supermarket. As night fell and all guests retired to their rooms, Gu Lingyu checked her account and was astonished to find over 50,000 points. Remarkably, she had earned nearly 80,000 points in a single day. Chapter 52, Air Conditioning in the Apocalypse. While the forthcoming month might not yield significant income from room rentals due to most guests opting for long-term stays, regular daily expenditures would remain substantial. As the number of guests accumulated, the revenue generated each day would be considerable. Gu Lingyu glanced at the points required for the resort to reach level 4. Precisely 50,000. Although she currently possessed sufficient points, she hesitated briefly before deciding to proceed with caution. If possible, she would refrain from depleting her resources entirely, to avoid financial strain in times of need. Initially, she utilized 3,000 to 4,000 points to illuminate all the eligible amenities within the resort, including the supermarket. Today's impressive sales figures warranted the addition of new items for illumination. After activating these products, she promptly consumed points to restock. Next, Gu Lingyu arranged several notice boards at the entrances of the restaurant and supermarket, listing the newly available dishes and items. This strategy was equally aimed at boosting consumption. When guests see new offerings, they naturally become intrigued, and those in need will undoubtedly make purchases. After completing these tasks, Gu Lingyu replaced the neon sign atop the main building of the hotel, costing a staggering 10,000 points. Just days prior, she would not have dared to be so extravagant. Having successfully changed the sign, she immediately stepped outside and gazed up at the rooftop where the 5 bright characters of Peach Blossom Resort stood, akin to a lighthouse piercing through the darkness of the night, illuminating the distant horizon. Satisfied, Gu Lingyu nodded and returned to the lobby. The long-awaited sign was finally taken care of, and with 40,000 points still at her disposal, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to redeem the central air conditioning unit. This was something that could not be postponed for long. The weather was becoming increasingly warm. Although she could endure until next month, she did not wish to put herself through discomfort. Furthermore, having air conditioning would undoubtedly attract more visitors to the resort. Observing the air vents appearing throughout the first floor, the previously warm atmosphere gradually transformed into one of comfort. Gu Lingyu nodded in satisfaction, closed the door, and retreated to her room. Meanwhile, patrons in various rooms received system notifications, informing them of the newly installed central air conditioning. Experiencing the change in temperature, each individual wore expressions of surprise, some even erupting into cheers. They were acutely aware of how harsh the extreme weather could be in the apocalypse, and they had not anticipated that the resort would indeed have central air conditioning. What is more, the owner had mentioned it would be installed soon, but they never expected it to happen so swiftly. Witnessing the positive transformations within the resort, everyone couldn't help but feel grateful for their arrival at Peach Blossom Resort. As night faded, and the clock struck 5 in the morning, the restaurant doors opened, immediately welcoming a number of guests. Even in the summer, when dawn breaks early, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Present in the restaurant were the members of the Xiongfeng base, who quickly finished their breakfast before purchasing some food and water from the vending machines for supplies, and then set off without delay. Today, Tang Bin's team and Lu Guyun's team were to join forces to bring the remaining 5 families to the resort. Given the hurried pace of the previous day, they needed to set out exceptionally early today. Not only them, but also Xiao Rui's team was departing simultaneously. Despite their formidable strength, they needed to return to inform their families and pack their belongings, as time was equally pressing for them. After hastily reaching the Xiongfeng base, aside from Tang Bin, who stayed behind at the base to wait, everyone else entered to assist their families in evacuating. Although there were 5 families today, the number of people was roughly the same as yesterday. Learning from the previous day's experiences, the journey to Peach Blossom Resort remained relatively calm. Aside from a few zombies that needed to be cleared along the way, they did not attract significant attention from the undead. However, while they did not draw the attention of a horde of zombies, they inadvertently caught the eye of another group. Somewhere along the route between Xiongfeng Base and Peach Blossom Resort, on the 3rd floor of a building by the street, a small team was resting. "Hey, Captain, look over there, a large group of people is coming. It's rather peculiar," a sentinel among the group called out, his voice laden with skepticism. Drawing the attention of the captain and other team members, they gathered at the window, squinting in the direction indicated by the sentinel. At the far end of the street, a sizable contingent of nearly 20 individuals was advancing, a sight rarely witnessed in the apocalypse, hence the intrigue it sparked among them. The greater the number, the more likely they would attract the attention of the undead. Thus, most teams typically limited their numbers to 6 or 7, except when a mission necessitated a larger force. It was uncommon to see so many people traveling together. However, as they observed, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Their formation appears to be shielding those in the center. What is going on? Are they not afraid for their lives? In the midst of that group were elderly individuals and children. What could they be doing? Escorting? With the capabilities of this group, did they dare undertake a protection mission? Truly reckless. As the group drew nearer, Captain Wang Chong was the first to discern the faces within the crowd, and upon recognition, he displayed a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Is that Lu Guyun's team? This woman certainly has audacity. Wang Chong scoffed, clearly believing they had accepted a protection task. Yet, soon, a teammate recognized some of the ordinary people among the group. Wait, it seems this isn't a protection mission after all. That gray-clad old woman looks like Lu Guyun's mother. I have a vague recollection of her. Lu Guyun's mother? Are you certain? Wang Chong paused momentarily. Indeed, it is her. I recall that elderly woman. Previously, I had teased Lu Guyun a bit, only to be berated by her mother, leaving me quite humiliated. Reflecting on this incident, the team member could not help but curse under his breath, his face flushed with irritation. Wang Chong furrowed his brows, his already somber countenance now tinged with doubt. So, they are escorting their own family? But to where? Before he could ponder further, another team member exclaimed in disbelief. Look! The person trailing at the back of the group is Tang Bin. Isn't it? What? Tang Bin? Wasn't he expelled from the base? And he ran off with those useless siblings. Why is he mingling with Lu Guyun? A teammate voiced his astonishment, prompting Wang Chong to swiftly glance over. Indeed, it was Tang Bin. The events surrounding him had stirred quite a commotion recently. While not every individual at the base was aware, the news had spread sufficiently. Their teams had occasional interactions due to their comparable strengths, making them privy to such occurrences. Chapter 53, Arrival of Another Group. By heavens. It truly is that lad Tang Bin. What on earth is happening here? The members of Wang Chong's team were taken aback, watching as Lu Guyun and Tang Bin's teams passed beneath them, cautiously shielding the ordinary people encircled in their midst. They were far from the base. How could they have brought their families out? Were they attempting to relocate? Some teammates speculated aloud. Relocate? To where? With their feeble skills. Do they truly believe they possess any capability? Can they survive outside of Xiongfeng? Exactly. Perhaps they will meet their demise on the way. Ha ha ha. A group of individuals laughed mockingly, their expressions filled with derision as they observed the distant figures retreating down the street. Yet, they failed to recognize that their own capabilities were scarcely superior to those they belittled. What right had they to mock others? Once the laughter subsided, one team member, with a sly grin, inquired, Boss, should we report this to the higher-ups? We might even earn a reward and demonstrate our loyalty and reliability. The suggestion sparked interest among the others, their faces betraying a glimmer of intrigue. Recently, a squad had caught the attention of a certain manager by introducing him to a striking young woman, leading to substantial benefits and favoritism. This incident had ignited their envy, and many contemplated emulating such a scheme. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, the more formidable survivors were not to be trifled with, while the weaker ones often appeared gaunt and filthy, rendering any semblance of beauty irrelevant. Having long sought an opportunity, they could scarcely afford to let this potential merit slip away. Captain Wang Chong, upon hearing the proposal, displayed a glimmer of temptation on his face. Casting a furtive glance at the retreating group, he mused, let us not rush. We shall stealthily follow them to ascertain their intentions and destination before reporting back. Is that not a more prudent course of action? His insight was met with agreement. They recognized that verifying the situation before reporting would surely earn the respect of the management. Without further ado, they hurried to follow, eager not to lose sight of their quarry. Meanwhile, at the Xiongfeng base, the Xiaorui squad had just departed. Convincing their families had been a straightforward task, their prowess having been repeatedly validated, leading their loved ones to trust their judgment. A brief explanation, coupled with the packing of belongings, consumed some time. And by the time they left the Xiongfeng base, it was already afternoon. The subsequent journey was somewhat hurried, yet it attracted little attention, and they managed to avoid drawing the ire of the management, thus ensuring a smooth departure free from complications. Given the Xiaorui squad's capabilities, had the management noticed their preparations too early, their exit would not have been easily granted. Nonetheless, their departure could not escape the notice of their neighbors, and word would inevitably spread. Yet, what transpired afterward was no longer their concern. As long as they safely exited the Xiongfeng base, they had little to worry about. As dusk approached, Tang Bin and his companions finally arrived at the Taiyuan resort. Though minor injuries were inevitable and the journey had been fraught with peril, they were fortunate to have avoided significant trouble, contrasting sharply with the previous day's misfortunes of being pursued by a horde of zombies. Upon storming into the resort, a wave of relief washed over them, and everyone relaxed. Tang Bin and Lu Guyun exchanged glances, observing the relatively few zombies dispersing outside, their faces lighting up with joy and relief. The existence of a resort is indeed a blessing. Since the apocalyptic times until now, it is only within the confines of this resort that they have genuinely experienced a sense of absolute safety and relaxation, even reigniting their yearning and anticipation for life. The newly arrived family members are still catching their breath in the resting area, their eyes wide with wonder and astonishment as they listen to those nearby describe the amenities of the resort. The team members busily attend to the families, administering miraculous healing ointments acquired from the newly opened supermarket, eliciting exclamations of astonishment from the newcomers. Boss Gu, my apologies for the trouble, but please set up personal accounts for these families. Tang Bin and Lu Guyun approached the counter, each presenting a first-tier crystal core to initiate the personal accounts for the family members, assigning them to the rooms that had been reserved the previous day. Now, all the families have successfully relocated to the resort, and the burden weighing upon their hearts has finally been lifted. Thankfully, they chose to act in teams and divided into 2 groups for the transfer. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to protect so many families along the way. After completing the check-in process, the 2 team leaders returned to the resting area, joining their teammates in teaching the families how to utilize their personal light screens and informing them of the important regulations within the resort, especially the necessity to avoid provoking Boss Gu. While they were engaged in lively conversation, a group of 7 individuals entered through the resort's grand entrance. evidently belonging to the same small team. A 7-member team is relatively uncommon, though not unheard of. It is, in fact, the upper limit of team configurations. As Wang Chang's team of 7 stepped through the resort's doors, they were instantly struck into silence by the astonishing scene in the lobby, their minds momentarily rendered motionless. What place is this? They almost believed they were still living in the world before the apocalypse. A restaurant? A television? A supermarket? Remarkably, there was even air conditioning. The cool breeze enveloped them as they stepped inside, providing a stark contrast to the oppressive heat outside. It felt as though they had entered an alternate realm, leaving the 7 members of the team in a state of awe for a prolonged moment. Gu Lingyu, stationed behind the counter, recognized the 7 newcomers at once. Were they not from one of the 4 teams she encountered while distributing promotional flyers? Although this 7-member team did not exhibit the same unpleasant demeanor as the slightly stronger team, they were nonetheless unappealing. Their lewd glances and shifty expressions had dissuaded Gu Lingyu from offering any elaborate introductions, prompting her to simply hand them a flyer and depart. She had assumed they would not show up at the resort after that, yet here they were, unexpectedly present today. Just moments ago, Gu Lingyu had keenly observed the surreptitious manner in which the 7-member team entered, prompting her to keep a watchful eye on them. After a considerable pause, Wang Chang's team finally regained their composure, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual astonishment. They could hardly fathom how such a place could exist amidst the apocalypse. What immense power must lie behind this establishment? In an instant, the 7 members of the team, including their leader Wang Chong, felt a sense of trepidation. Hesitant to act impulsively, as Wang Chong surveyed his surroundings, he discovered a group of individuals resting in the nearby lounge. Unmistakably, the very same people who had hurried over from the Xiongfeng base just moments ago, including Tang Bin. They had trailed behind Tang Bin and his companions until they entered the so-called Peach Blossom Resort, at which point Wang Chang's group followed suit. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the scene before them, so much so that they failed to notice Tang Bin and his companions nearby until now. Wang Chang's team recognized Tang Bin's group, and naturally, the latter also spotted Wang Chang's team as they entered through the main entrance. The moment their gazes met, an air of tension enveloped the vicinity. Tang Bin's group, who had been engaged in lively conversation, suddenly fell silent, their eyes reflecting disdain as they regarded Wang Chang's team. Both Tang Bin and Lu Guyun furrowed their brows, exchanging glances that revealed mutual uncertainty and concern. What brought Wang Chang's team here? And at such a fortuitous time? Could they harbor ill intentions? Might their presence disrupt the tranquility of the resort? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang Bin cast a furtive glance towards Gu Lingyu, pondering whether he should inform her of the situation. As the 2 factions stood in silent confrontation, Gu Lingyu, who had been attentively observing the unfolding drama, instantly recognized the shift in atmosphere. The once vibrant hall had descended into an eerie silence, unmistakably indicating that something was amiss. Gu Lingyu's suspicions were further confirmed when she noticed Tang Bin glance her way, the worry in his eyes unmistakable. It became evident that this newly arrived team was also from the Xiongfeng base, and likely held some animosity towards Tang Bin's group. While Gu Lingyu contemplated her next move, Wang Chang's team had already redirected their gaze, adopting an air of nonchalance as they approached the counter where Gu Lingyu stood. Upon nearing her and catching sight of her exquisite features, Wang Chong suddenly recalled that this was the very girl who had handed out flyers on the street. As they reflected on the content of those flyers and now stood within the resort that mirrored the descriptions so precisely, they were astonished to find it even more splendid than advertised. Regret washed over them as they recalled their earlier mockery of the flyers. Realizing how foolish they had been for not visiting sooner, at least from their current perspective, this resort appeared to be quite remarkable. Arriving at the counter, Wang Chong gazed at the fair-skinned, stunning girl before him, and his expression shifted, for she seemed even more enchanting than before. Moreover, she exhibited no signs of any supernatural abilities. Did this not imply that he could? Contemplating the various peculiarities of this place, Wang Chong resolved to investigate further. Suppressing his inner thoughts, he feigned an air of composure and inquired, "What is this place, and how may I address you, miss?" "Please call me Boss Gu. This is Taoyuan Resort, and you should have seen the promotional materials regarding the general situation here." Gu Lingyu's lips curled slightly, a smile that did not reach her eyes. Her somewhat aloof demeanor was markedly distinct from her treatment of other guests. This was only natural, for she was well aware that the other party was far from amiable. She had no interest in exchanging pleasantries with someone she perceived as ill-intentioned. The sinister glint in the other's eyes had not escaped her notice, nor had the unusual expressions of the entourage accompanying him. Wang Chong clearly did not anticipate that the other party would so openly mention their previous encounter, nor did he expect that this seemingly powerless girl was, in fact, the proprietor of this establishment. "This is yours. You are the owner?" Wang Chang's eyes widened, his face a portrait of astonishment, mirrored by the incredulity of his companions. "Yes," came Gu Lingyu's succinct reply, a single word that only served to deepen Wang Chang's astonishment and displeasure. What was wrong with this girl? Lacking any discernible abilities, how could she possibly adopt such a dismissive and cold demeanor toward him? What audacity! Was it possible that she had some hidden backing? Wang Chong struggled to reconcile the reality that such an extraordinary establishment could be managed by a girl devoid of any powers. Even more unbelievable was the notion that this girl would brazenly show him disdain. Her chilly demeanor was unmistakable, and even a blind man could discern it. However, the current situation was peculiar, causing him to tread carefully, so he suppressed his growing agitation and inquired about the resort's offerings. Yet, Gu Lingyu appeared disinclined to elaborate, either summarizing her responses succinctly or directing him to a nearby brochure. Her frosty disposition left Wang Chong feeling irked. Yet his curiosity was piqued. This place must possess some unique characteristics to entice Tang Bin and his group to relocate their families here. If he could uncover something of value, it might earn them accolades at the base, potentially elevating their status and granting them access to greater resources. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Chong swallowed his irritation and gestured for his teammates to produce a first-tier crystal core, placing it upon the counter. Please set up an account for each of us, and reserve 7 single rooms. After being met with Gu Lingyu's continued indifference, Wang Chong's expression soured a bit more. However, Gu Lingyu did not reach for the crystal cores. Instead, a sly smile appeared on her face. There are only 6 single rooms left. If you truly wish to stay, 2 of you will have to share a room. Each single room costs 30 points per day, and only 1 person is allowed per room. For each additional occupant, an extra 30 points will be charged. The smile on Gu Lingyu's face held a hint of mischief as she pondered whether this group might cause a ruckus. Would she have the opportunity to witness another display of their antics? Her thoughts were unknown to others, yet upon hearing Gu Lingyu's words, Wang Chong felt as though she was deliberately aggravating him. Instantly, he was displeased, his face darkening with anger, his voice rising slightly. How is it so coincidental? We have 7 individuals, and you have precisely 6 single rooms available? Moreover, to accommodate 1 more person, an additional fee is required? Chapter 54. The door is there. Leave if you don't want to stay. Wang Chong, naturally, did not care for the meager points, but he could not tolerate such indignation. In his view, Gu Lingyu was acting with malice. Surely, it was in retaliation for the jesting remarks made during their previous distribution of flyers. And this woman was seizing the opportunity to make things difficult for them. Why is it that you have precisely 7 individuals? If you had only 6, wouldn't the number of rooms be just right? Gu Lingyu replied with a cool smile, clearly unperturbed by Wang Chang's fury. As for the additional charge for accommodating 1 more person, that rule applied uniformly to all guests. He could certainly inquire with others present, many of whom had experienced similar situations. Wang Chang's expression darkened as he glanced over at the group in the lounge, which had returned to its lively chatter. Though among them, Tang Bin and Lu Guyun frequently cast wary glances in their direction. How could he possibly ask those people? What if I refuse? Do you know who we are? Wang Chang's face hardened, his tone laced with menace, attempting to intimidate the woman before him and gauge her resolve. Wang Chong believed Gu Lingyu to be devoid of any abilities and thus unaware that they were all capable of extraordinary powers. In his estimation, their Xiongfeng base was already quite formidable, ranking prominently among the level 3 bases in High City. Who would dare provoke Xiongfeng other than level 1 or 2 bases? As for himself, while he had not caught the attention of the management within Xiongfeng, how could outsiders be privy to that? What Wang Chong did not anticipate was that the woman before him did not regard him at all, nor was she concerned with their identities. A mere level 3 ability user truly thought highly of himself. Gu Lingyu maintained a faint smile, exuding an air of indifference towards the group before her. Regardless of your status within Xiongfeng, even if the management from your base were present, they would still have to adhere to my rules here at this resort. Her voice was soft, yet the tone left no room for dispute. At that moment, her eyes took on a frosty hue, and her demeanor shifted, emanating an aura of strength and pressure. What audacity! If our management were here, let us see how you would maintain such firmness. Wang Chong suddenly sensed the change in Gu Lingyu's demeanor, his breath catching, though his words remained defiant. His confidence was faltering. I shall wait. Gu Lingyu replied coldly with a smile, noticing Wang Chang's diminishing bravado. She then lazily pointed towards the rules posted on the notice board not far away, followed by a gesture towards the door behind Wang Chong. The door is over there. If you do not wish to stay, you are free to leave. No one is forcing you. Wang Chong could not have anticipated that this seemingly powerless woman would possess such audacity, expressing impatience to dismiss them after just a few words. Having faced a setback, he felt a pang of humiliation and cast an irritated glance at the regulations displayed on the wall, initially intending to scoff. His attention inadvertently drifted towards a nearby small team. The overall strength of this team significantly surpassed his own, comprising merely 4 members, 3 of whom possessed the prowess of 3rd-tier ability users, while the leader boasted an impressive 4th-tier capability. In stark contrast, his own team was a mix of 2nd and 3rd-tier strengths. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly piqued Wang Chang's interest were the expressions of 2 members of that team. Their gazes directed at him conveyed an unsettling blend of excitement and anticipation, reminiscent of someone eagerly awaiting a misfortune to befall another. The conspicuousness of their stares made it difficult for Wang Chong to disregard them, yet it was precisely their looks that tightened his chest and heightened his vigilance. Although his strength was not formidable, he prided himself on one trait: caution. He understood that by being adaptable and yielding swiftly, he could prolong his existence. Noticing the peculiarities surrounding him and pondering the odd demeanor of the female proprietor, who, despite lacking any abilities, maintained a defiant stance in front of a group of ability users, Wang Chong felt a flicker of doubt, though his heart simmered with anger. The fear of inciting trouble compelled him to stifle his rage. He resolved to secure accommodation first and ascertain the true capabilities of this so-called proprietor who dared to speak to him in such a manner. With that thought in mind, Wang Chong swiftly altered his demeanor, adopting a calm facade as if nothing had transpired moments before, and stated, "Let us book 6 single rooms, with 2 individuals sharing one." After speaking, he nudged the crystal cores on the counter towards Gu Lingyu once more. Gu Lingyu, noticing Wang Chang's sudden change in demeanor, maintained her composure, a faint smile gracing her lips as she reached for several crystal cores on the counter. Although she felt a tinge of regret for missing the opportunity to witness a display of prowess, she decided not to pursue further conflict, recognizing that this was not merely a matter of points. Accepting these guests would allow her to complete another task. After establishing a personal account, recharging points, and arranging accommodations, as Wang Chong and his companions marveled at the glowing screen, Gu Lingyu received a notification confirming the completion of her task. Room addition task 4, single rooms 20, double rooms 12, family rooms 4, suites 2. Task objective, fully occupy all rooms and renew 12 rooms. Room addition task 4, task completed. Reward, doubling the total number of room types. She had originally been just 6 single rooms shy of completing the 4th phase of her task. And this group of 7 was precisely what she needed to achieve her goal. As for the renewal condition, it was no longer a concern for Gu Lingyu, as the majority of guests in the resort were long-term residents, consistently exceeding this requirement. Task 1 completed. The enigmatic owner promptly claimed the rewards for the mission. Although no discernible changes were evident on the first floor, she was acutely aware of the significant alterations occurring in the upper rooms. The resort now boasted 40 single rooms, 24 double rooms, 8 family suites, and 4 luxury suites. The mission's doubling of room types meant that as one ascended, the rewards in terms of room numbers increased exponentially. This particular reward instantly filled the resort's accommodations, alleviating any immediate concerns about insufficient lodging. The originally accessible 4 floors had now expanded to 6. With the 2nd and 3rd floors entirely dedicated to single rooms, the 4th and 5th to double rooms, and the 6th floor accommodating family suites and luxury suites. Following the changes, all guests in the affected rooms received immediate notifications through their personal accounts, informing them of the updates. Chapter 55. A disappointing electric shock showed the guests at the resort were accustomed to such occurrences, merely casting curious glances at the still mysterious owner behind the counter, pleased to witness the resort's expansion before resuming their activities. As for the newly arrived family members, they were promptly enlightened by their relatives, leading to a wave of astonishment and a newfound reverence for the establishment. The rooms occupied by Wang Cheng's team of 7, having been reserved as single accommodations prior to the mission's upgrade, remained on the 2nd floor, thus experiencing no changes and receiving no notifications. Eager to avoid lingering around the inscrutable owner, they made their way directly to the adjacent dining hall, where the array of delectable dishes displayed in the cabinets had long tantalized their appetites. Standing by the entrance of the dining hall, Qian Yuan and Feng Chang expressed their disappointment upon seeing Wang Cheng's team approaching. "It's your fault. Your gloating expression was far too evident," Qian Yuan chided, blaming his companion for the earlier incident that had deterred the team captain from further provocation. "What do you mean it's my fault? You were the one laughing too loudly." "I could hear you," Feng Chang retorted, unwilling to take the blame. Little did they know how desperately they wished to witness someone else's misfortune to soothe their own wounded pride. "Enough. You two quiet down," the team leader interjected, though he too was curious to see what transpired. The 4 of them spoke without any attempt to lower their voices, indifferent to whether Wang Cheng's team overheard, as the disparity in strength rendered them unafraid. As Wang Chang passed by the group, he caught snippets of their conversation, and his expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing. Electric shock? The so-called establishment rules on the bulletin board were indeed true? Had these individuals genuinely experienced it? Who was responsible for the electric shock? The female owner lacked any special abilities. Was it possible that a formidable figure lurked in the shadows of this establishment? A flurry of conjectures raced through his mind, leaving Wang Chang pale, unable to suppress a wave of relief. Fortunately, they refrained from rash actions earlier. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Although the small team sought to gather intelligence and make an impression on the base's administrators, they certainly did not wish to invite misfortune upon themselves. The 7 members exchanged glances, a sense of unease replacing their earlier bravado, replaced now by a more cautious demeanor. Upon entering the dining hall, Tang Bin and Lu Guyun approached the counter. After a moment of hesitation, they spoke up. "Boss Gu, there is a matter we believe is worth discussing with you." "Of course, how to proceed remains your decision." Observing their expressions, Gu Lingyu surmised their intent. As a commendable patron, Tang Bin was not someone she would dismiss lightly. With a knowing smile, she nodded, prompting Tang Bin to continue. "The 7-member team we just encountered hails from the Xiongfeng base, but their circumstances differ significantly from ours. They typically perform unsavory tasks for the base's administrators, acting as sycophants to those in power, and they are not to be trusted. We advise you to exercise caution around them." Lu Guyun chimed in. "Indeed, this group frequently bullies other survivors within the base. Had our 2 teams not been of comparable strength, we would likely have suffered their tyranny. As for the 1st and 2nd tier ability users in the base, they naturally steer clear of these lackeys, going to great lengths to avoid any confrontation. Thank you for the warning. I had already discerned their nature." Gu Lingyu replied with a smile, though a hint of regret crossed her face. "It is unfortunate they backed down so quickly, otherwise, we might have witnessed an electrifying spectacle." The 2 men paused momentarily, only to recall the rules prominently displayed on the wall. It dawned on them that Gu Lingyu had nearly enforced the regulations just moments ago. They were impressed by her perceptiveness, as she had seen through Wang Chang and his team's true nature upon their first meeting, instilling in them a sense of reassurance. With Gu Lingyu already on guard, Tang Bin and Lu Guyun felt more at ease. Before departing, Tang Bin cheerfully remarked, "Boss Gu, the matter we discussed earlier has been taken care of. The flyers are all in place." Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyu's smile widened. "Thank you for your efforts." "Not at all, Boss Gu. Your graciousness is appreciated. The success of the resort benefits us all," they replied with smiles as they exited, joining their families in the bustling dining hall, which soon became lively. Meanwhile, near the residences of Tang Bin and Lu Guyun's teams within the Xiongfeng base, a crowd of curious neighbors gathered, whispering and pointing toward the 2 teams' quarters. "Did you actually see them packing up to leave today?" "Of course. Would I lie about such a thing?" Several others witnessed it too. "Indeed, I saw it as well." The 4 members of their team, along with their families, had all packed their belongings. 2 households departed yesterday, and today, the remaining 2 followed suit, each person burdened with their respective luggage. Observing their preparations, it seemed they had cleared out everything usable from their homes. What else could this signify but a departure? Could it be that they were relocating to another base? Certainly not. My curiosity compelled me to follow them for a while, only to witness them exiting the base gates directly. They truly left the base. Was this indeed a departure? Yet, once they left the Xiongfeng base, where could they possibly go? There are still numerous bases in Haishur. It is not as if the absence of Xiongfeng renders them helpless. Given the current state of Xiongfeng, who would willingly choose to remain if they had the option to flee? The speaker's face was filled with resentment. Yet due to the ever-oppressive demeanor of the base administrators towards the survivors, he dared not voice his discontent too loudly. Upon uttering these words, he immediately garnered the agreement of all present, as nods of affirmation accompanied expressions of deep-seated frustration, evidently a long-standing grievance. However, the outside world is fraught with peril, and ordinary individuals face far greater challenges in surviving after leaving the base than do those with abilities. If they were not certain that a better base awaited them, they would surely not take such a risk of packing their belongings and escorting their families away. Chapter 56. Setting fire upon departure. Where have they gone? Indeed. Could it be that they have discovered a more favorable destination? Yet, we have not heard any such news. Alas, following the incident with the Tang family, it is only natural for their team to leave. One can only hope they reach their destination safely. Are you not curious about where they have ventured? If that place truly is commendable, then this statement, though softly spoken, reached the ears of all present, silencing the crowd. The onlookers exchanged glances, each discerning the shared sentiment among them. If such a place exists, they too would wish to go. Those residing within the Xiongfeng base are undoubtedly most aware of its circumstances. Given the opportunity, none would wish to remain. In the midst of this silence, a sudden commotion of running footsteps echoed from a distance, and soon, a person who had just departed to gather information rushed back. Big news. It's true. The members of the Lu Guyun team have also left. The individual's voice preceded his arrival. Upon hearing this, expressions of astonishment spread among the crowd, and they quickly gathered around, eager to inquire about the details. Please, do not rush. Let me explain. The individual hastily quelled the surrounding clamor, raising a hand to restore order. Once the crowd quieted, he relayed the information he had just uncovered. I just learned that the Lu Guyun team also departed 2 households yesterday, and today, the remaining 3 have left as well. Presently, not a single person remains in their quarters, and their neighbors have noticed them packing up over the past few days. Furthermore, it has been reported that both teams have converged outside the base, seemingly departing together. Could they be relocating as one? There is indeed a possibility. The relationship between Tang Bin and Lu Guyun's 2 squads was initially very amicable, making it quite possible for them to depart together. If those 2 teams have chosen to relocate in unison, does it not imply that they have indeed discovered a promising refuge? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation. If given the choice, they truly wished to leave the Xiongfeng base, which would eventually lead to their oppression and exploitation. Indeed, just then, the messenger suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of all present. He didn't keep them in suspense. He eagerly produced a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it before the crowd. On Lu Guyun's side, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and entered the house to investigate, only to discover this intriguing document. Moreover, not just her, but all 5 members of her squad found the same thing in their homes. Is this a flyer? Is there still such a thing in the apocalypse? It mentions a Taiyuan resort? What is that? Can a resort still exist in the end of days? The name is irrelevant. Quickly, look at the details below. See what it states? A restaurant? Food and water in abundance? Absolutely safe? And central air conditioning? How can this possibly be true? Indeed, it seems utterly implausible. How could such a splendid place exist in the apocalypse? Surely, they have been deceived, right? It is truly bewildering. After so long in this desolate world, how could anyone still believe in such unreliable things? The vast majority present, after inspecting the flyer, expressed their disbelief. They shook their heads in dismay, convinced that these 2 squads had fallen victim to a ruse, dragging their families into this predicament. Just as everyone lamented the situation, someone suddenly perceived an inconsistency and spoke up. Wait, while not everything on this flyer may be accurate, it is also possible that not all of it is false. How so? An onlooker quickly inquired. Consider this. They wouldn't dare take their families away without first verifying the resort, lest they act recklessly. These 2 squads are generally quite dependable, not prone to impulsive actions. The speaker began to analyze. Furthermore, they had already taken a portion of their families away yesterday, clearly intending to relocate in phases. Since they returned today for the remaining family members, this indicates that those who left yesterday have already reached the resort. The first batch of family members must have deemed it satisfactory. Otherwise, why would they return for the rest? When you put it that way, it seems plausible. Following this reminder, the remaining individuals suddenly grasped the implications. Could it be that the claims made in the flyer are true? Is that even conceivable? The assertions made within are indeed astonishingly hard to believe. Someone could not resist asking. This flyer was discovered in Lu Guyun's home? Yes, not only in Lu Guyun's house, but also in the homes of the other 4 squad members, all prominently displayed on the entrance table, almost as if it were deliberately left for those who entered later to see. Could it be that they intentionally left this behind to convey a message to us? There exists a possibility that some individuals could not resist casting their gaze towards a nearby dwelling, which served as the residence for the members of Tang Bin's team. Should we venture inside for a closer look? The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, they collectively turned their attention to the few houses not far off. Shall we take a look? After all, they have vacated the premises, so it matters not, right? With this thought in mind, the group decided to enter. Selecting the nearest house, the person leading the way arrived at the door first, contemplating whether to test the lock, only to find that as soon as they laid a hand upon it, the door swung open effortlessly. The individual stood momentarily stunned, turning back to the others who had followed, somewhat dazed, exclaiming, "The door isn't locked. It opened with a push." Initially, they had anticipated having to pry the door open, but this unexpected turn left them momentarily speechless. The others in the back were also taken aback, and soon someone in the crowd remarked, "It seems they truly have relocated, and perhaps they even wish for us to enter." As for the reason behind this potential invitation, the group recalled the promotional flyer, and a vague suspicion began to form in their minds. Let us proceed inside and investigate. With their curiosity piqued, the leading individual boldly pushed the door open and stepped into the house. Indeed, there, they found yet another promotional flyer for the resort. As they entered, an exclamation erupted from their lips, and soon the others, unable to contain their curiosity, followed suit into the dwelling. The room was not particularly spacious. Upon entry, they found themselves in a somewhat cramped hall, furnished with a lone table, which displayed the very flyer for the Taiyuan resort, positioned so prominently. It was impossible to overlook upon entering. Chapter 57. A group excursion to investigate. How are they here? The leading individual eagerly seized the flyer, flipping through its pages, and exclaimed loudly, "It's identical, just like the one from Lu Guyun's side. They have indeed gone to the same place." Realizing this, others hastily made their way to inspect the other houses. In each of those dwellings, they too discovered the promotional flyers in conspicuous locations. At that moment, everyone confirmed a singular truth. The members and families of both Tang Bin and Lu Guyun's teams had vacated the Xiongfeng base and relocated to the Taiyuan resort. Silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances, their minds a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts, until someone could no longer contain themselves and broke the silence. "Shall we organize a trip to the Taiyuan resort as well? The address is provided on the flyer." The speaker hailed from a nearby team of abilities, who had previously enjoyed a friendly rapport with Tang Bin's group, and thus held a measure of trust and assurance towards them. Now, witnessing the departure of Tang Bin's 4 members, a sense of inclination stirred within them. Yet, what if it were a ruse or a trap? Concerns lingered among some. After all, the so-called Taiyuan resort, judging by the descriptions on the flyer, appeared too splendid to be genuine, almost unreal. In truth, we merely need to exercise a modicum of caution. We can first remain concealed nearby to observe, without the necessity of immediate entry. I too believe it prudent to investigate, especially since the 4 members of Tang Bin's team, along with those from Lu Guyun's squad, have relocated. Given their transition, we are bound to encounter them eventually, at which point we can inquire about the situation. Indeed, I concur that we should take a look. The current state of the Xiongfeng base renders it unbearable. Contemplating the circumstances at the Xiongfeng base, silence enveloped the group. After a brief interval, they unanimously expressed their agreement to venture forth, the previous indecisiveness having dissipated. Ultimately, after conferring with the neighbors adjacent to Lu Guyun's team, 3 squads resolved to serve as the vanguard, embarking to scout the conditions of the Taiyuan resort before returning to relay their findings. Simultaneously, at the opposite end of the base, the neighbors of Xiao Rui's team were also engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Xiao Rui's team had vacated their premises, and while others had observed this, they were content merely to speculate, as none dared to enter their dwelling. After all, Xiao Rui's team was no ordinary group of power users. Their prowess was unparalleled within the Xiongfeng base. The minor incidents occurring at the base were unbeknownst to Gu Lingyu, residing in the resort. Yet she could surmise certain details. She was aware of the flyers left by Tang Bin and Lu Guyun's teams, a notion that Tang Bin had previously discussed with her, to which Gu Lingyu was amenable. However, Tang Bin harbored some concerns. He feared that should this matter circulate within the Xiongfeng base, it might incite the discontent of the management, potentially jeopardizing the resort's prospects. A genuine source of apprehension for him. Nevertheless, Gu Lingyu reassured him, for she harbored no such worries, nor did she fear any trouble from the inhabitants of the Xiongfeng base. After spending some time in the lounge watching television, as darkness gradually enveloped the sky, she rose to head to the dining hall, only to be greeted by the arrival of a large group at the entrance. It was none other than Xiao Rui's team and their accompanying families. "Gu boss." Upon recognizing Gu Lingyu, Xiao Rui beamed and greeted her. Their strength was considerable. Yet maneuvering 5 individuals alongside so many ordinary people proved inevitably challenging and somewhat perilous. Fortunately, they had arrived safely, reflecting on the stable life awaiting them at the resort. A rare smile graced Xiao Rui's face as he stepped through the gates, feeling as if his spirits soared anew. How long had it been since he had experienced such a sensation? Was the journey smooth? Gu Lingyu inquired with a smile. "Fairly well. We shall now trouble Gu boss," Xiao Rui replied, organizing his family members who were still marveling at their surroundings. As he walked towards the reception desk with Gu Lingyu, the accommodations for Xiao Rui's team had been arranged the previous day, thus facilitating a smoother check-in process. After establishing personal accounts for all newly arrived family members and allocating them to their respective rooms according to the list provided by Xiao Rui, their check-in was successfully completed. As Xiao Rui stood at the counter attending to matters, a group of diners, having just finished their meal, emerged from the restaurant with expressions of astonishment and contentment. However, upon catching sight of Xiao Rui at the counter, they halted in their tracks, utterly bewildered. "Xiao Rui, what was he doing here?" Wang Chong gazed at Xiao Rui in disbelief, his mind momentarily struggling to comprehend the situation. After a considerable pause, the lively commotion nearby finally drew his attention back. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards the rest area, his mouth agape in shock. There were the other 4 members of Xiao Rui's team. Alongside them were a group of ordinary individuals whom Wang Chong had never seen before, but judging by the reactions of Xiao Rui's team, it was evident they were their family members. Suddenly, Wang Chong recalled that Tang Bin and Lu Guyun's teams had just relocated their families to the resort today. This realization struck him like lightning. Xiao Rui's team had also moved their families to the resort. What on earth was happening? Why so suddenly? There had been no prior mention of this. Unlike Tang Bin's group, Xiao Rui's team was among the most elite in the base, attracting significant attention. If they were to leave the base, it was implausible that no rumors would have surfaced. Moreover, given the strength of Xiao Rui's team, it was unlikely the base would so readily let go of such talent. In that moment, Wang Chong felt utterly confounded. "Captain, has even Xiao Rui's team brought their families along for the move? How come we never heard a whisper of this beforehand?" His teammates, equally perplexed, directed astonished glances at Wang Chong. Yet, How could he possibly fathom the intricacies of this situation? Should we return and inform the management? Such monumental news must surely yield some benefits. A quick-witted member, envisioning the potential gains, spoke up eagerly. Fool, do you think this information is ours to disclose? If they were to relocate, there would undoubtedly be some indications. At the very least, their neighbors would be the first to notice. Wang Chong, though uncertain internally, feigned wisdom as he chastised his team. By the time we trek back tomorrow, the news will have already been reported. It won't be our place to say anything. Chapter 58. The thoughts of Wang Chang's team. The captain is indeed astute. One of the team members quickly lavished praise, then could not suppress their curiosity, asking, "What shall we do next?" Wang Chong cast a furtive glance at Xiao Rui and whispered, "Let us first check the supermarket across the street to assess the situation. And we can discuss our next steps once we return to our room." The team members, equally cautious, glanced over at Xiao Rui's direction, nodding in agreement, clearly wary of being discovered discussing their plans. After all, Xiao Rui's team was exceptionally formidable. They lacked the audacity to provoke them. The 7 members of Wang Chang's team, like thieves in the night, stealthily slipped past Xiao Rui and darted into the supermarket. Upon entering, they were once again taken aback. What on earth was the situation in this place? It was simply outrageous. Is this truly a place that should exist in the apocalypse? The 7 members of the team were utterly astounded by the array of products displayed in the supermarket, leaving them momentarily speechless. Not only were there various weapons, but there were also remarkably labeled healing potions. The most outrageous discovery was the so-called antidote for zombie venom. Does this concoction truly possess any efficacy? A plethora of questions swirled in the minds of Wang Chang's team. Had they not just experienced the astonishingly authentic food at the restaurant, they would have immediately dismissed these antidotes as mere illusions. However, having just departed from the restaurant, they found themselves grappling with uncertainty. After perusing the supermarket, Wang Chong and his companions purchased only a few daggers before leaving. Firstly, they were hesitant to expend too many crystal nuclei, as their trust in this place was still tenuous. Secondly, their financial resources were rather limited. They had scarcely accumulated enough crystal nuclei to exchange for goods. They had always lived extravagantly, with no surviving family to support, and their philosophy was to enjoy life as it came, leaving them with little despair. This mission had only just begun, and they had scarcely ventured from the base before encountering Tang Bin and his group, thus failing to gather a substantial amount of crystal nuclei. With a mixture of frustration and insatiable greed, the 7 members of Wang Chang's team returned to their respective rooms on the second floor. After relishing the comforts of their accommodations, they ultimately convened in their leader's room. "Boss, this place is utterly extraordinary," the team members exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Their experiences from just one night felt surreal, as if they had been transported back to the world before the apocalypse. It was no wonder that even Xiao Rui's team had relocated their families here. If it were me, I wouldn't want to leave either. Yet, how could such a remarkable place belong to a woman devoid of any supernatural abilities? It seemed utterly illogical. One curious team member remarked after their initial excitement had subsided. Perhaps that woman is simply fortunate, or perhaps she has powerful allies behind her. Precisely. Therefore, we shall reside here for a few days, diligently gather intelligence, and uncover the true nature of this place and the forces backing that proprietress. Wang Chong articulated his plan decisively. The memory of his earlier embarrassment before the female owner darkened his expression, fueling a desire for retribution within him. "Boss, are you suggesting we shall ascertain the facts and report back to the base authorities?" Wang Chong replied with a sinister smile. Such a significant matter in such an extraordinary location, if we report it to the management, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable achievement. The rewards will surely follow. How could the authorities possibly overlook such an exceptional place? If the proprietress lacks any formidable backing, then this establishment will ultimately belong to our Xiongfeng base. If this location falls into the hands of our base, those of us who provide crucial intelligence will undoubtedly be hailed as heroes. What benefits could we not reap? Perhaps in the future, we might even enjoy various privileges. As they contemplated the delectable dishes within the restaurant, the enticing products displayed in the supermarket, and the prospect of enjoying this comfortable room at a discount in the future, the 7 members of the team exhibited glimmers of avarice in their eyes. Moreover, Wang Chong's gaze sparkled with cunning. Their clandestine exchange of information not only ensured their safety, but also provided a clever stratagem. Even if the base failed to seize this location, no one would suspect that they had been the ones secretly transmitting messages. Thus, they could continue to revel in this paradise, a truly exquisite plan. Truly, our captain is wise. The teammates' eyes lit up as they praised him exuberantly, showering him with compliments that sent Wang Chong into a state of elation. Speaking of which, that female proprietor was indeed strikingly beautiful. Her radiant appearance surpassed that of the so-called beauties back at the base, prompting one team member to gaze with undeniable admiration. Do not harbor such thoughts. If the base ultimately claims this place, that lovely proprietor will certainly be offered to the management. Wang Chong shot a glance at his comrade. Although he too harbored thoughts of her, he felt a sense of pride in his restraint when it came to the matter of substantial interests. The captain spoke truthfully. Even if they did not encounter the charming proprietor, as long as their plans materialized, they would not lack for female companionship in the future. Indeed, therefore, in the coming days, let us be astute and gather as much intelligence as possible. Wang Chong nodded in satisfaction, feeling a swell of pride in his leadership abilities. His teammates echoed their agreement, as they nestled in his room, already envisioning a promising future. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyu remained unaware of the dreams being spun by Wang Chang's team, though she could surmise some details. But would she care? Not in the least, for these individuals did not yet pose a threat worthy of her concern. At present, she had other matters to attend to. Glancing at the system prompt, she discovered that she had completed another task. Task 3. Enhance resort quality by welcoming 60 new guests. Completed. Task reward. Unlock all store decorations, greenery decor, redeemable with points. The completion rate of this task had already reached 4160. Today, Tang Bin and Lu Guyun had brought in 7 family members, while Xiao Rui's team had introduced 8 more, coupled with the 7 new arrivals from Wang Chang's team. They had not only surpassed the target of 60 guests, but exceeded it by 3. With the completion of this task, the redemption feature for decorative items in the point shop was also unlocked. Gu Lingyu promptly accessed it, and was pleasantly surprised to find a considerable selection available. Though the more desirable items required a hefty amount of points, while some were reasonably priced, these items were purely decorative and, at this stage, not essential for Gu Lingyu. Thus, she merely perused the options briefly before settling on a few inexpensive potted plants from the greenery category, which she had Lu Wu display in the lobby. Occasionally gazing at these vibrant plants would undoubtedly elevate her spirits. Chapter 59. The stealthy team in action. As for the guests within the resort, they no longer reacted with astonishment to the changes occurring in the establishment, having witnessed so many miraculous events. The addition of a few more potted plants seemed trivial in comparison. A sense of astonishment is, after all, unavoidable. The lush greenery and blooming flowers are not easily obtained in this post-apocalyptic world. As night deepened, Gu Lingyu glanced at the time, called for Lu Wu to secure the main gate, and began to tally the day's revenue. Today's rental income amounted to a mere 410 points, solely from short-term guests, as the long-term patrons had settled their payments days prior. However, the earnings from the dining services were quite substantial. The restaurant alone garnered over 5,000 points, in addition to the breakfast and dinner consumed by all guests in the dining area. The out-and-about ability users purchased boxed meals and bottled water from the vending machines before heading out, resolving their lunches outside. As Gu Lingyu had calculated, the influx of guests resulted in considerable daily earnings from dining alone. Moreover, the supermarket also profited over 7,000 points today, primarily from 3 teams of ability users within the resort. After earning crystal cores, they promptly returned to upgrade their equipment through the supermarket. The various teams from the Xiongfeng base were occupied with bringing their families to the resort today, resulting in modest earnings and expenditures. By the end of the day, approximately 13,000 points had been earned, adding to the previous day's surplus, bringing the total to over 33,000 points. Following the hiring of 2 junior employees to manage the miscellaneous tasks on the 5th and 6th floors, Gu Lingyu retired to her chamber for the night. The following day, the resort maintained a sense of normalcy. The newly arrived families of ability users were familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, while the ability users enthusiastically ventured out to collect crystal cores. Unlike before, when their efforts were often tinged with resignation, they now approached the task with anticipation and vigor. Their mindsets transformed, and their efficiency significantly enhanced. The only anomaly within the resort was the team of 7, led by Wang Chang. They chose not to venture out for crystal cores today, although their stock of cores was limited and their points few. They felt it sufficient to sustain them for several days. Thus, they decided to remain in the resort to meticulously gather intelligence. The individuals from the Xiongfeng base were well known to them, and they were acutely aware of each other's circumstances. Hence, their focus shifted to the ability users and families from other bases. Their primary target became the parents of the Li brothers. Yet, after exchanging a few words, the elderly couple became reticent, insisting they were unaware of any pertinent information. With no further recourse, the team resolved to wait until evening when the other ability users returned, seeking opportunities to extract information from them. During the day, their only option was to wander the resort aimlessly, observing their surroundings in hopes of uncovering some clues. In the lobby's relaxation area, Gu Lingyu had exchanged her seat for a slightly more comfortable sofa, which had been in place for 2 days. However, the guests at the resort were well aware that this particular sofa belonged to Gu Lingyu, and even in her absence, no one dared to occupy it. As for the other seating in the lounge, the sheer number rendered a complete replacement quite costly, and after a moment's hesitation, Gu Lingyu decided to postpone the changes for a while longer. At that moment, she leisurely shifted her gaze from the television to the dining area, where the elderly couple was enjoying their lunch, while nearby, members of Wang Chang's team occupied another table. It appeared that the 2 tables were engaged in conversation. Shortly thereafter, the Li couple wore expressions of polite apology, occasionally shaking their heads, and not long after, the members of Wang Chang's team left the dining room, visibly disappointed, and proceeded to the 2nd floor. Master, came the immediate response from Lu Wu, who had been by Gu Lingyu's side. That 7-member team is under close observation. I have granted you access to the surveillance footage within the resort. Keep a vigilant eye on them. Gu Lingyu cast a cool glance at the staircase where the individuals had vanished and offered a cautionary word. Although there appeared to be no visible cameras within the resort, in reality, everything was under Gu Lingyu's watchful supervision. She could scrutinize any location within the resort, except for the guest rooms, at any moment. Previously, Lu Wu did not possess such authority, but Gu Lingyu had now bestowed this capability upon him, as he was summoned by the system and thus endowed with this function. Yes, master. I will keep a constant watch on them over the next few days. You need not worry, Lu Wu assured her without a hint of hesitation. Gu Lingyu nodded, intending to return her focus to the television, when her peripheral vision caught sight of the Li couple approaching her. Ms. Gu, the elderly couple said, their voices tinged with apprehension. Although Gu Lingyu was younger than their son, as the owner of Taoyuan Resort, they felt an unusual pressure in her presence. Gu Lingyu greeted them with a gentle smile. Good afternoon. Is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed. The individuals you just mentioned were the last to check in last night. They have been inquiring about the resort's conditions, the old man began. Gu Lingyu's warm demeanor eased some of their tension, yet they remained understandably anxious. The old woman promptly interjected. The initial questions were harmless, but then they grew increasingly inappropriate, persistently asking us about the security situation and the identity of the owner behind the scenes. We felt uneasy and refrained from sharing any further information. Yes, They also inquired about the origins of our food and resources, as well as the location of our storeroom. It all seemed quite suspicious, the old man added, his unease palpable as he hesitated before continuing. There is something not quite right about them, he concluded, his words veiled yet clear enough to convey his meaning. After expressing their concerns, the elderly couple felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that Gu Lingyu might misconstrue their intentions as gossip or disparagement of others. As the two of them felt uneasy and somewhat regretful for having so rashly approached Gu Lingyu about this matter, Gu Lingyu suddenly broke into a smile and spoke. Thank you both for taking the time to inform me of this. I truly appreciate your goodwill and shall keep a vigilant eye on them. Upon hearing Gu Lingyu's words, the elderly couple instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them, their faces brightening with smiles. Chapter 60. The first wave of explorers arrives though the elderly couple had only recently taken residence here for a few days. They had already developed a profound affection for the tranquility and serenity of the place, which at times allowed them to momentarily forget the tribulations of the apocalypse. Even their two sons, upon returning home after their excursions in the evenings, often wore expressions of relaxation and joy, something that had never occurred during their previous missions returning to the base. Recently, their sons even mentioned that living in the resort had afforded them surplus crystal cores to enhance their abilities, thus ensuring greater safety during future outings. What delighted them most was the opening of the supermarket, stocked with a variety of equipment and medications, which provided them with greater peace of mind regarding their son's safety. They genuinely hoped for the resort to thrive and endure, considering any threats to it as their own responsibility. Consequently, upon sensing something amiss with a certain group, they promptly reported to the owner, Gu. Thank you, Gu, for your willingness to listen to our concerns. We all wish for the resort's continued prosperity. The elderly couple expressed with sincere smiles. Indeed, feel free to share any matters with me in the future. If you cannot find me, please consult Lu Wu. Gu Lingyu replied, gesturing towards Lu Wu beside her. She then invited the elderly couple to sit down and enjoy some television together. As the afternoon progressed, more guests gathered in the lobby to watch television, primarily the family members of the ability users residing at the resort, who were unable to venture outside. After tidying up their rooms in the morning and having lunch, they joined in to watch television. After lunch, Tengyu had just led her younger brother to the lobby, preparing to sit down and watch some television, when the commotion from outside the main entrance captured her attention. Before long, a group of over 10 individuals entered, momentarily frozen in place, their expressions blank as they were evidently taken aback by the scene in the lobby. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? Tengyu was the first to recognize one of them, her face lighting up with surprise. From the nearby resting area, others also recognized the newcomers. Xiaohe, you all have come too. Honggu, come in and sit down. A flurry of greetings erupted, and Gu Lingyu, observing from the side, quickly grasped that this group had arrived from the Xiongfeng base. Since they were acquainted with the families of Tang Bin and Lu Guyun, they appeared to be neighbors of sorts. Could it be that her flyers had indeed been effective? Remarkably, these individuals had arrived so swiftly. The flyers had only been distributed yesterday, and today they had all come rushing over. It seemed that life at the Xiongfeng base was genuinely difficult, or else these people would not have been so eager. This series of greetings finally roused the group from their stupor, and upon seeing the familiar faces, expressions of astonishment and joy filled their countenances. As two parties converged, a large crowd immediately erupted into lively chatter. Xiaozhong, did you come here after seeing the flyers we left behind? Indeed. We discovered your promotional materials last night, and after a discussion, we decided to come and take a look. But Tang Hao, what a surprise to see you here. Does that mean Tang Bin is also present? Absolutely. Uncle Zhang, my brother is here as well. After he led us to escape, we happened to arrive at this place, and thus we decided to stay. Tang Yu joyfully pulled Tang Hao closer, evidently having a good rapport with Uncle Zhang. Thank goodness you are all well. But what about the others? Why are only you here? Uncle Zhang inquired curiously. Brother and sister Guyun went out to gather crystal cores, so we stayed behind, Tang Yu replied. Everyone has gone out. Just leaving you here? Is it safe? Uncle Zhang expressed concern. Rest assured, Uncle. Our Peach Blossom Resort is incredibly secure. Zombies cannot breach our defenses. As for within the resort, with Boss Gu around, no one dares to cause trouble. Tang Yu's confident assertions only deepened Uncle Zhang's bewilderment. Zombies truly cannot enter? And who is this Boss Gu? They absolutely cannot. We have seen it with our own eyes, and you can test it yourself later. With that, Tang Yu gazed in admiration at Gu Lingyu, who was watching television on the nearby sofa. That is Boss Gu. She owns this resort and is remarkable. Within the resort, she is like an omnipotent being. Omnipotent here? Tang Yu's words left the group of over a dozen in disbelief, casting doubt on the veracity of her claims. Could this young girl have been deceived? Though the place indeed appeared extraordinary, Boss Gu did not seem to emanate any supernatural aura. The families already residing in the resort, noting their expressions, could tell they were just as skeptical as before. Consequently, they spontaneously began to share their experiences about the resort, recounting the astonishing phenomena they had witnessed. For instance, the first batch of families had personally observed the transformation of the lobby on the first floor and how the supermarket had seemingly materialized from thin air. The crowd exchanged remarks and supplemented one another's stories until they had thoroughly elucidated the resort's peculiarities, negating the need for further explanations from Gu Lingyu. With many familiar faces corroborating the tales, even the most skeptical among the newcomers were compelled to believe, for the extraordinary occurrences in the lobby were laid bare before them. Although Gu Lingyu remained seated on the sofa, she attentively monitored the situation with Tang Yu, feeling relieved that so many were assisting in introducing the resort. After a while, Tang Yu approached the sofa with her entourage. Boss Gu, Uncle Zhang and the others would like to open personal accounts to dine in the restaurant and then visit the supermarket. What do you think? Without a personal account, one cannot access the restaurants and supermarkets, being confined solely to the activities within the lobby. Moreover, prolonged presence would result in forced relocation outside the resort's boundaries. When a sudden influx of over a dozen new guests arrived, Ling, naturally, could not refuse them, even if their initial intention was merely to dine. Certainly. But your activities are restricted to the first floor. For access to the upper floors, non-registered guests must be accompanied by Lu Wu. Understood, Boss Gu. We shall remain on the first floor, Tang Yu replied with a bright smile, gesturing for the accompanying psychics to present their crystal nuclei to Ling. One by one, she accepted the crystal nuclei and opened personal accounts for them, resulting in the acquisition of 16 new patrons. Despite having been briefed by Tang Yu about the personal account interface, the group exhibited expressions of astonishment, repeatedly examining the screen in wonder. Upon entering the restaurant, their astonishment only deepened, leaving them momentarily speechless. Chapter 61. A host of lackeys. Concerns arise through the passage of time, and Ling's relentless enhancement of the menu. The variety of dishes within the restaurant surpassed all expectations. After enduring over 3 years of the apocalypse, where hearty meals were a rarity and food was simplistic and coarse, how long had it been since this group had encountered such a sumptuous feast? No one could restrain their appetites any longer. Upon learning how to order, they rushed to the various counters, eagerly selecting their desired dishes. Tang Yu, along with several family members who had also emerged from the Xiongfeng base, remained by their side, observing their ravenous consumption while discussing matters concerning the resort. The sight of their voracious appetite elicited no surprise. After all, everyone had experienced the same upon their arrival at the resort. Even after spending several days there, Tang Yu still felt a surge of emotion at mealtimes. After dining, Tang Yu led the group to the supermarket, where their eyes were further opened, and gasps of astonishment filled the air, especially upon viewing the prices for meals and accommodations. The group was nearly compelled to dash back to the base and relocate their families to the resort that very night. They meandered through the supermarket until dusk approached, at which point the returning psychics gradually made their way back, prompting someone to rush inside and call out, Tang Bin and Gu Yun's team has returned. Come quickly. With that invitation, the group hurried back to the lobby, where they eagerly exchanged greetings with Tang Bin and his companions, their excitement for relocation intensifying. You can stay for the night and assess the situation. There's no rush to decide until tomorrow morning, Tang Bin suggested with a smile. Fully aware that once they experienced the resort's allure, it would be impossible for these old neighbors not to be tempted. Zhang Tao glanced at the 15 companions who had accompanied him, noting no dissent, and prepared to agree. However, before he could speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of a newly arrived group. To his surprise, it was the renowned Xiao Rui team from the base. He, along with his companions, was taken aback as he observed the members of Xiao Rui's team conversing with their families in the lounge area. Hastily, he turned to Tang Bin and inquired, has Xiao Rui's team also moved in? Are those their families? Indeed, they just relocated here yesterday, choosing to reside long-term like us, Tang Bin replied with a smile. Zhang Tao and the others exchanged glances, their astonishment evident on their faces. The fact that even Xiao Rui's formidable team had chosen to bring their families here alleviated their concerns significantly. Firstly, the endorsement of such a capable team as Xiao Rui's underscored the merits of this idyllic resort. Secondly, it highlighted the complete decay of the Xiongfeng base, as even powerful ability users like Xiao Rui's team were unwilling to remain there. One could only anticipate that more individuals would depart from the base in the future. At this moment, Tang Bin interjected, how about this? Allow me to show you to our rooms upstairs. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Zhang Tao quickly agreed. His curiosity piqued after hearing the praises from the families about the accommodations. After receiving consent from Ling, Tang Bin requested Lu Wu's company and led the group towards the upstairs housing area. Coincidentally, it was dinner time, and members of Wang Cheng's team were descending the stairs to eat, crossing paths with Tang Bin's group. Both parties exchanged wary glances, revealing a mutual sense of suspicion. They hailed from the same tier of accommodations, and given Wang Cheng's notorious reputation, most from Zhang Tao's side recognized them. Neither group initiated a greeting, each harboring their own thoughts as they parted ways. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhang Tao glanced back, relieved to see Wang Cheng's team had disappeared from view before frowning and asking, Tang Bin, what are those guys from Wang Chong doing here? I'm not sure. They arrived shortly after us last night, so it's possible they encountered us during our transfer and decided to follow, Tang Bin speculated. After all, the circumstances of their arrival yesterday were rather coincidental. They had just settled in when Wang Cheng's team arrived shortly thereafter. Moreover, the lack of surprise on Wang Cheng's members' faces upon seeing them further fueled Tang Bin's suspicions. Those individuals are all troublemakers. Now that they've discovered this place, we might face some issues down the line, Zhang Tao remarked, his expression rife with disdain. Not only he, but even those who accompanied him shared the same sentiment of revulsion towards Wang Chong. Those sycophants are always currying favor with the management and are particularly fond of reporting back. Once they return, they will undoubtedly inform the base's management about everything here. Indeed. What should we do? This resort is truly a heavenly place, and I can hardly wait to move in, but if the base management sets their sights on it. In an instant, the expressions of Zhang Tao and the others clouded with worry, their earlier joy significantly diminished. I have already mentioned Wang Cheng's team to Boss Gu yesterday, Tang Bin reassured them. Boss Gu is aware of their suspicious behavior and has assured me that she will keep a close watch on them. Regarding the Xiongfeng base, he paused momentarily, his expression revealing little anxiety. I had previously discussed this matter with Boss Gu. If we continue to transfer visitors to the resort, the growing numbers at the Xiongfeng base would undoubtedly raise suspicions and prompt an investigation. Moreover, we had left behind promotional flyers with conspicuous maps. It would be trivial for the management at Xiongfeng to trace our activities. However, Boss Gu appeared completely unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of trouble from the Xiongfeng base, which led me to believe there was little cause for concern. Really? Is that so? Someone interjected, unable to suppress their apprehension. But Boss Gu seems devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Can he truly withstand the scrutiny of the Xiongfeng management? Although Boss Gu appeared to lack any discernible powers, one must consider that a person capable of managing such a vast resort and possessing abundant resources could not possibly be as straightforward as he appeared. If he lacked capability, he would not be able to safeguard his assets, nor would he dare to display them so openly. Zhang Tao was taken aback. Realizing the validity of this reasoning, Tang Bin had a point. If I were devoid of power yet possessed such resources, I would surely hide them, fearful of exposure. Following this analysis, the expressions of those present visibly softened, and they soon listened as Tang Bin recounted the incident involving electric shocks. Chapter 62. Not merely for defending against zombies, though Tang Bin had not witnessed it firsthand. He had conversed with Captain Tang Wenhui from the Rongyang base, and had heard about the incident involving the two individuals from the Mingguang base who had been electrocuted. Reflecting on the prominent rules displayed on the resort's bulletin board, the others suddenly understood why electric shock penalties were noted. Previously, they had been skeptical, but it now seemed largely credible, especially since a customer had witnessed the event firsthand. Despite the absence of detectable powers emanating from Boss Gu, I was convinced she possessed methods of her own. I have always regarded Boss Gu as a mysterious figure, shrouded in secrecy. The longer I stayed at the Taiyuan resort, the more I felt the enchantment of this place, all of which belonged to Boss Gu. Was this not sufficient evidence? Zhang Tao and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in these thoughts, and their minds were somewhat at ease. At that moment, Lu Wu, who had been silently standing by for some time, suddenly spoke. Dear guests, you may rest assured that the safety promised by this resort is not solely intended to defend against the threat of zombies. Had Lu Wu not spoken up, the group might have nearly forgotten his presence. Realizing this, they felt a touch of embarrassment, for Lu Wu was indeed a figure of intrigue. However, upon reflecting on the implications of Lu Wu's words, not only the newcomers like Zhang Tao, but even Tang Bin displayed expressions of astonishment. The resort's absolute safety was not merely in reference to zombies. He had always assumed it pertained only to defending against zombies and other monstrous creatures. Yet, upon closer examination, he suddenly realized that Boss Gu had never explicitly stated that the barriers surrounding the resort were solely for the defense against zombies and aberrant beasts. This raises a question in Tang Bin's heart, one that he cannot ascertain, yet he has indeed never encountered anything beyond the realm of zombies. However, with Lu Wu's assurance, based on his trust in the resort and the ancient language, Tang Bin immediately accepted these words as truth. With Manager Lu's statement, our confidence is further bolstered. His smile radiated even more brightly. In this apocalyptic world, nothing brings greater solace and joy than residing in such a secure location. Observing Tang Bin's unwavering trust, Zhang Tao and the others were somewhat taken aback, yet they ultimately decided to place their faith in him. For the situation at the Xiongfeng base had become utterly unbearable. Life there had become increasingly intolerable. While Zhang Tao and his companions were deliberating on the matter of Wang Chang's team, on the other side, in the restaurant on the first floor, Wang Chang's team was nestled in a corner, dining and discussing Zhang Tao and his group. I didn't expect that kid Zhang Tao would show up. And he brought so many people, one remarked. Boss, do you think their sudden appearance in such numbers indicates trouble? Of course it suggests trouble. Wang Chang replied darkly. Perhaps Tang Bin and Lu Guyun have incited that crowd to come here, aiming to poach our people from the Xiongfeng base. How dare they attempt to poach from the Xiongfeng base? Are they tired of living? Those folks have long since grown weary of living. Otherwise, how would Tang Bin have the audacity to injure someone from Manager Zhu's team and escape here with a woman coveted by Zhu? Wang Chang's face twisted into a sinister grin at the thought. When we return to the base in a few days, we'll report Tang Bin's activities here to Manager Zhu, and he will surely reward us. Wang Chang's words elicited laughter from his teammates as they envisioned Tang Bin's misfortune. Boss, should we report Zhang Tao's group and Xiao Rui's team when we get back? Of course, the more misfortunes others face, the greater our chance to become favorites of the management. We can trust no one but ourselves, as we are the only ones with the base's best interests at heart. A calculating glint sparkled in Wang Chang's eyes. You're absolutely right, boss. Following your lead is never a mistake. Currently, the resort offers 4 types of accommodations. Zhang Tao and his companions followed Lu Wu and Tang Bin upstairs, marveling at each room type in a whirlwind of excitement and joy. Their minds consumed by a singular thought, to move in quickly. Whoever doesn't move is a fool. Are we to continue enduring hardship at the Xiongfeng base? After touring the rooms, Zhang Tao and his group returned to the lobby and went directly to the counter, where they sought to check in with the ancient language, selecting 4 double rooms and 8 single rooms. At this moment, the number of available rooms had just increased, making it a perfect time for their needs. Therefore, Zhang Tao and his companions chose not to reserve long-term accommodations immediately, intending to wait until tomorrow when their families would arrive at the resort before finalizing their rooms. After dinner, Tang Bin and the others accompanied Zhang Tao and his group to the supermarket. Since they had resolved to begin relocating their families the next day, it was imperative to adequately prepare some supplies and medicines in advance. Points can be earned again, but life is singular. No one dares to wager their own life or that of their family. Thus, in this moment, the minor expense of crystal cores hardly pains anyone. For even if they go and use this time, they can be retained for future use. Beyond the 16 individuals procuring supplies on Zhang Tao's side, Tang Bin and the other guests already residing in the hotel also purchased numerous items. Having ventured out today and reaped a bountiful harvest, they were keen to gradually arm themselves with points. During the inaugural night of the newly opened supermarket, aside from the financially robust Xiao Rui's team making substantial purchases, others had to consider their daily expenses and could not acquire all they desired in one go, opting instead for staggered purchases, until the late hours when the supermarket closed. The establishment garnered over 30,000 points in revenue for Gu Lingyu, complemented by daily dining income and the previous day's surplus, resulting in nearly 70,000 points in total. After performing a series of operations, she illuminated the necessary points, restocked items, and redeemed 2 of the latest vending machines. The sales of the instant noodle and beverage vending machines had met expectations, prompting the launch of the soup and milk tea coffee vending machines. The soup machine offers a variety of soups for takeaway, catering to those who enjoy drinking soup without concern for spillage. As it is produced by the system and packaged impeccably, the milk tea coffee vending machine, long anticipated by Ling, though still limited in variety, boasts a lengthy list of unlit options that sufficiently ignited her enthusiasm. Had it not been for the approaching hour of sleep, she would certainly have indulged in a cup for herself first. Subsequently, Ling procured additional tables and chairs for the lounge area. If all goes as expected, the number of guests in the resort will increase tomorrow, making the current seating insufficient. After completing these tasks, Ling glanced at her account, which held just over 60,000 points. While this amount is sufficient to elevate the resort to level 4, she decided to wait until tomorrow's income was accounted for, allowing her points to be more abundant before upgrading the resort. Chapter 63, Bitten by a Zombie. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhang Tao's team gathered their supplies and set off without delay, aiming for the Xiongfeng base to bring their families over. Departing early would ensure they reached the resort in good time, avoiding the dangers of nightfall. Before lunch, Zhang Tao's 3 squads returned to the Xiongfeng base, hurrying back to the accommodation area where a crowd of neighbors awaited eagerly. With time pressing, Zhang Tao quickly conveyed the genuine existence of the Taoyuan resort and its numerous benefits, even mentioning encounters with Tang Bin and Lu Guyun's team, as well as their families, and ultimately meeting Xiao Rui's team. Upon learning that the renowned Xiao Rui's squad had relocated their families, the last vestiges of doubt among the crowd evaporated, especially considering that there were a total of 16 individuals who had ventured to explore. The unanimous praise from all 16 could not be fabricated. In an instant, excitement surged through the crowd. The emergence of the Taoyuan resort felt like a glimmer of hope in the darkness, a beacon of light to escape the Xiongfeng base. At present, the families of Zhang Tao and others began to draw lots to determine the order of their relocation. They opted to follow Tang Bin's suggestion, choosing to transfer their family members in the same manner as Tang Bin and Lu Guyun, forming 3 small teams to move in 3 batches, thereby maximizing the safety of their loved ones. Zhang Tao's 3 teams had reached a consensus and commenced their actions, while some neighbors, who had heard about Taoyuan Resort but had yet to visit, felt an irresistible urge to join in. These neighbors discussed among themselves the possibility of organizing a group to either go and see the resort for themselves or to begin their relocation immediately. After all, with so many having already visited and given their unequivocal endorsement, most would harbor no further doubts. Some even discreetly inquired near the residence of Xiao Rui's team, discovering that Xiao Rui's entire family had departed the base and had not returned for 2 nights, which only served to bolster their belief in the authenticity of Taoyuan Resort. On the other hand, these inquiries alerted the neighbors of Xiao Rui's team to something amiss. After all, with tonight's count, Xiao Rui's team and their families had been absent for 2 whole nights. It is crucial to understand that even with the formidable strength of Xiao Rui's team, safeguarding so many ordinary individuals outdoors for 2 nights entails immense risk. Given the level of care Xiao Rui's team had for their families, they would never take such a gamble with their loved ones. After a night filled with curiosity, the next morning, when the neighbors reconvened at the doorstep of Xiao Rui's 5-person team, they increasingly felt that Xiao Rui's team and their families had likely indeed relocated, completely departing from Xiongfeng base. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that they would be absent for 2 consecutive nights. With such speculation, the neighbors could no longer contain themselves and made their way to Xiao Rui's home, intending to enter and ascertain the situation. As they reached for the door, they discovered that it was unlocked, swinging open with a mere push. Upon entering, the most striking sight was a table adorned with a flyer for Taoyuan Resort. What is this? After scrutinizing the contents of the flyer, although all were somewhat skeptical, it became evident that Xiao Rui's team had undoubtedly taken their families to the location indicated on the flyer. A stone cast into a pond creates ripples, and the influence of Xiao Rui's team within Xiongfeng base was far beyond that of teams like Tang Bin and Lu Guyun. As soon as this news spread, it quickly disseminated throughout the base. All survivors within the base, regardless of belief, began to discuss this matter. As for the flyers for Taoyuan Resort found in the home of Xiao Rui's 5-member team, they were obtained by Xiao Rui from Ling. He had previously witnessed Tang Bin requesting flyers from Ling and had understood Tang Bin's intentions at that moment. Considering that he too was about to leave Xiongfeng base and reflecting on the neighbors with whom he had shared a decent rapport, yet similarly faced hardships, he decided to adopt Tang Bin's method and leave behind the flyers for Taoyuan Resort. It served as a guiding light for his neighbors, as well as a final gesture of assistance. As long as they are willing to believe and come to the Peach Blossom Resort, life will naturally improve, and everyone can continue to be neighbors. News about the resort had just spread within the base, and by that evening, the first group of families escorted by Zhang Tao had already arrived. Unfortunately, they encountered numerous zombies along the way, and by the time they reached the resort, they were battered and bruised, though thankfully, no one had died. Prior to their arrival, 2 other small teams, totaling 20 individuals from the Xiongfeng base, had also reached the Peach Blossom Resort. Although they were not very familiar with one another, they recognized each other as nearby neighbors. Hence, Tang Bin and others were busy introducing the resort situation to them. Seeing Zhang Tao's group arrive in such disarray, Tang Bin and his companions hurried over to assist, helping them to the resting area and tending to their injuries. Zhang Tao, upon seeing Tang Bin, was filled with excitement. He grasped Tang Bin's arm tightly, his eyes brimming with relief. What a close call. We were fortunate to have heeded your advice yesterday and purchased healing ointments and detoxifiers. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble today. Indeed, our luck was abysmal. Despite the large escort, we still encountered a horde of zombies. A teammate, who had sustained lighter injuries, expressed his lingering fear. Tang Bin, upon hearing this, was immediately alarmed and surmised something amiss. He quickly inquired, "Did you use the detoxifier? Has anyone been bitten by a zombie?" At this question, the newly arrived group of 20 turned pale and instinctively took a few steps back. Not just them. Even the guests in the resting area, both the gifted and the ordinary, instinctively recoiled, their faces reflecting shock and trepidation. It is known that once bitten by a zombie, within 10 minutes, whether gifted or ordinary, one is bound to be infected by the zombie virus, ultimately becoming part of the undead horde. There has always been no antidote to the zombie virus. Once bitten, it is a foregone conclusion that one will transform into a zombie, regardless of any struggle against it. Thus, the fate of those bitten is uniformly grim. Either they await their transformation or, wishing to avoid becoming a zombie, they must end their lives before the inevitable change occurs. Now, in the lobby of the resort, there was, astonishingly, an individual who had been bitten by a zombie. Chapter 64, The Essential Detoxifier for the Apocalypse. Everyone, do not be afraid. Do not panic. Zhang Tao, witnessing the intense reactions, was not surprised and quickly explained. We have already administered the detoxifier available in the shop. It has been an hour since he was bitten. As you can see, he is perfectly fine now. There is no need for concern. As Zhang Tao spoke, a middle-aged man from the crowd stood up in response. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, aside from that, he appeared entirely unaffected, showing no signs of being a zombie. I was the one who was bitten. I immediately took the detoxifier after the incident. And now I feel no different than usual, aside from feeling a bit weak. Everything else is quite well. The middle-aged man felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he was scrutinized by the crowd. However, he understood that he must clarify the situation at once, lest he miss his chance entirely. It is a well-known fact that zombies are driven solely by their primal instinct to feed, devoid of any emotions or the capacity for speech. Thus, when the middle-aged man began to speak, the majority of the onlookers were already half convinced. Though the unprecedented nature of the occurrence inevitably left them apprehensive, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. At that moment, Ling, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, leisurely interjected with a calm smile in her voice, assuring everyone, "Rest assured, this is a product of the resort, entirely genuine. If it has been stated that it can counteract the zombie toxin, then as long as it is administered within the specified time frame, it will undoubtedly be effective. Furthermore, if he were truly to transform into a zombie, this gentleman would have already succumbed to the change. How could he still appear as a regular person at this hour?" It is crucial to note that the transformation occurs within a mere 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the transformation into a zombie occurs within 10 minutes. How much time has elapsed already? If a change were imminent, it would have happened by now. Surely he would not still be standing here. Thoughts of the antidote sold at the supermarket, as mentioned earlier by Tang Bin and Zhang Tao, began to circulate among them. Perhaps it was indeed effective. From within the throng, Xiao Rui stepped forward, addressing Zhang Tao. "My friend, may I examine the gentleman's wound?" His inquiry instantly reminded everyone that the wounds inflicted by a zombie's bite are distinctly recognizable. Yes, let us see his wound. At the very least, we need to confirm. Zhang Tao readily acquiesced. "Of course. Uncle Sun, allow Captain Xiao to inspect your wound so that everyone may feel at ease." "Very well." Uncle Sun promptly rolled up his sleeve. "Thank you." Xiao Rui acknowledged politely as he approached the middle-aged man. His motivation for taking action at this moment was twofold. Firstly, to ensure the safety of his family, and secondly, to ascertain the efficacy of the antidote, thereby gaining some certainty in his mind. Although every member of their team had been equipped with a vial of the antidote, they had yet to test its effectiveness, leaving them uncertain. Their prior purchase was driven by the allure and reputation of the Taiyuan resort, equipping themselves with a vial for precautionary measures, hopeful that it might indeed prove beneficial. After all, it could provide them with additional opportunities. As Xiao Rui lifted the middle-aged man's hand, the multitude of bite marks on the wound confirmed that it had indeed been inflicted by a zombie. However, upon examining the wound more closely, his expression shifted from shock to elation. He grasped the middle-aged man's arm tightly, leaning in for a thorough reassessment. His actions elicited a mixture of tension and curiosity among the onlookers, prompting one individual to finally voice their concerns. "Captain Xiao, what is the situation? Will he undergo transformation? Is there any danger? Is the antidote truly effective?" A flurry of questions echoed the sentiments of the crowd, as all eyes in the lobby were now fixed upon Xiao Rui and the middle-aged man. Then, with an expression of fervent excitement, Xiao Rui turned to face the crowd, grasping the middle-aged man's hand and raising it high, directing the wound toward everyone. "Behold, this wound is indeed inflicted by a zombie. Yet the blood upon it is of vivid crimson. It bears no resemblance to the dark, toxic blood one would expect from a zombie bite." With these words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Not only was it due to Xiao Rui's assertion, but also because they could all see the middle-aged man's wound, which, having been untreated, was still oozing blood. However, the blood that seeped forth was a bright red, signifying normalcy. After this moment of relief, some individuals quickly reacted, exclaiming in astonishment, "So, the antidote truly proves effective. It appears to be genuine. Someone has verified it firsthand. It cannot be mistaken." Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang Tao stood once more, affirming, "Indeed, the antidote is authentic. Just yesterday, we prepared several vials as a precaution, and to our surprise, we needed them today. When Uncle Sun was bitten, we administered the antidote to him immediately, within 2 minutes at most. Following the ingestion, Uncle Sun has exhibited no adverse effects, and within 3 minutes, the blood seeping from his arm transformed to a bright red." With Zhang Tao's further confirmation, the discussions among the crowd intensified. Many approached to examine the middle-aged man's wound, which he graciously allowed them to inspect. Everything appeared normal. Were it not for the unmistakable bite marks, one might hardly believe this was a wound from a zombie. Thus, the antidote is truly effective. I was hesitant about purchasing it before, but now there is no question. I must acquire a vial. It's akin to gaining an additional life. Absolutely. Anyone venturing outside should certainly stock up on a vial. I will go buy one shortly. I can forego a meal, but I must secure that antidote. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Those who had already purchased it felt an increased sense of security while collecting crystal cores, while those yet to buy were casting eager glances toward the supermarket shelves. However, no one rushed into the supermarket to grab supplies, for the store's regulations were clear, and Boss Gu had stated that shelves would be restocked automatically when empty, so there was no need for haste. Everyone remained focused on the middle-aged man's wound, and someone curiously inquired, "Sir, what was your initial reaction? What did it feel like? And how did you feel after taking the antidote?" As the question lingered, the hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on the middle-aged man, awaiting his response. At first, the bite was excruciating. Gradually, I felt somewhat dizzy, experiencing slight double vision and a nauseating urge to vomit. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow in recollection, his expression revealing the discomfort following the bite. However, moments later, his demeanor relaxed. After consuming the antidote, my experience was utterly transformed. The antidote tasted as sweet as mountain spring water, and upon drinking it, I felt a refreshing surge throughout my being. Not only did the nausea dissipate, but the dizziness vanished, and the double vision cleared away. The wound on my hand bore a slight cool sensation, and shortly thereafter, the color of the blood around the injury returned to normal. The middle-aged man articulated his experience with clarity, and everyone comprehended the unexpected pleasantness of the antidote. Many had anticipated a painful ordeal. With such remarkable efficacy and devoid of suffering, coupled with a living testament before them, who could possibly resist this miraculous antidote? Reassured by the middle-aged man's well-being, the crowd relaxed. Zhang Tao, observing the consensus, directed his gratitude towards Gu Lingyu from afar. "Mr. Gu, thank you for stepping in to clarify. The products in your supermarket are truly extraordinary." "Extraordinary is an understatement. They are nothing short of miraculous," replied Gu Lingyu with a serene smile that exuded a reassuring aura. "It is unprecedented to hear of a remedy for zombie venom, yet here at your resort, it poses no challenge whatsoever. The offerings of Tao Yuan Resort are utterly trustworthy, catering to all." Furthermore, Gu Lingyu assured the crowd that should anyone be bitten by a zombie, even if they had not yet undergone transformation, they would be unable to breach the protective barrier outside the resort, nor would they encroach upon the 2-meter safe zone of the resort. This assurance instilled confidence in the crowd. Gu Lingyu's words sparked astonishment among those still present. So, if someone is bitten by a zombie, even before fully transforming, they cannot pass through the barrier outside? Inquired an intrigued individual. Indeed, Gu Lingyu patiently elucidated with a smile. If the antidote is administered promptly and it is confirmed that it can prevent infection and transformation, then the barrier will not impede passage. However, if the antidote is not consumed, or is taken after its efficacy has lapsed, rendering it ineffective against the zombie venom, then the bitten individual will surely be halted by the barrier, as they would be considered partially zombified, preventing them from passing. Such marvel! The crowd exclaimed in unison. Truly, our resort is an absolutely secure haven. Now I can rest easy. I was previously concerned that someone might be bitten and sneak in. Indeed, the most fortunate occurrence in this post-apocalyptic world is arriving at Tao Yuan Resort. Who could argue otherwise? Thankfully, we acted decisively and relocated here early. Had the resort's reputation spread further, we might have found ourselves without accommodations. As the crowd engaged in animated conversation, their enthusiasm uncontained. The words reached the ears of the 20 individuals from the Xiong Feng base, instantly igniting their anxiety. Will Tao Yuan Resort truly be fully booked? They pondered. If we delay, will we miss our chance to relocate? Already captivated, their resolve to act became even more fervent. Moreover, this resort not only remains impervious to the undead, but also boasts splendid facilities, exquisite dining, and comfortable accommodations. Even featuring a supermarket that offers miraculous potions such as antidotes for the zombie plague, there exists no rationale for refusal. They had just witnessed and confirmed the authenticity of the antidote. What hesitation could possibly remain? There was no need to continue consulting Tang Bin. The group of 20 promptly approached Gu Lingyu, established their personal accounts, and secured their rooms for the evening. Following this, they proceeded to the dining hall, where they had been unable to restrain their appetites after glimpsing the delectable array of dishes behind the transparent glass in the lobby. Initially, they had intended to discuss purchasing supplies at the supermarket during their meal, strategizing for the relocation of their families the following day. However, upon tasting the food, they were nearly moved to tears by its deliciousness. Any thoughts of serious discussions quickly dissipated. There was no room for conversation with their mouths full. In the lobby, Zhang Tao and others began to take out their external wound medications, assisting one another in applying the salves, which were, of course, products from the resort's supermarket. After learning about the antidote, everyone harbored no doubts regarding the merchandise available in the supermarket. They were resolute in their belief that any product offered there must be of the highest quality, relegating all others to the sidelines. After tending to their wounds and ensuring the newly arrived family members had established their personal accounts and secured rooms, the group made their way to the dining hall. It was the perfect time for dinner, and several new guests had arrived today, making the dining area particularly lively. Glancing around at the occupancy rate, Gu Lingyu silently expressed relief. Had the resort not been upgraded a few days prior, expanding the premises significantly, they would likely be facing a staggered dining situation now. It was evident that not only did they need to fulfill the task of increasing the number of rooms and guests, but they also had to elevate the resort's status. Otherwise, the space for future activities would become exceedingly cramped. Gu Lingyu suddenly recalled that there seemed to be an option for expansion in the Points Mall. Upon inspection, she discovered it remained unlit due to the resort's insufficient level. Although the specific rules for expansion were still unclear, it appeared that enlarging the premises should not pose a problem. Thus, it was imperative to expedite the enhancement of the resort's status. As Gu Lingyu dined, her thoughts wandered to the development and planning of the resort. Casually, her gaze swept across a corner of the dining hall, her expression turning slightly frosty. Meng, how are those 7 individuals faring today? Master, they continue to wander about the resort, seemingly searching for hidden passages and secret rooms. Lu Wu paused before continuing. Additionally, they have interacted with numerous customers from outside the Xiongfeng base, probing for various pieces of information. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyu's lips curled into a cold smile. Seeking information? What could they possibly uncover? The customers only possess knowledge that is permissible for them to know. Anything beyond that remains utterly inaccessible to them. As long as Gu Lingyu herself refrains from divulging any secrets, who could possibly uncover the mysteries of the system? Lu Wu was aware. But being a product of the system himself, his unwavering loyalty precluded any possibility of betraying Gu Lingyu. Thus, the members of Wang Chang's team are fated to remain oblivious to any information regarding the ancient spirit language and the resort. At this moment, they are engaged in a discussion concerning matters related to the resort. Chapter 66. Complaints from Wang Chang's team. This place is truly sinister. Today, an additional 20 psychics from the Xiongfeng base have come to scout the area, which is far from a positive development. Most concerning is the fact that these 20 psychics evidently plan to relocate, which is even worse news. The 16 psychics who came to scout yesterday have already begun to move their families today, and the 20 psychics who have arrived today intend to do the same. In total, 10 teams have fled. Such numbers are enough to capture the attention of the management, even within a level 3 base like Xiongfeng. Moreover, the commotion created by so many psychic teams relocating with their families cannot be negligible. Once this news spreads, the influx of people to the resort is likely to increase dramatically. Boss, what should we do? The number of those relocating is rapidly growing. Shouldn't we hasten back to report this? One team member could not contain his voice, secretly contemplating the advantages of discreetly reporting the situation. Such significant news, if reported promptly, would surely yield benefits, wouldn't it? Rather than allowing others in the base to capitalize on this discovery, it would be better for them to report it themselves. Wang Chang, however, could easily discern the ulterior motives of his team member. He scoffed. You're only fixated on those trivial benefits. How foolish. Even if the fools at the base come rushing here, what difference does it make? Ultimately, once the management occupies this place, those imbeciles will be back under their control. Furthermore, having previously fled, they will surely incur the management's displeasure. At that time we, who have steadfastly stood by the management's side, will undoubtedly be seen as trusted confidants. Who knows, we might even enjoy free lodging and sustenance at this resort. Perhaps we could live as comfortably as those minor managers, without ever needing to leave the base, enjoying food, drink, and companionship. Indeed, the boss thinks long-term. The team members immediately showered Wang Chang with flattery, making him feel quite elevated, even instilling a sense that everything was unfolding according to his grand design. By the way, boss, should we venture outside to find some bottles or large containers? There's a faucet in our room, isn't there? What if we filled them with water to sell? We could make a fortune. Make a fortune? You must have been reborn as a pig. Wang Chang, exasperated, smacked the back of that team member's head. The water from the faucet isn't even potable. What on earth would we do with it? Wash our hands or feet? What a waste of effort to haul it back. On the very first day we arrived, we tried drinking from the faucet, hoping to save on water points. However, after trying to drink from it for a while, we found it did nothing to quench our thirst. In fact, it only made us thirstier. Damn it. This place is truly uncanny. Despite being water, only the water from the dispenser can quench thirst. Wang Chang muttered in frustration, daring only to grumble softly for his teammates to hear. The female proprietor seemed to possess an uncanny ability to captivate the guests residing in the resort, rendering them utterly devoted and intolerant of any disparaging remarks about the establishment. Yesterday, he had merely hinted at his skepticism, only to be met with a chorus of hostile glares. Meanwhile, a team member proposed a scheme to exploit the situation. Boss, the water from the dispenser is quite palatable and reasonably priced. Should we purchase some to take back with us? We could resell it at the base for a substantial profit. This suggestion only fueled Wang Chang's frustration. It was utterly futile. He had already tried that approach. The dispenser restricted each individual to a maximum of 10 bottles per day. Even if one returned the next day, if the previous bottles remained untouched, they would still count toward the limit. How bizarre. It was merely a vending machine. Yet it seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of how many bottles he had left unconsumed. The team members were dumbfounded, unable to fathom that this strange place could be even stranger. The resort was truly peculiar, especially with the staff, each appearing as bizarre anthropomorphic beings. Wang Chang cast a disdainful glance at a visibly apprehensive teammate and mused, perhaps they are the proprietor's summoned entities? Some conjurers can indeed call forth unusual creatures. Yet, she seems to summon far too many. Every floor is populated with them. I've observed that most conjurers can only summon a single entity. How does she manage to command so many? Is it not odd that this place is so filled with the uncanny? It wouldn't be surprising if the female owner were a bit eccentric. However, she does not emit any discernible energy waves. How could she possibly be a conjurer? Perhaps she possesses a unique ability to obscure her energy signature? Who knows? But I am curious. Why don't you ask her directly? Approach her and inquire. Let us see if she responds. On second thought, perhaps not. The team members engaged in animated discussions, yet ultimately reached no conclusion, as none dared to confront the enigmatic figure, nor could anyone discern the reasons behind their peculiar circumstances. Naturally, the other guests at the resort shared their curiosity but remained discreetly silent, understanding that their current way of life was hard won, and they would not permit anything to jeopardize it. Even the sudden appearance of anthropomorphic staff elicited no more than a tacit agreement among the guests to treat them as ordinary employees of the resort. Most speculated, much like Wang Chang's team, that these attendants were likely summoned beings. while Wang Chang's team was concocting mischief in the dining area. The mysterious proprietor was already at the counter, negotiating room allocations with several ability users from the Xiongfeng base. Primarily, the captains from Xiongfeng were engaged in discussions regarding the distribution, with the proprietor merely stating the number of remaining rooms at the outset before stepping back to await their decision. In truth, they had already made reservations prior. But during dinner, upon the reminders from Tang Bin and Lu Guyun, they learned that the resort's accommodations might not suffice for their large party. Consequently, it was suggested they secure their rooms in advance to avoid the awkwardness of arriving with family only to find themselves without a place to stay. Fortunately, thanks to the foresight of Tang Bin and Lu Guyun, when they inquired with Gu Lingyu, they discovered the rooms were indeed insufficient. After a discussion, they collectively decided that each family would take one room to ensure no one was left without shelter. Zhang Tao's group consisted of 16 ability users, divided into 3 small teams, while the 20 newly arrived ability users belonged to 4 teams, totaling 36 individuals. Coincidentally, the resort had 38 rooms available, excluding those already occupied. And after accounting for 2 suites, there were precisely 36 rooms left, allowing for each person to have their own space. Chapter 67. Stay or go. The door is over there. Gu Lingyu was not involved in the distribution of the 36 rooms. Her responsibility was solely to finalize the registration. Soon, the results were revealed. Aside from the 2 suites, all 36 rooms were claimed. Aware of the limited availability, everyone decisively opted for long-term rentals. They knew that additional teams from the Xiongfeng base would soon arrive, including several they were already aware of. Although Tang Bin and Gu's owner assured them that new rooms would be opened swiftly, the question remained, how swift was swift? It was imperative to secure their reservations for peace of mind. With a windfall of over 44,000 points, Gu Lingyu beamed as she arranged their accommodations. Boss Gu, many of us can only temporarily be assigned single rooms. If other room types become available, could we be prioritized for those? Can we make a reservation? Inquired the leader of the 20-person team. They were all planning to relocate with their families, and the single rooms were clearly inadequate. Certainly, if you require a room exchange, you may register with me, and when new rooms become available, I will prioritize your arrangements based on the order of registration. Gu Lingyu replied amiably to her rule-abiding customers. At that time, they would need only to cover the difference in points for an upgrade to a different room type. However, if they wish to downgrade from a higher point room, the points already paid would not be refunded, retaining only the unused days of the room. The newly arrived ability users displayed expressions of delight upon hearing this, but before they could begin making reservations, their excitement was abruptly interrupted by a furious voice. We can change rooms. Then why weren't we offered a switch when there were double rooms available these past 2 days? As the voice rang out, a hush fell over the front desk, and everyone turned to the source of the commotion, discovering it was the ever-sneaky Wang Chang's team. Wang Chang had just exited the dining area with his teammates and was passing by the front desk when he overheard Gu Lingyu's remarks, igniting his anger. It was worth noting that 2 of their team members were currently cramped in a single room. Moreover, the twin rooms cost merely 50 points per day, which is 10 points less than what it would cost for 2 individuals to occupy a single room. Wang Chang, feeling a profound sense of loss, could not restrain himself from expressing his frustration. He marched to the counter with his teammates, glaring at Gu Lingyu, who stood behind it. Yet, in the face of Wang Chang's fury, Gu Lingyu merely raised her eyelids nonchalantly and replied with measured calmness, "You never mentioned wanting to change rooms. Must we even voice such a request? How do you operate this establishment? We have 2 individuals crammed into a single room. You should have proactively informed us when there were available rooms and facilitated the change." Wang Chang was incensed by Gu Lingyu's indifferent demeanor, which only fueled his ire. "How I run my business is not for you to dictate," she scoffed, pointing at Wang Chang's back and uttering a phrase he found all too familiar. "If you like it, stay. If you don't, leave. The door is right there, and no one will stop you." This phrase again. He had never encountered such arrogance from a business owner, neither before nor after the apocalypse. Which proprietor does not regard their customers as deities? Yet this female owner spoke of stay or go and then proceeded to usher them out. Wang Chang felt a surge of frustration rise within him. Then we shall switch to a family room. 1 family room and 2 twin rooms. He believed he had taken the high road, choosing not to stoop to her level. But to his astonishment, the woman's next words nearly sent him into a fit of rage. "No rooms available." Gu Lingyu coolly uttered those 3 words. "How can there be no rooms available again? Aren't you still taking reservations?" Wang Chang's voice rose in exasperation. "Yes, they just finished the reservation. Hence there are no rooms left." Gu Lingyu stated matter-of-factly. "Why is it that every time we arrive, there are no rooms? Are you deliberately targeting us?" Wang Chang felt that he had never had a pleasant experience in front of this female proprietor. "Do I look like I have the time to cater to you?" Gu Lingyu rolled her eyes and added with a cryptic tone, "You're just lucky. Who can you blame? Lucky. They are lucky." The mockery in her tone was unmistakable. "What about other rooms? Are there no single rooms available?" Wang Chang was nearly beside himself with rage. If there are no twin rooms or family rooms, surely there must be single rooms available. At the very least, his 2 teammates should have 1 room each. Otherwise, they would be forced to share a single room while paying double the price. Just the thought of it was infuriating. There are no single rooms left. We only have suites available now, at 200 points, accommodating 6 people. Will you take it? Gu Lingyu smirked, her smile tinged with mischief. If these individuals were willing to stay, she would not mind, as it would help her fill the 2 remaining suites, a win-win situation. However, she suspected that given their frugality, they would likely refuse. Indeed, upon calculating the costs, Wang Chang realized that staying in a suite would require them to pay an additional 20 points, which made him even less inclined to accept. If they choose to stay in a double room or a family room, they would actually save a few points. Yet occupying a suite would require an even greater expenditure of points. How is that fair? We were the first to arrive. Why should they be allowed to choose their rooms ahead of us? It should have been our privilege to select first. You should compel them to yield their rooms, allowing us to make our choice first. Wang Chong immediately redirected his ire towards Zhang Tao and the leader of the group of 20. It is impossible. They have already paid their points, and the rights to those rooms now belong to them. Gu Lingyu swiftly countered without a moment's hesitation. Upon witnessing Gu Lingyu's resolute refusal, Zhang Tao and his companions, who had initially felt tense, suddenly relaxed, their admiration for the formidable Gu Lingyu soaring. No wonder Tang Bin and Lu Guyun's teams sang praises of her. They felt compelled to join the chorus of admiration. In the face of a confrontational customer like Wang Chong, Gu Lingyu required no assistance from her peers. Her unyielding demeanor, combined with her consistent disregard for Wang Chang's attempts to save face, finally pushed him to the brink of fury. Raising his voice, he exclaimed, "It must be done. This is your failure. We arrived first. Thus, we should have been granted the rooms before anyone else. Now that the rooms are gone, you must find a solution for us." At this declaration, the atmosphere grew tense, and Zhang Tao and his companions felt an inexplicable chill enveloping them, emanating from the seemingly delicate figure of Gu Lingyu behind the counter. Chapter 68, an upgrade. Level 4 resort. What do you think you are? To have the audacity to reprimand me? Her cold voice flowed like a frigid river as Gu Lingyu replied, "As I said before, the exit is that way. If you choose not to stay, you may leave." With her fingertips lightly twirling, she exuded an air of anticipation. However, just when everyone expected Wang Chong to erupt in response to Gu Lingyu's words, he instead took an entirely different course of action. In that moment, he was indeed furious enough to consider a physical confrontation. Yet, the next instant, he noticed the subtle glimmer of anticipation in Gu Lingyu's eyes, which jolted him back to his senses, recalling the shocking tales he had heard from the four-member team about electric shocks. Wang Chong regained his composure. "No, I must remain calm. I cannot afford to act rashly. Whether true or not, it is better to believe than to doubt, as life is precious." Once he regained his clarity, Wang Chong perceived this female proprietor as even more enigmatic, as if she were deliberately trying to provoke him. Was there truly some sinister plot afoot? Did she genuinely intend to deliver an electric shock? The more he pondered, the more disconcerted he became, prompting him to cut his visit short. He merely uttered a final remark before turning on his heel to leave. "I never said I wouldn't stay," he declared just as he and his companions entered the stairwell. His abrupt retreat left Zhang Tao and the others in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Wasn't Wang Chong typically quite the rogue? Why was he retreating so swiftly today? In the next moment, they heard a soft sigh emanating from behind the counter. What a pity. I had hoped to witness a dazzling display of breakdancing. The sound was profoundly deep, nearly causing Zhang Tao and his companions to jump in fright, as they turned their gazes toward Gu Lingyu, who shook her head in apparent regret. Though they were intensely curious about the meaning of the popping dance, they dared not voice their inquiries. Gu Lingyu then continued, "No wonder these fellows have survived until now. They clearly know when to back down and how to flee swiftly." At this moment, Zhang Tao and the others were rendered speechless, watching the expression of regret etched on the face of their boss, their hearts racing with an instinct that something was amiss. Despite her outward appearance suggesting she possessed no special abilities, she seemed to be eagerly anticipating trouble, which felt decidedly unsettling. Could it be that she had some hidden cards? It made sense. Managing such a large resort single-handedly would surely require some ace up her sleeve. Recalling Tang Bin's repeated warnings not to provoke their boss, they felt increasingly inclined to heed his advice, silently reminding themselves to remain vigilant. After addressing the room arrangements, Zhang Tao and his companions proceeded to the lounge area, intending to inform their teammates about the confirmed bookings, which would surely bring them some relief. Meanwhile, behind the counter, Gu Lingyu gazed at the nearly 120,000 points recorded in her accounts, her heart soaring with joy. This was indeed a bountiful windfall. Just yesterday, the surplus had exceeded 60,000 points, and the recent new guests opting for long-term stays had contributed over 44,000 points, pushing the total into six figures. Adding today's dining revenue had brought it close to 120,000, not to mention the income from the supermarket. During the day, the ability users were out and about, returning only in the evening. Thus, the current customer influx for shopping occurred post-dinner, meaning this revenue would only materialize later. However, with points already more than sufficient, she decided to upgrade the resort. System notification. Would you like to upgrade Taiyuan Resort to level 4? Yes. Upon confirming her choice, the system's notification resonated in the ears of all the guests. Dear guests, this resort is currently undergoing an upgrade. Please remain in place for a moment. As the system announcement echoed, the uninitiated guests appeared bewildered, even a tad anxious. In contrast, those who had previously experienced the resort's upgrades wore expressions of delight. It had barely been long since the last upgrade, and here they were, on the cusp of another. What delightful surprises awaited this time. The last upgrade had introduced the supermarket, which had sent everyone into a frenzy. As for the previous upgrade, only a few had the privilege to experience it. But the earliest loyal customers were well aware that it had unveiled the restaurant. As the announcement concluded, all guests on the first floor began to witness transformations. First, the space on the ground floor expanded once more, with the lobby area becoming exceptionally spacious, accommodating the current 100 guests without feeling the slightest bit cramped. As the lobby area expanded, the reception counter also widened significantly. Previously, there was a staircase on one side and an elevator on the other. Now, there is a staircase and an elevator flanking each side of the counter. The dining area has also been further enlarged, with an increase in tables and chairs, and a considerable addition to the food display counters, effectively alleviating customer queues. However, the most remarkable transformation occurred within the supermarket. A spacious corridor has emerged just inside the supermarket entrance, as the shelves that once occupied this passage have been retracted to the sides, allowing ample space for movement. At the end of this corridor, where there was once a floor-to-ceiling glass window, an automatic glass door has appeared, and beyond this door, after a brief shimmer, another room has materialized. Inside this room, a flurry of adjustments has taken place, revealing numerous shelves that, at first glance, seem to suggest the presence of yet another supermarket. Though the shelves are currently bare, leaving the nature of the merchandise a mystery, this upgrade, like the last, was completed in a remarkably short time. Soon, the familiar system notification chimed in the ears of the patrons. Taoyuan Resort has completed its upgrade, wishing all customers a pleasant experience. The upgrade was finished. Observing the increasingly splendid lobby, the new customers were astounded by what they had just witnessed, eagerly inquiring with the seasoned patrons nearby. After hearing the explanations from the regulars, their astonishment turned into uncontainable excitement, their faces reflecting both surprise and joy. The miraculous resort could indeed upgrade itself. It could become even better. Furthermore, the decor of the rooms upstairs would also be refined with the upgrades. At that moment, the new customers felt an immense sense of fortune. How fortunate they were to have arrived. The future held great promise, in contrast to the new customers still basking in their surprise. The seasoned patrons were more concerned about the specifics of this upgrade. For instance, what about the supermarket within the supermarket? Old boss, does that mean there's another supermarket inside? What will it be selling? Just as Xiao Rui exited the dining area, facing the entrance of the supermarket, he clearly observed the changes inside and curiously turned to Gu Lingyu for answers. Chapter 69. The arms store opens, you'll find out shortly. Gu Lingyu replied with a cheerful demeanor, making her way into the supermarket. I need to replenish some stock. Upon hearing her words, the customers understood and refrained from following her inside, instead craning their necks outside the entrance, eagerly peering in with anticipation. As they watched Gu Lingyu navigate the interior, their eyes gradually widened in astonishment. Those with heightened abilities and keen eyesight had already discerned the situation inside. Wow, this is incredible. I'm going to be the first in line. Summer Mingzhi, one of the most formidable individuals in the resort, with his enhanced senses, was among the first to grasp the developments inside. Now, he was practically shouting with excitement, his exuberance piquing the curiosity of everyone else, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. Speak plainly. What is the secret? What did you see? Hurry up and tell us. Indeed, at such moments, there always emerges an individual to champion justice. Xia Mingfei delivered a sharp blow to the back of her elder brother's head, bewildered by the sheer lack of memory displayed by some. Oh dear, why the rush? I was just about to speak. Xia Mingzhi rubbed the back of his head, wearing an expression of utter grievance. He felt as though his head had swelled from the impact of his sister's ferocity. If he were ever to become foolish, he was certain his sister would be the principal culprit. As Xia Mingfei raised her hand once more, he hastily interjected, I'll tell you. I'm about to reveal it. There are numerous weapons inside, a variety of them. Xia Mingfei paused, puzzled. Wasn't there a wide array of weapons at the supermarket before? Not just that. The weapons I saw inside were of the same type, but divided into 2 or 3 variations. They appeared to be on a different level altogether. Xia Mingzhi quickly clarified. What do you mean? Could it be that the weapons sold at the supermarket are graded? Someone nearby eagerly inquired. It seems likely. Xia Mingzhi could only speculate, as he had yet to enter and examine for himself. At this moment, Xiao Rui chimed in. It's quite possible, as there were indeed many items in the supermarket that were categorized by level. Thus, the weapons available for sale might also possess a grading system. Suddenly recalling something, he promptly examined the Tang Dao he had purchased from the supermarket, discovering that as he inspected it, a personal interface illuminated, displaying detailed information about the weapon in his hand. To his astonishment, the designation first rank appeared next to the item name, clearly indicating its level. It truly possessed a grade. Although this had not been mentioned previously, it was now evident. The weapons everyone had acquired from the supermarket were likely all of the first rank. Prompted by Xiao Rui's observation, everyone who had purchased weapons hastily retrieved their items for inspection, and indeed, they all bore the mark of first rank. How remarkable! Such effective weapons were merely of the first rank. One could only imagine how superior the higher-ranked weapons must be, undoubtedly more powerful and efficient. The required points for those must be considerably higher. I wonder if I can afford them, as there are still many items I desire in the supermarket that I cannot yet acquire due to insufficient points. What is there to fear? As long as we reside in this resort, free from the oppressive exploitation of those dogged managers, we will soon be able to purchase them. Indeed, recently, I have even been able to utilize crystal cores for cultivation. Who would have dared to imagine that previously, the cores were insufficient even to barter for food? Exactly. Bread will be ours. Now that we can use crystal cores to enhance our strength, as our capabilities grow, perhaps our acquisition of crystal cores will accelerate. And so too will our accumulation of points. This is the essence of a virtuous cycle. Boss Gu is formidable. Henceforth, should anyone dare to bully Boss Gu or threaten the resort, they shall be my adversary. I shall take action. You ought to cease your grandiloquent declarations. Does Boss Gu truly require your protection? Focus on enhancing your own strength first. Everyone jested, eliciting a chorus of good-natured laughter. Yet, beneath the humor lay genuine sentiments, the true thoughts of many. Though their time spent here was brief, they had all palpably felt the positive transformations taking place, which was precisely why they gravitated more towards Gu Lingyu and the resort. At this moment, everyone was engaged in animated conversation. Yet Xia Mingfei noticed that her typically loquacious elder brother had remained unusually silent for quite some time. Curiosity piqued. She turned her head and was met with the sight of her brother's face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with an intensity akin to that of a wolf spotting its prey, fixated on something at the far end of the supermarket. What are you doing? What have you seen? Protective gear. I see protective gear. Xia Mingzhi exclaimed, his voice vibrating with enthusiasm, his hand trembling as he pointed towards the far side of the supermarket. Protective gear? You mean the kind that safeguards body parts? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from those around them. Indeed, that's precisely it. I spotted shoulder pads, arm guards, leg protectors, so many varieties. Xiao Mingzhi was nearly beside himself with excitement. When will Boss Gu replenish the stock? I can hardly wait. At this moment, even Xiao Mingfei found herself too captivated to scold him, for she too was drawn in by the allure of those items. Protective gear. If they secured such equipment, their safety would undoubtedly be elevated. With weapons in hand, and now protective gear, they could truly arm themselves to the teeth. Soon, all the ability wielders had congregated near the supermarket entrance, their expressions resembling that of eager, hungry creatures. After a short while, Gu Lingyu appeared at the entrance, beckoning them over. In an instant, the impatient crowd of ability users surged forward without a hint of hesitation. Once they stood before the entrance, facing Gu Lingyu who obstructed their path, everyone instinctively came to a halt, their urgency quelled by a shared understanding to refrain from rushing him. Dear patrons, all weapons previously housed within the supermarket have now been relocated to this armory. The armory is officially open for business. As the name suggests, I need not elaborate on the nature of the merchandise. The settlement rules remain unchanged. Please, do enter. Having succinctly completed his introduction, Gu Lingyu stepped aside, granting the eager ability users access. Though they were anxious, they maintained an orderly demeanor. Upon entering the armory, they immediately dispersed, rushing towards the various shelves, followed by a cacophony of astonished exclamations from behind each display. Just as Xiao Mingzhi had observed earlier, all weapons were categorized by tiers. Currently, only first-tier and second-tier weapons were available for purchase. The sharpness of second-tier weapons surpassed that of first-tier ones, with enhanced attention to detail. For instance, the Tang Dao previously wielded by Xiao Rui, in its second-tier form, boasted greater resilience and a handle designed for improved grip, with an exquisitely crafted sheath. Higher-tier weapons, from materials to craftsmanship, surpassed their predecessors in quality, making them even more enticing to the eye. In addition to weapons, a complete array of protective gear was available, covering all vital areas of the body. Although sold separately, this allowed some financially constrained ability users to procure essential items for key areas first. Protective gear was likewise divided into first-tier and second-tier, with variations in materials such as leather and metal. The higher the tier, the superior the materials used in the armor, offering enhanced protection while remaining lightweight and comfortable. These protective gear pieces can be seamlessly affixed to the sportswear sold in supermarkets, presenting no conflict whatsoever, and they are even easier to secure than other garments. This revelation compelled many superhumans who had yet to purchase sportswear to resolve immediately to acquire it upon stepping out. In addition to weapons and protective gear, various tools and accessories are also available for sale in the armory. Boss Gu, do we accept custom orders here? A voice from the store, belonging to Xiao Mingzhi, drew the attention of numerous superhumans who gravitated towards him. Gu Lingyu made her way to a corner of the shop, standing beside a machine, and observed Xiao Mingzhi's curious expression as she elaborated. Indeed, the armory accepts customization for weapons and armor, if there are any tools with special requirements. We also accommodate custom orders. As she operated the screen of the machine, she introduced its features to the gathered crowd. Everyone can select the category of items they wish to customize on this machine, choose the material, forging direction, and level of intricacy, including the shape of the items, which can also be adjusted here. If a customer desires to customize weaponry that best fits their physicality, this machine will adjust based on their bodily data, which will be directly scanned from each person's account into this device. Moreover, for any specialized tools requiring customization, a drawing function is available. Should any customer struggle with their designs, the machine will assist in modifications until satisfaction is achieved. Gu Lingyu meticulously detailed the customization features, concluding, as for the costs, the machine will provide a final quote based on the selections made. If the price is unsatisfactory, you may directly modify the itemized list. The time required for customization is not extensive. You can see the estimated duration on the checkout interface. Once the customized items are ready, notifications will be sent to your personal accounts, at which point you may come to collect them. In truth, the costs of customization are quite high. Given the circumstances of the majority of guests at the resort, customization is evidently an unfeasible expense for the time being. Nevertheless, Gu Lingyu presented the information in detail. After all, having more options and aspirations is beneficial. Everyone is a potential asset. None should be underestimated. For those who may not shine, now could very well become significant consumers of the resort in the future. Clearly, the audience was aware of the steep customization costs, hence their attentive listening. Yet only the Xiao Rui and Tang Wenhua teams approached to inquire further. After a while, a sudden, astonished scream erupted from the center of the shop. To call it a scream would be an understatement. The cry was nearly a shriek. What in the world? I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is unbelievable. Absolutely extraordinary. Everyone, come quickly. You must see this. The excited, hoarse voice instantly captured the attention of all present, leading them to exchange curious glances before they collectively moved towards the source of the commotion, including teams Xiao Rui and Tang Wenhua. Observing the crowd's direction, Gu Lingyu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. At last, they have discovered it. In the heart of the store, distinct from the other shelves, stood a singular glass display case. This square, elevated showcase, though modest in size, was surrounded by an open area that accentuated its prominence, especially with dedicated spotlights illuminating the glass cover. Within this case resided a bottle of a mesmerizing potion, radiating a spectrum of colors. The potion's appearance alone astonished all onlookers, not due to the opulence of the bottle, but rather the extraordinary liquid it contained. The substance within appeared transparent, yet was enveloped in a myriad of luminous specks that swirled within the bottle, creating enchanting trails of light. Could this truly be a potion? Yet, if it were not, it was nonetheless housed in a bottle identical to those containing healing potions sold in the neighboring supermarket. As the crowd marveled in astonishment, the individual who initially exclaimed in surprise began to read aloud the item description displayed next to the showcase. Simply uttering its name was enough to make everyone aware of its effects. The awakening potion for supernatural abilities. Instantly, a chorus of gasps echoed among the gathered crowd. All eyes were fixated on that small display case, filled with disbelief. Everyone was utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe what they had just heard. The awakening potion for supernatural abilities. Was it truly the meaning they comprehended? Was it genuine? Could such a potion exist in this world? Surely. They must all be experiencing a collective hallucination. Right. But then, the individual continued to read the subsequent item description. Item description: awakening potion for supernatural abilities. Can be used by ordinary individuals, with a chance to activate latent supernatural abilities, the type of ability determined by personal potential. Usage restrictions: ordinary individuals who have not awakened abilities may use a maximum of 3 bottles each. The description was straightforward. Yet the impact it had was profoundly staggering. Everyone understood that the awakening of supernatural abilities was entirely unpredictable and could not be artificially induced. It was akin to sheer luck. Scientists from various bases had long attempted to study this phenomenon, yet to no avail. The awakening of abilities remained random and devoid of pattern. It could occur in a child, an elderly person, or even someone gravely ill. Anyone could potentially awaken an ability. Yet now they were being told that the potion before them might enable unawakened ordinary individuals to become supernatural beings. Even if it was merely a possibility, it was enough to leave everyone in awe. For previously, such a notion was deemed impossible. The awakening of abilities could not be manipulated by human intervention. But now, could abilities be probabilistically awakened through the consumption of a potion? If this were true, then even the slightest chance would compel everyone to pursue it fervently. Chapter 71. The more you sell, the more you gain. Is it not joyful? In the apocalyptic world, even low-tier supernatural beings lived in dire straits. What of ordinary individuals? Their lives were perpetually under threat, and they were utterly incapable of venturing out to gather resources, relying solely on the assistance of other supernatural beings. Even with powerful ability users to watch over them, ordinary individuals still yearned for extraordinary powers, as such abilities would ensure their fundamental safety. The room fell silent. All present were rendered speechless, their gazes transfixed upon the vial of potion within the display case, struggling to comprehend the astonishing sight before them. After what felt like an eternity, it was the individual who first spotted the potion that broke the silence, his voice trembling as he addressed the crowd. Bosku, this potion. His excitement and nervousness rendered him nearly incoherent. Although the emergence of this potion was utterly unbelievable, a collective hope blossomed within everyone present. Wishing fervently for its authenticity, most of the ability users in attendance had families, many of whom were still ordinary individuals yet to awaken their powers. The safety of their loved ones remained their utmost concern. However, if their family members could also awaken extraordinary abilities, even if at a lower tier, it would bring them a profound sense of relief. Ling, having experienced the apocalypse herself, understood the unspoken thoughts of the crowd all too well. Even she was taken aback upon witnessing the appearance of such a potion in the armed shop. She approached the display case with measured steps, turning to survey the audience with a smile familiar to them all. As you can see, this potion is indeed real, and it genuinely has the potential to aid ordinary individuals in awakening their powers. Though she had not personally used it, the credibility of the system was beyond doubt. Upon hearing her words, the atmosphere among the ability users erupted into excitement. Wow, it's actually real? Am I dreaming? Someone slap me. How is this possible? I've never heard of such a thing. What do you mean impossible? There are countless things you've never heard of. Before arriving at this resort, did you believe in its existence? And yet, here we are. Exactly. Bosku could never deceive us. Is there anything she has said that isn't true? If she claims this potion can awaken abilities, then it very well might. Indeed. Have you forgotten about the zombie detoxification serum from the supermarket next door? Prior to that, had you ever heard of such a thing? Yet, the outcome proved its efficacy. Oh yes, that detoxification serum. With this reminder, the crowd collectively recalled the existence of the zombie detoxification serum, and their gazes toward the ability awakening potion began to shift once more. From initial skepticism to a burgeoning fervor, a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. This ability awakening potion must be real. Someone shouted with excitement. Bosku, how many points is this potion worth? Another voice inquired, and the crowd immediately perked up, eager to learn the price. Such a remarkable and unprecedented potion could only be found here. Its price would undoubtedly be steep. Each vial is priced at 10,000 points. Ling announced with a smile, prompting a chorus of gasps from the surrounding individuals. My goodness, that's exorbitant. It is indeed pricey, but worth every penny. 10,000 points for a chance, for a future. Truly, that's not too much. Even if it takes 3 vials, 30,000 points, it would still be absolutely worthwhile. Indeed. When one reflects upon it, the price is quite reasonable. After all, compared to the previous despair, we now have a glimmer of opportunity. Indeed, we must swiftly accumulate points. For there are still so many delightful items in the neighboring supermarket that we have yet to seize. Meanwhile, this armory has unveiled an abundance of exceptional goods, including the elusive ability awakening potions. It is a bittersweet experience. Each day, as I venture outside and encounter zombies, it feels as though points are beckoning to me. Previously, I would have recoiled in disgust at the sight of them. Now, I find them oddly endearing. Goodness, your taste is rather peculiar. Just ensure you don't fall for the notion that beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Get lost. That was not my intention. The crowd engaged fervently in discussion, initially gasping at the price, then deliberating on how to procure the items, each face reflecting palpable excitement. Their concerns shifted from the authenticity of the potions to their feasibility, ultimately culminating in discussions about how many bottles to purchase and how to maximize their point acquisition. Amidst this fervent chatter, a quivering yet enthusiastic voice suddenly broke through the crowd. Bosku, I will buy this potion. Gasps of astonishment erupted as heads turned towards the source of the voice. eager to identify the affluent point collector capable of such a purchase. However, as the individual emerged from the throng and their appearance became clear, the collective astonishment faded into a more subdued recognition. It was none other than the esteemed fifth-tier expert. No wonder. 10,000 points may seem substantial to these elite individuals, yet it is hardly insurmountable. The figure stepping forward was none other than Xiao Rui. As the sole fifth-tier ability user currently residing in the resort, he was recognizable even to those not hailing from the Xiongfeng base. Nonetheless, familiarity does not preclude the necessity of inquiry. Boss Gu, how often will this potion be restocked? Someone in the crowd could not help but ask, their voice tinged with anxiety. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Gu Lingyu. Indeed, how frequently will it be replenished? This is crucial to their turn in line. Although currently they may lack the means to purchase, with diligent effort in slaying zombies, they could surely amass enough points. 10,000 points, while significant, is not beyond reach. However, at present, there was but a single ability awakening potion displayed in the showcase. Sensing the crowd's tension, Gu Lingyu smiled reassuringly. Fear not, everyone. The restocking mechanism for the ability awakening potion operates just like other products. Once sold, it will be immediately replenished. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. That means whenever they are able to afford it, there will be stock available. Observing the expressions on their faces, Gu Lingyu smiled softly. She had no intention of imposing any purchase limits, as it was entirely unnecessary. After all, the points for sale are fixed, a stipulation beyond her control, dictated by the system's pricing. With the price established, why would she impose limits? To forego profit when one has points? Others may limit purchases to inflate prices, but as she cannot alter the price, there is no rationale for restrictions. The more she sells, the more she gains. What could be more joyful? Besides, with so many ordinary individuals around, even one potion per person would yield her substantial profit. With the accumulation of points, one can continue to upgrade the resort and unlock more facilities to earn points. What could be more delightful? Why not take advantage of such opportunities? Chapter 72, Awakening Abilities on Site. Gu Lingyu glanced at the side, observing Xiao Rui, who, usually composed and steady, was now visibly emotional. His hands trembling slightly at his sides. She was aware that Xiao Rui had family, including a sister who had just turned 18 but had yet to awaken her abilities. Smiling, she inquired, Captain Xiao, who are you purchasing for? Xiao Rui was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, it's for my sister. Then let your sister come over. The purchase of the ability awakening potion must be made by the user themselves, otherwise, it will be ineffective. Additionally, existing ability users are prohibited from purchasing it. This regulation was designed to prevent resale and to ensure that those blacklisted by the resort could not take advantage. Understood. I will fetch my sister right away. Xiao Rui promptly turned and exited, finding his sister Xiao Rou in the lounge, watching television. Being an ordinary person, she was largely unaffected by the armed shop. Before long, Xiao Rui returned with his sister, and after recharging his points with Gu Lingyu for 10,000, he prepared to purchase the potion. Placing his hand on the display case, a purchase prompt appeared linked to his personal account. After confirming, the system deducted the points, and the case opened automatically. Gu Lingyu guided him, and Xiao Rui obediently followed her instructions. Upon placing his hand on the display case, the protective shield vanished upon the deduction of points. Xiao Rou gazed in wonder as she reached out to retrieve the potion. Once her hand moved away, the shield reappeared, and another bottle of the ability awakening potion rose from the base of the case. As Gu Lingyu had previously stated, the items were restocked immediately, alleviating any concerns about availability. She further explained, when purchasing the potion, there's no need to worry. Only the individual who pays with points can retrieve the potion from the display case, and others cannot touch it. I hope everyone keeps this in mind. Moreover, there is no need to fear theft within the resort, for anyone bold enough to attempt it will face dire consequences, being thrown into a horde of zombies. Regardless of their survival chances, will result in them being blacklisted from the resort. Her words served to reassure compliant customers, while simultaneously issuing a warning to those with ulterior motives. Regardless of their internal thoughts, the crowd displayed relaxed expressions. After all, 10,000 points was a significant sum, and the potion was exceedingly desirable, making it difficult to ensure no one would act recklessly. However, with Gu Lingyu's assurance, everyone felt a sense of security. Yet, curiosity lingered in the air. Someone in the crowd could not contain themselves and asked, Captain Xiao, would it be convenient for your sister to take the potion now? We are all quite curious. Someone spoke the sentiments of the crowd, and all eyes turned toward the siblings, Xiao Rui and Xiao Rou, who in turn gazed at Gu Lingyu. If you consent, it is permissible. There will be no significant repercussions. As for whether you can successfully awaken your powers, you shall feel it yourself, and your personal account will provide notifications. Gu Lingyu elucidated. If the awakening is successful, you will undoubtedly sense the existence of your innate abilities within you. It will not take long, less than a minute. Upon hearing Gu Lingyu's words, Xiao Rui shifted his gaze to his sister, clearly leaving the decision to her. Xiao Rou pondered for a moment before nodding. Then I shall consume the potion here. Under the watchful eyes of the anxious and curious crowd, Xiao Rou swallowed hard, her fingers trembling slightly as she opened the vial. After taking a deep breath, she poured the entire contents into her mouth in one go. The sweet and refreshing liquid slid down into her belly, and Xiao Rou blinked, pursing her lips as she began to sense the changes within her. Before long, a warm current began to spread from her lower abdomen, eventually enveloping her entire body, making her feel as if she were basking in a hot spring. She comfortably squinted her eyes, only to suddenly open them wide in astonishment at the tiny blue lights that floated around her. Xiao Rou was unaware of the significance of this phenomenon, but the others present, all possessing powers, understood its implications. Water element abilities. She had truly awakened her powers. How astonishing. No wonder it was produced by Taoyuan Resort. It is undoubtedly a premium product. The quality is assured. I can hardly resist the urge to buy a bottle for my brother to try. The effect is extraordinary. But you have no points. Get real, we'll go kill zombies together tomorrow. The crowd engaged in excited chatter, their faces flushed, as if the one awakening her powers was themselves. At that moment, no one harbored doubts about the efficacy of the awakening potion. This was a genuine case of an ordinary person consuming the potion and publicly awakening her abilities right before their eyes. In comparison to the others, Xiao Rui was overwhelmed with emotion, lifting his sister into the air and spinning her around before he could compose himself. Once he set her down, he stepped back, keenly sensing the faint aura of her newly awakened powers. It was unmistakable. Splendid. Truly splendid. Xiao Rui, you have become an ability user. The typically composed Xiao Rui found it hard to contain his excitement as he gazed at his sister. How do you feel? How is your body? I feel exceptionally well. And there is a surge of energy flowing within me. This must be what you refer to as abilities. Xiao Rui replied, equally exhilarated. Her personal account also confirmed the successful awakening of her powers. Since the apocalypse began, she had always idolized her brother, watching him struggle through hardships and sustain countless injuries. She had despised her own helplessness, lamenting her inability to awaken powers and only being a burden to her brother. But now, everything had changed. She too possessed abilities. She had become an ability user. From now on, she could aid her brother and lighten his burdens. Upon hearing Xiao Rui's words, Xiao Rui felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The usual resoluteness melted away, replaced solely by joy for his sister's newfound abilities. In the next moment, he eagerly began instructing her on the use of her powers. When she successfully conjured a water orb before the gathered crowd, an eruption of cheers filled the air. At that instant, it seemed as if everyone envisioned a future where all could possess extraordinary abilities, a world where humanity could thrive. Meanwhile, Ling observed the jubilant scene of people embracing and celebrating before quietly retreating from the armory shop, returning to her post behind the counter. Chapter 73. The decor of the resort. Master Sweet. The appearance of such merchandise in the armory shop surprised Ling, yet it filled her with delight. Having struggled to survive in a post-apocalyptic world for over 3 years, she was acutely aware of the helplessness faced by ordinary individuals and the difficulties encountered by their loved ones. Although she harbored no grand ideals or ambitions, she too wished for humanity to endure in this bleak era and to usher in a time where the future could once again be glimpsed. After a while, the cheers within the armory subsided into a tranquil ambience. The majority could not yet afford the ability awakening potions. Thus their immediate focus shifted to adequately arming themselves and diligently earning points. Following Xiao Rui, the other 4 members of his team also purchased 4 bottles of the awakening potions to aid their respective families in awakening. They were fortunate. All 5 family members successfully awakened their powers. Although 2 of them only manifested weaker physical enhancements, having any awakening was certainly preferable to none. Moreover, even the weakest abilities held the potential for growth, surpassing the physical limitations of ordinary individuals. Xiao Rui's team had more than 5 family members, yet their current points were limited. They needed to arm themselves and had already spent a considerable amount on essentials, forcing them to postpone additional awakenings for their other relatives. Nevertheless, the benefits derived from their 5 purchases of the awakening potions amounted to nearly 50,000 points after deducting costs, a substantial sum indeed. In the blink of an eye, Ling had gathered enough points to upgrade the resort. However, adhering to her customary practice, she opted to delay the upgrade for the time being, as she needed to retain some points for emergencies. For instance, her long-held desire to awaken her own powers remained unfulfilled. Recently, she had spent all her time within the resort, lacking any opportunities to venture outside, thus postponing the exchange. Moreover, Lu Wu's level had not improved either. Within the confines of the resort, she wielded absolute authority, but outside, the situation shifted. While she would not sustain injuries, she could very well endure frustrations, something she was unwilling to tolerate. She suspected that troubles would soon come knocking at her door. Seated behind the counter, her gaze fell upon her personal panel. A task had just been completed. However, with so many matters at hand, she had set it aside temporarily. Now, with a moment to spare, she turned her attention to the system notification bar. Resort Quality Upgrade Task 4. Host 100 new customers. Progress 100. The task has been completed, unlocking the full set of decorative buildings for the resort, which can be redeemed using points. The progress of this task was already at 100, and today, Zhang Tao's joint team brought along 8 family members, in addition to 20 extraordinary individuals from the Xiongfeng base, perfectly filling the task's requirements. Unlocking the complete set of resort decorations, Ling paused for a moment, opened the points store, and immediately grasped the situation. It turned out to be akin to a dress-up game. Currently, the resort style is relatively ordinary, resembling a typical hotel, with no notable architectural features. However, upon completing this task, Ling would have the freedom to transform the entire resort's decor at will. It could embody a Chinese style, a Western style, or even more refined classifications within these 2 major styles. All would be unlocked. From the exterior architecture to the interior design, including furniture and decorations, everything could be altered according to her preferences, provided she could afford the points. Glancing at the prices, she exclaimed, "Farewell. Such purely aesthetic expenses, while enjoyable and pleasing to the eye, were ultimately of no practical use." She remembered that she still had a paramount task to complete. Who knows when this world might collapse? If the time came when she required points but found herself impoverished, all the renovations would merely serve as a beautiful tomb for herself. Thus, she decided to postpone the renovation plans, at least for now. As for the individual rooms of the guests, they were not included in this transformation. Regardless of how the exterior style changed, each room remained as it was. Observing the bustling supermarket and arms store, Ling turned back towards her master suite. curious to see what changes had occurred now that the resort had reached level 4. Previously, when the resort upgraded to level 3, her master suite had gained a walk-in closet, a bathtub in the bathroom for relaxation, and a lovely balcony, enhancing the overall environment. Now, upon entering the master suite, Ling Yu could not help but be taken aback. The transformation was indeed significant. The spacious first-floor hall now featured comfortable sofas, a massage chair, and even some fitness equipment, all in abundance. One side showcased an open kitchen, while the other led to a staircase ascending to the second floor. Remarkably, her master suite had become 2 stories. The entire first floor was visible at a glance, devoid of a bedroom, indicating that it had been relocated upstairs. Ascending to the second floor, she found that both the bedroom and the walk-in closet had indeed been moved up, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling glass facing the foot of her bed. As the curtains were drawn open, the outside view was clearly visible. The entire second floor comprised half a bedroom, and stepping through the door from the glass wall of the bedroom led to a spacious terrace. Standing by the intricately carved railing, she gazed out to see not only a dilapidated apartment building but also distant mountains, offering a reasonably pleasant view. From her current vantage point, it appeared she was on the 7th floor, as she recalled the adjacent apartment building behind the resort was 6 stories tall. The design is indeed commendable, otherwise. Upon opening the bedroom door and stepping onto the terrace, she would be greeted by the sight of dilapidated residential buildings and the unsettling presence of wandering zombies, which would certainly dampen her spirits. Although from the angle of the terrace, the master bedroom appeared to be nestled behind a resort, she had previously ventured to the back of the resort and found no trace of the master bedroom's existence. This revelation brought her considerable relief, as she had no desire to engage in activities while worrying about prying eyes from the outside. With that concern alleviated, she could now arrange the expansive terrace, setting up a table and chairs, adorned with vibrant plants and flowers. When the sun was just right, she envisioned herself relaxing here, perhaps enjoying a cup of tea. Furthermore, should the resort undergo another upgrade and the layout of the master bedroom change, she need not fret about the items she had already purchased, for they would be safely transferred to her personal storage, ready for later use. With a sense of determination, she set to work while Lu Wu was busy in the lobby. She spent some points to acquire a set of minimalist furniture and a selection of decorative plants, stringing up fairy lights to create an enchanting atmosphere. Once her efforts were complete, she clapped her hands in satisfaction and descended to the kitchen to brew a pot of tea. She then quietly settled on the terrace, gazing dreamily at the mountainous landscape shrouded in night, allowing her mind to drift and momentarily casting aside all distractions, relishing the rare tranquility. As the hour approached closing time, Ling Yu returned to the lobby, where most guests had already retreated to their rooms. The last few customers emerged from the supermarket and, upon seeing Ling Yu behind a counter, smiled and bid her good night. Witnessing the genuine smiles on their faces unexpectedly lifted her spirits. In this desolate post-apocalyptic world, being able to transform her corner into a sanctuary for some survivors felt rather gratifying. Of course, any notion of engaging in charity was out of the question. Everyone should strive for the life they desire, working hard and making sacrifices for their own aspirations, rather than expecting others to give. Once the final wave of guests had returned to their rooms, Ling Yu began tallying the day's earnings. At a glance, she was astounded by the profits. The majority stemmed from the supermarket and the armory. Prior to upgrading the resort to level 4, her account held over 120,000 points. After the upgrade, which cost 50,000 points, and subsequent restocking, she had spent over 10,000 points, leaving her with nearly 60,000 points. Subsequently, the Xiao Rui team purchased 5 bottles of ability awakening potions, generating over 40,000 points in revenue, raising her account balance to 110,000 points. Remarkably, during the time Ling Yu rested in her room until closing, the supermarket and armory produced nearly another 100,000 points in earnings. This sum genuinely surprised her. Indeed, as long as guests were accommodated, with quality food and goods available, there was no concern over a lack of customers. Currently, among the residing guests, there were nearly 70 ability users, each of whom would expend considerable points merely to equip themselves. For only by arming themselves could they safely and effectively accumulate points for the long haul. Living in the resort has significantly enhanced the quality of life. The harvested crystal cores no longer require exploitation. Instead, their abundance allows for personal allocation. With increased self-sufficiency, individuals can arm and elevate themselves. As their prowess grows, they acquire even more crystal cores, which in turn fosters greater consumption and further enhancement of strength, creating a virtuous cycle. Consequently, the procurement activities in supermarkets and armories are thriving. Additionally, with the successful release of the zombie antidote today, trust in the resort's offerings has grown, leading to unreserved purchasing. Zhang Tao's squad, having experienced the miraculous antidote today, swiftly replenished their supplies with several bottles, investing significantly to ensure the safety of their families during upcoming relocations. Had it not been for the antidote, their family group would undoubtedly have faced casualties, a fact for which they felt immense gratitude, prompting them to prepare meticulously. As for the 20 newly arrived ability users who came to scout, they were even more motivated to procure supplies, inspired by the examples set by Zhang Tao and others. If not for their tight budgets, they would have wished for a bottle of the antidote for each person, alongside potions and healing supplies. They did not neglect weapons and protective gear, resulting in these 36 ability users spending the most time in the shopping area, equipped and secure. The prospect of living in the resort, devoid of the hardships faced at the Xiongfeng base, alleviated many of their concerns, prompting them to draw upon their reserves of crystal cores. As long as they could reside in the resort, worries about food and warmth became obsolete. With determination, the crystal cores earned would guarantee a basic standard of living. Today's revenue, excluding the 5 bottles of ability awakening potions from Xiao Rui's squad, primarily stemmed from these 36 ability users. Ultimately, the account balance surpassed 200,000 points. With such substantial funds, Gu Lingyu exercised restraint, recognizing the necessity of maintaining a portion of points in reserve. Hence, she did not hastily upgrade to a level 5 resort, but first entered the restaurant. The upgraded dining area had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer resembling a modest eatery. With a spacious and bright dining zone filled with orderly tables and chairs, it could comfortably accommodate over 1,000 patrons. The current occupancy of just over 100 guests seemed insignificant in comparison. Not only had the space expanded, but the food displays had also significantly increased. Alongside the street-facing side and the one connected to the lobby adorned with floor-to-ceiling glass, the remaining sides were lined with rows of food displays, presenting a truly spectacular sight. The variety of dishes available was extensive, encompassing cuisines from various regions. Although many dishes remained unlit, the selection assured that tastes from different locales were well represented. Satisfied, Gu Lingyu nodded approvingly. After illuminating and replenishing her selections, she proceeded to the lobby. The lobby now boasted vast space. The wall that once housed the television seemed distant, making it impossible to discern the screen from the seating area. Gu Lingyu contemplated a new layout, calling forth Lu Wu to assist. Together, they partitioned an area, purchasing a screen with their points, and set up a projector to enjoy television on the grand display. As for the original television, it was relocated to a corner of the lounge, where customers could use their points for consumption. The lounge saw the addition of several tables and chairs, and even a few affordable massage chairs were exchanged, also requiring point consumption. After new illuminated products were stocked in the supermarket and the arms shop, Gu Lingyu returned to her room. The following morning, Zhang Tao's united team, along with the group of 20, hastily finished their breakfast and set out with lunchboxes, water, and a backpack full of essential gear. Today marked the beginning of their return to relocate their families. Zhang Tao's group needed 2 trips to complete the transfer, while the 20-person team also had to move in batches. They decided to adopt the methods previously employed by Tang Bin and others, striving to ensure the safety of both teammates and their families. With yesterday's example in mind, even if some individuals lacked sufficient points to equip everyone with antidotes, at least 2 bottles of antidote would be ensured for each team. At this moment, trust in the products offered by the resort was absolute. In this apocalyptic world, where else could one find an antidote for zombie toxins? Where else could one procure a potion to awaken ordinary individuals' abilities? Apart from Taoyuan Resort, there was nowhere else. Zhang Tao's team and the 20-person group returned to the Xiongfeng base together. Although their numbers were considerable, they were all ability users, familiar with the route, making their journey relatively safe and swift. However, when it came time to relocate their families, they would need to separate. The large action team was too cumbersome, and protecting so many ordinary individuals would only heighten the danger of staying together. Upon returning to the base, the various teams dispersed quickly to arrange for their families to pack up and transfer, aiming to set off early, ensuring ample time for the journey and reaching Taoyuan Resort before nightfall. Chapter 75. Stirring the management of Xiongfeng base. These 36 individuals belonged to 7 different teams, all simultaneously preparing for the transfer of their families, creating quite a commotion, especially in the area where these 7 teams were located. The local residents were well aware of their activities from the previous day. Upon seeing their return, curiosity compelled many to approach and inquire about the news. As a result, when they learned of the wonders of Taoyuan Resort, none could contain their excitement. Those with closer ties to Zhang Tao and the others immediately entertained thoughts of relocation, reaching out to familiar teams to prepare for joint action. Following the advice of Zhang Tao and his companions, it was best for the ability user teams to scout the route first, while simultaneously purchasing necessary supplies before returning to collect their families. With so many ability users having already scouted the path and all returning with praises, it was enough to captivate many hearts. Furthermore, with such a large number of people across the 7 teams, in addition to the previously departed Tang Bin and Lu Guyun's teams, the scope of influence had rapidly expanded. As news spreads rapidly, the name of Taoyuan Resort begins to circulate widely in the region, swiftly reaching nearby residential areas. The information travels like wildfire, gaining momentum and becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Meanwhile, the neighbors of Xiao Rui's team, intrigued by the flyers left behind after the team's departure, recall previous inquiries made about the resort and decide to seek out those who had previously asked for information. Upon their arrival, they encounter Zhang Tao and his team, who are busy packing for their relocation. Curiosity piqued, they inquire about the situation, and the revelations leave them astonished. Xiao Rui's team has also moved to that Taoyuan Resort? Is this true? The shock is palpable, not only for the inquisitors, but also for the onlookers gathered nearby. Who exactly is Xiao Rui's team? They are renowned as the elite ability user squad of Xiongfeng base. And now they have left for the resort? Indeed. We witnessed it ourselves, and even had a conversation with Captain Xiao Rui. Their families have also been relocated there, Zhang Tao disclosed without reservation. Goodness, they have relocated too. The Taoyuan Resort must be exceptional. The crowd gasped, their faces filled with astonishment. The suddenness of Xiao Rui's team's departure caught everyone off guard. They had received no prior warning, and now they had vanished. Absolutely. If even Xiao Rui's team has endorsed it and moved their families there, it must be safe. The urgency took hold. What are we waiting for? Let us get ready and head to the resort. Yes, indeed. We should leave soon. Otherwise, darkness will fall upon us. Enough chatting. Hurry back to gather your gear. Assemble in 15 minutes. Consequently, many ability users who had been hesitant could no longer remain idle. They hastily called their friends, returning home to prepare for the journey. The individuals who had come to gather information rushed back to their own areas, eager to disseminate the news. Xiao Rui's team is a prominent figure within Xiongfeng base, celebrated for their strength and reputation. The fact that they too have relocated to Taoyuan Resort generates a stir far beyond the reach of Tang Bin and Zhang Tao. As the news spreads, It rapidly radiates from the vicinity of Xiao Rui's residence, disseminating even faster than the updates from Zhang Tao's area. Over the next few days, as word travels, more and more individuals venture to Taoyuan Resort to investigate. Witnessing the resort's allure, an increasing number of people resolutely choose to relocate their families there. As the number of relocations swells, the commotion eventually reaches the ears of the management at Xiongfeng Base. What are your thoughts on this Taoyuan Resort? In the conference room of the base, a group of individuals sits, seemingly preparing for a meeting, yet each is preoccupied with their own affairs. Before one individual lay an array of sumptuous food, his greasy lips contrasting sharply with the gaunt figures of most survivors within the base, who were starved and haggard. Another person cradled a woman in his arms, entirely absorbed in jesting with her, paying no heed to what the first man had just uttered. The remaining individual did respond, yet his mind was evidently elsewhere. He held a woman on each side and dismissively remarked, "In this apocalyptic world, who still speaks of resorts? It's laughable. Who cares what it's called? The issue is that many have fled, and the trend seems to be escalating. So what are everyone's thoughts? What thoughts? None. Those fools truly believe there are still places to enjoy life in this apocalypse? Exactly. Let them run if they wish. Soon enough, they'll return, crying and begging for us to take them back." While this sentiment rang true, should the exodus of individuals increase, it would inevitably impact the base. Our energy cores and supplies would dwindle, affecting our quality of life. Opinions among the management varied. Some were indifferent while others felt an investigation was warranted. However, once one manager voiced his opinion, it garnered unanimous agreement. Indeed, with fewer individuals to exploit, won't their quality of life decline? That simply cannot happen. What do you propose we do? How about this? Let Team Galway visit that Peach Blossom Resort to ascertain the situation. Once he returns with intel, we can make a decision. I find that feasible. Let them make the trip. After all, it required no physical effort from them, merely a bit of verbal communication, which no one opposed. Thus, the decision was made. Boss, why does the name Peach Blossom Resort sound so familiar? A team member queried as a 5-man squad exited the conference room. I find it familiar too. It seems I've heard it somewhere, another member replied. Galway shot them a disdainful glance. When will your brains start functioning? Are they merely decorative? Peach Blossom Resort. Isn't that the place we encountered when gathering supplies a while back? The one that girl on the motorcycle advertised with flyers by the roadside? Oh, it does seem so. Good memory, boss. Good heavens. That girl played us then. Surely you haven't forgotten. One team member exclaimed, suddenly furious. How could I forget? I was nearly torn apart by zombies. I almost met my ancestors down below. That vile woman dared to play tricks, blasting that horrendous speaker and causing a ruckus that attracted zombies from several streets away. The 4 team members cursed vehemently, while Galway's expression darkened. His teeth clenched in anger. They had merely been exchanging light-hearted banter, yet that woman had retaliated with such ferocity, unleashing a deafening sound system that nearly led them to their doom amidst a horde of the undead. Had they not fled with remarkable speed, they would have surely found themselves ensnared by the horde of zombies, meeting a grim fate within their midst. Such ferocity. Prepare your gear. We shall depart at dawn. Let us witness the capabilities of that woman who has orchestrated this absurd resort. Galway's countenance was icy as he issued his command. They had not anticipated the gravity of the situation, initially believing the promotional leaflet to be a mere fabrication, perhaps a trap, yet the unfolding events had escalated dramatically. Having just returned from a mission, they learned that not only was the entire base now aware of the situation, but numerous survivors had also begun to relocate. It was reported that within the span of just 2 or 3 days, around 50 teams had commenced transferring their families to the Taoyuan Resort, with nearly half of them already having completed the relocation. If we consider 50 teams, that amounts to approximately 250 individuals with abilities and adding their families. The base could see a reduction of 600 to 700 personnel, and this is merely the beginning. As they spoke, they remained oblivious to the number of individuals contemplating relocation. The entire Xiongfeng base consists of just over 5,000 souls, including both practitioners of abilities and ordinary people. In a matter of days, a tenth of their population has fled. How many will remain if this continues? Will the resort not hollow out their base? If the base deteriorates, where will these administrators find such favorable conditions? Galway's team grumbled as they returned to their luxurious suites within the base, while Guling Yu at the Taoyuan Resort remained unaware of the movements in Xiongfeng. Even if she were informed, it would not concern her, for she was preoccupied with her own affairs. Guling Yu had not anticipated the decisiveness with which the individuals from Xiongfeng were relocating. The news of Xiao Rui's team and Zhang Bin's departure had just begun to circulate within the base, prompting a surge of practitioners eager to scout the way. This clearly indicated their earnest desire to leave Xiongfeng, grasping every opportunity with fervor. Conversations with Tang Bin and Xiao Rui deepened Guling Yu's understanding of the hardships faced by both the practitioners and ordinary folk within the base. They surrendered nearly all the resources they gathered during outings, yet the provision of daily necessities was utterly inadequate for their survival. A family of 4 subsisted on merely a bottle of water and a small amount of compressed biscuits each day. Moreover, ordinary individuals were burdened with numerous laborious tasks within the base, all mandatory, with non-compliance resulting in expulsion for their entire families. This was not the most egregious of circumstances. Only recently had Guling Yu overheard Tang Bin privately recounting an incident where his sister was nearly seized by one of the administrators to serve as a concubine. They disregarded Tang Yu's resistance entirely, even waiting for Tang Bin to be absent from the base. Had he not fortuitously returned early, Tang Yu might have been abducted. According to Tang Bin and Xiao Rui, such occurrences were not uncommon in Xiongfeng, where a few administrators wielded tyrannical control over the base. In recent days, individuals arriving from the base can be categorized into 2 groups: those who have long suffered oppression due to insufficient strength, and those unwilling to serve as pawns for the management. Upon receiving news, they venture here to explore their options. Tang Bin stood at the counter, conversing with Gu Lingyu about matters concerning the Xiongfeng base, while Xiao Rui occasionally interjected with comments. During his time at the resort, Xiao Rui quickly developed a sense of belonging, particularly after the arrival of his sister, Xiao Ro, which further deepened his admiration for Gu Lingyu. The influx of visitors to the resort has steadily increased, and as news spreads throughout the base, an even larger crowd is anticipated. Leaning against the counter, Xiao Rui observed a throng of newly arrived survivors in the lounge area. Among them were newly arrived teams of supernatural beings scouting the area, as well as joint teams beginning to relocate with their families, creating a lively atmosphere filled with cheerful smiles. Having just completed the registration of personal accounts and accommodation arrangements for these newcomers, Gu Lingyu found herself with a moment of leisure to discuss the situation at Xiongfeng base with the two men. Xiao Rui paused, redirecting his gaze to Gu Lingyu, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. With such a significant loss of personnel, coupled with the rumors circulating about the resort, the management at Xiongfeng base will undoubtedly take notice. Gu Lingyu perceived the underlying implication in his words. Raising an eyebrow, are you suggesting that the management will take action? Indeed, Xiao Rui affirmed. Based on my understanding of them, they will certainly respond. They cannot afford to ignore such a substantial loss of personnel from their domain. The foundation of the base lies in its people. To grow strong, one must rely on them, and to acquire resources, one must depend on them even more. With so many individuals desperately attempting to flee, they will surely be restless. I believe the management won't make any immediate drastic moves, but they will certainly send someone to assess the situation. Tang Bin analyzed from the side. Clearly in agreement with Xiao Rui's perspective, Gu Lingyu nodded, recognizing the truth in their statements. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, what is the total population at Xiongfeng base? Given Xiao Rui's strength and status, he possessed deeper insights into this matter. He replied, currently, Xiongfeng base houses over 5,000 individuals, of which approximately 2,000 are supernatural beings, with the remainder being their family members. Among these 2,000 supernatural beings, about half harbor significant grievances against the management and are unwilling to align with them, yet nearly half still perform tasks for the management. Among this group of around 1,000 supernatural beings, some are compelled by circumstance, while others willingly associate with the management due to shared interests. However, among these individuals, true loyalty is scarce. Most seek to exploit the management's power for their own gain or to secure additional benefits. After pondering for a moment, Gu Lingyu continued her inquiry. If Xiongfeng base were to dispatch troops to the resort, how many individuals do you believe they could mobilize? Chapter 77. The numerous issues at Haisher base, although no matter how many personnel the Xiongfeng base could mobilize, it would not pose a threat to the resort itself. Gu Lingyu's concerns extended beyond the resort to the patrons present. Thus, it was imperative for her to gather more information. Xiao Rui and Tang Bin were not in the least surprised by Gu Lingyu's inquiries. Clearly, they too had contemplated this possibility. Excluding the routine defense personnel, the Xiongfeng base could muster a maximum of around 500 individuals. Any more than that would compromise the base's defensive capabilities. Xiao Rui exchanged glances with Tang Bin and articulated a specific figure. Tang Bin nodded in agreement with Xiao Rui's assessment and added, not all of the ability users within the base can be mobilized by the management. Unless the base faces a threat, individuals like us would never acquiesce to unreasonable directives from the management. Gu Lingyu discerned the underlying implications of Tang Bin's words. For instance, an assault on the resort would be deemed an impertinent arrangement by both Tang Bin and Xiao Rui, and such a mission would not be accepted by the ability users of the base. Although they might encounter trouble from the management afterward, they ultimately adhere to their own principles and code of conduct. 500 individuals, whether it were 500 or 1,000, the impact would be the same. It would make little difference to the resort. Gu Lingyu sought further understanding and inquired about the numbers at the other two bases, Rongyang base and Mingguang base. As the only level 1 base in Haisher, Rongyang base housed approximately 100,000 individuals, while Mingguang base, being a level 2 base, had around 60,000. Xiao Rui had previously contemplated a base transfer and had thus familiarized himself with the situation. On the surface, a population of 100,000 at a single base may seem substantial, yet Gu Lingyu was aware that this was relatively modest. Given that Haisher is a metropolis with a resident population in the tens of millions, having only one level 1 base with 100,000 individuals is indeed not considerable. Even if one were to include the smaller bases scattered throughout Haisher, the total population might not exceed 400,000. In the wake of the apocalypse, such a large city witnessing a survival rate of less than 1/20th of its population, or even potentially 1/30th, constitutes a dire scenario. The city where Gu Lingyu had previously lived, also a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million, had managed to retain a significant number of survivors, including at least 2 level 1 bases with populations surpassing 100,000. A stark contrast to Haisher. The severe population loss in Haisher underscores the city's inadequate crisis management capabilities in the face of the apocalypse. What is the situation like in those two bases? Gu Lingyu proceeded to inquire, recognizing the importance of understanding the conditions at these neighboring bases. The only two large bases under the jurisdiction of the Kyoto base. Upon mentioning this, Xiao Rui furrowed his brow, his expression reflecting a rather unfavorable opinion of those two bases. Mingguang base fared somewhat better than Xiongfeng base, yet only marginally so, while instances of arbitrary abduction were absent. Issues of exploitation remained pronounced. The level of greed exhibited by the administrators of the Mingguang base is certainly on par with that of their counterparts at the Xiongfeng base. A fact well understood by several of the ability users at Mingguang. Tang Bin, who was listening nearby, appeared taken aback, evidently unaware of the circumstances at Mingguang base. He had even considered relocating there previously. As for the Rongyang base, the situation is somewhat better, yet it too is marked by a stringent policy, heavy workloads, mediocre treatment, and limited freedom, leaving the survivors within it in rather uncomfortable conditions. Furthermore, there are significant factions within, leading to considerable discord among the management, which in turn causes the subordinates to engage in constant conflict. Xiao Rui shook his head as he spoke, clearly skeptical of both Mingguang and Rongyang bases. It was precisely for these reasons that he had hesitated to make a move before ultimately arriving at the resort. It seems that the situation at the bases near Haishur is quite dire. However, many bases elsewhere face similar issues, albeit the challenges in Haishur are evidently more severe. After discussing the bases for a while, as night fell, Tang Bin and Xiao Rui decided to return to their rooms. Before leaving, they turned to Gu Lingyu, earnestly stating, "If you require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. This place is now our home." Gu Lingyu understood the underlying meaning of their words. Should the management of Xiongfeng Base attempt to resort to violence, they were willing to defend the resort. They had come to regard this place as their home and were determined to protect it. Their willingness to do so brought great joy to Gu Lingyu. Her smile genuine and resolute, emanating a formidable aura. Rest assured, there is absolutely no possibility of an incursion into the resort. Tang Bin and Xiao Rui were momentarily taken aback by her powerful declaration, momentarily lost in thought, believing they stood before a formidable ability user. However, as they regained their composure, relief spread across their faces, and they nodded vigorously with smiles. Had these words come from anyone else, they would have been skeptical, yet, spoken by Gu Lingyu, they could not help but trust her completely. Since their arrival at the resort, it had never failed to meet their expectations, instilling them with confidence. What reason did they have to doubt? Once the two had departed, Gu Lingyu signaled to Lu Wu to close the shop and proceeded to attend to the various affairs of the resort. Over the past few days, nearly 40 teams had arrived from Xiongfeng Base, joining the previous arrivals of Zhang Tao and others, culminating in a total of 50 teams. Considering the families that had already relocated, the number of long-term guests at the resort had now surpassed 500. The previous task of increasing the number of rooms had reached its fifth phase, doubling the total room count once again to 80 single rooms, 48 double rooms, 16 family rooms, and 8 suites, with the floors now extending to the 10th level. Currently, only this main hotel building was open within the resort, a 30-story edifice. Gu Lingyu contemplated that there would eventually come a time when this hotel would be fully occupied, with 500 guests already taking up the lower 10 floors. It would not be long before they reached full capacity with just a few more arrivals. Perhaps there will be other methods in the future, but at present, there remains ample room for growth, so she decided to temporarily set this matter aside. Currently, the available rooms consist of around 20 single rooms. While all other types have been fully occupied, Gu Lingyu estimated that, at the current pace, she would likely complete the 6th phase of her tasks by tomorrow, thus reopening new rooms. Chapter 78, Awakening of Abilities. In terms of accommodation, over the past 3 days, Gu Lingyu has earned just over 100,000 points. Those arriving from the Xiongfeng base typically opt for long-term rentals, as they have relocated entirely. The last thing they want is to forget to renew their lease amidst their busy lives and face the dire consequences of being removed from their rooms. Anyone who has visited the resort understands how coveted the rooms are. Although there are still single rooms available, many have not found a suitable type and have settled for the time being, hoping to switch later. Regardless of the mismatched room types, they are undoubtedly 1,000 times better than the abysmal Xiongfeng base. There is no way they would ever return to that wretched place. The points accrued from accommodation have always constituted only a small fraction of Gu Lingyu's revenue. It is the guest expenditures during their stay that primarily contribute to her income. In recent days, the daily revenue from dining alone has reached 30 to 40,000 points, and the total has now surpassed 100,000 points. However, the most substantial income has come from the supermarket and armory, with the cumulative turnover in recent days approaching 500,000 points, leaving even Gu Lingyu astonished. One cannot help but wonder if these ability users are exhausting their entire savings. Yet, it is understandable. No one dares to take chances when safely escorting their families to the resort, and everyone has made ample preparations. As long as they can bring their families over safely, life will become easier thereafter. Just look at those who have already relocated. Each one of them is now living far more comfortably than before. Even their energy cores are rapidly replenishing. Now, even if it means eating instant noodles, these ability users are resolute in their determination to safely transfer their families over. After all, even instant noodles taste better here than at the Xiongfeng base, where even that is unavailable. Finally, after attending to various matters, Gu Lingyu glanced back at her account balance, which stood at around 700,000 points. With such an abundance of points, not only could she reach level 5, but she could likely ascend to level 6 as well. However, after a moment of contemplation, recalling her conversation with Tang Bin and Xiao Rui that evening, she ultimately decided to allocate her points elsewhere for the time being. Summoning Lu Wu, the two of them entered the master suite. Standing in the spacious living room, Gu Lingyu resolved to awaken her abilities. She had not been in a hurry before, as she had been reserving her points to develop the resort. Now that she sensed an impending change, it was prudent to enhance her strength for peace of mind. Given the possibility, she preferred to be prepared in advance. Awakening her abilities required 5,000 points. After confirming, she felt the familiar flow of energy coursing through her body. She knew without needing to check the system prompt that her once familiar powers had returned. In her previous life, she had been an ability user, so this was not foreign to her. Having recently awakened her supernatural abilities, Gu Lingyu found herself at a mere first tier of power, which was decidedly insufficient. The next step was to elevate her abilities. Unlike her previous existence, where progress necessitated rigorous training and combat, she now could enhance her powers merely by expending points, achieving her goals in one fell swoop. Ascending to the second tier required 10,000 points. The third tier demanded 20,000, and the fourth tier called for 40,000, with each subsequent level necessitating double the points of the preceding one. Although the cost escalated with each advancement, the initial stages of upgrade were still quite affordable. Gu Lingyu continuously confirmed her upgrades, her points diminishing rapidly, until she finally ceased when her abilities reached the sixth tier. Reaching this level, alongside the awakening costs, depleted her by a substantial 315,000 points. Despite this considerable expenditure, the rate at which points could be accrued at the resort suggested that replenishment would not take long. Feeling the surge of energy within her, she acknowledged that while she had yet to reach the heights of her former life, her current capacity should suffice for the time being. Given the resort's daily point earnings, should she desire to further elevate her abilities, it would be a swift endeavor. However, for today, she decided to reserve her remaining points for future necessities. During an evening conversation with Xiao Rui, Gu Lingyu inquired about the supernatural levels of the administrators at the Xiongfeng base. Among the original 5-member team of supernatural beings who founded the base, only the captain had attained the 6th tier, while the other 4 remained at the 5th tier. Although the 6th tier administrator appeared to possess greater strength than Xiao Rui at first glance, Gu Lingyu discerned from Xiao Rui's demeanor and remarks that he did not regard this 6th tier individual with much respect. According to Xiao Rui, these 5 administrators had not engaged in combat since the base's expansion and had not ventured out to gather resources. Their daily lives revolved around leisure within the confines of the base, neglecting training, and their prowess was merely a product of the crystal cores contributed by the survivors. In blunt terms, they resembled mere vessels of power, boasting levels of ability without the corresponding strength, rendering them ineffectual in actual combat. Whether these administrators could still fight or wish to do so had become a matter of speculation. Xiao Rui expressed his disdain for these administrators without reservation, revealing no concern, which implied that even he did not regard them as formidable. It was precisely this insight that led Gu Lingyu to believe her current 6th tier abilities would be adequate to face forthcoming challenges. With her abilities now enhanced, Gu Lingyu took Lu Wu to the terrace on the 2nd floor, eager to test her skills and familiarize herself with her new body. Clearing the furniture, she positioned herself at the center of the terrace, closed her eyes to attune to her senses, and immediately sensed something amiss. She abruptly opened her eyes and summoned her interface for inspection, only to discover that this was no ordinary awakening of powers. She had awakened an all-encompassing ability. In the realm of extraordinary abilities, it is commonly understood that individuals awaken to a singular type of power, with the notion of dual abilities being virtually non-existent. However, to her astonishment, Gu Lingyu discovered that she had awakened to all elemental powers. Stunned, she stood there, utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated that her abilities, awakened through the system, would be so remarkable. Regaining her composure, she eagerly began to channel the energy within her, attempting to utilize her newfound powers. In the next moment, a shimmering blue light enveloped her, coalescing into a translucent water sphere before her, mirroring the situation of Xiao Rui perfectly. Water element. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The water sphere began to morph, elongating into a pointed, conical shape. Subsequently, the tip of the water cone turned white and solidified, rapidly extending backward until it transformed entirely into an ice sphere. Ice element. As Chapter 79 unfolds, showcasing her mastery over all elemental powers, Gu Lingyu's gaze fell upon the dilapidated rooftop of a nearby abandoned building. With a subtle movement of her fingers, the ice spear shot forth, piercing the rooftop with formidable force. Her eyes sparkled with delight, a smile gracing her lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a calm demeanor as she shifted her focus to a nearby potted plant. Energy surged once more, and a green aura enveloped one of the plants, which began to sprout and flourish, gracefully extending toward her. Gu Lingyu raised her hand, and the plant obediently coiled around her palm, moving in harmony with her will. Wood element. After restoring the plant, Gu Lingyu proceeded to explore the myriad attributes of nature's powers: fire, earth, and wind, each one at her command. Finally, arcs of pale blue electricity began to dance around her, and as she slowly raised her hand, the arcs converged into a brilliant sphere of light in her palm. Aiming once more at the rooftop, she thrust her hand forward, and the electrified sphere shot out like a bolt of lightning, crashing down onto the rooftop with tremendous force. In an instant, debris flew, and dust filled the air. As the haze dissipated, the ground lay charred, a testament to the unparalleled power she wielded. Thunderstrike. Lightning element. This was the ability she possessed in her previous life, but the spectacle did not end there. After testing her Thunderstrike, arcs of electricity once again enveloped her, this time spreading across her entire being, wrapping her in a crackling cocoon. In the blink of an eye, Gu Lingyu vanished. Moments later, she materialized at a table and chairs on the terrace, her sudden appearance akin to teleportation, leaving onlookers bewildered by her swift motion. Just as quickly, she disappeared again, reappearing by the doorway of her bedroom, beside the potted plant, alongside Lu Wu, and even atop the fence. The ethereal figure of Gu Lingyu flickered incessantly, elusive and enigmatic, rendering it utterly impossible to seize. Her familiarity with lightning was akin to an innate part of her being. Countless battles had honed her mastery over this elemental power, embedding it deep within her bones, transforming it into instinct. In contrast to other newly awakened abilities, the lightning element was her most intimate acquaintance. Standing steadfastly by, Lu Wu gazed at the ever-shifting silhouette, his eyes brimming with loyalty and admiration for his master. Indeed, she was the strongest. Returning to her original position, Gu Lingyu reigned in her lightning abilities and commenced her exploration of other elemental powers. Beyond the lightning and other nature-based abilities, there existed body enhancement, beast transformation, and special abilities. The body enhancement category, being rather rudimentary, was comparatively weaker than the other elemental types. This was because abilities from other categories could also bolster physical prowess. Thus, for many practitioners, body enhancement signified an absence of other capabilities, resulting in a sole focus on self-strengthening. Upon awakening the beast transformation ability, one could undergo a metamorphosis into creatures such as cats, tigers, or bears, thereby enhancing combat effectiveness, with the augmentation being contingent on the chosen beast form. When Gu Lingyu experimented with her beast transformation, she morphed into a tiger, causing Lu Wu to gaze at her with wide, gleaming eyes, nearly succumbing to the urge to revert to his original form. However, Gu Lingyu's tiger form lacked Lu Wu's 9 majestic tails. Lastly, there existed the special category, encompassing abilities that did not fit into the previous 3 classifications. Abilities such as space manipulation, healing, and summoning were included here. Space and summoning abilities were relatively common, while healing powers were exceedingly rare. The emergence of a healer would prompt immediate protection from various bases, as they were often reserved for the service of administrators. In a post-apocalyptic world fraught with scarcity of medicine, the value of healing powers was indeed immense. Intrigued by the summoning ability, Gu Lingyu pondered what creatures she might invoke. The summoning category allowed practitioners to call forth battle companions, augmenting their combat effectiveness. However, the strength of these companions could not be independently enhanced. They could only grow in accordance with their master's prowess. If the master were too weak, even a high-quality companion would be unable to exhibit formidable strength. With Gu Lingyu being a 6th-tier practitioner, any summoned companion would immediately possess the corresponding 6th-tier combat capability. Without delay, Gu Lingyu harnessed her energy to summon. And in the next moment, a swirling portal of space materialized beside her. A sound reminiscent of a cry, ethereal and penetrating, resonated, invigorating her spirit. Subsequently, the portal began to fluctuate, and a faint golden figure burst forth, performing a graceful arc in the air before landing before Gu Lingyu. Is that a pung? Gu Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes widened in astonishment. Not merely that. In the depths of her mind, she sensed a profound transformation. In the next moment, the golden figure of the great pung appeared, twisting as if drawn into a vortex, only to swiftly unfurl into another form. Its gray-blue body bore no resemblance to the previous manifestation of the pung. Could this be the Kuan? The Kuanpung? She could even summon such a creature? Gu Lingyu was genuinely astonished. She understood that the being summoned through summoning abilities could sometimes be extraordinary, often not belonging to the realm of reality prior to the apocalypse. Yet she never anticipated that even the Kuanpung could be conjured. After a brief moment of shock, she regained her composure and curiously circled around her summoned creature, examining it closely. Despite the illustrious reputation of this being, given her current status as a 6th-tier ability user, it could not surpass her. Thus it too must be of around the 6th tier. However, while it was classified as 6th tier, the true combat prowess it could unleash under her command remained uncertain. At that moment, the Kuanpung hovered in midair, appearing somewhat diminutive, yet Gu Lingyu understood that its size was merely constrained by the dimensions of the terrace. Once in an open space, it could revert to its original magnitude at her behest. Before the Kuanpung regained its true form, Gu Lingyu had no inkling of its actual size, but with her system, she had access to detailed information, including data on her summoned combat pet. She glanced at the Kuanpung's statistics, a length of 20 meters. Goodness, that is half the length of a large aircraft. Should she continue to enhance her strength, how immense could it eventually become? While it may not overshadow the sun, surpassing the size of an airplane was surely within reach. After studying the Kuanpung for a while, Gu Lingyu withdrew it into her combat pet space and then turned her attention to Lu Wu. During Gu Lingyu's testing of her abilities, Lu Wu had remained quietly by her side, gazing at her with admiration. The moment her gaze fell upon him, he immediately broke into a warm smile. Master, I shall enhance your strength as well. In the future, if I am not at the resort, this place will rely on you for management. Of course, Master. Lu Wu's eyes reflected absolute subservience. In Gu Lingyu's presence, the word no did not exist in his vocabulary. Gu Lingyu opened her panel, navigated to the appropriate section, glanced at her points, and promptly began upgrading Lu Wu. Points flowed away like a stream as Lu Wu's level ascended, halting only when it reached the same 6th tier as Gu Lingyu. The strength of elite staff, too, could not exceed that of the host. So Lu Wu was limited to the 6th tier as well. However, the points required for Lu Wu's upgrade were significantly less than Gu Lingyu's, indeed, approximately half. The points needed for Lu Wu's upgrades also increased exponentially, yet at a tier lower than Gu Lingyu's. Gu Lingyu expended 5,000 points to awaken her abilities and become a 1st-tier ability user, then 10,000 points to elevate to the 2nd tier, and ultimately, when advancing from the 5th to the 6th tier, she consumed 160,000 points. Lu Wu initially belonged to the 1st tier. When he upgraded to the 2nd tier, he consumed 5,000 points. For the transition to the 3rd tier, the cost escalated to 10,000 points. Ultimately, the expenditure from the 5th to the 6th tier was equivalent to the amount required for Gu Lingyu to ascend from the 4th to the 5th tier, which necessitated 80,000 points. In total, Lu Wu expended 155,000 points to reach the same 6th tier as Gu Lingyu, and together, their cumulative expenditure reached an astounding 470,000 points. As for the relatively lesser points consumed by Lu Wu, Gu Lingyu inquired with the system, which provided a straightforward response. Unlike Gu Lingyu, who possessed abilities across all categories, Lu Wu's upgrades naturally required fewer points. Nevertheless, the 470,000 points consumed remained a considerable sum, even for Gu Lingyu at this moment. Originally holding a savings of 700,000 points, after such expenditures, only 230,000 points remained. Gu Lingyu decided not to touch this sum for the time being. opting to set it aside. After enduring such a lengthy endeavor, the time had advanced to the late hours of the night. Gu Lingyu wisely chose to cease her activities, returning to her quarters to freshen up and retire for the night. The following morning, the resort was bustling as it had been in previous days. With an increased number of guests, wherever one wandered, they were met with throngs of people, completely shedding the earlier desolation. After breakfast, groups of ability users prepared to embark on their quests. Some were eager to venture forth in search of crystal cores, while others were hastily departing to the Xiongfeng base to retrieve their families. Once the majority of the ability users had exited, the resort grew much quieter, leaving behind mostly ordinary people. Similarly, by noon, the Xiongfeng base was alive with activity. However, this vibrancy was met with displeasure and even fury from the base's administrators, as it came at the cost of a significant loss of population. The enthusiastic families, laden with their belongings as they exited the base, were all set to leave in pursuit of life at the resort. On the highest floor of the base, two individuals stood by the window, their expressions dark and brooding as they gazed toward the base's entrance, their eyes flickering with barely contained ire. Rumors had spread throughout the base about that wretched resort, which was being extolled as a paradise on earth. Bah, a bunch of ungrateful fools. They never considered that without our protection over these years, they would not have survived to this day. Now, they are easily swayed and ready to abandon us. They fail to realize that with their pathetic state, how could such a splendid place ever accept them? One of the men, with a scowl on his face, muttered incessantly in anger, nearly ready to pound the glass. Make sure to remember those who leave. Anyone who returns must pay 30 more in resource taxes, commanded the other, his gaze fixed with venom on the direction of the base's entrance, issuing a new decree. Brother, you are far too lenient. If it were up to me, I would double the fee. Let them come or go, a bunch of oblivious ingrates. He seethed, grinding his teeth. In their eyes, there was no such thing as a genuinely good place in this apocalyptic world. It's all a deception. Yet those departing would undoubtedly return in due time. By that time, these individuals will come to realize just how merciful they had been towards those others. Has the Galway team set off? Yesterday, they were assigned a mission to investigate the situation at the Taiyuan resort, to discern how it managed to entice so many people to relocate. They must have departed. They should arrive before nightfall. On the desolate streets of the apocalypse, a team of 5 is trudging along, methodically clearing the scattered zombies that appear along their path, exhibiting an alarming lack of urgency. The members of the team intermittently utter a few expletives, their discontent palpable. It's all that wretched woman's fault. She's truly incorrigible. We just returned to the base yesterday, and Haven T even had a chance to rest for 2 days. And now we've been thrust back into action. Damn it. Upon returning, I must file a complaint against her. We should ensure that the management disciplines her properly. Throughout their journey, the 5 members of the squad have not ceased their grumbling, revealing the depth of their dissatisfaction. Typically, after completing a mission, they indulge themselves at the base, often sleeping until late afternoon. Yet today, they were dispatched before even reaching noon. All because they feared that the management would think they were negligent in their duties. As they turned off the street, one of the team members happened to glance up and suddenly froze in place. He raised his hand, pointing towards the sky, exclaiming, "Look, there's a brightly lit sign on the rooftop of that building. It's absurdly extravagant to have lights on during broad daylight." The others followed his gaze and indeed beheld the sign he mentioned, astonishingly illuminated even in daylight. But upon closer inspection, another member gasped. It seems to say Taiyuan Resort. Isn't that where we're headed? Incredibly so. Could it be that place truly possesses such abundant resources? To be lit up even in broad daylight? It's merely a sign. To note, the letters above our base's entrance are merely a sheet of iron without any illumination. Let us go take a closer look. The group finally recognized the peculiarity and hastened their pace towards the direction of the sign. Upon arriving at the street where the building with the sign stood, they were once again taken aback by its condition. A 30-story high-rise, the exterior from the 1st to the 10th floor was immaculate, appearing unchanged from the pre-apocalyptic era. However, from the 10th floor upwards, the building was in utter ruin, with shattered windows and cracks marring the outer walls. Such a stark and surreal division was unsettling to behold. As they approached, the Galway team finally caught sight of the expansive glass facade, revealing rows of merchandise, dining tables and chairs, and even a projector displaying a television series. The 5 members exchanged astounded glances, their faces a canvas of shock. This is Taiyuan Resort? Even before entering, they recognized the extraordinary nature of this place. Such an exceptional venue must belong to our Xiongfeng base. The leader is right. Upon our return, we shall urge the management to seize this location. In doing so, we shall all be hailed as heroes. As dusk approached, a considerable number of patrons gathered in the lobby on the ground floor, seated in the lounge area engrossed in a drama alongside Gu Lingyu. Soon, their family members, endowed with extraordinary abilities, would return from their outings. At this hour each day, they awaited the arrival of their loved ones. For it was only upon witnessing them step through the door that their hearts could find solace. However, since their arrival at the resort, their anxieties had notably diminished. The reasons were straightforward. The supermarket and the arms shop were well stocked with healing supplies and equipment, even offering antidotes, significantly enhancing the survival capability of the extraordinary individuals, thus providing them with a sense of security. After all, even a bite from a zombie could now be treated. Preserving life was of utmost importance. Yet, as they waited, an unfamiliar team of 5 entered. Their arrival immediately captured the attention of many. It was unlikely that anyone from the Xiongfeng base was unfamiliar with this crew. Even those who might not recognize them could discern the unusual atmosphere from their demeanor and the reactions of those around. Each member of the team held their heads high, exuding an air of arrogance, their expressions unfriendly, clearly appearing as though they were seeking trouble. Word quickly spread among the patrons, one whispering to another until it reached Tang Yu, who sat beside Gu Lingyu. Despite being absorbed in the television drama, Gu Lingyu's keen senses picked up on the commotion, prompting her to turn to Tang Yu, who bore a slightly youthful yet serious expression. Tang Yu, what is it? Gu Lingyu inquired. Boss Gu, Tang Yu replied, tilting his head slightly to glance towards the entrance. After confirming the identity of the newcomers, he leaned closer to Gu Lingyu and whispered, a squad of lackeys from the Xiongfeng base has arrived. Each of them possesses fourth-tier abilities and holds significant influence within the base, being favored by the management. Their intentions may not be benign. Oh, they have arrived so swiftly? Gu Lingyu raised an eyebrow, a trace of cold amusement glimmering in her eyes. Just last night, she had discussed matters concerning the Xiongfeng base with Tang Bin and Xiao Rui, and now it seemed those individuals could not remain idle and had sent someone. Turning her head slightly, Gu Lingyu scrutinized the newly arrived team and was taken aback. Ah, it appears I am acquainted with them. She mused. It seemed these 5 were indeed trusted lackeys of the base's management. Indeed, they certainly seem poised to stir up trouble, she remarked. A playful smile curling her lips as she nodded in agreement. Boss Gu, should I fetch my brother and Captain Xiao? Tang Yu asked nervously, reflecting on his recent mastery of his extraordinary abilities and contemplating how he could contribute to the resort. Gu Lingyu, upon hearing this, merely turned back with a gentle smile, patting Tang Yu's hand, her tone imbued with reassuring strength. Fear not, for with me here, you shall be safe. I have promised that the resort is an absolutely secure zone, and I shall uphold my word. Boss Gu, Tang Yu gazed at Gu Lingyu's slowly rising silhouette with profound admiration. In that moment, what was once a slender figure appeared remarkably tall, exuding an extraordinary sense of reassurance. Gu Lingyu gracefully exited the lounge area, standing serenely in the center of the hall under the watchful eyes of all, her seemingly casual pause perfectly obstructing the path of a 5-member team heading toward the counter. Once again, we meet. Did you enjoy yourselves last time? Gu Lingyu stood with her arms crossed, a captivating smile gracing her lips. Although she stood alone, her presence resembled an insurmountable mountain. The seasoned patrons of the resort instantly recognized the misfortune awaiting the 5-member team upon witnessing Gu Lingyu's smile, which hinted at prior grievances. Excitement bubbled within Qian Yuan and Feng Chong, who felt immensely fortunate for their timely luck, having taken a day off after an exhausting stretch of work, only to witness this unfolding drama. Would someone finally come to share in their past joys? Would someone come to soothe their once wounded hearts? The regulars of the resort knew the 5-member team was destined for calamity that day. However, the newer guests, unfamiliar with the context and recently arrived from Xiongfeng base, exhibited concern, with several already rising to leave, either to summon reinforcements upstairs or to retrieve the empowered individuals from outside. The members of Gao Wei's team, witnessing the trepidation among the survivors from Xiongfeng, felt a sense of smug satisfaction until they turned to find their path blocked by a familiar face, the motorcycle girl from their last encounter. Ugh, it's you, you wretched woman. How dare you bring up the past? One of the team members could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Gao Wei, with a grim expression, glared at Gu Lingyu, allowing his comrades' insults to flow unimpeded as he too began to recount their previous encounter. Today, we shall settle the score for what transpired last time. You, a mere mistress, dare to act so brazenly before me. In Gao Wei's eyes, Gu Lingyu possessed no abilities whatsoever and was merely the resort owner's mistress. Now, fetch your boss. I have words for him. Such audacity. You are but a dog belonging to Xiongfeng, and yet you bark so boldly in the absence of your master? Gu Lingyu's tone was laced with derision. They had approached her seeking a confrontation, and she felt no inclination to deny them their moment. With so many onlookers present, she was eager to indulge. Furthermore, I am indeed the owner of this resort, but you are hardly worthy of a conversation with me. Chapter 82, The Group Dance Performance. In light of your earlier disrespect, should you choose to bow and apologize immediately, and then leave, I might consider sparing you. Gu Lingyu's lips curled into a smile, her expression one of condescension. The reason for such a statement is that she is acutely aware that these individuals would never dare to act in such a manner. Indeed, as she anticipated, Gao Wei and his companions, having just been insulted and likened to dogs, were fuming and ready to retaliate. Yet, in the next moment, they erupted in derision. You, a boss? How ludicrous. A wretched mistress, audacious enough to speak such words. Ridiculous. Do you truly believe others are fools? To utter such nonsensical claims. Even Gao Wei, the captain, found himself both enraged and amused, attempting to adopt a facade of cold authority, threateningly proclaiming, "This is a sentiment I should be expressing. If you know what is good for you, kneel and apologize immediately, and we may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he reached for the handle of his axe, exuding a palpable threat. The atmosphere between the two factions was instantly charged with tension. However, despite Gao Wei's numerical advantage, Gu Lingyu stood her ground, her presence undeterred. Yet before either party could exchange further words, a voice from the nearby resting area eagerly chimed in to support her. "Boss Gu, show them who is boss." Indeed, Boss Gu is formidable and should not let these lackeys of Xiongfeng trample upon her. Let them witness your strength. The moment someone raised their arm in fervor, it ignited the collective fury of those in the resting area. "Boss Gu, we stand with you. Boss Gu, together we shall drive them away. We will not allow the Xiongfeng base to taint our sacred paradise." With one voice leading, a chorus of agreement erupted. And soon the entire resting area was ablaze with passion, with most individuals rising to glare furiously at Gao Wei and his entourage. They had fought hard for their future, for hope, and would not allow the mismanagement of the Xiongfeng base to ruin it. At this moment, several individuals rushed to the entrance, anxiously observing the commotion in the hall while scanning the surroundings, hoping that the returning ability users would hasten back. For these ordinary people could not withstand the formidable team of ability users within. Such a scene was unprecedented for Gao Wei's squad. They were utterly bewildered. The majority of these individuals had previously been survivors of the Xiongfeng base. Yet why, upon arriving at the Taoyuan resort, did they seem like entirely different people? Not only was Gao Wei's team astonished, but even Gu Lingyu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her patrons at the resort would be so protective of her and the establishment. Initially, her sole ambition was to manage the resort well enough to ensure her own survival in this post-apocalyptic world, while also striving for fairness, providing a final sanctuary for the survivors facing such harsh realities. However, she never expected that, even if not every guest shared this sentiment. The sheer number of those willing to stand up made her heart swell with gratitude. Yet what amused and surprised her the most were the first two voices that had spoken out, Qian Yuan and Feng Chong. As the only two individuals in the resort who had previously showcased their breakdancing skills for her, Gu Lingyu would not soon forget them. After these two individuals checked in and opted for a long-term stay, she discreetly monitored their movements, hoping to prevent any disturbances they might cause within the resort or any bullying of other guests. To her surprise, these two proved to be unexpectedly well-behaved in the following days, even forming amicable relations with several newcomers at the Xiongfeng base, and their tempers notably softened. It seems that indeed, environment shapes character. Today, as these two spoke out in support, they brandished weapons and moved to the forefront of the crowd, exuding an air of readiness for confrontation that caught her attention. Yet, it was not just these two who were eager to witness the spectacle. She too felt a growing anticipation. You expect me to kneel? You may not possess the standing to demand such a thing. Before Gu Lingyu could finish her statement, Gao Wei, incited by anger, drew his axe and pointed it at her, ready to speak, but found himself rendered speechless. The action, familiar to Qian Yuan and Feng Chong, ignited their excitement. A crisp snap of fingers suddenly resonated, though not loud. It seemed to pierce through the ears of everyone present. In the next moment, the 5 members of Gao Wei's team froze in place, their bodies convulsing with arcs of electricity, unable to move or utter a single word. Standing there, they unwittingly performed a dazzling group dance for all to see. Qian Yuan and Feng Chong finally witnessed this spectacle, their faces flushed with exhilaration, unable to contain their cheers. Gu Boss is magnificent. Gu Boss is invincible. With Gu Boss around, no one dares to cause trouble in the resort. Their enthusiastic praises swiftly snapped the surrounding guests, who were momentarily stunned by the scene, back to reality. Cheers erupted, their expressions of excitement rivaling that of the two enthusiastic individuals, albeit for entirely different reasons. Gu Boss is truly remarkable. Our resort is undeniably safe. Indeed, Gao Wei's team boasts a full roster of 4th-tier ability users. Yet with just a snap of Gu Boss's fingers, they were left utterly powerless. Gu Boss is truly a hidden gem. At a critical moment, her intervention was nothing short of spectacular. In my view, even the management from the Xiongfeng base wouldn't last more than 2 exchanges against Gu Boss. Absolutely. Those incompetent managers are all talk and no action. I've heard they possess high-tier abilities, but lack any combat skills. Enough said. From now on, we trust Gu Boss. The stronger she becomes, the safer the resort, ensuring everyone's peace of mind. This logic was clear to all. Thus, in this moment, Gu Lingyu revealed her true power before the crowd, leaving everyone not only astonished, but also brimming with excitement. Her public display of might served not only to reassure the guests, but also to intimidate those with ulterior motives. After this display, those with ill intentions would need to seriously contemplate whether they had the capability and strength to challenge her authority. How others perceive the situation remains unknown for now, but it is certain that Wang Chang's team was genuinely terrified. Earlier, while in the resting area, they observed as Gao Wei's team entered, remaining discreetly in the corner, hesitant to rush out and cling to Gao Wei's leg. Now, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, they quietly rejoiced, relieved they had not revealed themselves. Otherwise, the number of participants in this group dance would have undoubtedly doubled or more. At this moment, Wang Chang's team felt fortunate that they had not provoked the enigmatic boss Gu earlier. They finally comprehended why the previous quartet had expressed a desire to witness the electric shock dance. Who could have anticipated it? A seemingly unassuming girl, devoid of any discernible abilities, could unleash such ferocity. Merely a flick of her fingers, and that entire assembly of 4th-tier powerhouses was left to suffer public humiliation. 5 minutes had elapsed, and there was no sign of cessation. Wang Chang's team cowered at the back of the crowd, silent as mice, even apprehensive about being noticed by Gu Lingyu. However, Gu Lingyu was too preoccupied to pay them any mind. Having grown weary of observing Gao Wei's 5 comrades after a brief moment and yawning nonchalantly, electrifying 1 is a loss, but electrifying 5 is equal to the cost. Gu Lingyu sighed, shaking her head, her face reflecting a myriad of emotions, much to the delight of the onlookers who laughed heartily. 5 minutes are fleeting, and 10 minutes hardly lengthy. Let these individuals relish this exquisite experience, for such opportunities are rare. Not long after Gu Lingyu settled down, the superhumans returning from outside the resort trickled in one after another. The initial reaction of everyone entering was sheer bewilderment as they gazed upon the 5 convulsing figures in the center of the hall, their bodies intermittently crackling with arcs of electricity, rendering them momentarily speechless. It was not until the patrons in the resting area provided some explanations that they grasped the situation that had just transpired. When they turned their gaze back toward Gu Lingyu, observing her leisurely engrossed in her show, admiration and reverence shone in their eyes. Here were 5 formidable 4th-tier superhumans, all subdued by Boss Gu. Moreover, they stood there as a spectacle for all to witness, truly magnificent. As more and more individuals returned, the crowd of spectators grew, each person munching on seeds while enjoying the dance, their faces illuminated with smiles. What a jest! This was one of the most loyal teams of the dogmatic management at Xiongfeng base, Gao Wei's team. Such a splendid sight was rarely observed. Before long, Tang Bin and Xiao Rui's team also returned, their expressions mirroring astonishment at the scene. They exchanged a glance before making their way towards Gu Lingyu. Boss Gu, has someone from Xiongfeng base come over? Tang Bin cautiously glanced at Gao Wei, clearly alluding to the 5-member team. Gao Wei's team was formidable and had long served the management at Xiongfeng base, thus well known among the personnel there. It seems likely. The vanguard must have come to gather intelligence. Gu Lingyu waved her hand dismissively. The newcomers had indicated a desire to converse with the boss, and it was highly probable they sought to fulfill this purpose. Should we expel them all? Upon hearing this, Tang Bin's expression immediately turned frigid, his gaze towards Gao Wei's team intensifying with a hint of severity. Just a couple of days prior, he had advanced to the 4th tier. Although his team's overall strength paled in comparison to Gao Wei's, he was unafraid of a confrontation should it arise. Beside him, Xiao Rui nodded in agreement, holding Gao Wei's team in even less regard. Now residing in the resort without any worries about his family's situation, he felt emboldened, even unafraid of the Xiongfeng base. Gu Lingyu glanced back at the lobby, noticing that the guests had mostly returned, gathering to observe the unfolding events. She nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed time for dinner. It would be unwise to let their presence affect her appetite. She had intentionally awaited the return of the ability users to ensure that everyone could witness the consequences of causing trouble in the resort. With the increasing number of guests, it was inevitable that some might harbor ulterior motives. Thus, it was prudent to quell any potential disturbances early on. Seemingly nonchalantly, Gu Lingyu waved her hand, and in an instant, the arcs of electricity surrounding Gao Wei's 5 members dissipated. Although they bore no visible injuries from being electrocuted for nearly half an hour, the fleeting moment of relief was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of numbness that compelled them to collapse onto the ground. The sharp pain in their knees elicited pained expressions, and their faces, still tinged with the lingering effects of the shock, contorted into a comical yet grotesque display. To think you would resort to such an act of contrition, it seems your wits have not been entirely consumed by the undead, a voice resonated before them. Gu Lingyu had strolled forward, coming to a halt directly before Gao Wei and his team, compelling them to kneel before her. Gao Wei and his companions looked up abruptly, meeting Gu Lingyu's gaze, which bore an unmistakable air of condescension coupled with a mocking smile. The audacity of her demand for their submission ignited a surge of indignation within them. Yet, as memories of their recent torment resurfaced, an agonizing experience that had lasted a full 30 minutes, the embers of their anger were swiftly extinguished. They had endured unimaginable suffering, and if given the chance to relive that moment, they would undoubtedly refrain from provoking this enigmatic woman again. She was far from the easy target she appeared to be. The notion that she lacked abilities was a mere deception. The flicker of defiance within them faded, and when they cast another glance at Gu Lingyu, the bravado they had exhibited upon entering was entirely absent. A mere exchange of glances was sufficient for them to avert their eyes, unable to withstand her presence. Observing their retreat, Gu Lingyu offered a chilling smile. Begone. Should you return, I shall not be so lenient. Lenient? They had been subjected to an electric assault for half an hour. But wait, they had come here on a mission. Hold on, we have matters to discuss. Gao Wei thought, recalling the backing of the Xiongfeng base, his earlier confidence rekindling, albeit slightly. However, the bravado he clung to was of little consequence to Gu Lingyu. But I have no desire to listen. With a faint smile, Gu Lingyu discerned the demeanor of the group before her, fully aware that the Xiongfeng base would not speak favorably of them. Otherwise, they would not have presented such an attitude upon their first encounter. As soon as Gu Lingyu finished her remark, Tang Bin and Xiao Rui, standing flanking her, exchanged glances and promptly strode towards Gao Wei. The rest of their teammates followed suit, converging on the members behind Gao Wei. Witnessing this throng approach, Gao Wei felt a tightening in his chest, especially as Xiao Rui led the charge. Xiao Rui was indeed present, and he appeared to be utterly subservient to that female proprietor. In his prime, Gao Wei had struggled against Xiao Rui. Now, weakened and still recovering, he felt a surge of anxiety. He hastily shouted, "We are here representing the Xiongfeng base. Our management has matters to discuss with you. Unworthy of consideration, drag them out." Gu Lingyu replied dismissively, the latter part of her statement directed at Xiao Rui and his companions. With her sanction, Xiao Rui and his associates wasted no time. Each seized an arm of Gao Wei's team, dragging them toward the exit of the resort. Chapter 84, while others initiate with mere verbal sparring. This fellow commenced with a full-on assault. After a brief moment, Gao Wei had barely regained his composure when he attempted to resist. However, he was met with Xiao Rui's icy voice at his side. "I advise you to leave quietly. Otherwise, when the altercation begins, you may find it difficult to depart on your own 2 feet. Gao Wei felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to meet the menacing glare in Xiao Rui's eyes. What had transpired? This was the same individual who had previously exhibited a disinterest in all matters at the Xiongfeng base, solely focused on his team and family. Yet now, upon arriving at this resort, he had transformed into someone so assertive. Remarkably, the female proprietor had not even uttered a word, and Xiao Rui had already taken charge, directly confronting him. It was well known that during his time at the Xiongfeng base, Xiao Rui had been notoriously difficult to manage, prompting countless complaints from the administration over the years regarding his unyielding nature. Were it not for Xiao Rui's formidable prowess, the management might have taken action against him long ago, for he had shown nothing but contempt for their authority. Frustration welled within Gao Wei. But upon glancing at the composed figure of the female proprietor and his captors on either side, he recalled the torment he had just endured and ultimately chose silence. He would remember these individuals. Upon his return, he would ensure to relay his grievances to the management. Did they truly believe that a mere gathering of several hundred could rival the Xiongfeng base? Among the 500 or 600 present, a considerable portion were ordinary individuals. How could they possibly contend with the 1,000-strong army of empowered individuals from the Xiongfeng base? No matter how enigmatic the female proprietor appeared, or how formidable Xiao Rui's strength, what could it amount to? Xiao Rui, despite his prowess, was merely a fifth-tier empowered individual. Could the female proprietor truly stand against 1,000? As these thoughts consumed him, Gao Wei found himself unceremoniously flung out of the resort's secure confines by Xiao Rui and Tang Bin, with a resounding bang, followed by 4 successive thuds. The entire Gao Wei squad found themselves unceremoniously cast onto the street, landing hard on their backsides, their faces contorted in pain and humiliation. Not only were they suffering physical discomfort, but they also felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace. Today was undoubtedly a day of public embarrassment for them, having been electrically shocked for half an hour in front of everyone, only to be unceremoniously ejected moments later. What made matters worse was that the majority of the onlookers were from the Xiongfeng base, making their humiliation all the more acute. Feeling utterly humiliated, Gao Wei and his companions scrambled to their feet and hastily turned to leave. Before departing, Gao Wei could not resist declaring, "I will ensure the management hears about today's events. Do you really expect those gluttonous pigs, who have long forgotten the art of combat, to avenge you?" Tang Bin, overhearing this, let out a derisive laugh, which elicited a chorus of mockery from the surrounding crowd. A significant portion of the resort's inhabitants had gathered to witness the spectacle, most of whom had previously relocated from the Xiongfeng base. They reveled in the moment, laughter echoing as they observed the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Tang Bin's scornful remarks, Gao Wei's expression soured further, and just as he was about to retort, he caught sight of Xiao Rui beside Tang Bin, who was wielding a formidable wind scythe that had already taken shape. Gao Wei's eyes widened, and he swallowed the words he had been on the verge of expressing. Engaging in a verbal spar would undoubtedly lead to physical repercussions. Cursing inwardly, he lamented not having recognized Xiao Rui's formidable nature earlier, while others began with mere banter. This individual had immediately resorted to unleashing his full power. Ultimately, Gao Wei dared not utter a threat, merely casting a glance at the gathering energy around them before retreating in disgrace. As the 5 members of Gao Wei's squad fled in a panic, the resort erupted with jubilant cheers. For those who had transitioned from the Xiongfeng base, today marked a significant and reassuring event. They had not only witnessed the ancient proprietor take decisive action against disruptors, but had also observed the collective determination to safeguard their new sanctuary. Such a paradise resort instilled a sense of security in everyone, filling their hearts with hope for the future. Yet amidst this atmosphere of celebration, at the rear of the crowd near the corner of the resort, a group of suspicious individuals quietly slipped away. Just as Tang Bin was about to turn and engage in conversation, his gaze fell upon their furtive movements. His eyes sharpened as he focused on the direction in which Gao Wei's squad had vanished, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized the arm of Xiao Mingzhi. "Mingzhi, come with me." As the exuberance of the crowd began to subside, Xiao Rui finally found a moment to breathe. He had been swarmed with conversations and had scarcely had time to consider anything else. Just as he intended to summon Tang Bin to approach the ancient proprietor, he turned only to find Tang Bin had vanished, and a quick glance around revealed that Xiao Mingzhi was also missing. Where are Tang Bin and Mingzhi? He wondered aloud, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the two. At that moment, Xiao Mingfei interjected. "Captain Tang called for my brother and said they had something to attend to before leaving the safety zone." The reason she did not intervene earlier was that it was Tang Bin who called out to her elder brother. Although Tang Bin had just ascended to the 4th tier, his actions and character were highly reliable, which allowed her to feel at ease letting her brother accompany him. However, if it were only her unreliable elder brother on his own, she would certainly have kept a closer watch. Venturing outside the safety zone at this moment, Xiao Rui paused, lifting her gaze to the sky, which was already darkening. Indeed, they had said they would return shortly. Xiao Mingfei was also somewhat taken aback, uncertain as to why Tang Bin had specifically chosen to bring Xiao Mingzhi along. To which direction had they departed? Xiao Rui furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of unease. The nighttime apocalypse was perilous, especially with only the two of them. She wished she had been more vigilant. "Over there," Xiao Mingfei pointed, and Xiao Rui followed her gesture, her eyes now reflecting deeper concern and contemplation. Over there lay the direction in which Gao Wei's team had left. Meanwhile, not far from the resort, a group of frustrated individuals was angrily making their way down the street. Who would have thought that wretched woman was actually the boss? One team member from Gao Wei's squad cursed vehemently as he smashed a zombie's skull, his eyes ablaze with fury. Who could have anticipated this? At that moment, the woman had clearly exhibited no abilities, no energy fluctuations whatsoever, and yet, she suddenly unleashed such an attack. It was utterly bizarre. Indeed, even when she electrocuted us, there was no trace of any energy fluctuations from her. How on earth did she manage that? Perhaps she possesses some hidden ability to mask her energy signatures. Who would have guessed she was playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger? Damn it. One team member could not help but speculate. Chapter 85. Whispers of warning. There is certainly a possibility. Damn it. What an embarrassment we face today. We made such a fool of ourselves in front of those useless individuals. Not just an embarrassment. That electric shock was truly excruciating. I still feel off even now. The mention of the electric shock brought a look of lingering fear to the faces of the team members. That half hour of being electrocuted was nothing short of a nightmare for them. They absolutely did not wish to endure a second round. By the end, they felt as if their brains had gone numb. They could think of nothing but the pain. If the sensation of the electric shock had not been so deeply etched in their memories, they would not have been so easily appeased. Yet, as they discussed this shocking incident, Gao Wei suddenly sensed something amiss. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke up. "Don't you find it strange? Since that woman possesses such power, why didn't she use it when she first encountered us? Instead, she went through the trouble of throwing a speaker to torment us? Indeed, she could have simply electrocuted us right away. Why waste that equipment?" Prompted by Gao Wei's reminder, many team members began to express their confusion, their expressions revealing doubt. Electrocution would have been more convenient. Plus, it was so tormenting. The speaker who spoke bore an expression of trepidation. This raises a truly puzzling question. Could it be that at that time she was unable to use that trick? It's possible, but surely she could have employed other methods? Why did she clearly appear displeased at that moment, yet still turn and leave, merely sneaking away with the speaker? Indeed, observing that woman's reaction today, she hardly seemed the type to endure grievances, as she promptly retorted against us. Confounded, the 5 members of the team wore expressions of bewilderment. But before they could discern any clarity, their attention was drawn to the commotion arising from the street behind them. The sounds were unmistakably those of the living, not the undead. Recalling the earlier humiliation at the resort, the members of Gao Wei's team felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Xiao Rui's group might emerge to stir trouble. Who goes there? As Gao Wei's team turned, they instinctively summoned their abilities, ready to unleash them upon the approaching figure. Captain Gao, please spare us. It's us. The newcomer hastily called out, anxious about attracting zombies while also fearing a beating. His frantic gestures were quite amusing. Upon recognizing the person, Gao Wei furrowed his brow and dissipated his energy. As the group drew closer, he spoke with evident irritation. Wang Chong, what brings you here? Greetings, Captain. Wang Chong replied, slightly hunched over, exuding a sense of ingratiation. I just happened to be out on a mission and arrived in this vicinity. What do you want? We're quite busy and have no time for idle chit-chat. Gao Wei's mood was already foul, and his tone reflected his irritation. Actually, it's like this. Wang Chong hesitated, pondering whether to speak up. But recalling the recent embarrassment Gao Wei's team faced at the resort, he wondered if revealing that he and his group were also present would lead to a beating. Despite his apprehension, the prospect of making amends spurred him to press on. We were also at that resort just now. Indeed, the moment those words left his lips, the expressions of Gao Wei's team darkened palpably, and soon one could no longer contain his anger. Xiao, Wang Chong, you fool. Since you were there, why didn't you lend a hand? Are you tired of living? You stood by and watched, reveling in my embarrassment, didn't you? Once more, the team's abilities surged, and several members were on the verge of striking out. Gao Wei's face mirrored their displeasure, showing no inclination to restrain his team. Wait. Please, let me explain. Wang Cheng's team turned pale with fear. Listen to me, brothers. I was actually undercover. If I had revealed myself earlier, it would have compromised our position. Undercover? Seeing the members of Gao Wei's team halt, Wang Chong quickly continued. Yes, indeed. We noticed personnel from Xiongfeng base relocating their families, so we disguised ourselves as ordinary guests to infiltrate and gather intelligence. Regarding the earlier situation, you all know our abilities are inadequate. Revealing ourselves would have been futile. Thus, we thought it prudent to maintain our cover to gather more information. Wang Cheng's subsequent remarks were met with disbelief from Gao Wei's team, who erupted in a chorus of scorn. Your words are more melodious than a song. Coward. Get lost. Enough. Silence. Gao Wei's authoritative voice finally quelled the uproar. Although he too was skeptical of Wang Cheng's nonsensical claims, he found himself intrigued by the earlier part of the conversation. With a somber gaze, he scrutinized Wang Chong, pondering. So, you are quite familiar with the situation at the resort? To a considerable extent. We have been residing there for several days. Wang Chong intended to boast, but upon encountering Gao Wei's grim expression, he prudently opted for a more conservative assertion. Upon hearing that Wang Cheng's team had been at the resort for several days, Gao Wei began to lend some credence to his words. Their mission was to gather intelligence on the Taoyuan resort, and regrettably, they had not procured much useful information. If they returned empty-handed, they would undoubtedly face reprimands from their superiors. However, if they could bring back insights from Wang Cheng's team regarding the resort, it would at least signify the completion of their mission. With this in mind, Gao Wei's demeanor softened somewhat as he addressed Wang Chong in a tone reminiscent of bestowing a favor. Very well. Accompany us back to report your findings. Ensure that you relay all the information you have gathered. Should you withhold anything, we shall not show you mercy. Yes. Rest assured, Brother Gao. We will certainly disclose everything we have learned. Wang Chong responded eagerly, nodding with a smile. Who is your brother? You are not worthy of being my subordinate. Gao Wei had no intention of granting Wang Chong such familiarity, yet recognizing the potential utility of the individual, he refrained from being overly harsh. On the second-floor ledge of a nearby building, 2 shadows stealthily pressed against the wall, listening intently to the muffled voices emanating from the open window above. Chapter 86. The Xiongfeng base sets its sights on the resort after a short while. The voices faded away, and only then did the 2 shadows stir and rise. Did you catch that? One shadow began to speak, but suddenly turned sharply towards the door, issuing a cautious hiss. Who is there? Step forward. It is I. A deep, measured voice resonated, and in the next moment, Xiao Rui's figure appeared at the door. Boss, Captain Xiao, what brings you here? Xia Mingzhi and Tang Bin exclaimed in unison, their surprise at Xiao Rui's unexpected arrival evident as they exhaled in relief. I heard from Mingfei that you two had come this way. I was concerned and decided to follow. Xiao Rui, relieved to see them safe, approached the window and gazed in the direction where Gao Wei and the others had vanished. Apologies for causing you worry, Captain, Tang Bin explained. Earlier, at the entrance of the resort, I noticed peculiar movements from Wang Cheng's team, so I thought it prudent to follow, and fortunately, Mingzhi's keen senses led me to invite him along. Thankfully, Captain Tang was vigilant. Did you manage to gather any information? Xiao Rui had arrived too late. Although he had witnessed Gao Wei's departure, he had not caught any of their conversation. Moments ago, eavesdropping by the window were Tang Bin and Xia Mingzhi. Upon seeing Xiao Rui inquire, Xia Mingzhi promptly relayed the information they had just overheard. The members of Wang Cheng's team, it turned out, were indeed up to no good. Tang Bin's expression was frosty, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. Since arriving at the resort, his demeanor had grown increasingly sharp, akin to a sword unsheathed, finally piercing through the haze obscuring their path. There was no need to be angered by them. It was simply not worth it. Fortunately, he had previously discussed this matter with Boss Gu, who must have already taken precautions. It seemed likely that they would not uncover much intelligence, mostly information that was already common knowledge. Xiao Rui offered a comforting remark. Indeed, the mystery surrounding the resort was well known to all. Yet no one had managed to unveil its secrets, and Wang Chang's team was certainly no exception. Tang Bin considered this and felt somewhat reassured. As twilight deepened, Xiao Rui suggested they return and inform Boss Gu to see how she would decide. Glancing outside, he noted the encroaching darkness. Had this been before the apocalypse, the streetlights would have been illuminating the paths by now. Yet, now the streets lay in eerie silence. Upon returning to the resort, the trio immediately conveyed their findings to Gu Lingyu. As they had anticipated, Boss Gu appeared unconcerned, evidently not placing much significance on the activities of the Xiongfeng base. Witnessing her reaction brought them a measure of comfort. The night passed, and on the following morning, the Galway team returned with Wang Chang's team. Nighttime operations were fraught with peril, forcing them to seek refuge in a relatively safe location for the night, continuing their journey only after dawn broke. However, this night left Wang Chang's team filled with grievances and discomfort. Though only a few days had elapsed, the resort's comfort had already captured their hearts, and returning to the outdoors left them all discontented. Should the Xiongfeng base succeed in seizing the resort, they would become instrumental in providing critical intelligence, thus earning substantial rewards, perhaps even policies of exemption that would herald a new era of prosperity for them. Even if the Xiongfeng base ultimately failed to conquer the resort, they could still return undetected, their past actions shrouded in secrecy. This was their true objective, believing themselves to be infallibly cunning. The mere thought of this scheme made Wang Chang's team unable to suppress their admiration for their own cleverness. Upon their return to the Xiongfeng base, they found the management still asleep. It was not until nearly noon that they observed the managers emerging, each accompanied by their respective partners, enjoying breakfast while awaiting their report. Looking at the lavish spread before them, Wang Chang's team felt no hunger. Had this been before, they would have been salivating at the sight, but now they had no appetite at all. The meal they had the previous day had far surpassed what the managers were feasting upon. However, in the presence of the women accompanying the managers, the members of Wang Chang's team could not help but have their eyes gleam with excitement, pondering the possibilities that lay ahead. Gao Wei's team had little to report, as they had barely entered the resort before being incapacitated by the electric shock. Consequently, the onus of reporting fell upon Wang Chang's group. What? You claim the food at the resort is far superior to what we have on this table, and that everyone can partake? The corpulent manager's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be jesting. Who would take such nonsense seriously? Are you attempting to deceive us into punishment? Rest assured, we speak the truth. The members of Wang Chang's team hastily interjected, eager to vindicate themselves, yet lamentably, they had left in such haste that they had not even brought a boxed meal with them. In reality, they had gone 2 meals without food. Fortunately, although Gao Wei's team had not entered the dining area, they had glimpsed through the expansive glass windows, catching sight of the abundant offerings within the restaurant. As the managers learned that Gao Wei's team had also seen the lavish spread, even their skepticism began to wane. If Wang Chang's team had been deemed unreliable, that could be dismissed, but if Gao Wei's team had witnessed the same, the situation as credibility was indeed in question. You assert that the rooms there have electricity and water? That zombies cannot penetrate the resort? There is a protective shield? That the supermarket offers everything, including an antidote for zombie toxins and enhancement serums? The managers bombarded them with inquiries, their incredulity growing. What have we heard? How can we possibly believe this? But esteemed leaders, we assure you, our words are genuine. If you summon any awakened abilities who have visited the resort, they will undoubtedly verify our claims. Wang Chang's team urgently sought to substantiate their statements. Every day, awakened individuals were transporting their families to the resort, and those who made multiple trips to deliver others surely possessed some knowledge of the circumstances. With this in mind, it would seem that Wang Chang's team would not dare to deceive them. The managers exchanged glances, grappling with the implausibility of the revelations they had just encountered. After much deliberation, they ultimately resolved to take decisive action. We must seize this opportunity. If such a splendid place exists, we cannot allow it to slip away. The largest manager slammed his hand on the table, his excitement palpable as he envisioned the myriad delicacies awaiting him. Old Five is right. We must secure such a place. Otherwise, when Rong Yang and Ming Guang discover it, we will be left with nothing. Indeed, there is no need for further hesitation. Let us mobilize our forces and occupy that location. We shall ascertain the truth for ourselves. How dare they attempt to take our people from the Xiongfeng base? This is a chance to show that ancient owner a thing or two and remind those fools below who truly holds the reins. Agreed. Since there are no objections, it is settled. Tomorrow, we shall begin assembling our personnel, and once we have gathered enough, we will seize that wretched resort. Among those present, the most delighted are undoubtedly the Gao Wei team and the Wang Chang team. The Gao Wei team is filled with hopes of vengeance, while the Wang Chang team is eager to achieve merit. The order spread swiftly throughout the Xiongfeng base, and as night fell, everyone who was to return had already done so. Upon learning this news, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others were filled with trepidation. Those elated were primarily sycophants of the management. They had heard much about the resort's allure, and now that the management was preparing to deploy forces, it would soon belong to the Xiongfeng base, ensuring their share of its benefits. In contrast, those who were anxious were the individuals on the verge of relocation or preparing to move. For them, the Xiongfeng base had long instilled a sense of dread, yet they had never encountered the resort. The uncertainty left them in a state of unease throughout the night, until the next day when the abilities users returning from the resort arrived to provide updates. Although these returning individuals were also somewhat apprehensive, the majority chose to continue their relocation while bringing news back to the resort to inform Gu Lingyu. Boss Gu, do you have confidence? The anxiously returning abilities users looked to Gu Lingyu, clearly hoping for some reassuring words. Gu Lingyu had never disappointed his patrons. Rest assured, the resort is an absolutely secure area. Even if they come with forces, they will never breach the resort. Really? Is that true? The patron's eyes brightened with cautious hope. Trust me, have I ever deceived you? Gu Lingyu smiled gently, his face radiating a sense of calm that inexplicably reassured those around him. Seeing this, the patrons felt a measure of relief and began to disperse, contemplating how to expedite the relocation of their remaining family members. The thought of leaving loved ones behind at the Xiongfeng base in the event of conflict was unsettling. Organizing personnel from the base generally requires a day or two for preparation, as most abilities users are typically out gathering resources. Xiao Rui discussed the situation at the base, particularly at Xiongfeng, where the exploitation was so severe that abilities users had little time to rest and would seize any opportunity to venture out. Gathering enough personnel might take 3 to 4 days. However, this also depends on how many personnel Xiongfeng base intends to deploy. If the numbers are fewer, the time required to assemble them could be shortened. Tang Bin analyzed the situation. Currently, we have just over 300 abilities users at the resort. To establish a numerical advantage, Xiongfeng base must muster at least 500 abilities users. The number of personnel at the resort is no secret, and the Wangchang team will undoubtedly relay this intelligence back to the base. Indeed, Xiao Rui nodded in agreement, acknowledging that to gather 500 individuals, the Xiongfeng base would require at least 3 days, indicating a deficiency in the management's capability and authority, which hindered their ability to mobilize personnel as swiftly as Rong Yang and Ming Guang. Gu Lingyu listened attentively, nodding in contemplation. Despite her previous life experiences, she recognized that each base possessed unique circumstances, and acquiring additional knowledge could only be beneficial. However, her primary concern lay not with Xiongfeng, but rather with the other 2 bases. The prospect of an assault on the resort itself did not overly trouble her. Her apprehensions were consistently directed towards other potential threats to the resort. Glancing at her ability level and the points in her account, she furrowed her brow in hesitation. Perhaps it would be prudent to enhance her abilities when the time necessitated it. For now, there was no urgency. Given her former prowess, she required minimal adjustment time, especially since her training had not waned recently. Boss Gu, should we commence gathering personnel in advance to fortify against the Xiongfeng base? Xiao Rui broached the subject. Gu Lingyu pondered momentarily, smiling as she replied, if they are merely targeting the resort, there is no cause for alarm. Nevertheless, it would be wise to remind everyone to remain vigilant outside. If anything seems amiss, they should return to the resort immediately. Tang Bin and Xiao Rui exchanged glances, a flicker of understanding passing between them. In the subsequent 2 to 3 days, the number of visitors to the resort diminished, not as many as before. Yet the arrivals did not cease entirely. Some were apprehensive, while others were eager to depart. Tension mounted on both sides, just as Tang Bin and Xiao Rui had surmised. The Xiongfeng base required 3 days solely to mobilize their forces, during which time the personnel at the resort continued to grow. All new arrivals were filtering in from the Xiongfeng base, which was acutely aware of this situation, compelling them to wait another day before proceeding. After welcoming another wave of departing abilities, they finally assembled a force of 600 superpowered individuals, setting out early on the 5th day towards the resort. News of the Xiongfeng base's deployment had been relayed the previous evening by the superpowered individuals who had transferred over, leading to a day when nearly all the ability users at the resort remained indoors, opting to stay and collectively prepare for the imminent conflict. Although Boss Gu had reassured them not to worry, the stakes concerning their new sanctuary rendered it impossible for anyone to feel entirely at ease. Such a formidable assembly of ability users posed little threat from the zombies they encountered along the way, unless they stumbled upon hordes that outnumbered them significantly. Otherwise, they anticipated no substantial issues. The densely populated city harbored numerous large zombie groups, yet the base had strategically chosen locations that avoided such perilous areas. Shortly after lunch, all guests at the resort were gathered in the rest area, none daring to venture out, anxiously awaiting developments. The ability users stationed near the entrance were fully equipped, weapons in hand, poised for action at a moment's notice. After a brief interval, a team rushed in from outside, immediately commencing their report on the situation. They have already arrived 2 streets away. Indeed, there are approximately 600 individuals, and they will be here shortly. Chapter 88. Threat who is leading the group? Xiao Rui inquired. It is the brother of that dog-like manager, surnamed Gua. Upon hearing this name, many members of the Xiongfeng base displayed anger upon their faces. Neither of these brothers is of good character. Indeed, one lacks humanity, while the other wields power through intimidation. Were it not for his brother occupying the position of the base's top manager, how could a mere 3rd-tier ability user, who has never fought, take on the role of a leader? From the fervent expressions of the crowd, Gu Lingyu could discern that the impending leader is likely not a virtuous individual. Tang Bin then recounted the circumstances surrounding this Commander Gua. The Xiongfeng base has 5 managers, originally part of the same team of ability users. After the establishment of the base, the team leader naturally ascended to the role of the head among the managers. This Commander Gua is the younger brother of the chief manager. Originally, he was not an ability user, but awakened only after the base was founded. At that time, under the protection of the chief manager, he no longer needed to venture out to gather resources. Thus, although he is a 3rd-tier ability user, he has never engaged in battle, and his strength has been nurtured with crystal cores provided by the chief manager. Relying on the support of the chief manager, Commander Gua often indulges in oppressing others, and many survivors within the base have suffered at his hands, leading to significant resentment towards him. Gu Lingyu nodded, a cold smile gracing her lips. It seems that the chief manager is rather confident about this operation, otherwise he would not have sent out his precious younger brother. The purpose of Commander Gua's arrival may extend beyond mere showmanship. Tang Bin hesitated for a moment, casting a glance toward a figure at the entrance. In fact, Commander Gua and Captain Xiao had previously had some grievances. After some more conversation between Gu Lingyu and Tang Bin, an uproar arose at the entrance. They have arrived. As soon as the words left their mouths, a group of fully armed ability users stood up in unison, heading towards the entrance. Some positioned themselves within the 2-meter safety zone outside the entrance, while others, due to space constraints, remained inside the door, anxiously peering outside. Meanwhile, the ordinary people in the resort stayed quietly in the resting area, nervously observing their loved ones and the situation outside. Before long, a clamor of footsteps echoed from outside. And once the footsteps ceased, a chorus of shouts ensued. However, shortly after, both sides began to hurl insults at each other. Although the distance was considerable, separated by glass walls and a human barricade, Gu Lingyu could not quite catch what was being said by the opposing side. Nevertheless, judging by the agitated reactions of her own team of ability users, she could easily surmise that the adversaries had not uttered anything kind. Otherwise, there would not have been an immediate exchange of insults. Gu Lingyu slowly rose, leisurely adjusting her attire before stepping outside. Beyond the resort, a formidable assembly of ability users loomed at the intersection, a formidable force of 600 individuals, exuding considerable presence. In the center of the formation, a platform had even been erected, standing a person's height, with just enough space for one individual to sit. At this moment, atop the elevated platform sat a corpulent man, his face adorned with excess flesh, gazing with disdain at the abilities users gathered before the grand entrance. However, when his gaze shifted to the glass wall behind them, a greedy glint surfaced in his eyes. This individual was none other than Commander Gua, the elder brother of the chief administrator of the Xiongfeng base. As June approached, the weather had grown oppressively hot. Even an ordinary person would break into a sweat after a brief spell outdoors, let alone such a rotund figure enduring the midday sun. Beads of perspiration continuously formed on Commander Gua's forehead, requiring him to wring out his handkerchief at intervals, and soon he found himself unable to endure the discomfort any longer. Just as he was on the verge of expressing his irritation, he noticed the crowd at the resort's entrance gradually parting, creating a path for a group of figures emerging. At the forefront was a slender figure, her long hair cascading down her back, her beauty striking and her powerful, confident aura capturing the attention of all. The moment she appeared, the atmosphere shifted into a profound silence, with all eyes drawn to her. Yet, despite the multitude of gazes fixed upon her, she remained unfazed, gracefully advancing until she stood directly before the barrier. Commander Gua's eyes widened in astonishment. In this post-apocalyptic world, such exquisite beauty still existed. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his gaze shifting with an insidious hunger. Yet recalling the intel regarding the resort's enigmatic owner, he quickly comprehended. So, you are the proprietor of this resort, Miss Gu Lingyu? Indeed, she replied languidly, her tone devoid of enthusiasm for further words. However, Commander Gua, oblivious to her indifference, puffed up with an air of self-satisfaction, lifting his chin to reveal the numerous layers of his double chin. With an expression of arrogance, he proclaimed, I am Commander Gua of the Xiongfeng base, here specifically to lead a team of abilities users to take over this paradise resort. Upon finishing his statement, he directed a condescending look at Gu Lingyu, convinced that his grandiose declaration would leave her flustered, allowing him to present her with enticing offers to secure her compliance. Yet, the reality starkly contrasted with his expectations. Observing Gu Lingyu's unchanging demeanor, calm and composed, he furrowed his brow, his tone taking on a more menacing edge. Our Xiongfeng base is the largest Tier 3 base in Haishur, boasting 2,000 to 3,000 abilities users. Protecting your so-called resort is hardly a challenge. He emphasized the word protect, his threatening tone laden with implications. Anyone could discern that this so-called protection subtly hinted at the ease with which the Xiongfeng base could launch an assault on the resort, should they choose to do so. Despite the weight of his words, Gu Lingyu remained silent, simply observing him with a tranquil gaze, offering no reaction. Commander Gua's brow knitted in irritation as he sensed her lack of response. For a beauty such as Miss Gu, I am typically quite accommodating. If you agree to come with me tonight, my 600 abilities users will certainly refrain from any aggression towards the resort. Otherwise, the modest establishment owned by Boss Gu would hardly withstand the barrage unleashed by my 600-strong contingent. The menacing undertones in Commander Gua's words grew increasingly palpable, and his intentions were unmistakably clear. The notion of accompanying him tonight was devoid of subtlety, and the lewd expression on his face was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, the abilities users at the resort were instantly incensed, casting furious glares at Commander Gua. Had it not been for Gu Lingyu's silence, they would have already unleashed their ire. Not only did he covet their boss Gu, he also sought to seize the resort, while cloaked in the euphemism of taking over. It was nothing less than an act of usurpation. Yet, in the face of Commander Gua's blatant remarks, Gu Lingyu remained unperturbed, simply observing him with a quiet composure. She noticed his expression darkening, feeling as if he were a jester conversing with the air. At the moment he was on the verge of an explosive outburst. Gu Lingyu finally spoke, albeit not to Commander Gua, but to Tang Bin beside her. Is this Xiongfeng base truly so formidable that even a fat pig can speak? The room fell into a stunned silence. Not only did the others struggle to process her words, but even Tang Bin was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Boss Gu. After all this time, this is the sentiment you've gleaned? At least offer a hint or a script. This sudden remark caught me completely off guard. Gu Lingyu noticed Tang Bin's bewilderment, and, finding it amusing, added, Does the Xiongfeng base possess pigs that not only dream, but also converse in their dreams? At this, Tang Bin, finally jolted back to reality, turned to behold Commander Gua's face, which resembled a liver in color from rage, and instantly beamed with a radiant smile. He quickly chimed in, unabashedly matching the imposing presence of his formidable boss Gu in a duet of banter. Ordinary pigs cannot speak, but the distinguished fat pigs at Xiongfeng base can indeed murmur in their dreams, relishing particularly grandiose fantasies. Their seemingly earnest exchange was, in truth, a volley of mockery, which ultimately brought everyone back to their senses. Laughter erupted from the resort, with attendees striving to outdo one another in volume, as if to ensure Commander Gua could hear them. Even within the ranks of the abilities users from Xiongfeng base, many were reminded of Commander Guo's physique and struggled to suppress their laughter, each one finding it increasingly difficult to contain themselves. Yet, among all present, the sole figure unable to summon a smile was Commander Guo atop the platform. His expression darkened completely, his gaze towards Gu Lingyu radiating unbridled fury. Since his brother ascended to the management of Xiongfeng base, no one had ever dared to insult or mock him so brazenly. I see you are inviting trouble. Do you think these discarded individuals from my Xiongfeng base can possibly withstand my elite force of abilities users? Ridiculous. This long-haired, narrow-minded woman believes that a touch of allure in the company of a few men can rival the might of my Xiongfeng base. Commander Guo seethed in a furious tirade. However, the farcical demeanor of that clown did not even catch the attention of Gu Lingyu. With a gaze full of sarcasm, Gu Lingyu swept her eyes over Commander Guo, then turned to Tang Bin and mocked. Even the pigs at the Xiongfeng base are clad in suits. It's astonishing they could find such large sizes. Tang Bin quickly chimed in, shaking his head and laughing. This suit is truly remarkable. It hasn't even burst apart. I believe I can hear the lament of that suit. Their unabashed ridicule of Commander Guo provoked another wave of laughter from the previously furious ability users at the resort, who pointed and jeered at him, unabashedly expressing their disdain and disgust. Commander Guo, incensed, felt the flesh on his face tremble with fury. He raised his thick finger, trembling as he pointed towards Gu Lingyu, and growled. Do you really think that by gathering this bunch of useless individuals and allying with Team Xiaorui, you are worthy to challenge me? Abruptly, he shifted his ire towards Xiaorui, his expression brimming with menace. Xiaorui, you ought to be aware that the strength of Xiongfeng is not something this petty shop can rival. Are you not ashamed to be associated with a woman? Return to Xiongfeng and I assure you, there will be no shortage of women for you. His eyes narrowed, emanating malice and desire. If you let your sister come and be my concubine, I will overlook your past transgressions. With my protection at the Xiongfeng base, you need not fear for a prosperous future. At these words, Xiaorui's countenance turned frigid, an aura of icy rage emanating from him, so palpable that even Gu Lingyu, standing beside him, could sense the turmoil within. The typically composed Xiaorui was visibly provoked by Commander Guo's words. Gu Lingyu glanced at the corpulent figure on the platform. Acknowledging his ability to incite such anger, she placed a hand on Xiaorui's shoulder, saying, Why are you allowing yourself to be angered by a pig? If a pig jostles you, are you to jostle back? Just look at that pathetic figure shouting from the crowd. Do you truly take him seriously? Xiaorui paused, his expression softening slightly, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Commander Guo could no longer contain his rage. Enduring a barrage of both overt and subtle jibes from Gu Lingyu, he completely lost his composure, his face contorted in a grimace of fury. Vile woman, I shall show you who the real waste is, who it is that should not be trifled with. Direct your abilities at them. Today, I demand their demise. With his eyes ablaze, Commander Guo issued a furious command, mobilizing the entire contingent of ability users to launch an offensive. Prior to their departure, the 5 managers had cautioned him to avoid damaging the resort's property, as it all belonged to Xiongfeng base. Yet, in his current state of rage, such considerations were the least of his concerns. His sole desire was to annihilate those who dared to mock him, who had humiliated him in front of others. At his command, the 600-strong force of ability users unleashed a violent surge of power, various abilities shooting forth in an instant, targeting the gathering of ability users at the resort. On the platform, Commander Guo reveled in the spectacle of this grand display of abilities, laughing maniacally with unrestrained delight. In this moment, he was engulfed by an exhilarating sensation of commanding an army of superhumans, reveling in his dominion. This feeling made him believe he was invincible, driving him into a frenzy of obsession. Countless supernatural forces surged forth from the ranks of 600 gifted individuals, relentlessly bombarding the resort ahead. The luminous shadows of their abilities illuminated a radius of several meters, while the rising dust obscured vision, as long as Commander Guo did not call for a halt. The hands of these 600 superhumans remained in motion. It wasn't until a considerable time had passed, prompted by the reminder from his aide, that Commander Guo reluctantly ordered a ceasefire, the thrill of orchestrating the superhuman battalion leaving him reluctant to stop. As he gazed at the dissipating dust, Guo let out a boisterous laugh. This is the fate of those who oppose me. Chapter 90. The absolute safe zone, however. What Commander Guo never anticipated was that amidst the swirling dust, a languid voice emerged. Oh, fate. What fate? Are we to be treated to a fireworks display? His laughter abruptly ceased, akin to a squawking duck suddenly silenced. He widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just heard, staring incredulously toward the resort. That lazy, disdainful female voice sounded hauntingly familiar. At that moment, not only Commander Guo, but all 600 superhumans exhibited expressions of shock, their gazes fixated on the dust-laden resort. A wave of hot wind swept through, hastening the dispersal of the dust and gradually revealing the figures behind it. How could this be possible? They emerged unscathed? Why was this happening? After such a barrage of supernatural attacks, how did they manage this? I aimed directly at them. It should have been impossible to miss. Moreover, with so many standing together, how could not a single one have sustained an injury? Not to mention injuries, they hadn't even torn a corner of their garments. This was utterly bizarre. Panic erupted at the Xiongfeng base, with loud discussions swirling around. Everyone utterly bewildered, their eyes glued to the resort, trying to fathom how they had failed to hit a single target amidst such a large gathering. It was not only the superhuman battalion that was perplexed. Even Commander Guo, seated atop his platform, was confounded. He had witnessed clearly that none of the supernatural forces had veered off course. Yet why did everyone on the resort side appear unscathed? What on earth was happening? What had just transpired? At that moment, a shared question arose amongst all at the Xiongfeng base, their gazes towards the resort filled with uncertainty. In fact, it wasn't just the personnel of the Xiongfeng base. Even the guests at the resort bore expressions of shock and disbelief. God knows, their astonishment was no less than that of those at the Xiongfeng base. When the storm of supernatural forces surged toward them, magnifying in their sight, the superhumans felt an overwhelming dread. For behind them were their families, the newly ignited hope of their homes. They could neither retreat nor evade. At that moment, countless individuals stood resolutely, driven by an unwavering determination to defend their loved ones. They summoned every ounce of strength to erect their extraordinary shields, striving to fend off the onslaught of supernatural assaults, creating a final bastion of protection for those behind them. Meanwhile, the ordinary people gathered in the lounge, huddled together in a state of sheer panic and terror. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the anticipated fierce attack never materialized. The array of shields they had conjured remained unscathed, untouched even by the faintest ripple of residual energy. Only then did the group of extraordinary individuals come to their senses, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld the shimmering waves of energy before them, which had successfully thwarted all supernatural attacks, rendering even the residual energy unable to breach the barrier. It was the protective shield of the Taoyuan resort. The guests had not anticipated that the resort's protective barrier could withstand such supernatural onslaughts. Previously, they had believed its sole function was to keep the zombies at bay. In that moment, the words of the owner regarding the area being absolutely secure took on a profound significance. Having weathered this wave of attacks, the confidence of all present in the resort soared to unprecedented heights. An eruption of jubilant cheers resonated throughout the resort, the thunderous sounds of the supernatural assaults colliding with the protective barrier serving as a dramatic backdrop to their celebration, heightening their excitement. Even as the echoes of the supernatural onslaught faded, the exhilaration within them remained palpable. Their presence in the resort felt like the greatest fortune amidst the apocalypse. Just as everyone was still grappling with the aftermath of the recent attack, Gu Lingyu's mocking voice rang out once more. Is this how you intend to seize my Taoyuan resort? In this day and age, do you dare to dream? Commander Gu jolted back to reality, his expression shifting dramatically as he glared furiously at one of the extraordinary individuals below the platform. You, attack that vile woman. He had been too overwhelmed by the earlier assault to grasp the specifics, but now he was eager to unveil the tricks of this enigmatic owner. The designated extraordinary individual swiftly activated his powers, energy coalescing in his palm. In the next moment, a fireball hurtled towards Gu Lingyu. However, what transpired next left everyone from the Xiongfeng base utterly astounded. The fireball collided with an invisible wall, halted mid-flight before Gu Lingyu, unable to advance a single inch. Moments later, the fireball erupted, scattering sparks that promptly dissipated into the air. Yet even those flickering embers were thwarted by the air barrier, failing to penetrate and pose any danger to those within. This astonishing spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all the extraordinary individuals from the Xiongfeng base, leaving them in sheer astonishment. Goodness, does this resort possess a shield as well? I recall hearing about its protective barrier preventing zombies from entering. But who could have imagined it could also withstand supernatural attacks? How incredible! Despite our relentless barrage of supernatural assaults, the protective barrier remains utterly unscathed. What folly is this? If we cannot even breach their defenses, how can we hope to prevail? The supernatural forces at the Xiongfeng base, after their initial shock, were overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. If they cannot penetrate the enemy's protective barrier, what is the point of continuing? It would be wiser to return home and rest. On the high platform, Commander Guo wore an expression of disbelief. How could this be? He had never heard that the resort's protective barrier possessed such formidable capabilities. How could he seize the resort under these circumstances? Prior to his departure, he had boasted confidently that he would surely conquer the resort. Filled with frustration, Commander Guo's face darkened, but suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he declared resolutely, since supernatural attacks have proven ineffective, we shall charge directly. Everyone, launch an assault. Today we must seize this damn resort. A direct approach? If supernatural abilities are futile, what chance do they have in a physical confrontation? Commander Guo has always been a blundering fool. Is such a decision truly reliable? The supernatural forces at Xiongfeng base exchanged glances, momentarily hesitating. While they held respect for their superior, they were not eager to face imminent danger. Moreover, they were acutely aware of Commander Guo's temperament. Their previous compliance had stemmed from deference to the higher management. But now Chapter 91. The role of the blacklist Commander Guo was taken aback to find his orders met with silence. No one moved. This was an outright affront to his authority. Infuriated by the lack of progress in their assault, Commander Guo's rage boiled over. What is this? Are my words no longer heeded? Do you wish to face punishment upon your return? If the mission fails, let us see how the higher management treats you. Commander Guo took great pride in the fact that his elder brother was a high-ranking official at Xiongfeng base. He considered it his greatest asset. Whenever he invoked the name of the higher management, he felt invincible. And indeed, as expected, the moment he mentioned the higher management, the reluctant supernatural forces below begrudgingly shouldered their weapons and charged toward the resort. Watching the hundreds of combatants brandishing their weapons in a charge, a smile finally returned to Commander Guo's face. After all, if others could enter the resort, there was no reason his forces could not. For this wretched protective barrier was not designed to keep them out. Simultaneously, as the hundreds of supernatural forces from Xiongfeng base advanced, the defenders at the resort grew increasingly tense, gripping their weapons tightly, with many even beginning to prepare their supernatural abilities. Ultimately, the numerical superiority of the Xiongfeng base as forces outweighed those of the resort, especially given that both sides possessed comparable strength. However, before the resort's supernatural defenders could make a move, Gu Lingyu, at the forefront of the crowd, suddenly raised a hand in a gesture of restraint. Why halt the attack? What reason could there be? The enemy is nearly upon us. Although the crowd was filled with doubt, after enduring numerous incidents, their instinctive trust in Boss Gu had solidified. Since Boss Gu had advised against any attacks, it was evident that he had his own reasoning. They simply needed to comply. Amidst their hesitation, Gu Lingyu was in communication with the system. System, blacklist all these individuals outside. Acknowledged. All have been recorded in the blacklist. The system's efficiency was remarkable. Almost instantaneously after Gu Lingyu's command, her screen displayed a lengthy list of names, filling multiple pages. Just as the blacklist was completed, the seemingly formidable team of ability users charged forward. The leading ability users were already less than a meter away from Gu Lingyu. At that moment, the tension among everyone at the resort heightened. Trust was one thing, but anxiety was an inevitable companion. They could even perceive the gleeful and triumphant glint in the eyes of their adversaries. However, in the next instant, a cacophony of collisions erupted, accompanied by anguished cries. The charging ability users collided directly with the protective barrier. Without any preparation or deceleration, they crashed into the barrier as if they had struck a wall, with predictable consequences. Some individuals even rendered themselves unconscious upon impact. The front line, caught off guard, slammed into the wall, leaving them dazed and disoriented, while the next row could hardly react in time, crashing into the individuals ahead. The third row had seen the chaos unfold, their minds catching up. But their bodies could not respond quickly enough. Ultimately, one after another, they crashed into each other, with the foremost individuals nearly adhering to the wall. A chorus of wails and screams filled the air, completely dispelling the earlier bravado. In contrast, the ability users at the resort observed their foes wedged against the protective barrier. Their faces contorted in agony, and they couldn't help but revel in the scene. At this moment, they finally understood why Boss Gu had refrained from allowing them to engage. Wasn't he this far more exhilarating? Their faith in Boss Gu was undoubtedly justified. Gu Lingyu cast a calm glance at the disheveled ability user, whose features had become unrecognizable due to the crush, and spoke with remarkable composure. If you pose a threat to this resort or violate its regulations, being placed on the blacklist will mean you can never enter this resort again. Her words were not directed at the group from the Xiongfeng base, but rather intended for the patrons behind her. Although it seemed that the majority of the customers genuinely wished to remain and enjoy their time at the resort, human nature is unpredictable, and it was inevitable that some might harbor ulterior motives in the future. Thus, her statement served primarily as a warning to the customers. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Regardless of their internal thoughts, they knew they must suppress them for the moment. Casting a glance at the reactions of the crowd, Gu Lingyu nodded in satisfaction before redirecting her gaze forward. Outside the barrier, the human pyramid performance had finally ceased, leaving hundreds sprawled on the ground in disarray, their earlier fervor extinguished, replaced only by a chorus of lamentations. Meanwhile, the superhumans from the Xiongfeng base, positioned further back, stared in shock at the grim scene before them, their eyes filled with trepidation as they beheld the ever-smiling Gu Lingyu. This resort was utterly bizarre. The female proprietor was exceedingly uncanny. Their powers were ineffective, and even approaching the place seemed impossible. How could they possibly fight? On the elevated platform behind, Commander Gu was visibly pale, his gaze fixed on the resort and Gu Lingyu, his eyes vacant and devoid of any clue on how to respond. What in the world was happening? What should they do now? Who could enlighten him? Was retreating in such a shameful manner truly their only option? Until this moment, the usually composed Commander Gu was now flustered, his mind a blank slate, utterly at a loss for how to navigate the current predicament. The vice commander was the first to regain his composure. Noticing the commander's dazed expression, he felt a flicker of disdain but quickly adopted a more urgent tone. Commander Gu, we must order the superhumans in front to withdraw. It's evident that an assault is futile. We cannot penetrate this resort. Let us retreat and devise a new strategy. Huh. Oh yes. All right. Withdraw. Quickly retreat. In his state of confusion, Commander Gu accepted the suggestion without a second thought. Upon receiving the command, the vice commander shouted loudly, urging the superhumans at the resort's forefront to retreat promptly. However, after the tumult they had just caused, could they expect to withdraw smoothly? Did they truly believe that the Peach Blossom Resort was a place where one could come and go as they pleased? Or attack at will? Dear guests, if you seek a target to practice your powers, feel free to engage. Gu Lingyu's cold gaze fell upon the retreating superhumans. Her voice laced with a smile that acted like an exhilarating stimulant, igniting a spark of excitement in the eyes of all the resort's superhumans. Yet, her words resonated within the ears of the Xiongfeng base's superhuman troops like a demonic proclamation, causing a collective shudder among them. They could not reach those within the resort, but those inside the resort could certainly reach them. Chapter 92. Unable to descend for pretense until now, the individuals from the resort had refrained from making a move, and the Xiongfeng base had nearly forgotten this crucial point. However, upon Gu Lingyu's utterance, the expressions of all the superhumans from the Xiongfeng base shifted dramatically. As they turned to retreat, horror washed over them as they noticed the superhumans in front of the resort raising their hands, preparing to unleash their powers. Oh, run. They are about to attack. Hurry. Don't block my way. Panic ensued among the Xiongfeng base's superhumans, each acting as though a demon were at their heels, shoving one another in their frantic quest to escape. Yet, no matter how fast they ran, their speed could never outpace the powers of the superhumans. Before they could take more than a few steps, the first wave of supernatural attacks from the resort had already descended upon them. The situation had abruptly reversed. Just moments ago, the group had been joyously bombarding the resort with their powers, but now they had become living targets in the eyes of their adversaries. In a state of panic, they scattered in all directions while struggling to raise their shields, desperately attempting to withstand this relentless onslaught. Yet, their supernatural shields could not possibly compare to the protective barriers of the resort. Some unfortunate souls were struck multiple times by the attacks, shattering their shields and eliciting cries of anguish, while others, lacking sufficient strength, collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Commander Gu, with a visage painted in terror, gazed ahead. The expanse between him and the resort was now a chaotic scene filled with fleeing base practitioners, each covered in blood, a sight that thoroughly unsettled Commander Gu. He had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. According to his original plan, capturing the resort should have been a straightforward task. Upon his arrival, he expected the opposing side to cower in fear of his formidable prowess and surrender willingly. But now, as a weaker practitioner fell to the ground with a cry, Commander Gu was jolted back to reality. He suddenly lowered his head and hollered in terror at the deputy commander below the platform. "Get me down! Hurry!" The deputy commander, who had initially intended to flee, stumbled at Commander Gu's shout. He had almost forgotten about this foolish figure. Upon looking up, he beheld the imposing Commander Gu, and his expression instantly turned grim. What a foolish pig. Earlier, in a bid to show off, he had insisted on this ridiculous platform, and now it was their subordinates below who were suffering, while he had trapped himself on the platform, hindering their escape. As the supernatural attacks drew ever closer, sweeping toward them, the deputy commander felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. It would not be easy to bring down such a hefty figure. If he were to lag behind and suffer a few supernatural blows, it would be his own misfortune. Just as he contemplated abandoning Commander Gu to make his own escape, he heard another frantic shout from above. "Get me down. If anything happens to me, none of you will return to the base alive." Commander Gu's words caused the deputy commander and several nearby practitioners to freeze in place, recalling the supreme leader's indulgence of this foolish figure. Reluctantly, they began thinking of ways to assist in bringing him down. However, Commander Gu's bulk was simply too exaggerated. Getting him up there had already been a challenge, let alone getting him down. Ironically, Commander Gu was particularly timid, too afraid to jump or climb, leaving everyone on and below the platform in a state of frantic anxiety. As Commander Gu anxiously pondered how to descend from the high platform, in front of the resort, Ling leisurely glanced at the platform and suddenly spoke with a smile. "Captain Xiao, would you like to give that suited fat pig a little gift in return? This is a splendid opportunity." The ancient spirit pointed towards the high platform across, anxiously wanting to descend, but clumsily failing to do so for an extended period, while the gaze directed at Captain Xiao was imbued with a chilling mirth. "If Captain Xiao refrains from intervening, I shall have to reclaim some interest. After all, that fat pig's mouth was rather unsightly." Captain Xiao momentarily paused, his eyes reflecting a deeper gratitude towards the ancient spirit, before his expression hardened, and his sharp gaze swept toward the distant high platform. "A mere pest. How could it tarnish the hands of the esteemed boss Gu? Allow me to handle it." As soon as the words left his lips, the wind scythe materialized in his hand, swirling with the pent-up fury he had long harbored, unleashing a fierce rush of air as it shot forth. The scythe accurately severed the shoulder of Commander Gu atop the platform, blood gushing forth as a grotesquely swollen arm tumbled down. A piercing shriek erupted as Commander Gu clutched his vacant shoulder, howling in agony. Yet, this was not the end. In the next moment, another gust of wind struck him squarely in the face. Though the wind bullet was not large and lacked overwhelming force, it was evidently controlled in its release, yet sufficient to render the lower half of Commander Gu's face a bloody mess. The impact shattered his jaw, silencing him completely. Well executed, the ancient spirit smirked faintly, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. This was a moment of reprisal for Boss Gu. Captain Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. With a fierce expression, he unleashed another wind scythe, which decisively severed Commander Gu's knees. In the next instant, bereft of support, Commander Gu plummeted from the high platform, crashing onto the ground below. Now, he need not worry about descending from the platform. Following this decisive blow, Captain Xiao withdrew, refraining from launching further attacks, nor did he take Commander Gu's life directly. For him, granting Commander Gu a swift end would be an act of mercy. To endure a fate worse than death was the most fitting retribution for this beast. In a world ravaged by calamity, especially one where animosity towards the resort ran deep, the gravely injured Commander Gu could only meet a painful demise. And it would be a particularly excruciating one, as he would have to endure the agony of his severed limbs for a prolonged period. Beneath the distant high platform, Commander Gu writhed in pain, while the vice commander and others stood petrified in terror. What to do now? How could they explain Commander Gu's condition to the higher-ups upon returning? At that moment, amidst the panicked crowd, someone suddenly cried out in horror. "The horde of zombies is approaching. They've attracted the zombies. Run for your lives." The members of Xiongfeng base were struck with alarm, turning their heads to survey the surroundings, only to see numerous zombies roaring and charging towards them. The earlier commotion and the surge of supernatural energy had finally drawn the wandering horde of zombies. Had the crowd been intact from the outset, they might have coped with the number of zombies, but now, with casualties among the supernatural forces of Xiongfeng base, their fighting spirit utterly depleted. How could they withstand such an onslaught? Chapter 93, Entrance Denied. At this moment, the abilities users from the Xiongfeng base were too preoccupied to bother with anything else, fleeing with even greater speed than before, utterly forgetting their original purpose for coming. The vice commander cast a glance at the writhing Commander Guo on the ground, a fierce expression momentarily crossing his face, before he dismissed any lingering doubts and signaled to his teammates to turn and flee. It was no joking matter. There was no time to spare for Commander Guo. Even without 3 limbs, his weight remained a substantial burden. Furthermore, the blood gushing from his wounds would undoubtedly provoke the horde of zombies to pursue them relentlessly. To attempt to carry Commander Guo while escaping was tantamount to courting death. As for how they would report back to the higher management upon returning to the base, such concerns were irrelevant at this moment. If they did not flee now, they might not even have their lives to return with. Observing the scattered retreat of the Xiongfeng base's abilities users, Ling's gaze remained calm and unperturbed. Having chosen to take action against the resort, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Given her current strength, she could have resolved the matter single-handedly, but after contemplation, she opted to conceal her abilities for the time being. Waiting for a more opportune moment might yield even greater results. particularly in her view. This baiting of the Xiongfeng base personnel to act would showcase the resort's defensive capabilities and its control over personnel movement, thereby ensuring the resort's continued development and bolstering customer confidence. Judging by the excited expressions of the resort's guests, this plan was evidently a resounding success. It was the first time the guests realized that the resort's protective barrier could withstand attacks from abilities users, further solidifying their determination to continue living at the resort. Only when the surrounding area was left with wandering and feeding zombies did Gu Lingyu elegantly turn and return to the main hall. The remaining abilities users, after jubilantly celebrating their victory, chose not to leave immediately, but rather gathered in the safe zone outside the entrance, repeatedly stepping out to slay zombies. Whenever the zombies amassed too greatly, they would retreat back to safety, continuing this cycle, their bounty of crystal cores bringing joy to their faces. The zombies around the resort had long been nearly cleared out by the guests residing there. Although zombies tend to wander, the speed of cleansing this area was remarkably swift, far outpacing any replenishment. Now, with a rare group of bait attracting the zombies right at their doorstep, the safety levels were nearly maximized, and they certainly would not miss such a prime opportunity. Remarkably, even before nightfall, the zombies outside were eradicated, and the abilities users returned to the hotel, their faces alight with smiles of abundance. Gu Lingyu, observing the grins on the guests' faces, felt quite pleased as well. After all, with the guests thriving, her accumulated points could hardly be diminished. As the resort basked in a scene of harmonious joy, the superpowered battalion at the Xiongfeng base found themselves akin to lost souls, their spirits dampened, and their faces still bearing the remnants of terror, unable to find solace. After the vice commander led the retreat, they regrouped with a number of others, yet their ranks dwindled to little more than 100 compared to their original contingent. He understood that many more had survived the ordeal, but now they were scattered, each forced to return alone. Contemplating the devastating defeat, the expressions of all were grim. They could already foresee the harsh repercussions from the higher-ups awaiting them. At this moment, many could not help but recall the idyllic conditions of the resort, the impenetrable protective barriers, and the superpowered individuals who appeared to thrive there. The defeated superpowered individuals from the Xiongfeng base could not suppress their envy. Had they not succumbed to ill intentions and the desire to curry favor with the authorities, but instead chosen to reside permanently at the resort, would their circumstances today have been entirely different? As they watched the disheartened group depart, 6 figures lurked behind the shattered glass of an abandoned shop, covertly observing the retreat. "Boss, they've left. Should we return now?" one inquired. "Of course, we're heading back," replied Wang Chong, his face smeared with dirt and regret, his mouth spewing curses. "Damn, I never anticipated the Xiongfeng base would be so inept. After all the effort I expended, had I known this would be the outcome, I should have remained at the resort from the start instead of groveling to those bureaucrats for some meager benefits. Indeed, who would have thought the so-called strongest level 3 base couldn't even conquer a mere resort? How pathetic," added another. "And old 4 was bitten by a zombie. A whole horde descended upon him, reducing him to shreds before we even had a chance to administer the antidote." The expressions of Wang Chong's team were filled with frustration. Reflecting on the trials they had endured over the past few days, they felt utterly cheated. Not only had they lost a comrade, but they had also sustained injuries themselves, longing instead for the comfort of the resort. What had they truly accomplished with all this turmoil? In truth, the expenses at the resort were not exorbitant. They could easily earn enough crystal cores during their excursions to live quite well. Absolutely. Forget that wretched Xiongfeng base. I'm not going back. From this day forth, I'm residing at the resort, Wang Chong declared, slapping his thigh, inadvertently aggravating his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. "Let us heed our leader to the resort." His team eagerly agreed. Wang Chong promptly led them back, cautiously making their way to the fork in the road. Once the zombies at the resort had been cleared and everyone had returned to the main hall, the 6-member team carefully emerged from their concealment, making their way toward the resort's entrance. However, to their astonishment, just as they were about to step into the safe zone of the resort, they found themselves halted outside the protective barrier. After colliding with the barrier, the members of Wang Chang's team were left bruised and battered, suddenly recalling a recent incident. The troops that had attacked the resort had all crashed into the barrier, unable to advance even an inch. At that time, while hiding near the high platform and pretending to protect Commander Gua, Wang Chang's team had given it little thought. Believing those soldiers were merely thwarted in their assault on the resort, they thought little of it, considering they possessed personal accounts at the resort, and merely wished to return unnoticed. However, they never anticipated that they themselves would now be barred from entering the resort. Chapter 94. Want to see the evidence? Here you go. In the lobby, Gu Lingyu was taken aback when, not long after she had seated herself, another matter came knocking at her door. As Wang Chang's team collided with the protective barrier, she immediately received a system notification. A cold smile graced her lips as she raised her hand, signaling Tang Bin, who was speaking, to pause momentarily before she stood and made her way outside. Another reckless group had dared to approach the door. In a detached tone, she remarked, prompting Tang Bin and Xiao Rui to exchange glances before they promptly rose to follow her, drawing the attention of those in the lounge. Having just experienced a series of events, everyone became alert as Gu Lingyu made her way towards the entrance, and the ability users instinctively stood to follow her. Outside the safety zone, members of Wang Chang's team were incessantly pounding against the protective barrier, their faces etched with indignation. Upon seeing Gu Lingyu emerge, Wang Chong immediately shouted, "Boss Gu, what is the meaning of this? Why are we unable to enter?" Gu Lingyu stood at ease, casting a cold glance at the few individuals before her, her tone indifferent. "If you wish to know why you cannot enter, perhaps you ought to inquire within yourselves." Wang Chong felt a rush of panic, and just as he was about to raise his voice for courage, he noticed a throng of ability users trailing behind Gu Lingyu, many of whom had to stand in the doorway due to insufficient space outside. Instantly, his resolve faltered. He feigned composure and asked, "Boss Gu, What do you mean by this? We are guests of the resort, having accrued a significant number of points, and we have never breached any of the resort's rules. Since you cannot enter, it is clear that you have indeed violated the rules, and your mere assertion of innocence cannot absolve you, Ling Yu retorted coldly. The onlookers among the ability users exchanged surprised glances, evidently puzzled as to why Wang Chang's team was barred entry. However, the resort's guests were predominantly from the Xiongfeng base, many of whom recognized Wang Chang's team. They quickly explained the situation to those nearby, and soon, no further discussions ensued. Everyone simply awaited Ling Yu's decision. In their eyes, Ling Yu's actions had consistently been in the interest of the resort, frequently upholding the rights of customers. Thus, they would not be easily swayed by a few words from Wang Chang's team. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's anxiety deepened, and as he scanned the crowd of onlookers, an idea began to form in his mind. With a feigned expression of outrage, he declared, "If Boss Gu claims we have violated the rules, then surely evidence must be presented. Is it acceptable for Boss Gu to convict guests solely on her word? Is it not the case that the owner Gu can impose any punishment upon us at will? Our team has accumulated a significant number of points at the resort, and now the owner has silently barred us from entry. Such treatment seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Could it be that the owner intends to confiscate our points? If the owner were to act in such a manner, it would likely dishearten all the patrons. We have consistently supported the resort. Yet the owner has chosen to treat those who contribute to its success in this way." Wang Chang spoke with a face full of righteous indignation, as though he had suffered a great injustice, and was advocating for the numerous guests of the resort. However, as he incited the crowd, he discreetly glanced at the reactions of the guests behind Ling Yu, only to find himself utterly taken aback. What is happening? Having spoken to such an extent, why do these people seem unresponsive? No, it is incorrect to say they are unresponsive. They do indeed show signs of anger, but their furious gazes are directed squarely at him. What is going on? Shouldn't they be expressing their outrage towards the owner? Just as Wang Chang stood there, astonished and perplexed, Ling Yu's voice, laced with sarcasm, rang out. "Dear guest, your incitement is rather lacking in substance. Do you truly believe that everyone is as foolish as you? Can others not see for themselves? Is it so easy for you to sway their thoughts with just a few words? Do you desire evidence? Very well, I shall present it to you." With a cold smile, Ling Yu raised her hand, and a luminous screen materialized in the air to her upper right, allowing everyone to clearly see the content displayed. The sight of this display was nothing new to the onlookers. In their eyes, the owner possessed unparalleled abilities, and now their curiosity was piqued by the screen's contents. As the screen illuminated, it revealed a scene that left everyone, including Wang Chang's team, in stunned silence. The footage displayed was from a recent event where the abilities team from Xiongfeng base had blocked the entrance of the resort. From the angle, it appeared to be captured from the resort's main entrance. Although many scanned the area, failing to find any visible surveillance equipment, they quickly reconciled themselves to the notion that, within the resort, nothing could be judged by ordinary standards. What if there were no cameras? After all, the owner had the means to produce surveillance footage. However, as the footage zoomed in directly on the rear of the abilities team from Xiongfeng base, the faces of the resort patrons were filled with anger. From the screen, the close-up was of none other than the 7 members of Wang Chang's team. At that moment, the conflict had yet to begin. Yet the expressions on the faces of Wang Chang's team were unmistakably malicious, even if they did not exhibit any overtly suspicious behavior. Their presence among the invading abilities team was inherently a transgression. In the next moment, voices of Wang Chang's team began to emanate from a light screen. They deliberately lowered their tones, clearly trying to shield their conversation from those around them. Yet their words were indisputably broadcasted. The voices were unmistakably those of Wang Chang's team. Truly, their leader possesses remarkable foresight. The management has indeed taken action against the resort. Once the base secures the resort, we shall be hailed as the great benefactors of the base. Indeed, we have provided the base with an abundance of intelligence. Once this endeavor succeeds, the management is certain to reward us handsomely. Do you think the management might waive all our future accommodation and meal expenses, allowing us to indulge lavishly at the resort? That is a distinct possibility. Perhaps we might even secure a minor managerial position for ourselves. How delightful. At that point, we shall see how that female owner continues to act arrogantly. She will undoubtedly be seized to serve as a companion to the management. Huh? Wang Chang's team engaged in extensive discussions, filled with dreams of a promising future and avarice, revealing to everyone at the resort the misdeeds they had committed. Chapter 95. A day trip among the zombies. It turns out it was Wang Chang's team that divulged information about the resort to the management of Xiongfeng base. Although Boss Gu appeared indifferent to Xiongfeng base, even slightly dismissive of it, this did not mitigate the wrongdoings of Wang Chang's team. These individuals, while reveling in the comforts of the resort, were simultaneously engaged in actions detrimental to it. Despite the resort's already low prices and the comfortable lifestyle it afforded, with just a bit of effort, anyone could live well. Yet these individuals, in their greed for free indulgence, chose to act in such a despicable manner. With the exposure of the video and audio recordings, all gazes turned toward Wang Chang's team, ablaze with fury. Regardless of whether the intelligence provided by Wang Chang's team influenced the base's intentions toward the resort, the audacity of these individuals to return after their actions was incomprehensible. How could they have the gall to slander Boss Gu? They even attempted to incite animosity against him. At this point, there was no need for Ling Yu to utter another word. The abilities users at the resort were already seething with indignation. These individuals have crossed the line. They are attempting to tarnish Boss Gu's reputation for their own misdeeds. To enjoy the benefits of the resort while simultaneously betraying it for their own gain is utterly despicable. Such individuals must not be spared. They must be punished. Indeed, they must be punished. Wang Chang's team could never have anticipated that their previous conversations at the rear of the ability user troop had been recorded by Ling Yu, and now played publicly for all to hear. Faced with the wrath of the resort's inhabitants, they appeared utterly panicked, with Wang Chong desperately asserting, "This video is fake. Absolutely fake. It was all fabricated by that woman. We were not there, nor did we utter those words. We were standing so far away. How could she possibly have captured the video? Moreover, how could it be possible that they recorded everything we said from such a distance? It is undoubtedly false." In response to Wang Chang's evasive arguments, Gu Lingyu maintained her composure, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "How could I know if you would dare to return? And how could you have prepared these videos in advance? Do bear in mind how little time has passed since the earlier incident." As soon as Gu Lingyu finished speaking, a customer nearby could not help but interject in support. "Indeed, the boss is far too busy to concoct such schemes. Besides, what are you even worth for the boss to expend such effort against you? Exactly. Our resort is truly extraordinary. What is so strange about recording the surrounding video and sound? This person has realized that the Xiongfeng base holds no promise, bringing so many extraordinary individuals here only to suffer defeat, and now they wish to sneak back in." Upon sensing the truth, a chorus of agreement erupted. Faced with the collective reproach, the members of Wang Chang's team appeared visibly distressed, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. Gu Lingyu, observing their dismay, offered a cold smile. "Do you see? Your petty schemes are utterly futile. However, since you have returned, do not think of leaving." The members of Wang Chang's team were suddenly alarmed, recognizing the ominous shift in Gu Lingyu's demeanor. They recalled the recent debacle where 600 extraordinary individuals had been defeated. How could they hope to contend against Gu Lingyu with only their few remaining members? A sense of foreboding washed over them, and they promptly turned to flee. What were gourmet food and luxurious lodgings compared to their lives? Their reaction was indeed swift, but how far could they escape? Gu Lingyu chuckled coldly, raising her hand. Yet, before she could make a move, a large group surged forward, catching Gu Lingyu momentarily off guard. Observing Xiao Rui and Tang Bin, who, without her prompting, had already dashed out to pursue the fleeing Wang Chong and his companions, Gu Lingyu could only smile faintly. She found herself without the chance to intervene. Given the prowess of Xiao Rui and the others, how could Wang Chang's team possibly outrun them? In a matter of moments, they were caught, soundly beaten, and promptly escorted back by Xiao Rui and his companions. Knowing that Wang Chang's team could not breach the protective barrier, Xiao Rui and his group restrained them outside while inquiring, "Gu boss, how shall we handle these individuals?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Lingyu suddenly smiled, an expression that sent chills down one's spine. "Bring them inside." With that, she immediately removed the remaining 6 members of Wang Chang's team from the blacklist and turned to stride directly into the hall. Xiao Rui and the others were momentarily stunned, but the next instant, they complied without hesitation. If Gu boss had instructed them to bring them in, then they were surely permitted entry. Indeed, this time they crossed the protective barrier without impediment, following Gu Lingyu into the hall. Having previously been denied entry, Wang Chang's team now found themselves inside. Yet all they wished for was to escape. They had no desire to enter in such a manner, especially not after witnessing Gu boss's unsettling smile. Recalling the earlier incident where Gao Wei's team had been electrocuted, they were filled with dread, fearing they too would endure a similar torment. They could not help but plead for mercy, abandoning their previous indignation. "Gu boss, we were wrong. We shall not dare again. Please, show us mercy this once. We are merely discussing mundane matters, devoid of any pertinent intelligence. The forces from the Xiongfeng base have come to seize control, a situation beyond our authority. Master Gu, I bow before you. I implore your mercy this once." In the face of these clamorous pleas for mercy, Gu Lingyu seemed oblivious. Striding directly to the center of the hall before turning to stand still, surveying the surroundings, she noted that all the patrons were present, and with a sudden radiant smile, she began to speak. "It appears that our esteemed guests have yet to witness another aspect of our shop's regulations, aside from the electric shock punishment, have you?" Upon hearing this, the crowd paused in surprise. Another form of punishment? What could that entail? They had all witnessed the power of the electric shock firsthand. And regarding this other punishment, their gazes instinctively shifted to the wall nearby, where the shop regulations were prominently displayed. First came the electric shock warning, followed by being teleported into a horde of zombies. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and then shock. Indeed, there was such a stipulation. The previous individuals had been rendered docile after the electric shock, leading to the fact that no one had yet experienced this subsequent punishment. Though they were uncertain of how Master Gu would execute this, her words inspired confidence. She had never deceived them before. Reflecting on this, the crowd turned their attention to Wang Chang's team, their gazes filled with either fury or anticipation, but entirely devoid of sympathy. Chapter 96. Entertainment program. Had it not been for Master Gu and the resort's protection, it is likely that half of those present would have perished today. In the face of such animosity, who could still possess the compassion to sympathize with these individuals? Some even loudly proclaimed the punishment. "Into the zombie horde. Send them into the zombie horde. Zombie horde. Zombie horde." As one voice rose, many echoed in fervor, and soon the entire hall was resounding with those 3 words. Their eyes ablaze with rage directed at Wang Chang's team. The team, at the epicenter of this uproar, turned pale as they trembled uncontrollably. Now, they regretted their choices profoundly. Had they known better than to seek favor with the Xiongfeng base, had they not returned with such reckless optimism. But regret was futile at this juncture. With a smile, Gu Lingyu raised her hand to silence the uproar, demonstrating her authority. Once the hall fell silent, she spoke aloud. "To conspire against the resort, to threaten its well-being, shall warrant the penalties of our regulations. I have always acted with fairness. Although you have caused disturbances in the past, you did not harm the resort's interests, hence I refrained from taking action against you. However, now that you have taken tangible steps, I shall not allow you to evade the consequences. If you can escape the horde of level 3 or 4 zombies, I shall cease my pursuit, but should you fail to escape..." Gu Lingyu smiled, her words trailing off. Yet the implication was clear. Failure would lead to becoming a meal for the horde of zombies. Wang Chang's team turned ashen upon hearing this. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a horde of level 3 or 4 zombies. Among them, the most formidable was merely a 3rd-tier ability user. If they were to fall into a horde of 3rd or 4th-tier zombies, there would be no hope of survival. How could they even contemplate escape? The members of Wang Chang's team immediately began to weep, tears and snot flowing freely. Recalling the extraordinary methods and various miraculous powers they had witnessed from Gu Lingyu earlier, they dared not doubt the veracity of her words, nor her capabilities. Faced with the desperate pleas of the grown men, Gu Lingyu's expression remained unchanged. She simply uttered 2 words, "Go away." In the next moment, the 6 members of Wang Chang's team vanished from their spot. Just a moment ago, they were under the control of Xiao Rui and others, but in the blink of an eye, Xiao Rui and the others found their hands empty, and upon closer inspection, the figures of Wang Chang's team had completely disappeared. Everyone present was taken aback, hastily turning their heads to search for the missing 6. But the vast hall offered no trace of them. There is no need to search, everyone. After a long day, allow me to provide you with a bit of additional entertainment. Gu Lingyu's cool, gentle laughter echoed. Almost immediately, a massive projection screen materialized in the center of the hall, large enough for all to see clearly. As the screen illuminated, every gaze was drawn to it, revealing the terrified faces of the 6 individuals, Wang Chang's team. In the next moment, the camera pulled back, showcasing the entire street panorama. It was a plaza situated in front of several office buildings, which, at the onset of the apocalypse, appeared to have hosted some event. Remnants of food trucks and other paraphernalia scattered about. Such an event implied a large gathering of people. And with many people came the inevitable increase in zombies. Surrounded by towering office buildings, the plaza was now teeming with the undead. Within the frame, Wang Chang's team found themselves at the fountain in the heart of the plaza, completely encircled by a relentless horde of zombies. The sight elicited gasps of horror from everyone in the hall. How terrifying. So many zombies. Unless one could fly, escape was utterly impossible. Yet, Wang Chang's team consisted of mere 2nd and 3rd-tier ability users. Flying? Such a notion was purely fantastical. At that moment, Wang Chang's team resembled a group of lambs ensnared within a wolf pack. Their vision darkened and then brightened again, only to find themselves amidst the throng of zombies. With no time to think, the instant they appeared, the surrounding zombies turned their gaze upon them, and, in the next heartbeat, charged with ferocious roars, the 6 members of the team, eyes wide with terror, scrambled toward the fountain behind them, each desperate to ascend the statue at its center. Though the statue was not exceedingly tall, given the dire circumstances, it was the only refuge available. However, the human-shaped statue offered scant room. At over 3 meters high, it could hardly accommodate more than a few individuals standing atop it. In that pivotal moment, the bonds of camaraderie among them were laid bare. As each one yearned to survive and reach the top, in the usual camaraderie among brothers, they found themselves in a brutal struggle, pushing and shoving one another. After exchanging a few fierce insults, as the horde of zombies drew ever closer, their conflict erupted into violence. Former allies, after years of companionship, now turned against each other, wielding their weapons and even resorting to their powers, all for a refuge that appeared far from secure. Among them, the most formidable member of the squad, Wang Chang, emerged as the victor, cleaving through a nearby teammate with a swift strike and ascending the statue to claim its pinnacle. Soon, a second and then a 3rd individual followed suit. However, by the time the 4th attempted to climb, there was no space left to accommodate him. He could only perch precariously halfway up the statue, barely rising above the heads of the zombies below. The remaining 2 had no opportunity to ascend further, as the encroaching horde had already surrounded the fountain. A multitude of zombies closed in from every direction, and the 2 individuals beneath the statue were the first to be assaulted. With terror etched on their faces, they brandished their weapons, unleashing their abilities in a desperate final struggle. Yet, against this overwhelming tide of undead, even if they managed to hold their ground for a time, their stamina and powers would inevitably wane. They were utterly outmatched. How could 2 2nd-tier abilities withstand the onslaught of numerous 3rd and 4th-tier zombies? In mere moments, the horde breached their defenses, drawing closer with grotesque, decaying jaws, toppling them and tearing them apart. Though they possessed antidotes to the zombie toxin, under such dire circumstances, they could scarcely employ them. With the 2 of them no longer able to distract or impede the horde, the solitary figure perched halfway up the statue was left defenseless. In an instant, he too was dragged down by the relentless swarm, swallowed by the mass of undead, leaving behind only chilling cries that faded into silence. In the blink of an eye, 3 members of the 6-person squad had perished, leaving the remaining trio trembling in fear as they gazed down at the ravenous horde. Pallid and quaking with dread, not long after, the 3rd individual was also dragged down with a scream, his position precarious enough that the zombies could reach him with ease. Finally, only Wang Chang and one other teammate remained atop the statue, having long abandoned any thoughts of offense. With thousands of zombies swarming the plaza, it was utterly impossible for just 2 3rd-tier abilities to clear them away. Yet, their inaction did not ensure their safety. How long could a mere statue withstand the relentless assault of so many zombies? It wasn't long before the statue began to wobble, especially with the weight of 2 individuals atop it. Wang Chang glanced down, witnessing the cracks spreading across the statue's surface, panic etched on his face. As his gaze shifted to his companion, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he stealthily extended his foot towards him. Do not blame me. Blame your own lack of strength. As soon as the words left his lips, his teammate was caught unawares and was kicked off the statue by Wang Chang. Wang Chang, you beast. The teammate, taken by surprise, plummeted into the horde of zombies below, with no chance to resist, becoming mere fodder for the ravenous undead. Wang Chang, his eyes ablaze with desperation, watched the last teammate disappear, engulfed in despair. Now, he was utterly alone, What was he to do? As long as he remained within the zombies' perception range, they would never disperse. Yet, he could not outlast them, just as he frantically sought a solution. The statue finally succumbed to the relentless assault of the zombies, beginning to crumble away, and it would not be long before it shattered entirely. Wang Chong, horrified at the deteriorating condition of the statue, could no longer maintain his composure and succumbed to a mental breakdown. No, I don't want to die. I refuse to die. He screamed in madness, unleashing his powers in a futile attempt to crush the zombies below. Even as he dispatched a few, countless others surged to replace them, the area around the statue remaining impenetrably dense with undead. Ultimately, the statue could withstand no more, collapsing entirely. Wang Chong, unable to react in time, fell directly into the sea of zombies. In the hall, spectators watched the unfolding scene on the screen with a mix of excitement and horror, some unable to bear the sight, while others cautiously glanced at Gu Lingyu. She maintained a serene smile that, to others, appeared as a summons from the depths of an abyssal demon. The reactions of the crowd were not lost on Gu Lingyu. Those gazes of awe, fear, or admiration were precisely her intention, to sound a warning to the impure-hearted and offer a strong reassurance to those focused on the resort. This was her way of establishing a public example, deterring trouble from within the resort's ranks. Today, a series of significant events, capped off by this final display in front of numerous witnesses, would ensure that future guests would hear tales of this day from the hundreds of predecessors. As the last member of Wang Chang's team fell, swallowed by the horde, the central screen in the hall dimmed and ultimately vanished into thin air. Amidst the cheers and fervent discussions, Gu Lingyu calmly turned and returned to her chamber. The projection she had just displayed was an intrinsic part of the punishment. It required no points, but was solely directed at those exiled into the zombie throng. It merely allowed observation of their plight, and once they perished, the projection would dissipate. As for the points held in the personal accounts of Wang Chang's team, they naturally transferred to Gu Lingyu's ledger, though she regarded their meager totals with disdain. Upon returning to her room, the crowd in the hall remained animated, still engrossed in discussions about the astonishing events that had just unfolded. The punishment that had sent individuals into the zombie horde was indeed real, an astonishing revelation. What is there to say? The owner, Gu, has never spoken falsely. With Gu present, our resort is indeed a bastion of safety. Who would dare to cause trouble or bring harm to our sanctuary now? Fortunately, I relocated here to the resort just the day before. In a corner of the rest area, Tang Wenhua's team observed the lively crowd, each face radiating delight, their eyes shimmering with envy. They had yet to settle in the resort, having previously been unable to make a decision, uncertain whether the resort could sustain itself amidst competition from several major bases. However, after witnessing the events of the day, their resolve finally solidified. When the Xiongfeng base led a battalion of 600 superpowered individuals to attack today, they were present in the resort and witnessed firsthand the formidable protective barrier. Moreover, they had just witnessed Gu's astonishing teleportation abilities. When he said he would teleport into a horde of zombies, he truly did. When he mentioned 3rd or 4th level zombies, he genuinely transported himself amidst them. Just moments ago, that 6-person team was whisked away before their very eyes, leaving them bewildered and unaware of any fluctuations in Gu's powers. Yet, it was precisely this seamlessness that instilled a deeper sense of security in the resort. Boss, let us not hesitate any longer. Let us move here. Indeed, boss, let us relocate. We should bring our families over. I believe there is no place in Haishur that can compare to this resort. Not just in Haishur. I reckon there is nowhere in this apocalypse that rivals the resort. Tang Wenhua glanced at his teammates, their expressions now filled with determination, devoid of any previous indecision. He decisively declared, very well, we shall set forth tomorrow morning to retrieve our families from the base. Meanwhile, the 6 members of Li Xiangfei's team gathered, deliberating on the matter of relocation. There was little left to discuss. They must persuade their families to move at once. Absolutely. Remaining at Mingguang Base would be sheer folly. I can hardly tolerate another day. Just the thought of returning to Mingguang Base after completing a mission, only to surrender a plethora of resources, makes my heart ache as if it were being carved away, and the items exchanged cannot even compare to what the resort offers. Chapter 98. No space for expansion? Tomorrow we shall depart. Upon our return, we must convince our families to relocate. This time, under no circumstances can we allow them to stay behind. Otherwise, I shall only return once a month, leaving behind a few supplies for them to manage on their own. Li Wenwen could no longer bear it. The notion of having to relinquish so many resources each time, only to receive a meager amount of essentials in return, left none of them in good spirits. Observing how the team leader and his brother had both advanced to the 3rd tier during their stay at the resort, utilizing the crystals they had saved, while they themselves could hardly bear to use any for their own training, only deepened their discontent. Wenwen is right. If my family continues to be obstinate, I shall return home once a month. Zhang Bin's face was etched with resentment. After our last mission to gather supplies at the base, we sustained considerable injuries, narrowly escaping with one of our members. Indeed, if this continues, an unforeseen incident is bound to occur. On our previous return journey, one of our teammates nearly encountered disaster, and thankfully, he was rescued. Otherwise, our team might have been reduced to just 5 members. As for the Li brothers, they are currently residing at the resort, and it would be unreasonable for the others to insist they accompany them back to the base, as they bear no such obligation. Initially, when persuading the brothers to relocate, they did not abandon their teammates, but the latter's families proved disappointingly unyielding, leaving the brothers with no alternative. Observing the anger of his teammates, Li Xiangfei contemplated and spoke. Let us proceed this way. You return home to convince your families. Later, we shall determine whether to relocate or come back together. If relocation is necessary, you may return to discuss it with us, and we will accompany you back to the base to ensure their safe transition. Such loyalty from the brothers was commendable, and the teammates expressed their gratitude, now awaiting the opportunity to persuade their families. In the lobby outside, The excitement among the crowd lingered, while the atmosphere in the Master S chamber remained undisturbed. Gu Lingyu was already contemplating future plans for the resort. Currently, the number of guests at the resort had nearly reached 550, and the task of increasing room capacity had just entered its 8th phase. Room increase task 8. 320 single rooms, 192 double rooms, 64 family rooms, 32 suites. Task objective: achieve full occupancy of all rooms, renew 192 additional rooms. The number of rooms for the current 8th phase had been halved, representing the number of vacant rooms immediately after completing the task. Although the recent reward of doubling the room capacity had resulted in many vacant rooms, Gu Lingyu foresaw an influx of survivors from the Xiongfeng base. Once news spread about the disastrous defeat of the Xiongfeng base S-ability user squad at Taiyuan Resort, those contemplating relocation would undoubtedly make more resolute decisions and take action. With the population of Xiongfeng base, even if only half were to come, it would overwhelm the current total room capacity, rendering it impossible to accommodate so many individuals. The total number of rooms available in the 8th phase, if fully occupied without considering additional guests, could only accommodate 1,088 individuals. Yet the total population of Xiongfeng base exceeds 5,000. Although the room capacity would be doubled again upon completing the 8th phase task, the resort currently faced a bottleneck. At present, only this hotel structure is open, comprising 35 floors, and when the 8th phase task commenced, all 35 floors were already in use. This means that even upon fulfilling the 8th phase task, due to a lack of available space for new rooms, the task rewards would temporarily remain unobtainable. As the task of increasing the rooms reached its 8th phase, Gu Lingyu simultaneously received a system notification indicating that to add more rooms, the resort must be upgraded to level 5. In truth, with her current points, she had more than enough to elevate the resort. The revenue from the rooms, dining, and shopping area over the past few days, combined with the remaining points, amounted to a staggering 1.25 million. To upgrade to a level 5 resort, only 500,000 points were necessary. This meant that Gu Lingyu could elevate the resort at any moment. However, after reviewing the changes and content associated with upgrading to level 5, she contemplated for a brief moment and decided to delay the upgrade for another 2 days. She believed that a more opportune moment would soon arise, and this timing would yield more favorable outcomes for the resort's elevation. For the time being, the number of vacant rooms remained relatively ample, sufficient to accommodate the forthcoming days. Moreover, following the new wave of room openings, the system issued several additional notifications. The first pertained to room rates. For rooms above the 30th floor, the rates would need to incrementally increase with each floor, applicable to all room types. The second notification concerned room location adjustments, allowing all guests the freedom to choose to move their current room to a different floor. By paying a fee for this adjustment, guests could relocate their rooms to their desired floor, provided that there was availability or someone vacated a room. Contemplating these 2 points, Gu Lingyu took a moment to compose an announcement for clarification, which the system disseminated to all resort guests. Soon, the announcement resonated among the guests, inviting anyone in need to contact Manager Gu or Manager Liu. While the guests at the resort eagerly examined the new announcement, a somber atmosphere enveloped the Xiongfeng base. When this troop returned, nearly everyone at the base had gathered at the front grounds to witness the spectacle. Some were there to gather intelligence, while others sought to welcome back the victorious troops, yet all were left in shock at the sight before them. No one expected the return of this battalion to be so tragic. When they departed, 600 extraordinary individuals marched forth with heads held high, radiating confidence. However, upon their return, nearly every member bore injuries, and many suffered grievous losses. As the group of over 100 entered through the gates, all onlookers stood in stunned silence. Each individual was wounded and bloodied. Some limped in with the aid of others, and the expressions on their faces mirrored one another, dejected and devoid of spirit. The mere sight of the extraordinary battalion's return made it abundantly clear how devastating their defeat had been. Following the arrival of this vanguard, several more teams of extraordinary individuals returned, and without exception, they too were injured and in disarray. Chapter 99, A Dire Defeat. No transfers allowed. The individuals gathered in the main square meticulously recounted their numbers and discovered that 600 had ventured out, yet fewer than 500 returned, many of whom bore significant injuries, rendering them incapable of any immediate action. A wave of astonishment swept through the square, with thoughts diverging among the crowd. Within a mere couple of hours, this news rapidly disseminated throughout the entire base. Now, everyone at the Xiongfeng base was acutely aware that they could not contend with the Taiyuan Resort. Even more astonishing news followed swiftly. The Taiyuan Resort had suffered no harm whatsoever. The 600 superhuman troops from Xiongfeng base had not even breached the opponent's protective barrier. The superhumans from the Taiyuan Resort stood unscathed in their safe zone, effortlessly driving the so-called elite forces of Xiongfeng base into a panicked retreat. As this information spread, chaos erupted within the Xiongfeng base. What was there left to compare? What was there to contemplate? They needed to evacuate immediately. The Xiongfeng base had long ceased to offer any respite. Now that a new safe haven had emerged, what were they waiting for? To continue enduring oppression? In an instant, nearly half of the base's inhabitants sprang into action. The base, which had mostly been quiet after nightfall, now buzzed with activity. Almost half of the population was preparing for relocation. Some planned to scout ahead before bringing their families, while others were so eager that they prepared to relocate their families immediately. They feared that if they delayed until nightfall, they might find themselves without shelter or unable to escape. Given the commotion caused today, who could predict whether the upper management would commit further treacherous acts? In truth, the administrators of Xiongfeng base were indeed contemplating further action. Upon learning the full extent of today's events, and receiving the news of Commander Guo's death from the deputy commander, all 5 administrators were consumed with fury, particularly the head administrator. whose own brother had met such a tragic fate. He had previously believed the situation to be securely in hand, yet it had spiraled into this calamity. After suffering such a significant setback, they were determined to retaliate against the Taiyuan resort and to act against those within their ranks who were stirring restlessly, especially upon discovering that many were preparing to evacuate. However, despite their intentions, the Xiongfeng base lacked the resources to engage further. This recent defeat had inflicted severe losses upon them. A full 600 superhumans, the backbone of Xiongfeng base, were now incapacitated, many injured, and requiring extended recovery. The remaining superhumans were tasked with guarding the base, making them difficult to deploy, leading to an alarming shortage of personnel. The administrators, akin to trapped beasts in a dire predicament, raged in the conference room throughout the night, yet found themselves devoid of alternatives. Ultimately, they issued a rather absurd order. Anyone who left Xiongfeng base now should not expect to return. For those who had resolutely decided to depart, this command was nothing short of a joke. Once they had resolved to leave, who would ever contemplate coming back? Even if one must depart from the resort, it would be to another base. Given the current situation at Xiongfeng base, claiming it to be the most formidable of the Sea City Level 3 bases is nothing short of a farce. The following morning, the front square of Xiongfeng base was teeming with individuals eager to leave, nearly filling the entire area. This spectacle startled many who still intended to remain. When the hour arrived for the base's gates to open, yet there was no sign of them budging, those prepared to leave grew increasingly anxious. After a brief wait, the gates remained unmoved, prompting an individual to audibly question the gatekeepers, only to receive a response that incited outrage among the crowd. The management had issued a decree forbidding the opening of the gates. Typically, bases are stringent about entry, yet they do not obstruct those wishing to depart. However, Xiongfeng base's management had audaciously barred the exit. The promise of freedom to leave had been publicly declared by Xiongfeng base, and now, without prior notice, they had taken such drastic measures. This ignited the fury of all present. Coupled with the previous day's defeat, the once imposing stature of Xiongfeng base had diminished in the eyes of the public. Most significantly, with the Peach Blossom Resort now in view, who would still care for Xiongfeng base? The front square erupted in chaos as all those waiting to leave vociferously denounced the base's management, leaving the gatekeepers trembling in silence. The gatekeeping unit had not anticipated that the usually docile survivors would suddenly display such audacity, openly challenging the base. Yet, they dared not open the gates, for the management was infuriated and had made their displeasure known. Any attempt to comply with the crowd's demands could lead to severe repercussions. Although they harbored dissatisfaction, the gatekeepers opted to bury their heads in the sand, dismissing the outbursts as if they were inaudible. However, after a stalemate, the gatekeepers realized that playing ostrich was no longer feasible, as the departing survivors began to assault the gates. A throng of superhumans surged forward, forcefully dismantling obstacles, and even clashing physically with some of the gatekeeping unit. The small leader of the gatekeepers could no longer remain passive. He hastily dispatched someone to consult the management. The response was as good as none, merely instructing them to block the gates without any mention of reinforcements. How could they possibly hold their ground? There were only 20 gatekeepers, while the number of those storming the gates exceeded 200 or 300. They were vastly outnumbered. The mere imprint of a foot could crush them. As for launching superhuman attacks, that would be tantamount to courting death. Among the throng, at least 2/3 were superhumans. If the gatekeepers dared to initiate an attack, they would soon find themselves overwhelmed. After enduring for some time, until the small leader of the gatekeepers was battered and bruised, he finally threw in the towel in frustration. Who could hold the line? They had clearly lost the ability to maintain their post. If this continued, they would be beaten to a pulp. As for whether the administrators would unleash their frustrations upon them, that was beyond their control. Should they be driven to desperation, they too would depart, heading towards that idyllic retreat. The young commander immediately issued a command, and the entire gatekeeping force retreated with the swiftness of rabbits. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, with the gates unguarded, those preparing to leave surged forward to open the doors, not pausing for even a moment, and swiftly departed. Upon the heights of the central tower within the base, the administrators witnessed this scene, their anger manifesting in the furious throwing of objects, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. At this juncture, they had no recourse left. Chapter 100, Trouble Awaits. Still defiant, however. What went unnoticed by everyone within the Xiongfeng base was that after the departure of these 200 or 300 individuals, 2 additional squads discreetly exited the Xiongfeng base. Their destination was not the idyllic retreat, but rather the Rongyang base and the Mingguang base. These 2 squads were spies planted by the 2 major bases within Xiongfeng base, tasked specifically with gathering intelligence. Ordinary bases would not engage in such laborious and thankless endeavors, yet Rongyang base and Mingguang base were different. They were official bases under the direct jurisdiction of the Kyoto base, and it was imperative for them to remain informed about the larger bases within the city. Upon the arrival of these 2 teams at their respective bases and the subsequent report concerning the situation at Xiongfeng base, the management of both bases was taken aback. No one had anticipated that this suddenly emerging idyllic retreat would possess such capabilities. While they had previously heard whispers of such a resort's existence, it had not captured their attention. From their vantage point, they regarded this so-called retreat as merely a newly established minor base. As for the outlandish claims regarding dining and lodging, they deemed them utterly preposterous. It was undoubtedly a ruse designed to lure survivors. Yet the once ignored idyllic retreat had now decisively toppled the Xiongfeng base. If the survivors within Xiongfeng base continued to dwindle at this rate, they would not only fall from a level 4 base, but might plummet to the status of a level 5 or 6 base. Nevertheless, as a level 1 base with a population of 100,000, Rongyang base still did not regard the idyllic retreat in Xiongfeng base with undue concern. In their eyes, a mere understanding of the situation sufficed. If Xiongfeng base had fallen, so be it. In these times, the collapse of a base was hardly surprising. As for that idyllic retreat, no matter how it developed, it could only aspire to be a level 3 base. Could it possibly surpass them? They believed their own level 1 base was secure, and even the level 2 Mingguang base would not be overtaken by that retreat. Upon hearing that the retreat likely comprised only a few hundred individuals, Rongyang base could hardly be bothered to dispatch spies, deeming it a waste of manpower and resources. Ultimately, after receiving the report from the spies, Rongyang base took no action, merely instructing the spies to return to Xiongfeng base and continue monitoring developments. Conversely, Mingguang base exhibited a modicum of interest in the newly arisen idyllic retreat, though it was merely slight curiosity, at most. They would instruct their spies to pay a bit more attention upon their return to Xiongfeng base, and nothing more. The circumstances surrounding the two major bases remain unknown to outsiders. However, the respective teams affiliated with these bases commenced their operations early this morning. The Tang Wenhua squad departed from the resort at dawn, intent on returning to relocate their families. The stark reality of their situation was evident. The Rongyang base was hardly a sanctuary for the survivors. Why cling to the so-called level 1 base? What advantages did it offer? It paled in comparison to the idyllic Taiyuan resort, so why remain there? Similarly, the Li Xiangfei squad was in motion, with Li Wenwen and her 3 companions preparing to leave as early as possible. If circumstances permitted, they genuinely wished to retrieve their families that very day. Yet, reality dictated otherwise. It was not that their families were unwilling, but rather that misfortune struck them en route home. The 4 were ambushed by a horde of zombies. In a valiant effort to protect their 2 female team members, who were also their wives, Zhang Bin and another male teammate sustained injuries. Had they not been well equipped with zombie antidotes and administered them immediately, they might have incurred grievous losses, even after narrowly escaping peril and neutralizing the zombie toxin. The injuries sustained by Zhang Bin and his companion worsened on their arduous return to the base. Quickly come out. Something has happened to Zhang Bin. After a series of urgent calls, a frantic knock echoed on Zhang Bin's door. His family, startled, rushed to open it, only to turn and behold 2 bloodied figures on stretchers lying in the open space outside. Xiao Bin, what has happened to you? What is going on? Zhang Bin's family was immediately engulfed in terror, rushing forward in a fit of tears. Alongside the family of the other injured teammate, their cries, compounded with the earlier shouts, soon drew a crowd of onlookers from the neighborhood. The gathered neighbors exchanged glances, their faces etched with sympathy, yet they expressed little surprise, merely sighing with regret. Such scenes were not uncommon in this post-apocalyptic world, where valiant supernatural beings often returned home in such tragic states. With injuries as severe as theirs, the prospects were grim. They could only await their fate, perhaps catching one last glimpse of their families. As for the family members of these fallen protectors, their futures would likely be bleak, forced into the filthiest slums to endure the most arduous labor, ultimately leading to their own demise. In that moment, the families of Zhang Bin and the other injured individual wept with profound sorrow, having confronted the potential reality of their fates. Crying now are we? Where was this lamentation earlier? At that moment, Li Wenwen erupted, her eyes aflame with fury as she confronted the grieving relatives. Wenwen, you cannot speak to your mother-in-law like that, her family implored, and besides, it is your husband who is injured. Silence. You are complicit in this. Li Wenwen could no longer contain her emotions. Had you not stubbornly refused to relocate to the resort, we would not be facing this peril today. If not for our efforts to return with supplies for you, we could have remained in the safety of the resort. Such occurrences are entirely due to your actions. It is all your fault. How can you, child, utter such words? Can that resort possibly compare to our Mingguang base? This is a level 2 base. Li Wenwen's family was somewhat displeased, yet faced with the current predicament of Zhang Bin and his companion, she found herself devoid of any retort, responding weakly instead. Since you hold such an affinity for this level 2 base, then you may remain here. After today, should you choose not to accompany me, do not expect my return. I shall not risk my life to attend to you any longer. I have advised you countless times. It is not as though I have neglected you. Having shouted in anger, Li Wenwen disregarded her bewildered family, turning instead to join another teammate, heading straight to Zhang Bin and his companion. Step aside. Cease your feigned lamentations. If you truly cared for them, you should have heeded our advice to relocate to the resort instead of watching us take such tremendous risks repeatedly. Chapter 101. The astonishing efficacy of the healing ointment. Li Wenwen and her teammate immediately took action, each pushing aside the weeping relatives. Ignoring the inquiries from Zhang Bin's family and the gazes of onlookers, they knelt beside Zhang Bin and his companion, retrieving the healing ointment from their backpacks. These remedies were sourced from the resort. Fortunately, their prior experiences and the intention to relocate their families had led to ample preparation. It was a stroke of luck that they could utilize them now. They uncapped the bottles, first applying the solution to the most severe wounds. However, due to the grave nature of their injuries and the multitude of wounds, they exhausted all the ointment without covering every injury. Thankfully, the most critical wounds were temporarily stabilized, visibly healing before the eyes of all present. Although not fully healed, at least the bleeding had ceased. My goodness, what kind of healing ointment is this? Its efficacy is remarkable. It immediately stemmed the bleeding. Is this a miraculous remedy? Look, Zhang Bin and his companion's breath seems to have steadied. They should be able to survive this. The astonishing results of the ointment left everyone astounded. This remarkable transformation occurred in full view of the crowd, especially considering the severity of Zhang Bin and his companion's injuries, which everyone had witnessed. Everyone stood dumbfounded, observing the changes in their wounds. Even the families of Zhang Bin's team were left speechless, unsure of how to react. The first to regain their composure were the ability users nearby, who promptly inquired, Wenwen, what is this healing ointment? Where did you acquire it? Indeed, its effectiveness is astounding. I would like to procure some for myself. I too wish to buy some. Is it available for purchase? Those who frequently venture outdoors understand the critical importance of such healing ointments. Just as in the case of Zhang Bin and his companion, every ability user could find themselves in similar peril. Possessing such a remedy could indeed be life-saving. Upon witnessing the improvement in the condition of Zhang Bin and his companion, who had at least managed to retain their lives for the time being, Li Wenwen finally found the opportunity to respond to the inquiries of those around her. Indeed, it is available, right in the supermarket of Taoyuan Resort. As long as you possess a crystal core, you can purchase it at a very reasonable price. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to carry so many bottles for backup. Li Wenwen fervently extolled the virtues of the resort, even taking a moment to cast a glare at her own family during a pause in her explanation. The relatives of Li Wenwen and her companions were left dumbfounded upon learning that such miraculous healing ointment originated from the Taoyuan Resort. Previously, they had been oblivious to the existence of such items, but now that the evidence lay before them, along with the palpable effects, they found themselves with no grounds for rebuttal. Moreover, such extraordinary healing medicines were not available at the Mingguang base. This left no room for deception. Reflecting on the myriad praises Li Wenwen and her companions had bestowed upon the resort, and glancing at the unconscious forms of Zhang Bin and his companion lying on stretchers, their families dared not utter another word. They hung their heads in silence, retreating into the shadows. The fervor of their previous protest was now replaced with a palpable sense of defeat, their gazes averted from Li Wenwen and the others. While they fell silent, the neighboring onlookers could no longer contain their curiosity, bombarding Li Wenwen and her companions with questions regarding the Taoyuan Resort. However, Li Wenwen had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in detailed discussions with the neighbors. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a brochure from her bag and handed it to the nearest neighbors. Just as she turned to see the team of ability users who had inquired about the healing ointment, now huddled together discussing the situation, a thought sparked in her mind, prompting her to pull her companions aside for a brief, hushed consultation before approaching the captain of that team. Captain Sun, might you be interested in taking on an escort mission? An escort mission? Captain Sun paused, glancing at his teammates and then at Zhang Bin and his companion on the ground, his expression revealing uncertainty. Are you suggesting we escort these two to the Taoyuan Resort? That task seems fraught with peril given their injuries. No, it's to escort the two of us to the resort. Li Wenwen quickly interjected, fully aware of the dangers involved in transporting Zhang Bin and his companion outside the base. Such a risk was one they could not afford to take. Upon hearing this, Captain Sun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was just escorting Li Wenwen and her companion, it was straightforward enough. After all, they were both ability users and would not pose much trouble. He understood Li Wenwen's request for protection. Given their abilities, the journey away from the base was still perilous, as evidenced by the condition in which Zhang Bin and his companion had returned. However, Captain Sun realized he could not make this decision unilaterally and needed to consult his team. Observing the shift in Captain Sun's demeanor, Li Wenwen seized the opportunity to persuade further. Captain Sun, are you not curious about the healing ointment? The supermarket at the resort has an abundance of it, along with many other extraordinary items, including food for sale. Wouldn't you want to see for yourselves? Indeed, upon hearing her words, interest sparkled in the eyes of every member of Captain Sun's team. Li Wenwen persevered. This time, as we escort you, we can guide everyone along the most direct and expedient route, and each of you can earn a little profit in the process. It's a win-win situation. With this, Captain Sun had little reason to refuse. He turned to glance back and, seeing his team members nodding in agreement, he immediately responded, all right, I shall take on this task. When do we depart? Now. The sooner, the better. We wish to return to the resort promptly to procure medical supplies, so we can quickly attend to them. Li Wenwen exclaimed with joy. Now, it's nearly noon. That may be a bit late, don't you think? Perhaps we should consider tomorrow instead. They should be fine by then. Captain Sun hesitated. If they headed to the resort now, wouldn't they have to stay outside? Fear not, Captain. The resort has accommodations available for the night, and it is quite safe. You all could enjoy an overnight stay and fully experience the resort's amenities. Seeing Captain Sun's hesitation, Li Wenwen continued, you are acquainted with our Captain Li, right? The two brothers are currently residing at the resort. They even brought their parents along. It cannot be a mere pretense. Captain Sun was taken aback and immediately inquired, Li Xiangfei and Li Xiangyun have moved to Taoyuan Resort? They brought the Li elders with them? Is this true? Indeed. Did they not move there recently? They are doing splendidly. Li Wenwen nodded vigorously. A neighbor nearby suddenly realized. So, they have relocated to that Taoyuan Resort. I did see the Li elders packing their belongings. I wondered why they hadn't been seen for a while. I thought they had moved to another base, but it turns out they went to that resort. Listening to the chatter among the neighbors, Captain Sun exchanged glances with his team and, gritting his teeth, declared, very well. We shall heed your advice and depart immediately. Let us see if Taoyuan Resort truly lives up to its reputation. Thank you all so much. Li Wenwen exclaimed joyfully as she tightened her backpack, not even entering her home, and called over another teammate, ready to follow Captain Sunday. However, just as they took a few steps, she heard her family calling from behind. Wenwen, what are you doing? Li Wenwen turned back, irked, no longer inclined to offer a pleasant demeanor. Please be careful on the road. We'll begin packing our things. Her family replied softly and cautiously. This exchange signified their agreement to the relocation. Beside her, the families of the other three teammates nodded eagerly, shedding their previous stubbornness. All right, take good care of them, and pray for our safe return. Li Wenwen rolled her eyes, dismissing the concern for omens. With that, she grabbed her teammate and hurriedly followed the newly hired team, departing in haste. They needed to act swiftly to return to the resort. With some speed, they might still make it back today. Upon returning with the healing salve, Zhang Bin and his companion were able to receive prompt medical attention. In this apocalyptic era, every day that a wound remains untreated signifies an increase in peril. After Li Wenwen and her group departed, the family members of Zhang Bin and his companion gazed at them, their faces etched with regret as they recalled the descriptions of the resort conveyed by Zhang Wenwen and the others. Realizing the urgency of the situation, they hastily carried Zhang Bin and his companion back to their dwelling before beginning to pack their belongings. Once they left, the neighbors who had gathered exchanged glances and could not suppress their curiosity about the Peach Blossom Resort. Previously, they had never heard of such a place, but now, having witnessed the miraculous healing salve and the resolute determination of Li Wenwen and her companions to relocate, along with the news that the Li brothers had already moved with their parents, their intrigue was piqued. After some discussion, they all resolved to inquire about the situation once the escort team returned, eager to discover whether the Peach Blossom Resort was indeed as remarkable as rumored. Captain Sun's team, possessing considerable strength and accompanied by Li Wenwen and her companion, both of whom were endowed with extraordinary abilities, navigated the familiar route with ease. By the afternoon, they had reached the Peach Blossom Resort before half the day had elapsed. Before even stepping through the entrance, Captain Sun and his team were awestruck by the nearly brand new structure of the resort. Upon entering, their astonishment deepened, leaving them nearly speechless and wide-eyed. At that moment, Li Wenwen had little time for introductions. She swiftly directed Captain Sun's attention towards a certain individual, instructing, "If you have any questions, please consult Mr. Gu or Manager Lu over there, or feel free to ask anyone nearby. We must be on our way." With that, she grabbed her companion and hurried towards the rest area, where she spotted the captain seated nearby. After a brief explanation of the situation, the Li brothers promptly stood up and rushed to the supermarket alongside Li Wenwen, eager to procure sufficient supplies of the salve before making their way to the Mingguang base. Captain Sun and his team were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what to do next. Fortunately, Captain Sun quickly noticed that the Li elders were still seated nearby, recognized from their neighborhood, and promptly approached them for further information. Once Li Xiangfei and his companions finished their shopping, they set off immediately, arriving at the Mingguang base that night. They swiftly administered the salve to Zhang Bin and his companion, who regained consciousness shortly thereafter. The return of the Li brothers attracted the attention of the surrounding neighbors, who eagerly bombarded them with inquiries, allowing them to gain a general understanding of the Peach Blossom Resort. However, belief or skepticism remained a personal matter. The majority chose to adopt a wait-and-see attitude, planning to ask Captain Sun for more details upon his return. Li Xiangfei refrained from elaborating further, knowing that the truth would reveal itself in due time, while prioritizing the safety of his companions and their secure relocation. He directly selected a team of extraordinary individuals who appeared to show great interest in the resort and promptly began discussions regarding the escort arrangement. As long as the fees were in order, the task could indeed be accepted. After all, with such a considerable number of people involved, although a few were ordinary citizens, the issue was not insurmountable. Early the next day, Li Xiangfei and his party set off. Simultaneously, Captain Sun and his team, who had spent a night at the resort, were also preparing to depart, intending to return and relocate their families. Was there any need for deliberation? They had no inclination towards masochism. Why would they remain at Mingguang base to be exploited? Furthermore, during the previous night, they had gathered an abundance of information, enough to overwhelm their minds. This included various details about Xiongfeng base, and they had witnessed a large number of survivors being transferred from there, even as they were about to leave. Numerous teams of extraordinary individuals from Xiongfeng base were preparing to return for their families as well. Upon returning to the neighborhood where the base was located, Captain Sun was unexpectedly surrounded. He had not anticipated that the neighbors would show such keen interest in the resort. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that after Li Xiangfei and his companions returned the previous day, they immediately administered medication to Zhang Bin and another individual, resulting in both being able to walk by the next morning. Although their injuries had not fully healed, they were already able to venture outside and had left the base. Yesterday, Captain Sun and his party had already witnessed the miraculous aspects of the resort, and they had even seen Zhang Bin's injuries firsthand. It was astonishing that they were now able to walk. The Taoyuan resort must be relocated without delay. In their astonishment, they shared the resort's situation with their neighbors without reservation, yet they were oblivious to the fact that their descriptions were filled with admiration for the resort. They extolled the Taoyuan resort as unparalleled, igniting a mixture of excitement and inner turmoil among the neighbors. Could such a splendid place truly exist in this post-apocalyptic world? Consequently, the gathering in the open space lingered, with neighbors deeply engrossed in discussion, only to turn and discover that Captain Sun's team was already preparing to relocate with their families, each carrying their belongings. Was this not remarkably swift? Chapter 103, Level 5 Resort. The resort's initial scale. The astounded neighbors were increasingly convinced of Captain Sun's words. If it were not indeed superior, far better than Mingguang base, how could they possibly consider relocating? Moreover, there was the first-hand testimony from Li Xiangfei and his companions regarding the miraculous healing of Zhang Bin's injuries. At that moment, someone could no longer contain their excitement and hurriedly called out to Captain Sun and his team. "Hey, Captain Sun, wait. Can our team accompany you to see the situation at the Taoyuan resort?" "That is certainly possible," Captain Sun replied, glancing at his companions with some hesitation. "However, we are bringing our families, and our pace will be slower as we need to ensure their safety. Would you mind?" "Not at all. Given our relationship, we shall escort the uncles and aunts together." The team leader quickly agreed. Firstly, they had never visited that resort, and secondly, they were concerned about whether the resort was indeed as splendid as the rumors suggested. Having an acquaintance along would provide them with some reassurance. Captain Sun, upon hearing this, had no objections. The more helpers there were to protect their families, the less reason they had to refuse. Consequently, the group promptly set off, leaving behind a cluster of curious neighbors who exchanged glances, intrigued. Some decided to wait and observe, reasoning that with 2 escort teams departing, it would be prudent to assess the situation upon their return. However, others could not resist the urge to venture forth themselves. They gathered the promotional flyers brought back by Li Xiangfei and Captain Sun, packed their gear, summoned their teammates, and set out to investigate firsthand. Upon the return of these scouts, the name Peach Blossom Resort began to circulate within the Mingguang base. Whispers of the resort started to spread in small circles, while the significant relocation at the Xiongfeng base continued. Merely 2 days had passed, and the rooms at the resort were rapidly nearing capacity. Although rooms on the 30th floor and above required a higher number of points, many were unconcerned about that small detail, as the view from such heights was undeniably more splendid and expansive. As the occupancy approached full capacity, many Esper individuals awaiting relocation at the Xiongfeng base grew anxious. Despite the assurance from Gu Lingyu that rooms would still be available, the uncertainty of when they would materialize loomed large. With the initial intent to relocate already high, the tension surrounding room availability surged, triggering a peak in relocations from the Xiongfeng base. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a significant influx of survivors from the Xiongfeng base arrived, numbering around 300 to 400. The sudden surge of people entering the resort's lobby, combined with the existing guests, caused the area to become overwhelmingly crowded, forcing some to seek refuge in the supermarket instead. Observing the exhausted faces of the survivors, many bearing visible injuries, Tang Bin turned to Gu Lingyu with a sense of helplessness. Boss Gu, what shall we do? He had always known that once the guest rooms filled up, Gu Lingyu would swiftly open new accommodations. Yet, he also understood that the entire building's rooms had been fully opened, with only a few single rooms left, which were about to be occupied entirely. Beside him, Xiao Rui furrowed his brow as well, and the few leaders chosen felt a wave of anxiety. Boss Gu, do you have any solutions? We have already relocated from the Xiongfeng base and cannot return. One individual, desperation evident in their plea, implored, if it comes to it. Could you possibly make an exception and allow us to rest in the lobby for one night? We can set out for another base first thing tomorrow. They understood that the building had limited space. Once the rooms were filled, existing guests would not agree to share with newcomers. Even before the apocalypse, one had to be cautious of others. Boss Gu, please, we could even sleep in the hallway. We would still pay the points. Others chimed in, unable to contain their heartfelt requests, emphasizing that under the current circumstances, they would be grateful even for a spot in the corridor. As for the notion of causing a disturbance, no one dared to entertain such thoughts, not with so many examples before them, both witnessed and heard of. The grim fate of the 600-member extraordinary unit at the Xiongfeng base loomed large. Who would dare to harbor any other intentions? Under the gaze of numerous pleading and despairing eyes, Gu Lingyu merely smiled calmly and uttered a simple yet reassuring phrase. Rest assured, everyone will have a place to stay. Upon the utterance of this phrase, amidst the shifting expressions from despondence to anticipation, Gu Lingyu directed her gaze to her personal panel. Her current points totaled over 2.3 million. Upgrading the resort to level 5 required 500,000 points, 10 times more than the previous upgrade to level 4, but the benefits of this upgrade would undoubtedly justify the cost. System notification. Do you confirm the upgrade of Taoyuan Resort to level 5? Yes. In that instant of confirmation, all customers with personal resort accounts heard the familiar prompt of the upgrade. Dear guests, the resort is currently undergoing a significant upgrade. Please remain in your places and refrain from moving around. Thank you for your patience. The resort was upgrading once more, and this time with considerable changes. All customers who had experienced previous upgrades bore expressions of delight. Each enhancement heralded the unveiling of better facilities and amenities. Without time for contemplation, the transformations within the resort had begun. This time, however, the changes were not confined to the hotel building itself, but extended outward. Everyone watched in astonishment as the entrance doors seemingly receded from the intersection outside, creating an expansive space before them. The distance from the entrance to the intersection had grown to approximately 150 meters. Soon, a row of intricately designed iron fences emerged, rising from the ground in mere moments, encircling the vast area along with the main hotel building. Right before the hotel entrance, facing the intersection, the fence suddenly parted, revealing a magnificent pair of double iron doors, each 8 meters long and 3 meters high, imposing in their closed state. Upon reaching this stage of the upgrade, Gu Lingyu received another notification regarding the deduction of points, as adding 2 new areas would require an additional 200,000 points, totaling 400,000 points. Fortunately, the points she had saved prior to the upgrade were sufficient. Otherwise, the process might have been halted due to insufficient points. Chapter 104. Dining area, shopping area, hotel building number 2. Without hesitation, Gu Lingyu confirmed the transaction, deducting the 400,000 points. Thus, following the emergence of the fences and gates, the internal space began to undergo remarkable transformations. Before the hotel building, loud rumbling sounds erupted, and suddenly, 2 massive square structures rose from the ground, emerging from the earth before the astonished eyes of all. The astonishing scene rendered all the patrons utterly speechless. Their cognitive faculties seemingly diminished in the wake of the spectacle. Particularly the newcomers appeared as if entranced, gazing in awe at the monumental transformation outside. Their previous understanding was repeatedly upended within this idyllic resort. The 2 rectangular edifices that rose from the ground were not particularly tall, stopping short at under 20 meters, presenting only 3 stories, each approximately 5 or 6 meters in height. However, their footprint was impressively expansive, covering a staggering 10,000 square meters, each measuring 100 meters in length and width. Once these structures ascended and settled, no further alterations ensued, revealing the remaining vacant land within the compound. What was once a soil-covered expanse now showcased a series of stone pathways emerging from the hotel entrance, resembling wooden planks surfacing from beneath the water, continuously rising from the earth and extending forward. As the path reached the center of the open area, it diverged into 3 directions. One path continued towards the iron gate, while the other 2 branched left and right towards the newly erected buildings. Upon the completion of the stone pathways and the subsequent illumination by rows of street lamps, Vibrant greenery began to emerge across the remaining space, with countless tender blades of grass breaking through the soil and towering trees ascending skyward. When the transformations within the walls finally ceased, a serene and tranquil scene unfolded before the eyes of those in the lobby. At that moment, all present had lost their ability to articulate, their expressions blank as they stared at the remarkable changes beyond the hotel, captivated and momentarily disoriented. The crowded lobby of over 1,000 individuals fell silent, akin to a desolate expanse. Gilingyu, pulling her gaze from the spectacle, turned to her personal interface. Upon confirming the upgrade of the resort, a series of system notifications resonated in her ears. Following the ascent to a level 5 resort, numerous new developments and features had emerged alongside the two newly manifested buildings. Raising an eyebrow, she chose to temporarily set aside some information, prioritizing the immediate circumstances at hand. As the external changes concluded, the patrons were once again greeted by the system notification. The Peach Blossom Resort has completed its upgrade, wishing all guests a pleasant stay. The announcement jolted the customers back to reality. They gradually regained their composure, though still in a state of astonished silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances until Gilingyu's voice echoed through the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, there are still some modifications yet to be completed at the resort. Please proceed to the front plaza and await further instructions. With that, Gilingyu was the first to stride towards the hotel entrance, prompting the others to snap out of their stupor and follow her in curiosity to the front plaza. The vast expanse of the plaza could scarcely accommodate the nearly 1,500 individuals gathered, who stood there, intrigued, casting glances at Gilingyu, eager for the revelations of the unfinished changes. Once confirming that all guests had vacated the hotel's first floor, Gilingyu resumed her operations on the interface. Shall we relocate the supermarket and the armory to the shopping area? Affirmative. Shall we transfer the restaurant to the dining area? Affirmative. After consecutively selecting the options for transfer, the two originally fully enclosed buildings on either side of the square began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The previously solid walls became transparent, ultimately evolving into expansive floor-to-ceiling glass panels, with both entrances converting into automatic glass doors. Upon entering the resort's main gate, the right building displayed the words dining area prominently, while the left building showcased the phrase shopping area. Subsequently, the restaurants, supermarket, and arms store that once flanked the hotel lobby vanished in an instant, seamlessly integrating into the lobby itself, which now lay in a state of emptiness. The restaurants were relocated to the first floor of the dining area, occupying a corner, while the supermarket and arms store found their new home on the first floor of the shopping area, where rows of shelves materialized, filled with the products that had previously occupied the original shelves. In the square, patrons gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the two buildings, unable to suppress their amazement. However, having witnessed the resort's earlier dramatic overhaul, they were no longer rendered speechless. Yet, the resort's metamorphosis was evidently far from complete. Gulingyu glanced at the newly unlocked expansion and construction functions available after elevating the resort to level 5, and after a brief consideration, opted for the expansion feature. Would you like to consume 200,000 points to expand the lodging area? Yes. Upon confirmation, changes unfolded within the confines of the walls, as the area to the left rear of the hotel extended again, revealing a vast expanse of open land. Would you like to consume 200,000 points to construct hotel building number 2? Yes. After another confirmation, a resounding roar echoed from the newly cleared space as a grand edifice ascended from the ground, this time more magnificent than before, soaring to a staggering height of 35 stories. The crowd, initially thinking themselves impervious to further astonishment, was once again rendered speechless by this spectacular sight, a complete 35-story building, equivalent in height to the original main structure. All present stood in awe, gazing up at the newly emerged skyscraper, their minds momentarily blank. Before the crowd could fully process the event, Gulingyu had already claimed the reward for completing the 8th stage of the room increase task. All newly opened rooms had been allocated within hotel building number 2, filling the entire 35-story structure to capacity. Room increase task 9, 640 single rooms, 384 double rooms, 128 family rooms, 64 suites. Task objective, achieve full occupancy in all rooms, renew 384 rooms. Task reward, doubling the total number of room types. To receive the reward for completing the 9th stage, it would be necessary to further expand with a new hotel building, as the rewards from the 8th stage had already filled every floor of both the main building and building number 2. Once the room allocations were complete, Gulingyu spoke up, redirecting everyone's attention. Hotel building number 2 is now open, and all guests yet to check in may register with Manager Liu. There are ample rooms available, so there is no need to rush. A moment of tranquility enveloped the square, only to be swiftly shattered by an eruption of jubilant cheers. The customers, once furrowed with worry over their accommodation, now found themselves overwhelmed with joy, embracing one another in celebration. Chapter 105, The Armament Training Hall. Upon learning that there were ample rooms available, the urgency dissipated, and after the cheers subsided, everyone lined up obediently before Lu Wu. New guests awaited their room assignments, while the returning patrons, rather than rushing back to their chambers, gazed eagerly at Gulingyu, their eyes brimming with an anticipation that the newcomers could not comprehend. The seasoned visitors of the resort were well aware that each time the facilities were upgraded, new amenities would be unveiled. However, this time, aside from the expansion of the resort, no new facilities had yet been introduced, leaving them to wonder if this occasion would yield something new as well. Gulingyu, understanding the expectations reflected in the eyes of the returning guests, cast an amused glance at Tang Bin and Xiao Rui, who trailed behind her like eager shadows. Before making her way to the shopping area on the first floor, Tang Bin and the others, recognizing that the owner had matters to attend to, refrained from following her. instead engaging in curious conversation about the potential new facilities and items that might be unveiled. It was worth noting that the last introduction of the ability awakening potion had astonished everyone. In just a few days, several individuals had successfully awakened their powers using the potion. Had it not been for the high points required for purchase, the number of capable buyers would have surely surged, leading to a significant influx of awakened individuals. The emergence of even one more ability user in each household would greatly enhance safety and living standards, as an additional person could contribute to the earning of crystal cores, thereby increasing the points available for exchange upon each return from expeditions. The previous upgrade had introduced an armed shop and the ability awakening potion, and with such a substantial transformation in the resort this time, it was reasonable to expect the unveiling of additional novelties. Ling was aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of his seasoned patrons. After reaching a level 5 resort, new facilities were indeed anticipated, and she was now prepared to facilitate their access. The variety of goods in the supermarket had expanded considerably, yet it was still insufficient to fill the newly opened, vast shopping area on the first floor, prompting Ling to also allocate space for the armed shop there. The two major areas were distinctly separated, offering ample space. Once she had organized the layout of the first floor and the shelves had adjusted automatically, Ling proceeded to the second floor. Currently, both the second and third floors remained stark and empty, yet she had already conceived a plan. One of the newly opened facilities at the level 5 resort, which Ling deemed most urgently needed in this post-apocalyptic world, was indeed the armament training hall. Within this training hall, both ability users and ordinary individuals could engage in combat training and education, enhancing their personal abilities comprehensively, thereby improving their chances of survival and combat efficacy in this harsh world while acquiring more resources. Such a remarkable facility, replete with various functions and classifications, would undoubtedly attract a multitude of ability users and ordinary folks alike. As training demands ample space, Ling resolved to transform the second and third floors of the shopping area into the armament training hall, ensuring sufficient capacity for simultaneous use by a large number of individuals. After thoroughly inspecting the venue, the ancient tongue commenced the utilization of points for the illumination and redemption of dedicated training zones. Illumination successful. Redemption successful. The conventional training zone is now open. This zone boasts a diverse array of specialized training equipment, designed for comprehensive physical conditioning in strength, endurance, speed, and other facets of fitness. Illumination successful. Redemption successful. The extraordinary ability training zone is now open. Unlike an open area, the extraordinary ability training zone is partitioned into individual rooms. Within these chambers, specialized monitoring apparatuses assess the performance of ability users, offering adjustment plans that aid in optimizing the release of their powers, thereby enhancing both their efficacy and energy consumption. Illumination successful. Redemption successful. The combat training zone is now open. The combat training zone features numerous functionalities, including solitary training rooms and sparring areas. Furthermore, it provides a comprehensive array of weaponry learning resources and the option to hire martial arts instructors. Patrons may utilize points to select instructional videos on various martial arts or engage in one-on-one training with an instructor. Prior to the apocalypse, only a handful possessed weaponry skills. In post-apocalypse, although many have begun to wield weapons, most lack formal training, relying solely on instinct and trial and error. This is evident from the sales trends in the armed stores, where many obscure weapons languish unsold, not due to their quality, but rather because few know how to wield them. Illumination successful. Redemption successful. The combat scenario simulation room is now open. This area differs from others, filled with spherical capsules standing at an individual height, all doors ajar, revealing the seating within. By spending points to enter a capsule, one can select real-world scenarios for virtual combat simulations, training individually or collaborating with teammates for enhanced coordination. Illumination successful. Redemption successful. The extraordinary ability cultivation room is now open. The cultivation room consists of individual chambers designed to assist ability users in eliminating impurities from their cores, facilitating a more efficient and effective absorption for training. When users cultivate with their cores independently, they often invest significant time filtering out impurities. However, utilizing the cultivation room allows for considerably more efficient results. Access to the cultivation room requires timed point expenditure, and users must bring their own cores for training. The armament training hall possesses a myriad of functionalities and zones. Although many cultivation rooms have undergone spatial expansion, rendering their interiors significantly larger than their exterior appearances, they occupy 2 entire floors. To ensure ample availability for patrons, the ancient tongue spared no expense in procurement, investing heavily until both levels were filled to capacity. The planning and acquisition for the armament training hall culminated in an expenditure of nearly 200,000 points. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For the ancient tongue could not remain on site at all times, and relying solely on lower-skilled junior staff would evidently prove insufficient. Although the presence of junior staff is indispensable, it is time to hire senior employees. After adequately staffing the first floor with junior employees, Ling assigned 5 more junior employees to both the second and third floors, before turning her attention to the option of hiring senior staff. Would you like to spend 5,000 points to hire senior employees? Yes. After confirming twice in succession, Ling promptly chose to hire 2 senior employees. In the next moment, a subtle tremor rippled through the space ahead, and a swirling portal suddenly materialized, from which emerged 2 figures that bore an otherworldly semblance to humanity. As the first figure stepped through the portal, it possessed the form of a woman with the tail of a serpent, her beauty enchanting, exuding an aura of seduction with every movement. The subsequent figure was a captivating blend of human and deer, with a human upper body adorned with antlers, yet possessing the hind legs of a deer, radiating an innocent charm. Upon witnessing them, Ling nodded in satisfaction. Although the employees produced by the system were undoubtedly not ordinary humanoids for the sake of differentiation, the appearance of these two senior employees was deserving of high praise. Their beauty, stature, and demeanor would surely brighten her spirits daily. The senior employees were endowed with self-awareness, personality, and the capacity for independent thought. Gu Lingyu did not impose excessive demands. She merely outlined the rules and assigned their respective duties, allowing them to stand by at their posts. The Serpent Woman was tasked with overseeing the weapon training facilities on the second and third floors, while the Deer Woman managed the supermarket and armory on the first floor. In addition to the system employees in the shopping area, Gu Lingyu also hired junior staff for the hotel's second building and appointed a senior employee there as well, a striking male harpy with an elegant demeanor and majestic wings. Gazing at the proud yet graceful harpy, Gu Lingyu felt increasingly satisfied with the system's offerings. The hiring of senior and junior employees alone cost her several tens of thousands of points, while the establishment of various facilities in the weapon training hall also consumed a total of 200,000 points. Although the initial expenditure was substantial, she firmly believed that these points could be swiftly recouped. With more equipment, the capacity for simultaneous use would increase, leading to significantly higher future profits. Having addressed the staffing matters, Gu Lingyu activated the system's message push, disseminating information about the weapon training hall to all patrons. This announcement not only included the official opening of the training hall, but also detailed all relevant information in the form of a comprehensive brochure, which was sent to the customers. Given the multitude of offerings within the training hall, Gu Lingyu lacked the time to provide repeated explanations and wished to avoid delaying the senior employees' management of the facility. Otherwise, she feared she might have to hire a dedicated employee solely for introductions. Returning to the square, Gu Lingyu glanced back at the shopping area and noticed the absence of a sign for the weapon training hall. Consequently, she expended more points to create one, which she hung between the second and third floors. After setting up the sign, the customers in the square, who were perusing the brochures with expressions of astonishment and delight, finally caught sight of Gu Lingyu. The owner has arrived, one person exclaimed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Boss Gu, is the information regarding the armament training hall in the brochure we just received authentic? Indeed, Boss Gu. Does the armament training hall truly possess all the functions and facilities as described in the brochure? Observing the eager expressions illuminating the crowd, Gu Lingyu calmly smiled and replied, "When have I ever deceived you? It is undoubtedly genuine." With that, she raised her hand and pointed towards the second floor of the shopping area. "Look, it is already open. You may go up and witness it for yourselves. There is a manager responsible for the training hall who can address any inquiries you may have." The crowd followed Gu Lingyu's gesture and indeed discovered a newly unveiled sign emblazoned with the words Armament Training Hall in large letters. It truly exists. Boss Gu is magnificent. Brothers, I shall take my leave first. Someone in the throng couldn't contain their excitement and shouted, sprinting towards the shopping area. His shout instantly roused the crowd, and soon everyone was unable to hold back, rushing towards the shopping area. What if they arrived too late and found no available spots? Who could guarantee that? In a post-apocalyptic world, the significance of strength is self-evident. Possessing power equates to enhanced safety and access to greater resources. Previously, enhancing one's abilities relied solely on personal, painstaking training, and a shortage of crystal cores rendered progress agonizingly slow. As for practical combat experience, it was merely a matter of life and death struggles, with no formal techniques to speak of. However, now the Armament Training Hall not only boasts specialized rooms for cultivating abilities, but also offers weapon mastery and real combat training. What further benefits need elaboration? Most importantly, according to the brochure, the training hall even provides the option to hire martial masters for professional training. To neglect the pursuit of strength would be sheer folly. Once one's capabilities are fortified, can resources truly be scarce? Have you not seen those formidable ability users residing in the resort, all living in luxurious suites and feasting heartily? The trifling expenses barely concern them. This hardly resembles existence in a post-apocalyptic world. It is, in truth, a glimpse into paradise. Now, it was not just the ability users, but even some young and vigorous ordinary individuals began rushing towards the Armament Training Hall, their pace no less rapid. The bustling scene astonished Tang Bin and Xiao Rui, who stood nearby. Originally, they had intended to converse with Gu Lingyu, but now they had no time for idle chatter. Hastily exchanging greetings as they squeezed into the throng heading to the second floor of the shopping area, Gu Lingyu couldn't help but chuckle. She had anticipated the customers would be enthusiastic, yet she did not foresee such fervor, even from ordinary individuals. However, it was understandable, considering the arms store had introduced the ability Awakening Serum, granting every ordinary person 3 additional chances for awakening, thus instilling hope in those yet to awaken. Gu Lingyu glanced at the line in front of Lu Wu, which was nearly finished with registrations. So she decided not to approach him and instead entered the dining area directly opposite the shopping zone. Originally situated on the first floor of the lobby, the restaurant has now relocated to the dining area on the first floor, expanding its space several-fold, which rendered the vast dining hall somewhat sparse. Gu Lingyu surveyed her surroundings and promptly began to rearrange the layout, consolidating the previously scattered food display counters to the central area of the restaurant, while dispersing the seating around them, creating a surrounding embrace around the food collection zone. This arrangement effectively reduced the time customers spent retrieving their meals, making the process more efficient. Following this, she categorized the food display counters according to cuisine types, facilitating a quicker identification of desired dishes for the patrons. Additionally, she illuminated several dishes using her accrued points in exchange for various tables and chairs to fill the vacant areas, before proceeding to the second floor. The second and third floors of the dining area, much like the shopping area, remained barren for the time being. However, upon reaching level 5 for the resort, the new openings would extend beyond just the Armory Training Hall. As Gu Lingyu scrolled through the panel, she could hardly suppress her salivation. hot pot, buffet, a quaint bar, cafe, dessert shop, and even a variety of specialty restaurants. The plethora of choices dazzled her, reflecting nearly everything available prior to the apocalypse. In Chapter 107, a rush of customers, Ling contemplated and decided to first redeem the most popular items with her points, gradually increasing the rest, lest the two floors become insufficiently utilized. The newly opened Armory Training Hall and these dining establishments did not require additional points for access. However, the facilities and dishes within still necessitated point expenditure for redemption and illumination. The hot pot restaurant and buffet were strategically placed on the second floor, while the bar, cafe, and dessert shop were allocated to the third floor. After meticulously planning the restaurants, she proceeded to illuminate the dishes in exchange for various facilities, culminating in an expenditure of 100,000 points for the 5 establishments combined. After assigning a senior staff member to the first floor restaurant and each of the second and third floors, she then appointed 5 junior staff members per floor, thus concluding her tasks. Today alone, the hiring of employees consumed 90,000 points. And even the main hotel building and the second building were each allocated a senior staff member, liberating both Ling and Lu Wu entirely. The buffet was priced at 200 points per person for a 3-hour all-you-can-eat experience, while the hot pot restaurant and bar offered set menus and a la carte pricing, with the cafe and dessert shop operating solely on an a la carte basis. Not in a hurry to issue a system notification, Ling first wandered into the buffet restaurant, took a leisurely tour, and collected a bounty of her favorite dishes. Finally, she settled contentedly at a window-side table near the plaza, savoring her meal while simultaneously accessing the system's monitoring interface. The new guest arrivals held little interest for her. Her primary curiosity lay with the Armory Training Hall. The projection screen before her revealed multiple angles, showcasing the bustling activity on the second and third floors. Indeed, as Ling had anticipated, the Armory Training Hall was abuzz with fervent enthusiasm. In every corner of the establishment, individuals are engaged in training, with over 80% of the equipment in use, creating a remarkably vibrant scene. Although the facility is nearing its full capacity, Ling is in no rush to expand the weapon training hall, as it has just opened and coincidentally, guests are currently enjoying their time at the resort, resulting in such a bustling atmosphere. Under normal circumstances, many patrons would venture out to gather resources, leading to a lower saturation of the hall. Thus, it would be wiser to delay any expansion until a larger influx of customers is observed. At that time, she can consider either adding more floors or enlarging the shopping area. However, expansion of the premises seems unnecessary at this moment, as it would incur additional points. After surveying the scene within the hall, Ling turned her attention to the revenue interface and noted that even in this brief period, nearly 100,000 points had been generated. Some guests seemed so engrossed that they were foregoing lunch to extend their training for several hours. The enthusiasm for self-improvement was indeed as Ling had anticipated, in every training zone. Those with a bit of financial flexibility had almost all hired martial instructors for one-on-one guidance or opted for video tutorials. After observing for a while, Ling recalled another task and decided to have the Snake Lady compile the usage statistics for each area. This would ensure that any future expansions would include additional equipment in the more popular zones. Confirming the status of the weapon training hall, she glanced at the time and realized it was nearly mealtime. Consequently, she issued a system notification, informing all guests about the opening of 5 new dining establishments in the food court. Almost immediately, Ling watched through the window as the patrons in the plaza stood frozen for a moment, apparently astonished or perhaps reviewing the detailed information. Soon, she was surprised to see many of them turning swiftly towards the dining area, their urgency revealing the reason behind their haste. Indeed, it was not long before the buffet restaurant was filled with numerous guests, each entering with wide eyes and expressions of sheer delight, their mouths watering incessantly. What had captured their attention? Steaks, lamb legs, fresh seafood, an array of delectable offerings. This was a veritable feast that they could only dream of in this post-apocalyptic world. One guest spotted Ling by the window and eagerly called out, "Boss Gu, can we truly enjoy an all-you-can-eat meal for just 200 points over 3 hours? Certainly. Just swipe your points at the entrance, and you may indulge as much as you desire. However, be mindful that wastefulness will incur a fine. So please eat within your limits." Ling replied with a smile, gesturing to her own plate piled high with food. At that moment, the group at the entrance collectively swallowed hard in anticipation. "We promise not to waste. Thank you, Boss Gu. Long live the resort." They chorused excitedly, expressing their gratitude to Ling. No one hesitated any longer. One by one, they eagerly swiped their points and rushed inside, as if food itself could sprout legs and flee if they lacked. Observing the customers pouring in like ferocious beasts unleashed, Ling smiled and turned her gaze back to the luminous screen before her, which displayed the status of several newly opened restaurants. The situation at the hot pot restaurant mirrored that of her own, with a constant influx of patrons, gradually creating a lively atmosphere, while the third floor remained comparatively quiet. It was mealtime, and most customers venturing to the third floor merely glanced around, contemplating a return visit. Meanwhile, the small bar was bustling, with several eager drinkers diving in during the midday hours. After 3 years of confinement in the apocalypse, they finally had the opportunity to indulge. And how could they resist flaunting it? Ling chuckled at the sight of the group huddled together, exchanging drinks, grateful that she had ordered a variety of appetizers earlier. Otherwise, they would have had to drink on an empty stomach, not only in the plaza and guest rooms, but even in the adjacent military training hall. Many had paused their training and turned to rush towards the dining area. The timed fee zones in the training hall could be paused at any moment, allowing patrons to freeze their remaining time for future use, a remarkably considerate feature. However, despite the majority flocking to the dining area, the guests on the second and third floors still did not account for half of the current occupancy. Many gazed enviously at the staircase leading to the second floor, but ultimately opted for the restaurant on the first. The reason was simple. Compared to the culinary delights on the second and third floors, they could scarcely afford even this one meal. They had to prioritize their points for the necessary expenses, hoping to enjoy a better life in the future. After finishing lunch, Gu Lingyu glanced at the blissful expressions of the diners in the restaurant, a satisfied smile gracing her face. After making her rounds in various shops and receiving a wave of greetings, she finally returned to her master suite, curious about what her upgraded room looked like. Chapter 108. The commencement of the branch store mission. Upon returning to the hotel's main counter, Gu Lingyu was momentarily stunned as she opened the door. Was this her master suite? Before her lay a small courtyard, its corners adorned with flower beds housing simple blossoms. Directly opposite her was a charming floral archway, beneath which swung a wooden swing. To the right of the courtyard stood a gazebo furnished with tables and chairs, while to the left was a small open space adjacent to the entrance of the two-story building. The two-story building that Gu Lingyu once occupied had been shifted to the left. Entering, she noticed that while the overall area had expanded somewhat, the second-floor terrace remained intact, still facing outward. After wandering around the house, Gu Lingyu stepped outside, heading straight for the swing, an absolute delight. Regardless of her age or the years spent surviving in the apocalypse, swinging while gazing at the scenery outside remained one of her cherished pastimes. After indulging for a while, she finally opened the interface to explore the other features of her upgraded suite. Upon elevating the resort to level 5, alongside the previously introduced amenities, 2 additional features emerged. One of these is the forthcoming portal function, while the other pertains to the branch store tasks. The branch store tasks have now commenced, with the first location designated in Rome City, and there are no time constraints on these tasks. The objective is straightforward: travel to Rome City to establish a branch. The specific coordinates have been provided, and upon reaching the vicinity, the option for branch construction will be illuminated, allowing for the selection of a site within the designated area. Gu Lingyu examined the details regarding the branch store and discovered that it would not accommodate hotel accommodations. However, other facilities such as dining and shopping could be made available. The portal function is intrinsically linked to the branch store tasks. Once the branch is operational, it will be possible to exchange for and install a portal within the branch, thereby creating a direct connection to the main store, facilitating seamless travel between the 2 locations. Nonetheless, the portal function cannot be utilized until the branch is established, necessitating that Gu Lingyu devise a means to reach the destination independently. Consulting the map, Gu Lingyu noted the location of Rome City, which lies over 600 kilometers from High City, a rather considerable distance, particularly in this apocalyptic era marked by transportation challenges. Yet, she harbored little concern regarding this, as she could summon her Kunpeng, a creature capable of flight and impressive speed. Should she desire to enhance the Kunpeng's velocity, she could readily expend points to elevate her own abilities. As her strength increased, so too would the speed and combat prowess of the summoned creature. Today, following the resort's upgrade, numerous facilities were unlocked, costing nearly 2 million points. However, she still retained over 600,000 points. This figure does not account for today's income, which includes the expenditure of the 300 to 400 new guests who checked in and the day's overall customer spending. Although her current resources are ample, Gu Lingyu resolved to conserve some points to prevent a recurrence of today's scenario. Were it not for her substantial point balance, the subsequent content following the resort's elevation to level 5 might not have been accessible. As for the branch store tasks, she decided to postpone them for the time being. Considering that the situation at the main store remains somewhat unstable, once the conditions at the main store stabilize, she would address the branch matters. The branch store tasks are ultimately necessary, especially since she bears an ultimate task looming over her. Reflecting on Rome City, Gu Lingyu gently tapped the screen, focusing on the map of that region, her thoughts deepening. In her previous life, she had heard of Rome City, known for housing an entrance to an underground world. Although the entrance is situated outside the city, it remains a potential threat. Like High City, Rome City is a metropolis with a permanent population in the millions. The most significant distinction post-apocalypse is that the former is adjacent to an entrance to the underground world, while the latter is not. It must be said that High City is fortunate, otherwise, given the overall strength of its supernatural beings, it would likely have been utterly annihilated by the onslaught of several waves of monstrous beasts. The number of bases in High City is limited, and even fewer are of a high caliber. From what Gu Lingyu has gathered, the chaotic management of these major bases has impeded the enhancement of the abilities of the supernatural beings, rendering them significantly inferior compared to those in other cities. As Gu Lingyu contemplated this, she perused the map of Rome City, and upon magnifying it, she was startled to discover that the coordinates of the branch store were located within a level 1 base in Rome City. Gu Lingyu furrowed her brow, hoping that the management of that base would not pose any difficulties. Otherwise, the tasks related to the branch store would be postponed, and she remained uncertain whether the management at the level 1 base in Rome City would cause her any trouble. However, it was the Xiongfeng base that was facing grave challenges. In the ensuing days, it seemed that the Xiongfeng base had become aware of the significant changes occurring at the resort, leading to a series of large-scale relocations over several consecutive days. Within a week, Gu Lingyu was compelled to expand her territory twice more, constructing the 3rd and 4th hotel buildings to accommodate all the survivors transferred from the Xiongfeng base. Although survivors from the Mingguang base were still arriving gradually, their numbers paled in comparison to the hundreds being relocated from the Xiongfeng base. Nevertheless, as time passed, the influx of individuals from the Mingguang base began to rise, soon surpassing the daily count of 100. In the span of just a week, the 4th building was nearing full occupancy, prompting Gu Lingyu to ponder the imminent necessity of opening the 5th building. Should the number of customers continue to escalate at this pace, she surmised that both the shopping and dining areas would also require expansion to adequately cater to the burgeoning crowd. Just as Gu Lingyu was contemplating the timing of these expansions, disaster struck at the Xiongfeng base. One fateful morning, the base was besieged by a horde of zombies. Given the previous strength of the Xiongfeng base, it would have been more than capable of withstanding such an onslaught, but the situation had drastically changed. Now, with the majority of survivors having perished, the remaining supernatural beings were woefully insufficient to fend off such a massive wave of zombies. The current population of the Xiongfeng base could not effectively defend such an expansive territory, and ultimately, at dawn, the horde breached a gap in the base's defenses. Flooding into the interior, the breach widened under the relentless assault of the zombies, leading to an overwhelming influx that plunged the entire Xiongfeng base into chaos. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of screams, cries, and the sounds of horror, transforming the base into a nightmarish bloodbath. Chapter 109. The destruction of the Xiongfeng base. The survivors within the base frantically fled, and the 5 managers were no exception. They were utterly incapable of attending to the fate of the other survivors, hastily gathering their belongings and escaping the base. In fact, they had begun their flight the moment the base was breached, showing no inclination to organize a resistance among the survivors. Within the confines of the base, there had once been over 1,500 individuals. After enduring a catastrophic assault, within the span of merely 2 hours, the entire facility was reduced to a desolate ghost town, with only the moans of the undead echoing through the deserted streets. The remaining populace, those who had not succumbed to death or injury, hastily fled the vicinity of the Xiongfeng base. Thus, the base vanished completely from the cityscape. When Gu Lingyu received this disheartening news, she was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the once arrogant and invincible Xiongfeng base would meet its demise in such a manner, and so swiftly at that. The information was relayed by survivors who had escaped the onslaught of the zombie horde earlier that morning. Initially hesitant about their escape, they were caught off guard by the devastating losses incurred during their indecision. Many of the survivors mourned the loss of loved ones to the relentless tide of the undead, while others perished on the treacherous journey to the resort, hampered by a lack of preparation. Ultimately, only 100 or so weary souls reached the haven, each bearing wounds and expressions marred by sorrow and regret. As Gu Lingyu surveyed the scene, she felt little in the way of sympathy. After all, she had witnessed such tragedies countless times before. Each individual must bear the consequences of their choices. However, her gaze drifted towards the entrance of the resort, where shadows hinted at the presence of many more survivors lingering outside. What was happening out there? Master. Those individuals are the abilities users from the 600-strong force that previously attacked us, along with their families, Lu Wu remarked coolly, casting a glance towards the entrance. In the presence of his master, Lu Wu's demeanor was always composed, yet there was an unmistakable chill about him at this moment. The 600 ability users had been placed on a blacklist, rendering them unable to enter, and their families, fearing the consequences of their kin's exclusion, were hesitant to venture inside alone. It was prudent for them to refrain from entering. Even if they did, they would only be forced to leave again. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyu's expression hardened with a touch of frost. Those who had once sought to invade her resort now sought refuge here, following the calamity at Xiongfeng base. Such fortune was not to be had. As for the families of the ability users, they too were to be denied entry. Given their connections, how could she trust that allowing them into the resort wouldn't lead to chaos? Though she feared no disturbances, who would willingly invite trouble into their midst. With these thoughts in mind, she raised her hand to confirm through the system that all family members associated with the ability users were to be added to the blacklist. Now, they would not only be deterred from entering, but would also be barred from the 2-meter safety zone outside the walls. Those individuals could remain outside as they pleased. But should they dare to cause any disruption that affected even one guest within the resort, they would face dire consequences. Gu Lingyu's gaze hardened as she turned to Lu Wu. Meng, you understand the implications, do you not? Rest assured, master. I will keep a vigilant watch over their actions, Lu Wu replied promptly, a glint of menace flickering across his face. At present, each area of the resort is overseen by a senior employee, allowing him to fully extricate himself to attend to other matters. Should any circumstances arise, please inform me at your convenience. Gu Lingyu's expression finally bore a hint of a smile. As she raised her hand, Lu Wu obediently lowered his proud head, allowing her to tousle his golden short hair, his demeanor akin to that of a contented feline. This harmonious atmosphere starkly contrasted with the scene outside the resort's gates. Just as Gu Lingyu placed the family members of those with abilities onto the blacklist, all individuals lingering in the safe zone outside the gates were abruptly transported beyond its boundaries. The expelled individuals were utterly bewildered, perceiving only a fleeting blur before realizing they had been shifted several meters away from the safety of the zone. What on earth is happening? Some stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation, while others, quicker on the uptake, attempted to touch the resort's protective barrier only to discover they could no longer gain entry. We can't get in. What is happening? We were just fine moments ago. Why? We haven't done anything. Dear, think of something. I'm scared out here. I want to go inside. What can I do? Can't you see I can't get in either? Aren't you an ability wielder? Try using your powers on the barrier. Perhaps I can get in. You fool. It's precisely because I attacked the barrier before that I can't enter now. And yet you want me to act? Are you trying to get me killed? What are we to do now? I can't get in, and I'm terrified. Be quiet. If you keep whining, you can handle it on your own. I won't bother with you anymore. Outside the barrier, a cacophony erupted among those unable to enter. Ordinary people were visibly panicked, while the ability wielders shared their anxiety. They had not anticipated that not only could they not enter, but neither could their families. It was needless to say that they understood this was undoubtedly the doing of the enigmatic Gu boss. Yet what recourse did they have? Unable to fight back and barred from entry, they could only stand outside the resort in a state of distress. Reflecting on their current predicament, they were filled with regret. Casting blame upon the 5 managers from the Xiongfeng base with fervent ire. Following those vampires, they reaped few benefits, yet now they bore the full brunt of the loss. Just look at the safe and comfortable environment within. Had it not been for their previous assault on the resort, they too might now be enjoying its comforts. However, no amount of regret could change their fate. The resort had clearly made its stance known, determined not to allow them or their families to enter. As the sun began its descent, after lingering outside the resort's gates for a while, they were left with no choice but to seek alternative lodgings for the night. No sooner had their group of several hundred departed than 5 shadowy figures emerged from the shadows across the street from the resort. Good heavens, is that the resort? It appears even more splendid than the Rongyang base. How is this possible? I distinctly heard that this resort only had one building. How has it truly transformed into a resort? You foolish fourth. When will one begin to think rationally? Every time a meeting is held, all they do is chase after women. Chapter 110. The 5 managers arrive at Xiongfeng base. As these 5 individuals conversed, they soon erupted into a cacophony of curses. Their envy ignited by the magnificent resort before them. These 5 were, in fact, the managers of Xiongfeng base. Following the chaotic destruction of the base earlier that morning, they had been wandering aimlessly for quite some time, embroiled in disputes over their next destination. Accustomed to positions of authority, they were loath to heed anyone else's commands. After several rounds of argument, the idea of the resort emerged. It was rumored that anyone possessing a crystal core could live a carefree life there, free from supervision. Was this not a perfect fit for them? Moreover, given their combined prowess, they might even seize control of the resort. Should they succeed, they would not only establish a new base, but also reclaim the life they once knew. With such hopeful visions, they made their way toward the resort, only to be met with a stunning spectacle. Enough. Let us focus on how to proceed, declared the lead manager, silencing the others. Stealthily, they fixated on the direction of the resort, huddling together to strategize. In the plaza before the resort, those leisurely strolling suddenly noticed 5 figures striding confidently through the entrance, their demeanor exuding a certain grandiosity. However, as these 5 approached, the expressions of many in the plaza shifted dramatically. It was indeed the 5 managers from Xiongfeng base. The majority of those who had emerged from the base recognized them, for they had previously orchestrated numerous grand assemblies, flaunting their authority and relishing the subservience and respect of others. Observing the crowd's sudden change in demeanor, the 5 reveled in their perceived lingering power, adopting an even more disdainful attitude. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a few individuals swiftly departed, making their way toward the main hotel building along the edge of the plaza. The 5 came to a halt in the center of the plaza, surveying their surroundings with evident satisfaction, as if inspecting their domain. However, after a moment, they appeared uncertain of their next move. Frowning, one of them pointed at an elderly man nearby, an air of arrogance clouding his features. Old man, come here. I have questions for you. The elder immediately shrank back, fear preventing him from approaching. For he had once belonged to Xiongfeng base and recognized these notorious figures all too well. I'm calling you. Are you deaf? Get over here. One of them bellowed, startling the elder even further, leaving him at a loss, as his family of abilities was not present. At that moment, several passers-by with abilities stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of the elder. Why are you shouting? Do you think this is still Xiongfeng base? Your tactics no longer hold sway here. Indeed, don't assume you can still wield power in the resort. Beware of Boss Gu emerging to deal with you. Correct. This is the resort. This is not a place where one can bully others at will. Several ability users spoke up. Evidently individuals from the Xiongfeng base who had arrived at the resort earlier and were well aware of its formidable nature, thus emboldening them to stand their ground. However, their intervention only served to further infuriate the 5 individuals. Observing the relatively weaker ability users, who were merely at the 3rd tier, the 5 were filled with disdain. Their faces contorted in mockery. How dare these insignificant rats dare to provoke me? It seems they have yet to learn the meaning of danger. Why waste words on them? It appears we have not taken action for too long, and these fools are unaware of our prowess. Let us resolve this swiftly and send them to their doom. With that, they revealed sinister grins as they turned their gaze toward the ability users, slowly raising their hands. Just as the expressions of the ability users shifted in alarm, bracing themselves with their energy shields in a display of apprehension, a deep, chilling voice interjected. Since you wish to cause trouble in the resort, do not blame me for being ungracious. As soon as the words left his lips, the 5 turned to discern the identity of the newcomer with golden hair, only to find themselves bereft of rational thought in the next moment. Blue arcs of electricity crackled once more, rendering the 5 rigid, their bodies convulsing as they stood frozen, unable to utter another word. Manager Lu has arrived. How splendid. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated immediately. The ability users, who had been facing the 5 with trepidation, now exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with joy as they approached Lu Wu. Dear guests, I trust you are unharmed? Lu Wu greeted them gently with a nod before turning to express his gratitude to those who had alerted him. The individuals who had rushed to notify him waved their hands in modesty, their faces adorned with smiles. We are fine. Thankfully, Manager Lu has come. Not only the ability users, but even the onlookers surrounding them wore smiles of relief. The resort's commitment to safeguarding its patrons was undoubtedly a sight to behold. Manager Lu, these 5 are the former managers from the Xiongfeng base. They are not virtuous individuals. Indeed, Manager Lu, they were just about to assault that elderly gentleman. The surrounding guests expressed their concerns, their eyes filled with anxiety as they looked to Lu Wu. They hesitated to speak too bluntly, for the resort is a business establishment. And despite their reluctance to have these 5 stay, they understood the need for discretion. Lu Wu, perceiving the crowd's apprehension, reassured them, saying, Fear not, everyone. I am here to convey the wishes of Boss Gu. These 5 are unworthy of residing in the resort. Splendid. The might of Boss Gu is awe-inspiring. Cheers erupted in the square, and all those who had come from the Xiongfeng base wore expressions of unbridled joy. Those from other bases looked on in confusion. But upon inquiring with those nearby, they soon grasped the situation, their faces reflecting admiration and delight. Following the cheers, the crowd gazed at the five still convulsing in the center, their faces alight with satisfaction. Curiosity got the better of someone, who asked aloud, "Manager Liu, what does Boss Gu intend to do with these five? Will they be expelled?" "That depends on the boss's decision. She will address the matter shortly," Liu Wu replied. "According to the boss's intention, let them first endure a moment of electric shock. We shall discuss the rest later. Indeed, let them suffer for a while. They have been so wicked. Precisely, now that the Xiong phone base is no more, they dare to come to the resort to bully others. This is outrageous. These five scoundrels are nothing but troublemakers." Thankfully, Boss Gu has thought this through. Upon hearing Liu Wu's suggestion to let these individuals experience a moment of electric shock, the crowd grew less anxious to leave, gathering around the square, reveling in the sight of the five twitching in agony while animatedly discussing the spectacle. As time passed, the onlookers multiplied, seemingly unfazed by the monotony, engrossed in the unfolding drama. Soon, the square was thronged by 2,000 to 3,000 people. Nearly the entire resort populace had come to witness the commotion, including the supernatural beings returning from their shifts. After approximately half an hour, Gu Lingyu leisurely made her way over. Chapter 111. Every grievance has its source. Delivering justice at one's doorstep. Boss Gu has arrived. As soon as Gu Lingyu appeared, a keen-eyed patron called out, prompting everyone to turn towards the main building entrance, where they indeed spotted her figure. As she traversed the path from the main building to the center of the square, the crowd spontaneously parted, creating a clear passage for her. Gu Lingyu walked with measured steps, seemingly at leisure, yet her commanding presence demanded respect and attention. All eyes instinctively followed her as she approached, filled with anticipation regarding how she would address the five individuals. Particularly, those who had been relocated from the Xiongfeng base displayed a mix of excitement and disdain, yet they harbored no sympathy whatsoever. Coming to a halt a short distance from the five, Gu Lingyu scanned the surroundings with a detached gaze before raising her hand to cease the electric shocks. After enduring a full 30 minutes of electric punishment, although the five possessed sixth-tier abilities, they had long been accustomed to a life of luxury and soon lost their balance, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly weakened. "I was just pondering where I might find you, but since you have graciously delivered yourselves to my doorstep, there is no need for you to leave." "What do you mean?" one of them retorted, his expression a mixture of displeasure and confusion. Yet, he had forgotten that they were no longer in control at the Xiongfeng base, for it had ceased to exist. And no one would fear them because of their former positions. "I mean it quite literally. I never expected you to possess the audacity to come to my resort, let alone cause a disturbance here." Gu Lingyu had already reviewed the footage from the square and was well aware of the previous events. "What disturbance are you referring to? We haven't laid a finger on anyone." One of the individuals, feeling somewhat guilty from the electric shocks, was uncertain about Gu Lingyu's stance and began to feign innocence. "Indeed, we did nothing wrong. Instead, we were inexplicably subjected to your resort's electric punishment. Is this how you treat your guests? This is nothing but tyranny from a powerful establishment. Who would dare to visit your resort again?" Upon their arrival, they felt as though they would be crushed under the oppression of this woman. "Were it not for patrons like us, how could your resort have flourished? This place was not always of such grandeur." The five individuals exchanged glances and immediately began to incite the surrounding customers, attempting to sow seeds of doubt regarding Gu Lingyu. Yet, they remained oblivious to a crucial fact. Given their past actions, no one emerging from the Xiongfeng base would ever believe their words. Although those who came from the Mingguang base harbored some uncertainty, having largely missed the ruckus caused by these five, those around them remained steadfast in their faith in Boss Gu. Their expressions filled with disdain for the five troublemakers, choosing instead to observe the unfolding scene. Soon enough, the truth would be revealed. To think they could stir trouble in my resort, they were sorely mistaken. Gu Lingyu, with a calm demeanor, snapped her fingers, and forthwith, four enormous screens materialized above the central plaza. These screens faced each direction, their immense size sufficient for even the most distant onlookers to discern the content displayed. As the screens illuminated, the images revealed the five men intimidating an elder, even poised to strike against the few courageous ability wielders who stood up to them. Not only were there images, but sounds as well. Every word spoken by those in the frame echoed throughout the plaza. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial. The five stood dumbfounded, utterly unaware that the resort possessed such technology. They gazed at the screens as if they could bore through them, bewildered as to where these devices had originated. Scanning their surroundings, they found no sign of surveillance. Gu Lingyu, lacking the patience to allow the five to comprehend their predicament, promptly declared, "In light of your previous actions, I have decided to award you a day trip to the level 6 zombie pile." Award? A day trip to the level 6 zombie pile? What could that possibly entail? Yet, merely hearing the phrase level 6 zombie pile was enough for the five to recognize it could not bode well, especially as, in the next moment, cheers erupted from the crowd. The resort's longtime patrons had been fortunate enough to witness this form of punishment before. Now, upon hearing Gu Lingyu's intention to administer this punishment to the five, the veteran customers could no longer contain their excitement, with some even moved to tears. In contrast to the number of loyal patrons, the new visitors were evidently more numerous. Although they had perused the resort's regulations, they remained largely ignorant of what the day trip to the zombie pile entailed. The five, equally perplexed, exchanged wary glances, fully aware that this was not a favorable turn of events. Were it not for the nearly 4,000 individuals in the plaza, too many for them to dare act recklessly, they would have surely retaliated by now. Curse it! How could this resort host such a crowd? And why were they all so leisurely? How had those who escaped from the Xiongfeng base not perished along the way? Had they all truly made it to this resort? Did they have nothing better to do than linger here? At this moment, they genuinely regretted their decision to come to this resort. Regardless of the curses swirling in their minds, the five individuals dared not cease their protests. attempting to defend themselves. Is this vacation resort truly so tyrannical? We merely exchanged a few words, and now you wish to send us to a horde of zombies? Taken at face value, they believed that Gu Lingyu intended to escort them to a zombie-infested area. Although they possessed a modicum of confidence in their own abilities, they knew that should they truly enter the ranks of 6th-tier zombies, their chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Just a few exchanged words? Gu Lingyu's lips curled into a cold smile. Have you forgotten the incident when the ability user brigade attacked my resort? Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals turned pale, for they indeed had forgotten that affair. It appeared that the recollection had dawned upon them, thus rendering further explanation unnecessary. I have shown considerable mercy by not annihilating the 600-strong brigade you dispatched. Justice demands that those responsible are held accountable. It was you 5 who sent the troops, and it is you 5 who sought to seize my resort. It would be unreasonable not to hold you accountable. The sentiment remained. Since you have voluntarily presented yourselves, I shall not be courteous. As her words fell, the 5 individuals suddenly panicked, their mouths opening as if to utter more, yet it was evident that Gu Lingyu had little interest in wasting any further time. Travel safely. I shall not see you off. With that, the 5 individuals, who had previously been paralyzed in the crowd, vanished in an instant. Chapter 112. Establishing Authority, a renewed warning. New customers, unaware of the situation, gasped in astonishment, turning their heads to seek the whereabouts of the 5. However, the seasoned patrons, well acquainted with the surroundings, raised their heads, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at the luminous screen. Look at the screen above. Those 5 have been transported by Boss Gu into the horde of zombies. We can watch the live broadcast. A voice called out, prompting everyone to fix their eyes upon the screen, where indeed, the 5 individuals, still in shock, appeared at the center of the image. Yet, in the next moment, they sprang to their feet, their terrified screams echoing throughout the plaza. A throng of zombies surged toward them. Though many were of the lower tier, dozens, if not hundreds, of 6th-tier zombies were more than enough to tear them apart. Ah, where's this? How did I end up here? Damn it, it's all zombies. Run, run. We are at least 6th-tier ability users. 6th-tier fiends. Do you not see the multitude of 6th-tier zombies surrounding us? With zombies all around, where can we flee? Do not come any closer. You vile woman named Gu. Return me at once, or I shall end you. I was wrong. Boss Gu, I truly understand my mistake. Please save me. Ah, we shall serve you like cattle. Please show us mercy. The voices of the 5 echoed through the plaza, transitioning from furious curses to desperate pleas for mercy. Yet none of it stirred even a flicker of emotion in Gu Lingyu. Only the customers who had migrated from the Xiongfeng base watched the screen with rapt attention, their faces gleaming with exhilaration, punctuated by sporadic cheers from various corners of the plaza, for their long-standing grievances had finally been avenged. At this moment, the square was filled with people, none had departed, and newcomers continued to join the gathering. Nearly all the patrons of the resort were present. Gu Lingyu cast a languid glance at the luminous screen overhead, disinterested in waiting for the results, and turned back to retrace her steps. Her position as the heir was of great significance. She was unceremoniously cast into the midst of the zombie horde, ensuring that anyone thrown in would be utterly ensnared by the undead from any direction. Just as before, the path Gu Lingyu traversed was cleared by the patrons, who made way for her unobstructed passage. However, unlike her earlier arrival, the gazes directed towards her were now imbued with reverence. This was the enigmatic owner of the resort. With a mere gesture, she could teleport 5 6th-tier superhumans directly into the heart of a 6th-tier zombie swarm. Both the resort itself and the enigmatic Gu Lingyu exuded an inscrutable aura. The more mysterious a phenomenon, the greater the awe it inspires, especially after Gu Lingyu had publicly demonstrated such prowess. Gu Lingyu noticed the shift in the patron's emotions, yet she refrained from uttering a word or lingering longer. For this was precisely her intent today. She aimed to keep all the resort's guests perpetually vigilant about the consequences of causing disturbances within the premises. Moreover, she intentionally subjected those 5 individuals to public electrocution for an extended duration, not only to serve as a warning to others, but also to attract more guests to the square, allowing them to witness the fate of those who misbehaved. Gu Lingyu's actions evidently bore fruit. One could discern the impact from the way the patrons regarded her. Following this day, the atmosphere within the resort indeed became significantly more serene, with instances of quarrels diminishing considerably. Such a commendable way of life was hard won. No one wished to jeopardize it, especially not with the looming threat of losing their lives. While the resort basked in tranquility, the news of the destruction of the Xiongfeng base sent ripples of shock through the Rongyang and Mingguang bases. The management of both major bases recognized the inevitable decline of the Xiongfeng base, evident from the large-scale relocation of survivors occurring within its confines. However, even they were unprepared for the swiftness of its demise. The Xiongfeng base had indeed been a prominent establishment within the city, and now, with such a significant incident unfolding, not only the management, but also the survivors within the 2 bases were aware of the developments. Alongside the news of Xiongfeng base's obliteration, the sudden emergence of the Taoyuan resort also spread like wildfire. The name Taoyuan Resort officially reached the ears of survivors across various bases in the city. Reactions to this newfound establishment varied. Some were curious, some skeptical, and opinions diverged widely. While the majority held a doubtful stance, believing that such a paradise could not possibly exist in a post-apocalyptic world, there were still those who approached it with cautious optimism, deciding to venture to the Taoyuan Resort to uncover its truths. After all, what if it was real? Regarding the 2 major bases, the Mingguang base has garnered attention due to the events surrounding Team Li Xiangfei. Subsequently, several teams of ability users began relocating their families, causing news to spread and an increasing number of individuals seeking to scout the area. Nearly every ability user team that has assessed the resort has made the decision to relocate without hesitation. After all, The current resort bears no comparison to the previous solitary building. It occupies a much larger area, offers more recreational opportunities, and boasts enticing facilities that are simply irresistible. If there were doubts before about the resort's capability to withstand zombie hordes or fend off the covetous eyes of other bases, such concerns have now dissipated entirely. The news of Xiongfeng Base's attempt to assault Taoyuan Resort has circulated, and given such an event, many of these apprehensions have naturally ebbed away. Although the number of individuals choosing to relocate from Mingguang Base is on the rise, given the base's enormous population of 60,000, the daily exodus of a few dozen people remains relatively inconspicuous. As for Rongyang Base, being the only level 1 base in Haishur, the number of those opting to leave is even smaller. Residing in the largest base in Haishur, many individuals possess an innate sense of superiority. Despite the numerous grievances regarding Rongyang Base, survivors living there instinctively believe that no other location in Haishur could possibly surpass it. However, this sentiment does not extend to the neighbors of Team Tang Wenhua, originally from Rongyang Base. Team Tang Wenhua promptly relocated all their family members to the resort after witnessing the dismal defeat of the 600 ability users sent by Xiongfeng Base to attack the resort. When Team Tang Wenhua moved their families, their neighbors observed and secretly ridiculed them, believing they must have lost their wits to leave the largest base in Haishur. Others were struggling to gain entry, yet they were voluntarily moving out. Upon hearing this news, the neighbors were convinced that the members of Team Tang Wenhua must have been out of touch with reality. As for the so-called resort described by Team Tang, no one took it seriously. In the eyes of the neighbors, how could such a splendid place exist in this apocalypse? Surely, nothing could be better than Rongyang Base. They believed Team Tang Wenhua had been deceived. Some well-meaning neighbors offered a few words of caution, but upon realizing their advice was futile, they eventually let it go, discussing the matter for a few days before dismissing it entirely. However, what the neighbors did not anticipate was that just days later, they would once again hear the name Taoyuan Resort, accompanied by the same astonishing news. The hundreds of ability users from Xiongfeng Base attempted to attack Taoyuan Resort, ultimately suffering a crushing defeat without even breaching the gates. Over 3,000 survivors from Xiongfeng Base have now relocated to Taoyuan Resort, which has emerged as the third largest base following the two major bases in Haishur. As whispers of news spread for the others at the Rongyang Base, it was merely idle chatter over tea and meals. However, for the neighbors of Team Tang Wenhua, it sparked a mixture of shock and curiosity. After several moments of hesitation, a curious team of ability users decided to venture to the Peach Blossom Resort to uncover the truth. Regardless of their initial intentions, upon arriving at the resort, each member found themselves rendered speechless. Could this truly still be the apocalypse? The avenue was lined with lush greenery, and scattered on the leisurely benches were ordinary people engaged in carefree banter, exuding an air of tranquility reminiscent of the world before the cataclysm. Since entering the resort, the team had been left agape, feeling akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. If not for the enormous sign at the entrance confirming they had not erred in their destination, they might have believed they had stumbled into a heavily protected zone. This place could not merely be compared to the Rongyang Base. It was evident that the Rongyang Base paled in comparison, setting aside the question of resource abundance. Just the living environment was already a resounding triumph over that of the Rongyang Base. In that moment, they felt a twinge of trepidation. Cautiously, they approached a passerby to inquire about the situation, receiving a warm and detailed response, the likes of which they had not encountered in such a perilous world for a long time. The demeanor of the passerby was not one of naivety, but rather one of complete assurance. Did they not fear that these visitors might pose a threat? Finally, one of the team members could no longer contain their curiosity and asked the passerby, "Aren't you concerned about divulging so much information to us?" The passerby merely smiled mysteriously, their expression devoid of any worry. Those who dare to cause trouble at the resort should be the ones concerned for their safety. Had it not been for the team's firm belief that the passerby exhibited no signs of supernatural abilities and was merely an ordinary person, they might have thought they were conversing with some enigmatic figure. Just look at that air of confidence and composure. Even formidable individuals of the 6th or 7th tier would likely pale in comparison. If the passerby were aware of the thoughts swirling in the team's minds, they would likely burst into laughter. 6th or 7th tier, in front of Boss Gu, could those even be deemed powerful? Previously, the 5-6th tier managers from the Xiongfeng base had ultimately met their demise at the hands of Boss Gu, unceremoniously tossed into a horde of zombies, to be devoured whole. Eventually, under the guidance of the passerby, the team made their way to the main hotel building to inquire with the lobby manager about Team Tang Wenhua. The team was utterly bewildered. Their only desire was to locate Team Tang Wenhua and gain a comprehensive understanding of the resort. What they never anticipated was that, under the leadership of Team Tang Wenhua, they would explore the resort, savor exquisite cuisine, browse the supermarket and arms store, experience the armament training center, and, after a night stay, they would promptly decide to relocate. Upon waking the next day, the moment they opened their eyes, every team member had come to a unanimous decision. That very day, they resolved to return and prepare for their relocation. In the coming days, teams from the Mingguang base and the Rongyang base will gradually transfer here. And there are also a handful of survivors relocating from other bases in Haishur. However, it is the Mingguang base that has the largest number of transfers. And this number continues to rise. As detailed information about the resort spreads within the Mingguang base, coupled with prior information as a foundation, the acceptance of this situation grows increasingly favorable. Gu Lingyu is not surprised by this turn of events. In fact, she had anticipated it. Nonetheless, she does not dwell on it, but instead focuses her attention on the management and development of the resort. Due to the doubling of rewards for the room expansion tasks, the rewards for completing the 10th phase of the task will again be doubled. To claim the substantial rewards from the vast number of rooms, Gu Lingyu must directly expand by constructing 4 hotel buildings, requiring the acquisition of an additional 4 plots of land. The total points required for expanding the land and constructing the buildings amounts to a staggering 1.6 million. Fortunately, Gu Lingyu had made early preparations, ensuring that the resort's facilities were comprehensive, yielding considerable daily revenue. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accumulate such points to expand with 4 hotel towers. Although 1.6 million points is a significant amount, it does not completely deplete Gu Lingyu's resources. After the construction of the 4 hotel towers, she still has enough points left to enhance her own abilities. As for the 4 35-story hotel buildings, Gu Lingyu is not concerned about occupancy. She is confident in the appeal of her resort. Following the completion of the hotel towers, there is good news. The room expansion task concludes at the 10th phase, and after its completion, no new tasks will be generated. Instead, there is a new provision. Gu Lingyu is now free to choose to expand the land and construct hotel buildings without the need for tasks. And the newly constructed hotel buildings will automatically have all rooms opened, eliminating much hassle. This is indeed a boon for Gu Lingyu. She had previously worried that if a task 11 emerged, with rewards doubling again, she might have to expand 8 hotel buildings at once to accommodate the newly opened rooms. However, the existing 8 hotel towers, each standing at 35 stories, already present a magnificent sight when clustered together. After completing the hotel towers, Gu Lingyu then turned her attention to the main building of the hotel. The rooftop still displays the grand sign of the resort. Now that the main building is as tall as the surrounding 7 towers, it somewhat lacks prominence. To better highlight the resort sign, Gu Lingyu hesitated for only a moment before deciding to expand the main building first. The expansion of the main building involves adding floors upwards, and the costs are less than constructing a new building. The initial expansion requires just over 10,000 points, and thereafter, each additional floor incurs an increasing cost. Gu Lingyu directly opts to expand by 15 floors, elevating the main building to a height of 50 stories, instantly surpassing all surrounding structures. Additionally, she allocates points to enhance the visibility of the sign atop the main building, as the system offers this special function. After implementing conspicuous modifications, even with the sign positioned at a greater height and distance, survivors can still perceive its contents clearly, within a radius of over 100 meters. Provided there are no obstructions, the message on the sign remains legible. Following the expansion of the hotel's main building, Gu Lingyu also enhanced the dimensions and levels of the shopping and dining areas. Both regions have been enlarged to 15,000 square meters, increasing from 3 to 5 stories, thus sufficiently accommodating the current clientele. The enlargement of these 2 areas has also significantly expanded the front plaza. Gu Lingyu pondered that if the resort continued to expand at this rate, it might soon become inconvenient without adequate transportation. Although the resort presently lacks relevant facilities, she anticipated that, given its comprehensive nature, transportation services would likely be introduced in subsequent phases. Currently, the resort hosts over 4,000 long-term guests, generating nearly 1 million points in daily revenue. As Gu Lingyu initially surmised, the proportion of income derived from accommodation is indeed minimal. The substantial profits are primarily generated in the dining and shopping sectors. Notably, the armament training hall constitutes a major source of revenue. As in a post-apocalyptic world, strength is paramount, leading customers to invest heavily in this area. The evident results from the training hall have garnered considerable admiration from patrons. In addition to the revenue increase from the growing population, the enhancement of guest capabilities has likewise contributed significantly to the resort's daily earnings. The stronger the guests become, the quicker they acquire resources, thus enhancing their purchasing power, a virtuous cycle. The resort flourishes, operating smoothly with senior staff overseeing various zones, coordinated by Luwu, allowing Gu Lingyu to free up her time. After revising the resort's expansion plans, she contemplated that there would likely be no immediate issues, especially with matters at the Xiongfeng base settled, thus she could consider establishing a branch. However, just as this thought crossed her mind and preparations were underway, situations arose at the Mingguang base. As more survivors from Mingguang transitioned to the resort, surpassing 100 daily, the upper management finally took notice. The daily influx was increasing, and if this trend continued, it could spiral out of control, potentially mirroring the situation at the Xiongfeng base. Initially, the Mingguang base, confident in its status as a level 2 base, had little regard for Taoyuan Resort. Despite the events at Xiongfeng, they did not view the resort with the seriousness it warranted. Although they had entertained some thoughts about the resort, they were not in a rush to act. However, the upper management of Mingguang could no longer remain passive. 10 days after the destruction of the Xiongfeng base, Mingguang finally took action. Initially, some high-ranking officials considered locking the gates to prevent ordinary individuals from leaving, but ultimately, they opted for an alternative approach. It is said that the resources at that resort are so abundant that it could incite envy. Rumor has it that even ordinary individuals at the resort can indulge in copious amounts of meat and drink, with pure water available at will. If the resources at the resort are indeed this plentiful, does the so-called old Gu truly deserve to possess such riches? The high-ranking officials at the Mingguang base began to contemplate this, and the following day dispatched a trusted team of supernatural beings to scout the area. The news they returned with left them in disbelief. 3 years into this post-apocalyptic world, such a splendid place still exists. However, based on information gathered from various channels, it appears that these reports are likely true. The insatiable greed within them became increasingly difficult to suppress. The authorities at the Mingguang base immediately began to mobilize their forces, ultimately assembling a formidable contingent of 3,000 supernatural beings, set to embark for the Taoyuan resort in 3 days' time. On a high platform in the main square of the base, several officials from Mingguang gazed down with expressions of triumph as the supernatural troop set forth. Is it really necessary for us to dispatch so many for a mere, nonsensical resort? One official scoffed. Our actions this time not only aim to flatten that resort, but also serve as a warning to the other bases in Haishur. Indeed, we must let those rogue bases know that our two major bases are not to be trifled with. If they wish to survive in Haishur, they must learn to behave. Furthermore, a wild girl, emerging from who knows where, dares to encroach upon our territory. She truly is unaware of her own insignificance. Yet, it was rumored that the protective barrier surrounding the resort was incredibly formidable. The previous attempt by 600 from the Xiongfeng base to breach it had resulted in no visible cracks. Could we succeed where they failed? Uft. The so-called supernatural forces of Xiongfeng cannot even begin to compare to ours. They are simply on an entirely different tier. Moreover, with our 3,000 strong, we outnumber them fivefold, and our overall prowess far exceeds theirs. What kind of trivial resort could withstand us? Perhaps a single concentrated assault would obliterate it. Indeed, the inability of Xiongfeng to breach the protective barrier speaks more to their shortcomings than to the barrier's strength. And even if we cannot break through that barrier, we have other means to compel that so-called old goo to yield. Oh, what means? I have already informed Captain Zheng, leading the charge, that if we cannot breach the protective barrier, today, the crowd in the square of the resort swelled to several times its usual size. With the majority being supernatural beings, and many were visibly puzzled. These supernatural beings appeared to be waiting for something, lacking the usual leisure and relaxation found in the resort. As noon approached, a team of supernatural beings suddenly rushed from the direction of the resort's gates, their expressions tense. Bursting into the square, they shouted loudly. The main force from Mingguang base is approaching. They will be at our gates in mere hundreds of meters. In the midst of the crowd, Tang Bin and Xiao Rui exchanged glances. Turning to the person beside them, they instructed, go inform old Gu. Then, raising their hands, they shouted in unison, to the gates. As soon as the words were uttered, a resounding wave of agreement erupted throughout the square. The vast majority of the extraordinary individuals swiftly followed the two figures, their spirits soaring as they made their way toward the entrance of the resort. Chapter 115. Disunity within the troops? Observing the 500 to 600 extraordinary beings advancing toward the gate, the few remaining individuals, both extraordinary and ordinary, stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with panic and confusion. They were alarmed by the news that the Mingguang base had dispatched troops, yet bewildered by the extraordinary beings who appeared to be waiting in preparation for this very moment. What had transpired? What was the situation? Why were they unaware? Amidst their shared glances, the remaining individuals suddenly realized that those still standing were likely all transferred from the Mingguang and Rongyang bases. Recalling the recent news, the truth dawned upon them. A significant force had indeed been sent from the Mingguang base. As for why the Mingguang base had dispatched such a large contingent, the remaining individuals could largely surmise the answer, especially considering that the Xiongfeng base had engaged in similar actions previously. One might wonder how the Mingguang base, a direct official outpost of the Kyoto base, could resort to such brazen behavior. In this apocalyptic world, order was already a far cry from what it once was, and the managers of various bases wielded considerable power, granting them substantial autonomy. This reality further challenged the moral integrity of the base administrators. Given the prior conduct of the Mingguang base's management, the arrival of such a force did not come as a surprise to those who had relocated to the resort from there. However, the arrival of the Mingguang base's formidable contingent, clearly harboring ill intentions, instilled a sense of unease among the remaining individuals. Glancing at one another with expressions of anxiety, many hastily followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding events, while others stood frozen in fear, contemplating the prospect of fleeing. Outside the resort's entrance, Tang Bin and Xiao Rui had just arrived when the grand contingent from the Mingguang base reached the scene. A formidable force of 3,000, their presence was indeed impressive, completely occupying the intersection directly in front of the resort's entrance, as well as the streets to the left and right. 10 meters away, a man with an unmistakable commanding air stepped forward, his face radiating arrogance. He contemptuously surveyed the extraordinary beings standing at the entrance and mockingly declared, I thought this pathetic resort had some prowess, but it appears to be merely a collection of weaklings, a waste of my time to personally intervene. Do you even deserve to be here? His words immediately provoked a wave of indignation among the extraordinary beings at the resort. Yet, very few were able to retort, for the deliberate aura of extraordinary power emanating from him clearly indicated his status as an 8th-tier extraordinary being. This man was none other than Commander Zheng, leading the contingent of extraordinary beings from the Mingguang base. Brother Xiao, when will you ascend to the 8th tier? Tang Bin inquired, furrowing his brow in displeasure. Although his own strength had surged recently, he was merely on the cusp of breaking through to the 6th tier, far from being able to compare with the 8th. It's still early. I have only just broken through to the 7th tier less than half a month ago. I am still quite a distance from the 8th tier. Xiao Rui replied, his gaze deepening with determination, the desire to grow stronger intensifying within him. However, this individual has only just ascended to the 8th tier, and his strength remains precarious. He is unlikely to be significantly superior to the person beside him. As Xiao Rui analyzed the situation, he cast his gaze towards the flank of Commander Zheng, where a middle-aged man of composed demeanor stood, Deputy Commander Feng of the Mingguang base, whose prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier, a mere step away from the 8th. The two engaged in casual conversation while observing the opposing forces. Although their expressions bore a hint of displeasure, they exhibited little concern, as if they did not regard the 3,000-strong army as a serious threat. In truth, it was not only they who felt this way. Even the majority of the gathered ability users near the entrance of the resort shared a similar demeanor. Their confidence stemmed not from their own might, but from their trust in the resort and the esteemed boss Gu. After Commander Zhang's loud mockery fell upon deaf ears, as the hundreds before him ignored his taunts, he displayed a flicker of irritation and spat, damn it, a bunch of cowards. Summon your so-called boss Gu. I have words for her. If you wish to speak with our boss Gu, you ought to be more courteous and invite her out, Tang Bin retorted coolly, his tone devoid of any trace of trepidation, as if the formidable 3,000-strong army were of no consequence whatsoever. Damn your courtesy. How dare she be so presumptuous? Zheng erupted in anger, losing all patience. Tell that woman to withdraw the protective barrier and come out herself to invite me in. From this moment on, I am taking control of this resort. Everything here belongs to the Mingguang base, and all personnel will be under our jurisdiction. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Then by all means, do not hold back. Make your move swiftly. A man of your stature should refrain from such excessive chatter, Tang Bin said, raising his hand to gesture towards his own face, his expression rife with mockery. When had Commander Zheng ever been subjected to such an affront? Especially by a mere 5th-tier ability user? Enraged, he retorted, if it weren't for the fear of damaging this protective barrier, which would complicate matters after my takeover. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act? This time, Tang Bin was too weary to even respond. He merely beckoned with his finger, his contemptuous demeanor igniting Commander Zheng's fury. Do you truly think I would shy away from a confrontation? Zheng bellowed, issuing commands. Unleash the full force. Shatter this barrier. With his command, the line of ability users that filled the street immediately activated their powers, launching a coordinated assault upon the resort. The ensuing explosions reverberated for hundreds of meters. Yet, amidst the barrage of energy attacks, Commander Zheng suddenly furrowed his brow, a storm cloud of discontent shadowing his face. He turned sharply to Deputy Commander Feng at his side, his tone sharp. Deputy Commander Feng, what do you mean by this? Is it possible that I, a commanding officer, cannot mobilize your men? The reason for his sudden inquiry towards Feng was that nearly half of the 3,000 ability users had refrained from engaging in the attack. And among those who had held back were the ability users whom Deputy Commander Feng had led for the past 2 or 3 years. Before the current management team took over the Mingguang base, Vice Commander Feng served as the commander, and nearly half of the ability users have followed him since that era. At this moment, the troops, numbering nearly 1,500, including a contingent of ability users stationed at the base, typically adhered to Vice Commander Feng's orders, much to Commander Zheng's displeasure. Now, in such a critical time, these individuals audaciously disregarded his commands, further undermining his authority. He was the rightful commander of the Mingguang base, a trusted aide to the higher management, and had recently acquired substantial crystal core resources, which enabled him to break through to the 8th tier of power, surpassing Vice Commander Feng and becoming the strongest. How dare this Feng fellow disregard him? Upon returning from this mission, Commander Zheng vowed to devise a scheme to undermine Feng. He harbored sinister thoughts as he surveyed the indifferent faces of the 1,500 around him, and a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. Zheng was overly cautious. They merely aimed to conserve their strength in case of emergencies, for the commotion they were causing could very well attract nearby hordes of zombies. When the time came, they would undoubtedly spring into action to protect their comrades. Vice Commander Feng remained composed, seemingly oblivious to the shadow of discontent on Zheng's face. Whether he was being overly cautious was clear to him. He intended to report today's events truthfully to the higher management, leaving Zheng to defend himself when the time came. Zheng glowered at Feng, his expression darkening. Feng, obstinate and unyielding, had long been a thorn in the management's side. They had struggled to find a suitable reason to remove him from his position as vice commander, particularly since he retained a loyal following, making him a difficult adversary to dislodge. Suit yourself, Feng replied tersely, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze shifted towards the resort across from him, imbued with an enigmatic fervor. Zheng, oblivious to this shift, merely snorted and redirected his attention to the resort. The violent onslaught of abilities rendered the vicinity of the resort's entrance indistinct, with only rippling waves visible in the aftermath. Yet, despite the tremors of those waves, the protective barrier showed no signs of faltering. Not only the 3,000 ability users, but even Zheng and Feng were left agape in astonishment. They had 3,000 individuals at their disposal. Even if half remained inactive, that still amounted to 1,500. How could such a colossal force, such an immense surge of energy, fail to breach the barrier? It was unfathomable. Despite their reluctance to accept the reality, Commander Zheng was compelled to issue an order to cease the assault. Otherwise, he risked exhausting the powers of his 1,500 men without guaranteeing the breach of the resort's protective barrier. Should his troops deplete their energy, it would indeed pave the way for that fellow named Feng to rise to prominence. As the abilities subsided, the figures of the resort's practitioners came into view once more. However, unlike the varied expressions of moments prior, each of them now wore a smile, one that was both triumphant and mocking. Their smiles conveyed a singular sentiment. Is this it? Is this all you've got? Observing the expressions of the resort's practitioners, Commander Zheng and his men across the street were seething with rage, their faces darkened with indignation. Had it not been for Zheng's restraint, it is likely that his troops would have erupted in curses. In the forefront of the ranks, Zheng's countenance was grim as he fixated on the nearly invisible protective barrier, his mind churning with frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He gazed upward towards the sky above the resort. In the next moment, he harnessed the energy within him and ascended 4 to 5 meters into the air. Upon reaching the 8th level of ability, one could achieve short-distance, low-altitude flight. Once airborne, Zheng immediately unleashed a surge of energy towards the protective barrier, which merely rippled in response, showing no signs of yielding. Frowning, he began to adjust his angle of attack. Although he could not ascend any higher, the points of impact of his assaults grew progressively elevated until they reached their zenith. All of these strikes met the barrier, yet it became increasingly evident that his efforts were futile. The resort's protective shield was flawless, no matter how high one ascended or how deep one delved. It would remain steadfast and uncompromising. A cool, ethereal voice echoed through the street, soft yet resonant. The members of the Mingguang base were momentarily taken aback, redirecting their attention from Commander Zheng to the front of the resort. There, they beheld a slender figure emerging from the throng, a woman of breathtaking beauty in her early 20s. With cascading curls that matched the rumors perfectly. This was none other than the esteemed owner of the resort, Ling. As the crowd regained their composure, they recalled her previous words, and astonishment washed over them once more. They had speculated whether there might be a vulnerability in the aerial barrier, but to their surprise, they discovered that even the skies were safeguarded. Yet that was not all. This remarkable owner declared that the ground below was also fortified. The protective barrier enveloped the premises without a single blind spot. This revelation rendered any thought of an assault utterly implausible. This revelation not only stunned the members of the Mingguang base, but also astonished the practitioners within the resort. So, their protective barrier was indeed so formidable? This was splendid news. Their earlier concerns about a potential breach in the sky were effortlessly dispelled by Ling's assurances, leaving them devoid of any anxiety. Zheng, the commander, was taken aback by the formidable protective barrier surrounding the resort. However, it was of little concern prior to his arrival. The management had already provided him with a strategy. As he descended back to the ground,